Blooming Romance Chapter 68 to Chapter 126. Lin Yanchen and this group of buddies had known each other since they were young. Other than not going to brothels together, they had done everything together. They were like brothers. Although they had different developments now, their relationship was still very good. There were a total of 4 buddies who were the closest to each other. One was Xianxia. His family was behind, but he was developing in the entertainment industry. He was an actor in film, television, and singing. He was a new international film emperor. One was Lu Hao. His family sold jewelry and was quite rich. Zhang Hongyu had to borrow jewelry from him when he walked the red carpet. One was Zhuo Linhui. He was the only son of an international clothing company. He was also a fashion designer. The last one was Tan Xiaoming. His family was in the food chain business and had many famous brands. Lin Yanchen was the oldest and had the most ideas. He had always been the little demon king who caused trouble and called himself the boss. Lin Yanchen didn't want to let them in at all. Chu Xuan was wearing ordinary home clothes. On his wrist was a string of prayer beads that his father had bought. It was said that it had been consecrated to keep him safe. It didn't seem proper enough. What Guox? Chu Xuan looked at Lin Yanchen. Is it okay for me to dress like this? It doesn't feel proper. You didn't tell me that your friends would come. If I had known, I would have brought a few formal clothes. Lin Yanchen spat. I didn't know they would come. I didn't let them come. They came one by one and even said that they wanted to see you. Are you a panda from the zoo? They even came specially to see you. Don't worry about it. If I don't open the door, they won't be able to come in. Watch me chase them away one by one. Chu Xuan didn't agree with Lin Yanchen's way of doing things. Why chase them away? He hadn't even met Lin Yanchen's friends yet. If they were chased away by Lin Yanchen because of him, wouldn't that offend them? They wouldn't be angry at Lin Yanchen. Maybe they would be angry at him. At that time, he would be the scapegoat for no reason. Chu Xuan said angrily, do you want them to hate me before they even meet me? I'm still suspicious of your intentions. When you met your friends in England, you said, don't tell anyone. Later, you explained to me that it was because I hadn't agreed to be in a relationship with you. You even said that if I wanted to, I could announce it in the newspaper. And I believed you. But now? Why am I still so shameful? Lin, explain it to me. Lin Yanchen panicked. No, it's not that you're shameful, we've only been together for such a short period of time, and even I feel like we don't have enough time. I really don't dislike you. Alright. Chu Sun said, now they're all here. On the screen of the video call, his 3 bad friends took turns to insult him in front of the camera. Hoes before bros. Forget your friends when you see a woman. Shame you. If you don't open the door, I'm going to call you by your nickname in front of your wife. Counting down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, Chu Xuan was interested. Hey, why don't you open the door later? Lin Yanchen opened the door and stared at them bitterly. My wife asked me to open the door and let you in. The group of bad friends didn't stand on ceremony with him. They pushed him aside and went straight to another strange man in the room. You're Chu Xuan? Chu Xuan was surrounded by these handsome guys. They looked at him like he was a rare beast. He felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Yanchen squeezed in and held Chu Xuan's hand as if to protect him. He said to his friends, don't scare him. Lu Hao curled his lips, it's the sour smell of love. Lin Yanchen laughed angrily, who asked you to come here and feel the sour smell? I'm not just in love. I'm in love with marriage as the premise. Zhuo Linhui held a small paper bag in his hand and said to Chu Xuan politely, Lin Yanchen is the oldest among us. We'll call you sister-in-law. It's the first time we've met, so this is a small gift to show our respect. My name is Zhuo Linhui. Sister-in-law, you can call me Little Zhuo. Chu Xuan accepted it calmly and said, hello, Little Zhuo. Lu Hao and Tan Xiaoming also handed over their gifts and introduced themselves. Chu Xuan let out a sigh of relief. His social class was too different from Lin Yanchen's. Although he had met rich people in the past and they were not vulgar and rude, on the contrary, they were very polite. However, he could feel that their impeccable politeness still had contempt. Regardless of whether Lin Yanquan's friends were giving face to Lin Yanquan or not, at least they were sincere on the surface. This was enough. He did not need Lin Yanquan's friends to respect him sincerely. He was living with Lin Yanquan, not with those people. After a brief introduction, Lin Yanquan asked, "Old Tan, why are you still carrying a bag? What's in that bag?" Tan Xiaoming raised the bag in his hand. "Oh, this. It's for your son." Chu Xuan was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Lin Yanquan and used his eyes to ask him what was going on. Lin Yanquan was also confused. He had never told his brother about Chirp Chirp. Tan Xiaoming dug through the bag and took out a can of cat food, high-quality can of cat food. "This is for your big head. I saw that my girlfriend's cat likes to eat this, so I bought a few more cans." So he was just scaring himself. Chu Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Zhuo Linhui noticed the subtle interaction between Chu Xuan and Lin Yanquan. He could not help but laugh. "Sister-in-law, do you think that Lao Lin has an illegitimate child?" "No, he is quite traditional in this aspect. He would not do something like having an illegitimate child." Chu Xuan. He and Lin Yanquan were not married yet. On Sunday afternoon, Chu Xuan flew back to Y City. At the weekly meeting on Monday, President Liu officially promoted him to be the manager of the planning department. This was previously discussed in private. His master also gave him the company's shares. He said that it was a bit unfair for him now, but he would gradually increase his salary in the future. Chu Xuan did not feel wronged. This was the highest salary that his master could give him. Although the salary was not as high as before, he was very comfortable working. There was no useless person holding him back, and he also had his master's support. Even if he was gay, no one would dare to say anything. The next day after Chu Xuan's promotion, he received a call from Zhang Hongyu. Although he gave Zhang Hongyu his business card and asked if he wanted to know more about their company's endorsement, he did not have much hope. This was because Zhang Hongyu was very popular, and he had not accepted any advertisements or endorsements since he won the Best Actor award. Zhang Hongyu asked gently, "Didn't you say that your company is looking for a spokesperson? I'm here to ask if there's a job opportunity for me." Zhang Hongyu was just being polite. His work schedule was always full, so he didn't lack any job opportunities. He was just taking Zhang Hongyu's casual words seriously. Chu Xuan thanked him again and again, full of surprise. However, he did not know if the budget was enough. Zhang Hongyu was Lin Yanquan's friend. He was a good person, but he did not want to take advantage of him. Chu Xuan asked about the endorsement fee. Zhang Hongyu said, "Let's go according to your budget. You are Lin Yanquan's boyfriend. He has helped me a lot. It's okay if I don't accept the endorsement fee." Chu Xuan quickly said, No, we still have to go according to the market price." He thought about the original budget, gritted his teeth and increased the price. He gave a good number. "Is this okay? If it's not enough, I'll talk to the company." Zhang Hongyu did not disagree. Okay. He wanted to have more contact with Chu Xuan, but they had not met enough. He wanted to know more about Chu Xuan's character. The negotiation was almost done. The two of them agreed verbally. After that, they would draw up a detailed contract and sign it. Chu Xuan was glowing. He went to find his master valiantly. He was full of confidence and wanted to increase the budget. When his master heard that Chu Xuan found Zhang Hongyu to endorse their company, he was shocked. "How did you get him? At this price? And he is not the type to accept any advertisement." Chu Xuan said implicitly, "I have some connections. The author has something to say. Mrs. Western thought of it for me." Godfather F4. See you tomorrow morning at 7. Thanks to Following Your Heart, Cold Dew, Yazzie Recklessness, Knowledge of the Sun X2, Little Bamboo Fox 2, Hachi Chan, Yuminjia, Box X2, Melancholy European, Su Ran, Thousand Sail Spinning Stars, Fried Chicken Wants to See Liar's Breeze, White Night Mud, Gentle Breeze, Yuhua Window Moonlight, Radish Meow, Cocoon, LWH0827X2, Landmine with No Name. Thank you to Akatsuki X2's rocket launcher within a night. Chu Xuan's popularity skyrocketed among the female colleagues in the company. Zhang Hongyu had too many fans, even if they did not want to look at the handsome man. Needless to say, the staff in the planning department were all convinced. Zhang Hongyu was busy with work and had a tight schedule. He first discussed the details with his manager, then took half a day off to come to Y City on Friday. Chu Xuan said, "You're coming over personally to discuss the contract? I thought you'd be free on the day of the shoot since you're so busy." Zhang Hongyu said, "I'm not that busy. I still have some time." The girls in the planning department had all fallen for him. When they heard that Zhang Hongyu was coming over, they tried their best to please Chu Xuan, hoping that he would bring them along. In the end, Chu Xuan brought along the most serious ones, a girl and a boy. They were both new to the job and did not know how to do things. When he saw these two young kids, he thought of himself in the past and could not help but give them a hand. How far they could go would depend on their luck. In the past, he had taught other than Duan Xiaozhen, but Xiaozhen was the only one who was successful and knew how to repay kindness. On Friday, Zhang Hongyu arrived as promised. He was dressed in a low-key but not exaggerated way. He did not wear sunglasses and covered his head. Instead, he wore casual sportswear and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He was still handsome, but he restrained his aura and was humble and serious. At first glance, he looked ordinary. But when he stood beside an ordinary person, he could tell that he was different. He was so beautiful that he did not seem to be of the same race. A celebrity was a celebrity. He did not take this job to earn money. His main purpose was to understand Chu Xuan. Although work and life were different, he could more or less find out about his character. Of course, he did a little research on Chu Xuan's products. If they were really terrible, he would not have taken the job. They discussed the contract for the entire afternoon. To celebrate the happy cooperation, Chu Xuan took the lead and invited Zhang Hongyu, his manager, and his assistant for a meal. Chu Xuan sometimes found the dining table culture strange. Everyone had to have a meal before they did anything. If he did not pay attention to his health, he would have become fat in his middle age. Zhang Hongyu quietly observed the details. Chu Xuan would help his female subordinates drink at the table. His male subordinates were not good at drinking, so he helped to drink and filled his stomach with alcohol. Halfway through, she went to the toilet and the cleaning lady fell. Chu Xuan passed by and saw her, so he helped her up. It was said that a man would only reveal his true colors when he was drunk. Chu Xuan did not lose his composure after drinking. He did not utter a single vulgar word, but his head was dizzy. Zhang Hongyu asked him, "How did you and Lin Yanchen meet?" Chu Xuan felt dizzy. I gave him 300,000. Zhang Hongyu, ? Chu Xuan burped, stretched out two fingers and shook them. 300,000. Let him accompany me for a month. Zhang Hongyu? He didn't understand and continued to ask, "What do you mean by accompanying you for a month?" Chu Xuan smiled and collapsed on the table. He was drunk. Zhang Hongyu, the banquet ended. Chu Xuan was drunk and fell asleep. Someone had to send him home. Zhang Hongyu asked his two subordinates. The two subordinates were terrified. "We don't know where Manager Chu lives." Zhang Hongyu woke Chu Xuan up. "Where do you live? You can't drive home like this. Let us send you home." Chu Xuan was still drunk, but he seemed to be conscious. He said, "Your guests. How can I let you send me home? I'll find someone to send me home." Chu Xuan was so drunk that he couldn't even see the phone screen clearly. He rubbed his eyes and dialed a number. "Dad, I'm drunk. Come to XX Hotel to pick me up." After that, he collapsed again. Zhang Hongyu saw that the two young men were at a loss. He sighed in his heart and reminded them, "You can leave when someone comes to pick him up. It'll be safer. I'll go back to the hotel first." After Zhang Hongyu left, they began to discuss in low voices. "Zhang Hongyu is so friendly. He doesn't put on airs at all. Manager Chu knows him, right?" "I don't think so." After a short while, a Porsche stopped by the roadside. They were bored and said again, "There are so many rich people nowadays. The driver is a handsome guy. I can tell he's a rich second-generation heir. I heard someone say that in this day and age, You either have this kind of car when you're born or you won't have it for the rest of your life. Ha 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 ha. The two of them joked to relieve their boredom. They gradually felt that something was wrong. The handsome guy who got out of the luxury car walked towards them. It can't be? He can hear us from so far away? We're not talking bad about him. It can't be that serious. Lin Yanchen walked in front of them. I'm here to pick up Chushuan. The young man who was supporting Chushuan couldn't help but tremble. Ah? Ah, you're here to pick up Manager Chu? Kiki, but didn't he call his father? You don't look like his father. Lin Yanchen smiled. Chushuan dialed the wrong number. I'm not his father. I'm his boyfriend. If you don't believe me, wake him up and ask him. Chushuan was shaken awake again. When he saw Lin Yanchen, he was puzzled. Why are you here? Am I dreaming? Lin Yanchen said, I received a call from you as soon as I got off the plane. You asked me to pick you up. Chushuan scratched his head. Didn't I call my father to pick me up? Lin Yanchen said, look at who you called. Chushuan took out his phone and looked. Oh, wrong number. Lin Yanchen took him from the other people and half-hugged him. That's right. I'll take you home. Chushuan was very obedient today and followed him. When they were far away, the two young people seemed to wake up from a dream and said excitedly, F***ck. Manager Chu really has a boyfriend. He's so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he also seems to be very rich. God is so unfair. Lin Yanchen was a gentleman at first. Chushuan got into the car. He felt that it was too hot, so he took off his tie and unbuttoned a few buttons of his shirt, revealing his collarbone. He leaned over and murmured. Lin Yanchen couldn't help but want to look at his collar. He swallowed his saliva. His morals were getting weaker and weaker under the temptation of beauty. He asked, son, don't you think it's not good to see Chirp Chirp when you go back with the smell of alcohol? Chushuan was half awake. That's right. Lin Yanchen continued, why don't you sleep at my place? I bought a new house. Let's see if the bed is comfortable. In the future, you and Chirp Chirp will move in. Don't you think it makes sense? Fairywood the drunk Chushuan was very easy to coax. It makes sense. Lin Yanchen had already bought a house in Y City. He couldn't stay in a hotel every time, right? He was waiting for his job to be transferred over. Lin Yanchen half-hugged Chushuan. When they finally reached home, he put him on the bed and kissed his cheek. Son, let's take off our clothes and sleep, the author has something to say, see you at 7 p.m. The elderly were light sleepers, so Mr. Chu woke up at 5:30 a.m. Last night, Chushuan sent him a message saying that he couldn't go home because of work, so Chirp Chirp would sleep with them. Today, he made tofu pudding for breakfast. He had a salty taste, but made Chirp Chirp a sweet one. Chirp Chirp sat in the baby chair and ate by himself with a plastic spoon. He carefully corrected Chirp Chirp's gesture of holding the spoon. Chirp Chirp was getting better at eating. He ate slowly and obediently, not missing a single bite. In the end, when he couldn't scoop up any more, he had to use both hands to hold the small bowl and continue eating. Chirp Chirp raised his head and bravely covered his face with the bowl. The soup at the bottom of the bowl poured directly onto his face. Chirp Chirp was stunned. Grandpa and Grandma, ha 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 ha. Grandma, oh, my little baby, I'm so happy. Don't wipe it for him. Let me take a picture first. Chirp Chirp heard his grandpa and grandma laughing and grinned. His two small, grapefruit white front teeth and two sharp teeth next to them were extremely sweet. Grandpa wrung the towel and helped Chirp Chirp wipe his face and hands first. The soup stained his collar. Grandpa simply took Chirp Chirp to change his clothes, washed his hands, and wiped his face again. After wiping, Mr. Chu picked up Chirp Chirp and smelled it. Chirp Chirp is a fragrant little bow bow. Chirp Chirp giggled and clapped his little hands. Grandpa. Chubby Chu came over. Woof woof. Chirp Chirp said happily, chubby chubby. He had improved a lot now, but he still couldn't speak clearly. It was as if he had dates in his mouth. In addition to Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma, he also learned to call Chubby Chubby. Chirp Chirp was very happy to see Chubby Chubby Chubby. He wriggled and signaled his grandpa to put him down. Grandpa put him on the soft carpet and let him play with little Fatty Chew. When Mr. Chew had some free time, he remembered that he still had a son who hadn't returned home all night. He asked in confusion, "Why isn't Chushuan back yet?" He called Chushuan. "What's your job? Why isn't he back yet?" "I don't want my son anymore." Chushuan said, "I still have something to do, Dad. I'm still at the company." Mr. Chew said, "Then you're not coming back today either? You're too irresponsible as a father. You don't care about your child all day long. You're going overboard. Maybe one day, Chirp Chirp won't even recognize you as a father. If you neglect your child like this, there will definitely be conflicts during puberty." What the hell is going on? They were all thinking about what would happen 10 years later. Chushuan was depressed. He glared at Lin Yanchen beside him. It was all because of this bastard that he was scolded by his father. Lin Yanchen looked away. Mr. Chew continued to complain, and that Lin Yanchen, he's even more irresponsible. He even said that he wanted to marry you. I don't think he's sincere at all. Chirp Chirp is already so old. Has he ever taken care of a child for a day? Chirp Chirp really can't recognize him as a father. When Chushuan heard the words Lin Yanchen, he immediately turned on the public speaker so that Lin Yanchen could hear how he was being scolded. At the same time, he mouthed silently to Lin Yanchen, gloating. "Did you hear that?" The two of them were being scolded together. They could be considered to be going through thick and thin together. Chushuan said, "Dad, I think so too. Lin Yanchen is too irresponsible." Teacher Chu echoed, "Isn't that so? The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Ouch, Chirp. Chirp, what are you doing? Not knowing what happened, Mr. Chew hurriedly hung up the phone. This morning, Chushuan's waist and legs were sore. He woke up in a strange big bed with a dazed look on his face. Then, he found Lin Yanchen hugging him. He woke up and kicked him off the bed. Lin Yanchen got up from the ground in a daze. The ends of his hair were messy. "What's wrong?" Chushuan was angry and annoyed. "You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong?" Lin Yanchen touched the back of his head and chuckled. Chushuan said, "What are you laughing at?" After that, he received a call from his father before he could put on his clothes. He panicked for a moment. He drank too much last night, so he probably didn't ask for leave from his father. Lin Yanchen glanced at the name of the caller and comforted him, "I helped you send a message to your father. He said that you were busy with work last night and didn't come home." Chushuan asked, "How did you unlock my phone?" Lin Yanchen said shamelessly, "Fingerprints." Chushuan ended the call and said to Lin Yanchen angrily, "Did you hear what my father said?" Lin Yanchen was still sitting under the bed. He looked up at Chushuan. He sat cross-legged and said innocently, "I heard," Chushuan said, "today, you're in charge of Chirp Chirp." Lin Yanchen didn't really like Bao Bao. In the whole world, he only liked Chushuan. Even if Chirp Chirp was his and Chushuan's child, he would at most love the child. In his heart, Chushuan's status was about the same as Datu's, because they were related by blood. Sometimes, he would think of Chirp Chirp, but when he saw Chushuan, his mind was full of Chushuan and Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen asked, "Are you coming with me?" Chushuan said, "I'm not going. Today, Zhan Hongyu is shooting a print ad for us. I'm going to supervise the work. You go take care of the child. Let my father go with you. You can get along with Chirp Chirp." Lin Yanchen said, "Oh." He agreed, but he didn't seem very happy. Chushuan was a little disappointed. "Lin Yanchen, do you hate Chirp Chirp? You're really irresponsible. It's too worrying." Sigh. Lin Yanchen immediately became nervous. "I'm sorry. I'll definitely take good care of the child. But I've never taken care of a child before. I don't know if it's a good idea." He thought about it and couldn't help but say with jealousy, "Sometimes, I feel that Chirp Chirp is more important than me in your heart." Chushuan laughed. "How old are you? You're still competing with your own son for attention? You don't have to worry about me. Chirp Chirp is weak and sickly. He has to do atomization every day. I don't feel at ease letting you take care of the child. When the time comes, my father or my mother must be by my side. Young men were the worst at this point. They were still like big boys. It was probably because Lin Yanchen didn't accompany him when he was pregnant and had a child. He didn't have the self-awareness of being a father. Lin Yanchen obediently went to Chu Xuan's house. He even brought gifts, a painting and a jade bracelet. Mr. Chu heard the doorbell ring and went to open the door. When he saw Lin Yanchen, his expression subconsciously turned ugly. However, when he thought of Chu Xuan and Chirp Chirp, he restrained himself and tried to speak gently. You're here? Chu Xuan isn't at home. Because. CC Lin Yanchen said obediently, I've seen Chu Xuan. He was the one who asked me to come. He asked me to take care of Chirp Chirp. Mr. Chu, Lin Yanchen trembled. This is a gift for Uncle and Auntie. Mr. Chu stepped aside and said, come in. Lin Yanchen walked past Mr. Chu and saw Chirp Chirp playing with Chubby Chu in the living room. Chirp Chirp could now stand up shakily and last for a second or two. Chubby Chu saw him stand up and immediately lay down. Chirp Chirp struggled to climb onto his back and pulled hard on his dog's fur. It looked painful, but Chubby Chu wasn't angry at all. He stood up and wanted to carry Chirp Chirp away. However, he couldn't carry it steadily. After a few steps, Chirp Chirp slipped down and fell on the carpet with a muffled thud. Chirp Chirp didn't cry even after falling down. Instead, he laughed happily. Little Fatty Chu was also very happy. Awoo, 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 he crazily wagged his tail and gently nudged Cho-Cho with his head. Cho-Cho then got up and climbed onto his back. He fell again and climbed again. He climbed again and fell again. Back and forth. He didn't get tired of it. Lin Yanchen watched for a while. My son knows how to have fun, he's like me when I was young. The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you to Little Bamboo Fox, Free Will, Yiqian, Yazzie, Cold Dew X2, Mushi X2, Orchid Jade Shavings, Sweet Tongue, Jiri Wisdom X2, Chi-Chi, Shinian, LWH0827X2, AAA, Fidei, Radish Meow, Little Swallow Fly X4, Chistel's Land Mine. Thank you to Ordinary People Li, Baoing, and Findingu for their grenades. Thank you to Akatsuki X2 for your rocket launcher. The first step of Lin Yanchen's child-rearing plan was met with a setback, a dog that got in the way. Lin Yanchen had been here once before because he didn't do anything excessive. At that time, Chubby Chu just observed him from a distance. This time, Lin Yanchen approached Chirp Chirp and even wanted to take Chirp Chirp away. Chubby Chu couldn't stand it anymore. He pounced on him and barked fiercely. Lin Yanchen was scared and took a few steps back. He was in disbelief, annoyed, confused, and at a loss. What should he do? Chirp Chirp found it interesting. He stood up with the help of the sofa and mimicked Chubby Chu. Awoo, awoo, woof, woof, woof. Chubby Chu's barks were a little mighty. Chirp Chirp's childlike voice was very cute. Chirp Chirp stood for a while and couldn't stand anymore. He sat on the ground and clapped his little hands happily when he saw Lin Yanchen was scared away. Lin Yanchen was stunned and exclaimed, "This little puppy." Lin Yanchen circled around Chirp Chirp. As long as he was 2 meters away, Chubby Chu wouldn't move. If he got a little closer, even if he secretly took the child from behind, he would be immediately discovered by Chubby Chu and driven away. Lin Yanchen was helpless. What should I do? I can't even touch the child. How can I take care of the child? Mr. Chu gloated. Who told you not to take care of the child? Chubby Chu doesn't know you, and Chirp Chirp doesn't know you either. Lin Yanchen scratched his head and didn't know where to start. He asked honestly, "Father-in-law, can you teach me what to do?" Mr. Chu saw that he bowed his head to him and had a good attitude. He was satisfied, but he still snorted out of habit. Okay. The point guard is here, Mr. Chu walked over and picked up Chirp Chirp. Chubby Chu didn't stop him at all. He even wagged his tail with an expression that said, "I protected the little master, please praise me." Mr. Chu patted his head, and Chirp Chirp followed suit. Mr. Chu passed the Chirp Chirp to Lin Yanchen. Take it. Lin Yanchen awkwardly carried the baby. He tried hard to recall the way Chu Xuan had taught him to carry the baby last time, but he still couldn't carry it well. Chirp Chirp didn't dislike him. When little Fatty Chew saw him take away Chirp Chirp, he trotted over and paced back and forth anxiously beside them. However, because Mr. Chew was also there, he did not scream. He only glared fiercely at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen asked, "What about him?" Mr. Chew said, "There's nothing you can do about it. Little Fatty Chew doesn't treat you as a family. If you come often, he won't be like this if he knows that you're Chirp Chirp's father. You can't rush it. You can only take it slow." Lin Yanchen played with Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was an obedient bow bow. Lin Yanchen casually made faces with him, and Chirp Chirp giggled. Lin Yanchen was also good at playing. He felt that Chirp Chirp's temper was much better than Bao Tu's, who ignored him. Mr. Chew watched them play. The more he watched, the more he felt that Lin Yanchen was stupid. Seeing him like this, he was not as scared as when he first found out that his family was super rich. He was probably a rich fool. He looked at Chirp Chirp and then looked at Lin Yanchen. The father and son looked really alike. Chirp Chirp's beautiful big eyes were inherited from Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen became more and more stupid as he played. He even let Chirp Chirp sit on the sofa and used his head to rub Chirp Chirp's belly. As he did so, he mimicked a dog and barked, "Ow ow 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 ow." Of course, he did not use much strength. Chirp Chirp seemed to like this very much. He laughed until his voice was sharp. Lin Yanchen felt that he was really good at making the child so happy in such a short time. When he went back, he would show off to his son and continue playing this game. Mr. Chew wanted to say something but hesitated. "I advise you not to play like this." Lin Yanchen was just about to raise his head to ask why when Chirp Chirp lowered his head and vomited milk. He vomited all over his face. Lin Yanchen, "Mr. Chew, see, I advised you not to play like this." Chirp Chirp felt comfortable and smiled after vomiting milk. Mr. Chew reached out and hugged him. "You little sloppy. Grandpa will take you to change your clothes." Lin Yanchen made a mistake and quickly said, "Let me do it. Let me do it. It's all my fault." Mr. Chew glanced at him. "It's okay. Hurry up and wipe your face. Your hair is dirty too. Wash it." Lin Yanchen's head was indeed full of milk. He quickly went to wash his face and hair. When he came out, he saw his father-in-law taking care of the child. He was holding a children's picture book and telling Chirp Chirp stories. Chirp Chirp didn't know if he could understand, but he was looking at the beautiful and colorful picture very seriously. Lin Yanchen was quite embarrassed. He sat down on the sofa and apologized in frustration and sincerity. "It's my fault. I made Chirp Chirp vomit milk." He actually messed things up so quickly. Mr. Chew saw that he was sincerely sorry and wasn't so biased. Instead, he comforted him. "It's okay. When I first became a father, I was also in a mess. You just have to learn slowly." Lin Yanchen said, "Can I still come next week?" Mr. Chew said, "Of course. It's tiring for you to rush back and forth like this, but Chirp Chirp is still young and sick. It's not good to let Chushuan take him to B-City to find you." Lin Yanchen said, "I plan to come to Y-City to work. I've already bought a house." Mr. Chew asked, "Is there a room for me and Chushuan's mother?" Lin Yanchen was stunned and said, "Yes, yes." The house he bought was so big that it was natural for him to tidy up a room. Mr. Chew smiled. "Even if there is, I won't live there. When the time comes, you can live with Chirp Chirp by yourselves." Everyone was young. "When I was young, I didn't like to live with my elders. You have your life, and we have ours." Lin Yanchen hesitated and asked, "I thought you wanted to live with Chirp Chirp." Mr. Chew laughed and scolded, "You wish. You didn't pay a cent for us to take care of the child for free. I even paid to buy milk powder and diapers. I like Chirp Chirp, but I don't want my life to revolve entirely around the child. I have my own interests and hobbies. I'll live my own life first. When I'm free, I'll go and see Chirp Chirp, my baby." Lin Yanchen rarely talked to his father-in-law calmly like this. He felt that Mr. Chew and Chushuan's temperament were quite similar. At first, he felt that this person was really sharp-tongued, but after a few more words, he couldn't be more soft-hearted. Chirp Chirp played and coughed a few times. Mr. Chu said, I'm going to miss Chirp Chirp. Come and help. Lin Yanchen held the child and let Chirp Chirp sit on his lap. Mr. Chu came over with the atomizer and medicine. First, he wiped Chirp Chirp's face with a towel, and then mist it for him. The mask covered half of his small face. Chirp Chirp was probably a little uncomfortable and listless, but he was quiet and didn't struggle. Lin Yanchen thought of his mother lying on the hospital bed and said with concern, a Chushuan said that Chirp Chirp's heart was also damaged, and he might have to undergo surgery. Why was he born prematurely? Speaking of this, Mr. Chu became angry. It's all Ji Tianzi's fault. Lin Yanchen asked, Ji Tianzi? Mr. Chu said truthfully, Chushuan's health was better, and he shouldn't have been born prematurely. That day, Ji Tianzi suddenly came to Chushuan and pulled him. Chirp Chirp came to this world prematurely. Mr. Chu's heart ached. Chirp Chirp was sent to the emergency department as soon as he was born. He was sick all over, and several of his fingernails haven't grown out yet. He's only a little more than 3 kilograms, so small. Lin Yanchen asked, who is Ji Tianzi? Where does he live? Mr. Chu was stunned. What do you want to do? Lin Yanchen said, he bullied my wife and child. Of course, I have to get back at him. Mr. Chu said, I've already beaten him up once. Lin Yanchen said, that's not the same. The author has something to say, the 7 o'clock in the morning is still stuck. I'll go to the 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yanchen roughly understood Ji Tianzi's information from his father-in-law. Mr. Chu recalled and said uncertainly, Ji Tianzi was Junjun's high school classmate. They were quite close back then. I don't think this person's character is good. I didn't agree with Junjun dating him back then, but Junjun was young and didn't know any better. He actually wanted to say that Chushuan fell out with his family because of Ji Tianzi, but after all, Lin Yanchen was Chushuan's boyfriend now. He was afraid that Lin Yanchen would feel uncomfortable if he knew. Lin Yanchen heard this and remembered what Chushuan had told him before. He understood that Ji Tianzi was the man Chushuan had a crush on for more than 10 years. Chushuan fell out with his family because of this person. He was too jealous. Chushuan's youth was wasted on this idiot. Lin Yanchen really wanted to rush over and beat this idiot up, but it was obviously unrealistic. He suppressed his anger. Do you know his company or home address? Mr. Chu said, I don't know. Lin Yanchen nodded. He had to investigate it himself. Seeing that Mr. Chu was looking at him, he restrained his anger and said, do you think I'm rude? Mr. Chu said, a reliable man has to stand up for his family. This is nothing, but he has to know his limits. He has to vent his anger and not kill anyone. Speaking of which, Junjun also said that she wanted to beat him up. First, Chirp Chirp was sick and couldn't leave. Then, she was busy with work. Lin Yanchen felt that his relationship with his father-in-law had become much closer. Indeed, speaking ill of others together was the right way to increase intimacy. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. He had to think about how to deal with Ji Tianzi. He had to go back and investigate thoroughly before making a good plan. During lunch, Lin Yanchen asked excitedly, shall I feed Chirp Chirp? Mr. Chu said, no, Chirp Chirp can eat by itself. Just watch. Mr. Chu retired at home, so he had a lot of free time. Every meal, he would cook delicious food for Chirp Chirp. If Chirp Chirp liked it, he would cook for her in the future. If she didn't like it, he wouldn't cook for her in the future. However, Chirp Chirp was not a picky Bao Bao. Basically, there was nothing that he did not want to eat. However, there was still a slight difference. If he liked it, he would lick the small bowl clean. However, even if it did not suit his taste, he would still eat more than half of it. Lin Yanchen curiously watched Chirp Chirp eat. Chirp Chirp saw his grandfather bring the bib over. He even knew that he had to take the initiative to stretch out his neck, wanting to get it done quickly. Every time, after putting on the bib, she would give him his food. But this time, his grandfather did not put on the bib for him. He panicked. Was there no food to eat? Chirp. Chirp looked at his grandfather eagerly. Mr. Chu handed the bib to Lin Yanchen. Put it on for him. Lin Yanchen obeyed. He carefully put on the bib for Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp looked at him gratefully. Lin Yanchen was being stared at by Chirp Chirp for the first time. He was a little embarrassed, but also proud. Look, Bao Bao liked him so much. Mr. Chu said again, here, if you give him his food again, he will like you even more. Chirp Chirp is a little glutton. He will like whoever gives him good food. Today, I made something that he likes very much. Lin Yanchen personally brought a bowl of green paste over and put it on the small table of the baby chair. Chirp Chirp was very happy even before he ate. Lin Yanchen asked, what is this? It smells so good. Mr. Chu said, a thick soup made with spinach, potatoes, and cream. Lin Yanchen took the opportunity to flatter him. You really know how to cook. Mr. Chu was very happy. It's okay. Now that the internet is so advanced, I went online to search. There are a lot of baby recipes. I follow them. It's different every day. Lin Yanchen said exaggeratedly, you are so good. I want to learn from you. I will study hard when I go back. The next time I come, I will cook for Chirp Chirp. Mr. Chu looked at him. Before, he thought that this kid was not responsible enough and did not seem to care about the child. Now that he looked at him, it was okay. Maybe it was just his first time being a father and did not know how to do things. He just needed to give him some guidance and did not slack off. He had seen a lot of male chauvinist husbands. Among the students he used to teach, most of them were particularly rebellious and did not have good fathers. Many young people nowadays were like this. Some deliberately worked overtime to avoid taking care of the child. Even when they went home, they would rather play games than take care of the child. When the child cried, they would just leave it alone. They would not check if the child was hungry, needed to pee, or was not feeling well. They would say that they could not spoil the child. When the child was tired from crying, he would stop crying. Ling Diankenshu. What kind of father was this? However, this was Lin Yanchen's first time taking care of a child. Maybe it was just a novelty. It would be a test for him to take care of the child every day. He did not know if he could take it. Although Chirp Chirp was already a rare good Bao Bao, even so, the three of them still felt impatient taking care of the child. Lin Yanchen saw Chirp Chirp eat for the first time. He did not look down at the child from above. Instead, he squatted beside the stroller and looked at Chirp Chirp at the same level. Chirp Chirp was very serious. He held the small spoon tightly and scooped up a spoonful of paste. He had to fill it up. This was a bit greedy. It was so full that if he brought the spoon from the bowl to his mouth, it would accidentally spill out. Therefore, he was incomparably nervous and stared at the spoon without blinking. His small hands were still trembling a little as he slowly moved the spoon to ensure that no delicious food would fall out. Finally, when it reached his mouth, he put it into his mouth and ate it all in one mouthful. Wow! Lin Yanchen made a fuss and cheered. He was very touched and praised, Chirp Chirp is so good. Chirp Chirp successfully ate delicious food and was praised. Yang Yang was very proud. He raised the spoon, danced around, and smiled at Lin Yanchen. Mr. Chu could not help but laugh. They were really a big clown and a little clown. They were a pair of clowns. After lunch, it was Bao Bao's afternoon nap time. Lin Yanchen took the initiative and said, I'll coax him to sleep. I'll try. It was quite enjoyable to take care of the child with Lin Yanchen. Mr. Chu taught him, there's a secret to coaxing Chirp Chirp to sleep. Lin Yanchen listened attentively. Mr. Chu asked Lin Yanchen to put Chirp Chirp in the baby's cradle. Chirp Chirp did not want to say anything. As soon as he was put down, he sat up on his own. His eyes were shining as he reached out to Lin Yanchen and said, Yee. Lin Yanchen's heart immediately softened. He wants to play with me, right? I'm free anyway. Mr. Chu said, no, it's not easy to get into a routine. You can't mess it up. Lin Yanchen changed the topic again. Okay. Mr. Chu said, you rock the cradle. Lin Yanchen gently rocked the cradle. Chirp Chirp thought that he was playing with him and laughed. Mr. Chu used his trump card. He played Mozart's piano music on his phone. Within a minute, Chirp Chirp yawned. After a while, he lay down on his own. Within 5 minutes, Chirp Chirp fell asleep. Lin Yanchen. Mr. Chu said proudly, I found this by accident. Although he doesn't cry, it's hard to coax him to sleep. He's tormented us to death. Lin Yanchen was full of admiration. Thank you. Mr. Chu, okay, I'll teach you. In the future, you'll take care of the child. I want to go on a trip with Junjun's mother. It's not easy to retire. Lin Yanchen, the time was set. Chirp Chirp slept for more than half an hour and woke him up. Lin Yanchen couldn't sit still and asked Mr. Chu, can I take Chirp Chirp out for a walk? Mr. Chu said, sure, the weather is good today. It's good to go out and bask in the sun. I'll go with you. Lin Yanchen put Chirp Chirp in the pram. Chirp Chirp knew that he was going out to play and was excited. Of course, Lin Yanchen was the one pushing the pram. Mr. Chu was a few steps behind to keep a distance so that the father and son could have a chance to interact. A car passed by and stopped not far away. Zhan Hongyu had finished his work and was on the way back. He inadvertently glanced at it just now and thought that he had seen wrongly. When he stopped the car and took a closer look, it was really Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen wasn't in Y City. He was probably here to see Chu Xuan, but why was he with a baby? Lin Yanchen smiled foolishly as he pushed the pram. This scene was too strange. Okay, at this moment, Lin Yanchen stopped for some reason and picked up the little Bao Bao. Zhan Hongyu saw the little Bao Bao's appearance. It was unbelievable. He looked exactly like Lin Yanchen when he was a child. If that was the case, there were only two possibilities. Either Lin Yanchen's father was still strong and gave birth to a younger brother for Lin Yanchen, and Lin Yanchen accepted it and got along well with his younger brother, or Lin Yanchen had a child with a woman behind everyone's back. Author has something to say. 2 is barely hanging on, smiley face, 3 angle, see you tomorrow morning at 7. Thank you to Xu Shuang, a Jew, Huai, Hanlu X2, Little Bamboo Fox, MOU, Ji X2, Seguchi, LWH0827X2, 8 out of 10, Mosquito 4321, Akatsuki, mine. Thank you to this lady X2. 24176233 for the grenades. Thank you to Akatsuki X2 for the rocket launcher. Lin Yanchen's father didn't remarry. Uncle Lin was a decent person. His private life was the cleanest among his generation of uncles. After his first wife passed away, he had girlfriends, but when he had girlfriends, he didn't have any scandals. He didn't have any relationships with other women, and they were all of similar age and family background. He had never kept a mistress. Ever since Lin Yanchen ruined his remarriage when he was 16, he lived a pure life and focused on his work. He never had a girlfriend, so it was impossible for him to suddenly have an illegitimate child. Then it could only be another guess. Lin Yanchen killed someone when they didn't know about it. Zhan Hongyu couldn't believe it. Lin Yanchen was actually this kind of person? He even had ambiguous feelings for Lin Yanchen. In the past, he was too young. Later on, his work wasn't suitable for relationships. Also, he knew that Lin Yanchen was straight, so he didn't let those feelings sprout. In the end, Lin Yanchen suddenly said that he was gay and was preparing to marry his boyfriend. He was a little depressed, but after interacting with Chu Xuan and realizing that Chu Xuan was a good person, he suppressed his unspeakable thoughts and gave his blessings to Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen. But what was this? Lin Yanchen thought that Chu Xuan wasn't in so much pain when he died? But wasn't something like this supposed to happen? He thought that his previous lover had died, and in order to heal the pain, he got a new lover. In the end, his old lover returned. This child might be the product of that. He didn't know how deep Lin Yanchen's relationship with the child's mother was. But now, he was officially introducing Chu Xuan as his boyfriend, the person he was going to marry in the future. It was obvious who Lin Yanchen had chosen in the end. This Bao Bao looked to be 6 or 7 months old. Counting the time of birth, it should have been not long after Chu Xuan's death when Lin Yanchen killed someone. Zhan Hongyu couldn't accept it. Lin Yanchen's image in his heart had completely collapsed. Since he loved Chu Xuan, why would he have sex with someone else right after Chu Xuan passed away? Since she had already given birth to a child, she should take responsibility and marry the child's mother to settle her relationship with Chu Xuan. What was this? She wanted a child, but she couldn't bear to part with Chu Xuan. Does Chushuan know about the existence of this child? No, he shouldn't know. If Lin Yanchen had already confessed, the child should have already appeared in Lin Yanchen's house in B City. How could Chushuan know about this when even his friends didn't know about it? Lin Yanchen deliberately concealed the existence of this child and did not intend to give this child a status. Zhang Hongyu felt a throbbing pain in his forehead. How infuriating. This was not uncommon in the world he grew up in. His uncles and even his father had countless mistresses. They just didn't bring them home and sent them away outside. They felt that they were not letting their wives down. Back then, when he and his buddies were young, they got along well and played together. It was because they shared the same values and hated to become adults like this. He just didn't expect that Lin Yanchen would become like this one day. He was utterly disappointed. Zhang Hongyu took a picture of Lin Yanchen taking care of the child from afar and left it as solid evidence. He had experienced too many ups and downs in his life. Usually, he would tell himself not to meddle in other people's business. But not this time. Zhang Hongyu created a new group on WeChat and added his other best friends to the group. Then, he sent a new message to the group. He posted the picture. Lu Hao was the most heartless, ha 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 ha, why is Lao Lin taking care of a child? He's laughing like an idiot. Zhuolin Hui, Laozhan, where did you take the picture? Why did you post it, Zhang Hongyu? I accidentally bumped into it in Y City. This child looks too much like Lin Yanchen. He's definitely his biological child. Lu Hao, Zhuolin Hui, no way, when did Lao Lin have a child, Lu Hao, that's not right. What about Chushuan, Zhuolin Hui, you're the idiot. LV Hao belatedly realized, F*CK, could it be that old Lin is two-timing? Is his character that bad? Lao Lin is actually such a person, Zhuolin Hui, I have to calm down. I can't imagine Lin Yanchen doing such a thing. Lu Hao, I think there must be some misunderstanding. I don't think Lao Lin is that kind of person, Zhang Hongyu, what do you guys think we should do now, Zhuolin Hui, I think this is Lin Yanchen's private matter. Lu Hao, I still think there must be some misunderstanding. Zhang Hongyu, you mean we should just leave it be and let him do whatever he wants, Zhuolin Hui, Laozhan, I know you're angry. Calm down. I'm angry too. But the child is already born. Can't we just put it back? Lin Yanchen has already become like this. What can we do even if we try to persuade him? The mistake has already been made. That's Lin Yanchen's life. He has to take responsibility for his mistakes. Lu Hao, no, don't argue. Why are you arguing first, Lu Hao? I don't understand what you're arguing about. Why don't you just ask Lao Lin? I hate it when you guys are beating around the bush. Lu Hao, if you don't dare to ask, I'll do it. Tan Xiaoming, I'm only here for 10 minutes. What happened? What are you guys talking about? Why did you create this group? Why didn't you bring Lao Lin, Zhang Hongyu, forget it. I'll go ask. Lin Yanchen was taking Chirp for a walk when he received a call from Chushuan. He said that he had finished work and was on his way home. Lin Yanchen happily took Chirp home. Not long after he entered the house, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yanchen said enthusiastically, it must be Chushuan. I'll open the door. Lin Yanchen opened the door and saw an unexpected person standing outside. He was stunned. Laozhan, why are you here? Zhang Hongyu was dressed in low-key clothes and wore a hat. He pulled up his mask and said, come downstairs and talk to me. Lin Yanchen, huh? Lin Yanchen was confused, but after thinking about it, he still followed Zhang Hongyu. Before he left, he said to Mr. Chu in the house, Uncle, my friend is looking for me. I'll go downstairs and talk to him for a while. I'll be back later. Mr. Chu, Lin Yanchen followed Zhang Hongyu downstairs and talked under a tree by the road. Lin Yanchen was confused. Why are you here? Zhang Hongyu looked at him in disappointment and said bitterly, I saw everything. Lin Yanchen, what did you see? Zhang Hongyu, I saw you with a child. That child looks exactly like you. How could you do this? If you wanted this child, would you get back together with Chushuan? Does Chushuan know about this? Ancient God Emperor Lin Yanchen was stunned. He finally understood what Zhang Hongyu had misunderstood. He wanted to explain, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know where to start. Lin Yanchen said dryly, he knows. The person who was dumbfounded was Zhang Hongyu. Awkward. Chu Xuan actually knew? Could Chu Xuan accept being cuckolded? Then he could only be filled with righteous indignation? Mr. Zhang? A voice sounded behind Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu turned around and saw Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan didn't know what had happened. He smiled and said, "Are you looking for Lin Yanchen? This is my house. Since you're here, come up and have a seat. Have a cup of tea." Zhang Hongyu, wait, what's going on? Zhang Hongyu stood at the door of the house where he had seen Lin Yanchen bring the child. He then saw Chu Xuan open the door and invite him in. After that, he saw the little Bao Bao call out Daddy. Chu Xuan went up and carried the child. Zhang Hongyu looked at Chu Xuan, then at the Bao Bao, then at Chu Xuan, then at the Bao Bao. Was he face-blind? Why did he feel that the Bao Bao and Chu Xuan looked alike? Is there a guest? Chu Xuan's mother had just fertilized the flowers on the balcony. She came in with a small spatula. When she saw who it was, she was so shocked that she threw the spatula away. Zhang Hongyu? In person? Really? Alive? Mr. Chu adjusted his glasses and said, "Oh, isn't this the person in the TV series you often watch?" Zhang Hongyu came back to his senses and greeted him absent-mindedly, "Hello, hello." He didn't understand. Zhang Hongyu took a deep breath and said, "What's going on?" Lin Yanchen touched his nose and said, "It's a long story. You seem to think that I'm having an affair? I'm not." Zhang Hongyu, then this child. After a few words, Chu Xuan probably knew that he had made a mistake. He couldn't help but want to laugh and said, "I gave birth to him. Bao Bao is Lin Yanchen's and my child." Chirp Chirp was playing with a caterpillar toy. He handed it to Chu Xuan and said in a childish voice, "Daddy." Zhang Hongyu, his phone vibrated. "Tan Xiaoming, I've finished reading your chat history." "Oh my god, how did Lin Yanchen become like this? This scumbag. I must condemn him." The author has something to say. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Master has been dead for 2 days. I hope he can come back to life today. Also, my author's column collection is still 31 short of 18,000. Is there anyone who hasn't collected my column yet? Help me round it up. Zhang Hongyu suddenly asked in the group, "Do you believe that men can have children? Lu Hao, Lao Zhan, are you pregnant?" "Ha ha 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 Lu Hao, but didn't you say that you went to look for Lin Yanchen? Why are you talking about men having children again? Shuo Lin Hui, Lao Zhan, what do you mean? Don't say that out of nowhere." Zhang Hongyu, "I went to look for Lin Yanchen, that's why I'm asking you guys this question." Tan Xiaoming, "I'm lucky this time." "How did it go? Did you scold Lin Yanchen? What did he say? Did he admit his mistake? What do you plan to do? I think it's better to be responsible for the child's mother. Don't you guys think so, Lu Hao? Could it be that Lin Yanchen is pregnant?" "Ha ha ha ha, Zhang Hongyu, no. Zhang Hongyu, Chu Xuan is the child's mother. His body is special, so he can have children." "Lu Hao, this is too funny. Lao Zhan, don't tease me. When did you start joking?" Zhang Hongyu, just now you said that Lin Yanchen is pregnant, then you said that I'm pregnant. Now I can't say that Chu Xuan is pregnant." "Lu Hao, Lao Zhan, are you joking or are you serious?" Zhang Hongyu, "I'm serious. See, I thought you guys wouldn't believe me at first. When Lao Lin and Brother Chu told me, I didn't believe it either. Then I looked at his prenatal checkup record. He really gave birth to the child. That's why I didn't tell anyone." Shuo Lin Hui, "I'm even angrier now. Lao Zhan is too disloyal. The child is already so big, but he didn't tell us? Does he not trust us? Does he think that if he told us, we would leak it?" Tan Xiaoming, "I remember now. Last time we went to Lao Zhan's house to see what kind of boyfriend he had. I said that I was bringing a gift for Datu, but I said it was for Lao Zhan's son. Their reactions were a little strange. I was puzzled. Everything makes sense now. Zhang Hongyu, Lao Lin allowed me to tell you guys. I made a mistake. I blamed Lao Lin. I'm sorry. the atmosphere became awkward. Just now, they were all scolding Lin Yanchen. The 5 of them were best friends, but none of them had a happy family. Lin Yanchen's mother died early, and his father had a bad relationship with him. Zhang Hongyu's father had a mistress and chased him and his mother out of the family with nothing. His mother passed away not long after. Tan Xiaoming, Lu Hao, and Zhuo Linhui's parents were also divorced. Tan Xiaoming and Lu Hao were still fighting with their stepmother and siblings with their father. Zhuo Linhui was with his mother. His mother was in the clothing and cosmetics business, and he took over her business. That was why all of them hated cheating. When they were young, they said that they would never become disgusting men like some male elders. Actually, they used to play with their friends, but some of them changed after they grew up. They slowly distanced themselves from these people, and now, only the few of them were left. Lin Yanchen was the one who started this small group. So, they thought that Lin Yanchen cheated on them and caused someone's death. That was why they were so shocked. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. But, it was too embarrassing. They had to take a break before they had the face to look for Lin Yanchen again. Lu Hao was born stupid, so he quickly adapted. Lao Zhan, did you take a picture of the child? I want to see what Lao Lin's son looks like. You said that he looks like him. Let me see. Zhuo Linhui, you accepted it so quickly? It's a man giving birth. Don't you want to confirm it, Lu Hao? Lao Zhan wouldn't lie to me, and Lao Zhan isn't easy to lie to either. If even Lao Zhan was fooled, I'm sure I'll be fooled even more. If a man gives birth, then so be it. The world is big and there are all kinds of strange things. Relax. You just like to think too much and bring trouble to yourself. Zhang Hongyu, I didn't take a close-up picture. If you want to see it, I'll ask if I can. Wait a minute. Zhuo Linhui, you're still there? Zhang Hongyu, yes, Chu Xuan's parents are very warm. I can't refuse their kindness, so they asked me to stay for dinner. Zhang Hongyu looked up and heard the 2 old people's loud voices. Mr. Chu. Where's your 30-year-old Mao Tai? Take it out, take it out. Didn't you buy Australian lobsters before? Make it. And the abalone that old Lin gave. Sigh, too bad I don't have time to stew. Buddha jumps over the wall. You make the best one. Lin Yanchen was obediently helping his father-in-law prepare the ingredients. He was extremely jealous. It was his first time here and he got to eat fried rice. Why was Lao Zhan so lucky? Mr. Chu was also muttering in a low voice. He said with heartache, I usually can't bear to drink that bottle of Mao Tai. Lin Yanchen sympathized with him and comforted him. Money will always come back. I'll bring you another bottle of 30-year-old Mao Tai another day. Mr. Chu felt wronged. Okay. Lin Yanchen sneaked a glance at the living room. Zhang Hongyu was talking to Chu Xuan. Zhang Hongyu asked politely, a few of Lao Lin's friends and I, the ones you met last time, said that they want to see the child. Can I take a picture for them? Chu Xuan nodded. Of course. Zhang Hongyu walked to Chirp Chirp and fiddled with the camera. When he hid, he was almost as tall as a baby walker. Chirp Chirp had recently started walking with a baby walker. When he saw Zhang Hongyu approaching, he was not afraid. His eyes were wide and round as he looked at Zhang Hongyu curiously. Bao Bao's eyes were as clear as a mountain stream. Zhang Hongyu felt as if his heart was being purified when he looked at him. Chirp Chirp smiled at him. He was stunned. Damn. He was too cute. He was 100 times cuter than Lin Yanchen when he was young. He could still remember how Lin Yanchen was when he first met him in kindergarten. Lin Yanchen was so cool when he was young. He dared to go against adults. In his impression, he had never been so soft. Chirp Chirp and Lin Yanchen looked like father and son. However, he was also similar to Chu Xuan. He always chose the best parts of his father to grow on himself. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the first time Zhang Hongyu had seen such an adorable baby. He felt that he looked like a radish when he was young. Zhang Hongyu took a few photos and videos. Chirp Chirp was not afraid to take photos and was very cooperative. He sent the photos to the group and received a lot of responses. Lu Hao, damn, Lao Lin's son is so cute. Zhuo Linhui, it really looks like. I never thought that doggy Lin would be the first one to get married and have a child. He is so silly. What's so good about raising a child? Don't look at how cute they are. They are all little devils. Tan Xiaoming, what's Lao Lin's Bao Bao's name? Zhan Hongyu, chirp chirp. Zhan Hongyu refreshed the page and found that the name of the group had been changed, Chirp Chirp's Godfathers. Zhan Hongyu, who changed it? Tan Xiaoming, me. Sunglasses, Zhuolinhui, I don't want to be a father yet, Zhan Hongyu, forget it if you don't want to. Then I will kick you out. The few of us will be Chirp Chirp's godfathers. Old Lu, what about you? Lu Hao, yes, 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 yes. I will go and make a longevity lock for Chirp Chirp now. A few days ago, I got a glass-type jade that looks really good. Lu Beek. Net Zhuolinhui, wait, did you ask Lao Lin if he agrees to let us be the godfathers? Tan Xiaoming, he dares not to agree? Isn't that a tacit agreement? Lin Yanchen came out of the kitchen and saw Zhan Hongyu playing with Chirp Chirp. Chubby Chu was next to him, wagging his tail intimately. Lin Yanchen was jealous beyond recognition. Why didn't Chubby Chu yell at him? Zhan Hongyu said innocently, maybe because I am more handsome than you. Chu Xuan gloated. Ha 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 ha. The author has something to say. Thank you to Erba, Charsel, Cold Dew, Star Spinning Thousand Sails, LWH0827X2, Azza, Old Poison, Bus Hun, Gigi, Yavilica X2 for the landmines. Thank you to 31038754 and 24176233 for the grenades. Thank you to Akatsuki for the rocket launcher. Before the news broadcast ended, Zhan Hongyu left after eating. His schedule was tight and he had to catch a plane. Chu Xuan's mother was especially reluctant to part with him. She even gave Zhan Hongyu a painting that she was proud of. At 8 o'clock prime time, a popular TV series started airing. Zhan Hongyu's face appeared on the TV. Lin Yanchen didn't understand one thing at first. Didn't they say that little fatty Chu would bark at anyone who approached Chirp Chirp other than his family? Why didn't he bark at Zhan Hongyu? Now, he finally understood. This dog was obediently lying on the ground and watching TV with him, as if it could understand what was on TV. When the main character played by Zhan Hongyu was in danger, he even barked at the bad guy nervously. Damn, no wonder he didn't bark at Zhan Hongyu and even wagged his tail at Zhan Hongyu. Forget about little fatty Chu, even Chirp Chirp betrayed him. When Zhan Hongyu appeared on screen, he clapped his little hands excitedly. Lin Yanchen was so angry that he laughed. He took a picture of this and sent it to Zhan Hongyu. My son is still a little feather. Zhan Hongyu was so adorable that he sent it to the Godfather group to show off. Looks like I'm going to be a big step ahead of you guys. Lu Hao, TSK, old dog Zhan, you're still as sinister as ever, Lin Yanchen asked his mother-in-law. Does little fatty Chu watch TV with you every day? His mother-in-law said, yes, little fatty is very smart. He will watch TV. When he sees a big bad guy on TV who wants to harm someone, he will bark. Lin Yanchen had an ominous feeling in his heart. Then what about Chirp Chirp? His mother-in-law said, he watches Chirp Chirp too. Chirp Chirp likes to watch it. Lin Yanchen, no wonder Chubby Chu and Chirp Chirp liked Zhan Hongyu so much. They watched Zhan Hongyu on TV every day. Maybe he was not as familiar as Zhan Hongyu to them as their father. Chu Xuan could tell that he was depressed. He secretly pulled his hand and whispered to him, Shaolin, what's wrong? Lin Yanchen dejectedly said, I've always thought that I was quite likable. How come when I got here, I became so loathsome and annoying? Although he felt a little sorry for Lin Yanchen, Chu Xuan felt that it was funny. He even felt that Shaolin was especially cute like this. He looked around and saw that his mother was engrossed in watching television and his father was taking a bath in the kitchen. He went over and quickly kissed Lin Yanchen on the cheek. Chu Xuan coaxed him, don't doubt it. Of course you're likable. I like you the most. Lin Yanchen's ears were red. With just a kiss, his anger and tiredness disappeared. The two of them secretly held hands. They even interlocked their fingers and pressed their palms together. Because their parents were around, just holding hands seemed like they were having an affair. Chu Xuan asked him, are you staying over tonight? Lin Yanchen nodded. He had a dirty mind. We'll sleep together. Chu Xuan said, we'll sleep together with Chirp Chirp. Lin Yanchen, this little light bulb. I wonder how long he's going to stay like this. Chirp Chirp is still Bao Bao. Can't he not sleep early? He's still growing. They watched an episode of the TV series. At 8:30, Chirp Chirp had to go to sleep. Chushuan hugged Chirp Chirp and coaxed him. Chirp Chirp snuggled in his arms. Chushuan was very experienced in coaxing him. After a while, Chirp Chirp leaned his head on his shoulder and was about to fall asleep. Chushuan gently put him in the crib. Chirp Chirp slept on his back like a little pig and covered him with a blanket. After coaxing the child to sleep, they were free. Chushuan and Lin Yanchen spoke softly. With a smile, Chushuan asked him, "How do you feel today?" Xiaolin's daddy, do you feel closer to Bao Bao? Lin Yanchen nodded and said embarrassedly, I feel quite tired. But I also feel closer to Bao Bao. They finally coaxed the child to sleep. Was it just the two of them now? Lin Yanchen said gently, son, thank you for today." Chushuan didn't understand. Thank me? Thank me for what? Weren't you the one who took care of the child today? Lin Yanchen said, thank you for being willing to tell my friends the secret of your pregnancy. I didn't tell them before without your consent. After all, it was still a little shocking. Speaking of this, Chushuan wanted to laugh. If you didn't tell them, then wouldn't you be very miserable? You would be misunderstood as a scumbag who cheated on you. They are your best friends. They are different from ordinary friends. If you dare to trust them, then I dare to too. Isn't it good now? Chushuan smiled. Chirp Chirp got a few godfathers who love him for no reason. Like a warm current flowing in her heart, Lin Yanchen was very touched. She couldn't help but lower her head and plant a kiss on his cheek. Chushuan blushed and his heart raced. Okay, let's go to sleep. I've been busy all day. I'm so tired. After washing up, changing into pajamas, they went to bed and covered themselves with a blanket. This was Chushuan's house. The soundproofing of the walls didn't feel very good. There was also Chirp Chirp in the room. Lin Yanchen smelled the fragrance on Chushuan's body. His beastly nature was stirring in his heart, but he still suppressed it. However, it wasn't easy to fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and said, Junjun, are you asleep? Chushuan seemed to have been stabbed in his Achilles heel. He sat up abruptly and glared at him. What are you shouting about? What an interesting reaction. To be able to make the calm Chushuan angry and embarrassed, Lin Yanchen continued to look for trouble. He hugged him and dragged him into the bed. He kissed his temples and whispered, I heard your father say it out loud. This is your nickname, right? I think it's really cute. Junjun, Junjun, Junjun. Chushuan's old face was red. Don't call me that. Lin Yanchen rarely had the upper hand. He couldn't give up the advantage. He said naughtily, why? It's so cute. Junjun, too cute. Why did your father give you this nickname? Chushuan said, I haven't asked. Maybe he wants me to be a gentleman in the future? Or maybe it's just because I'm a boy. Lin Yanchen asked, Junjun, can I call you Junjun in the future? After a moment, Chushuan said hesitantly, do you really like it? But I still prefer you to call me a son. Lin Yanchen said, a son isn't as cute as Junjun, right? They spoke with their faces close to each other. Lin Yanchen felt Chushuan's cheeks burning. Chushuan said, but you're the only one in the world who calls me a son. You gave it to me. I like it a lot. Lin Yanchen was stunned. He flipped over and pressed Chushuan under him. He coaxed, a son, I'll be quiet. I won't wake up Chirp Chirp and your parents, okay? Chushuan blushed and turned off the lights. He couldn't see clearly. Lin Yanchen was about to do something when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He poked his head out of the blanket and turned around. Chirp Chirp had woken up and stood up with the help of the railing. Lin Yanchen caught him peeking. He didn't feel ashamed and even giggled. Lin Yanchen, Chushuan said, let's sleep. Bring Chirp Chirp over. Lin Yanchen could only give up. He carried Chirp Chirp over and placed him between them. Chirp Chirp kicked his legs and clapped his hands. Daddy, Daddy. Chushuan smiled and said, all the dads are here. Chushuan turned sideways and stroked Chirp Chirp to coax him to sleep. Lin Yanchen said, can't we play music to coax him to sleep? Chushuan hesitated. We can. You can try. Could it be that Mr. Chu wasn't telling the truth? Lin Yanchen downloaded Mozart's music and played it at a low volume. After a while, Chirp Chirp yawned and fell asleep. Chushuan also fell asleep. Lin Yanchen stared at Chushuan's sleeping face and smiled. Forget it, he should sleep too. Chirp Chirp leaned into Chushuan's arms. Chushuan held Chirp Chirp in his arms. They snuggled up to each other and felt extremely safe and warm. This was his home. How could there be such a good day in this world? He wanted to live every day like this for years and years. Fairy wood. Lin Yanchen was busy with work and barely managed to squeeze out a day to accompany Chushuan and Chirp Chirp. On Sunday afternoon, he took a flight back to B City. In the blink of an eye, the good time slipped away and he had to go back to work. Lin Yanchen was reluctant to leave. At the last moment, he asked Chushuan, will you miss me? Chushuan thought it was funny, you're not being locked up. You can call me and text me before you get on the plane and after you get off. Be careful on the road. The vegetable skeleton's foreign land reclamation. Lin Yanchen asked Chirp Chirp again, Chirp Chirp, do you miss Daddy? Chushuan said, how can he understand? Chirp Chirp was playing with a simple toy. He couldn't open it, so he put it in his mouth and licked it. He seemed to hear someone calling his name. He looked up and looked at Lin Yanchen. Chushuan took the toy out of his mouth, you can't eat it. Lin Yanchen squatted down and said sadly, Daddy is leaving. Goodbye, Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp understood the word goodbye. His grandfather taught him before. Chirp Chirp raised a small hand, pinched it, opened it, pinched it, opened it, and even smiled foolishly at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen couldn't believe it. Chirp Chirp waved goodbye to him without hesitation. Chushuan comforted him, if you come often, he won't be willing to let you go. Next week? Lin Yanchen sighed, I have to go to New York next week. There's an exchange meeting. I'll be transferred here by August at the latest. Chushuan said, Shaolin, you're really busy. Chushuan didn't send him off. He walked to the intersection to send Lin Yanchen to the car. When Lin Yanchen's car was out of sight, Chushuan went home. Chushuan didn't notice that across the road, someone was pointing a camera at him. That person looked at the photos he took. Chushuan held the car door and lowered his head to talk to Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen returned to B City. Lu Hao found him for the first time, I want to see my godson. Where does he live? Shouldn't I tell Brother Chu in advance? You're too disloyal. You didn't even tell us that you had a child. Chirp Chirp is so big. Lin Yanchen didn't stand on ceremony with him. You called Chirp so soon? Lu Hao was not afraid at all. Why can't I call you my godson? I've already made a set of jewelry for him. A bracelet, an ankle bracelet, and a longevity lock. Lin Yanchen smiled, why are you so enthusiastic? Lu Hao, I'm different from them. I really want to be a father. Unfortunately, it's not a good time for me to get married and have a child. I don't need to get married or raise a child. I just got a godson out of nowhere. It's such a good deal, okay? Lin Yanchen asked, are you guys talking bad about me behind my back? What did they say? Lu Hao betrayed his brother without hesitation, Shuolin Hui, he's the one. He's laughing behind your back that you're too young to think things through. You're walking into the grave of marriage and jumping into the pit to sell yourself. You're still happy. Lin Yanchen didn't take it to heart, ha 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 ha, you guys just haven't met the right person. Lu Hao thought of this matter, oh right, when are you guys holding the wedding? Where is it? Do you need my help? Speaking of this, Lin Yanchen couldn't help but feel awkward, I haven't introduced Chushuan and Chirp Chirp to my dad yet. Lu Hao. Lu Hao was dumbfounded, that's not very kind of you. You already have a child, but you haven't introduced him to your dad yet. Lin Yanchen said, I'm not ready yet. Lu Hao couldn't understand, what do you need to prepare? Isn't it just 2 steps? Knock on the door and ask, Dad, are you there? Then open the door and say, Dad, I have a boyfriend. We already have a child and want to get married. What do you need to prepare? Lin Yanchen said, what if my dad doesn't agree? If his dad didn't agree, the consequences would be very serious. Lin Yanchen was traumatized. He had to be fully prepared. Even if his dad didn't agree, he could still maintain his life after eloping with Chushuan. On Saturday, Lin Yanchen flew to New York. He worked, had meetings, and entertained clients for 3 days straight. One more day and it would be the end of it. After this work, he would have a day of free time and could rest. His first thought was naturally to look for Chushuan to get intimate with each other. However, he had already asked Secretary Huai to investigate the last time he wanted to beat up Xianxia. However, if he chose the latter, he wouldn't have time to spend with Chushuan and Chirp Chirp. Lin Yanchen felt that taking revenge on the scumbag wasn't as important as meeting Chushuan. However, he couldn't let others beat him up on his behalf. Lin Yanchen held a glass of wine and was in a daze. He wondered what Chushuan was doing now. Lu Hao came to visit Chushuan. His luxury car was parked in the neighborhood and attracted a lot of attention. Lu Hao was a baby-faced handsome guy. He had a round face and looked honest. He was naturally likable, especially to the elders. Lin Yanchen was more handsome than him, but he didn't look as approachable as him. Chushuan was worried that it would be awkward, but Lu Hao livened up the atmosphere with just a few words. He was a natural socializer. However, when he showed the gifts he brought, Mr. Chu felt a little pressured. Lu Hao said casually, it's the first time I'm meeting my godson. I have to give him a gift, right? They're all small things. I'll wear them for fun. When Chirp Chirp turns 1 year old, I'll get something good. Mr. Chu didn't know much about jewelry, but he remembered that his wife had some expensive jewelry. Look, these gifts for Chirp Chirp to play with were even more expensive. It might be beyond their imagination. Lu Hao hung the most expensive necklace on Chirp Chirp's neck. There was a jade lock pendant on the necklace. He also put a small silver bracelet on Chirp Chirp's wrist. There was a small bell on the bracelet. Chirp Chirp didn't know what it was, but when he shook his little hand, there would be a bell. It was very interesting. He was very happy. Lu Hao was also happy. He said to Chushuan, Brother Chu, look, Chirp Chirp likes it very much. He played with the child at Chushuan's house for a while, had a meal, and left before the sky turned dark. Mr. Chu waited for Chushuan to come back after seeing Lu Hao off. He pulled Chushuan and said, I checked on the internet. That Lu Hao is the grandson of the founder of XX Jewelry? Chushuan nodded. Yes. He comforted Mr. Chu, who was shocked. Dad, think about it. This is Lin Yanchen's good friend. Those who can be good friends with him are all similar to him. Mr. Chu asked with a sad face, the more I think about what he said just now, the more I feel that it's wrong. How many friends does Lin Yanchen have like this? The kind that wants to be Chirp Chirp's godfather. Chushuan said, there are 2 more. They said that they will come when they have time. Mr. Chu covered his heart. Why aren't you afraid at all? Chushuan smiled. I've died once. There aren't many things that I'm afraid of. Since he planned to be with Lin Yanchen, he had to have the courage. In a restaurant near Chushuan's house, the man in the hat checked the photo album of the camera. Chushuan was in every photo, but the people with him were different. There was Zhuang Hanxue, Lin Yanchen, and the latest photo, Lu Hao. The author has something to say, I'm not feeling well, so I'm going to sleep. Good night. Thank you for Star Spinning Sails, Qingzhou, Little Bamboo Fox, Gentle Breeze, LWH0827X2, Cold Dew, Inch Ash, Bushes, 22421871, Ji, Free Will Landmine. Thank you for Akatsuki X2. Lin Yanchen couldn't sit still. His father took him to visit an uncle. Recently, the 2 companies would be cooperating. If it was only him, he would be able to relax. This uncle surnamed Lu had a daughter who was about the same age as him but a few years younger. She didn't seem to have graduated from university yet. She was quiet and intelligent. During the meal, they sat across from each other. His father didn't say anything, but Lin Yanchen suspected that this was a blind date in disguise. Lin Yanchen found an excuse to avoid it. The girl came to talk to him. You're deliberately avoiding me. I'm also very embarrassed. It's just wishful thinking between elders. Don't be so nervous. I won't eat you. Lin Yanchen heaved a sigh of relief and apologized politely like a gentleman. Sorry, I made things difficult for you, the girl asked. What kind of person do you like? Lin Yanchen thought of Chushuan and smiled gently. I like people who are older than me. They have to wear glasses. They speak a little harshly, but they are actually very gentle. They are very good at cooking. Sometimes they are too strong. The girl laughed softly and asked, You already have a lover, right? Why don't you tell uncle? Lin Yanchen said, He doesn't have a noble family background like yours. The girl said, Maybe you're thinking too much. I think your father is a very easy person to talk to. Lin Yanchen was incredulous. You think my father is easy to talk to? The girl nodded. Yes, I think your father is a rare good man. On the way back, Lin Yanchen couldn't help but size up his father. His father was 47 years old this year. Because he took good care of himself and was born handsome, he looked at most 40 years old. People's thoughts were really different. He thought that his father was a hidden old fox, but in the eyes of others, his father was actually a good man. Father Lin asked curiously, Is there something on my face? Lin Yanchen said, Nothing. Don't be like this next time. I don't like it. Father Lin asked, What? Lin Yanchen said, Didn't I say last time that I wasn't willing? Don't lie to me that it's business. It's actually a blind date. Do you wish for me to marry some family's young miss and have a good marriage alliance so that the Lin family can take another step forward? Father Lin replied with a sigh, I never thought of it that way. Lin Yanchen, but that's what you're doing. I don't want to use my marriage as a bargaining chip to make money. The father and son did not make a big fuss, but Lin Yanchen initiated a cold war. His relationship with his father had improved in recent years, but now it seemed that it was still not good. With his father like this, he had to be more cautious if he wanted to bring Chushuan home. He did not want Chushuan to be hurt at all. Chushuan realized that someone had been following and taking pictures of him recently. There was a time when he almost caught the person who was secretly taking pictures of him. However, due to his lack of stamina, the other party still managed to escape. Chushuan was very depressed. Who would like to have their privacy invaded all day long? His private life was especially sensitive, so he had always been very protective of it. He didn't know who had instructed that person to take pictures of him, why did he want to take pictures of him, and what did he get? The unknown was the scariest. Chirp Chirp played until he was tired and fell asleep. He slept in a strange position today. He grabbed his father's clothes and leaned into his father's arms. He slept with his little butt sticking out. Chushuan hugged Bao Bao and smelled the fragrance of milk powder and prickly rash powder mixed together on his body. Mr. Chu whispered to him, Why hasn't Lin Yanchen brought you to meet his parents yet? What is he delaying? Chushuan was actually very nervous himself, but he still had to comfort his father. It's only been 2 months. There's no need to be so anxious. He already introduced me to his friends. Mr. Chu complained, Why is my son always helping outsiders? There's no need to be anxious. Chirp Chirp's first birthday is less than 2 months away. He said earnestly, I know that good things come with setbacks. Xiao Lin really likes you. He's not bad. It's just. Sigh, no matter how much we do, we'll just break up with him. We don't want anything from him. The more Chushuan thought about that person, the more he felt that something was wrong. Who would go through so much trouble to follow, take pictures, and investigate him? It seemed that it could only be Lin Yanchen's father. Maybe Lin Yanchen had already told his family about him, but his father didn't agree. That was why Lin Yanchen didn't bring him to meet his parents. Chusun had never urged him on this matter, not even a single word. What was the point of him asking about it? Was he trying to climb up the social ladder? Sometimes he wished that Lin Yanchen was a real duckling. Then the situation wouldn't be as troublesome as it was now. Misfortune never came alone. There were also obstacles in the company. Even though his master was very good to him, not everyone was convinced by him. There was a manager who didn't like him and purposely stopped their work. When everyone went out for a meal, someone patted him on the shoulder. Manager Tang even said in a strange tone, "Stop it. Why are you touching Manager Chu? Don't you know that Manager Chu likes men? Is this sexual harassment?" It made the situation very awkward. However, Chu Xuan immediately retorted, "Manager Tang, I really find it strange. What's your definition of sexual harassment? Last time when you touched a girl's thigh, I told you to keep your hands clean. You even said that I was too serious and disliked the girl. That doesn't count?" Manager Tang was speechless. Anyway, he was a bad-tempered gay man. Why was he being polite? Lin Yanchen immediately told Chu Xuan that he was free on Wednesday and would come to Y City to visit him and take care of the child. However, before Lin Yanchen came, Chu Xuan saw Lin Yanchen somewhere else. It was the age of the internet. Lin Yanchen participated in an exchange meeting. A video was taken by the media and broadcasted on TV. Logically speaking, it was nothing. It wasn't the first time he was photographed. However, there were many big shots who were photographed this time. The event attracted a lot of attention. His solo photo was sandwiched among a group of average-looking middle-aged men. It seemed wrong. There was only one photo of him with his body slightly tilted. In the photo, he was talking to his secretary with his eyelids lowered. He looked stern and serious. Sort of the future, this photo inexplicably went viral. All kinds of entertainment marketing accounts caught up with the popularity and quickly dug out news photos of him that weren't noticed in the past. When they were put together, each post could get thousands of reposts. Countless people were infatuated with him in the comments. There was actually such a rich, handsome, and clean CEO in the world. It was worth watching. Bad friends immediately told Lin Yanchen, "Ha ha ha ha, you're on the hot search list." Lin Yanchen actually had a work account. The company gave it to him. He occasionally went to take a look and found that the comments had already exploded. There were also many joking people who called themselves young madam. Lin Yanchen had a headache. He was finished. Chu Xuan was definitely going to be angry. Damn, these people were really bored. He was just handsome and rich. Was there a need to make such a fuss? Chu Xuan came to the company and heard people talking about Lin Yanchen. First, it was the female colleagues. Did you see the eldest son of the Lin family on Weibo? He's so handsome. I think he's more handsome than many celebrities. He's a natural handsome guy. He's highly educated and graduated with honors from Y University. Not only is he born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but he's also smart and hardworking. He doesn't even have any scandals. Previously, there was a small female celebrity who posted something about him, but it was quickly removed from the internet and was even frozen by the company. I heard it was him. So cool, yeah, his face looks very cold. He's an iceberg handsome guy, right? His lips are thin. I heard that such men are very fickle. Chu Xuan listened to their discussion and thought of Lin Yanchen's silly dog-like smile. He frowned and his head was full of question marks. Since when was Lin Yanchen an iceberg handsome guy? Did he have anything to do with the words cold and iceberg this time? I wonder who his real girlfriend is? With his family background, she must be a young lady from a well-matched family. She's a top-notch rich beauty. There are rumors online that she might be the eldest daughter of a XX corporation or a XX corporation. Sigh, I've seen a very rich beauty before. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also very cultured. When she speaks, people feel that she's like a spring breeze. I can't even be jealous. Maybe he doesn't care about that? With his family's status, there's no need to exchange marriage for money, right? Maybe he can find a supermodel or an A-list actress? He doesn't look like someone with such bad taste. He's 26 years old this year. He's still so young. I thought I might have a chance, ha 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 ha. Then I can do it too, ha ha ha. Lin Yanchen, he thought about it and agreed. Who would have thought that Lin Yanchen would be in a relationship with such an old, sharp-tongued, poor, and plain-looking man like him? He pricked up his ears and remembered the names of the women that his female colleagues were gossiping about. He was going to secretly look them up on the internet during his break later. Although he knew that he would most likely embarrass himself, he was still curious. When they were having lunch in the company cafeteria in the afternoon, Chu Xuan heard a few male colleagues talking about Lin Yanchen. It's just that he has a good father. He became the CEO at such a young age. Do you really believe that he relied on his own abilities? Now is the era of paternity. Look at this pretty boy, he's definitely a playboy. Those rich people are all messed up. Naive. Just because the media didn't report it doesn't mean that his private life is clean. He must have spent money to suppress the news. Well, wasn't there a rumor about him being in a relationship with a minor celebrity? Maybe that woman is pregnant with his child and wants to marry into a rich family. But looking at her, it's obvious that she's only there to satisfy his lust and play around. That was probably why she was banned by him. What a fool. If I were that rich, I'd definitely sleep with a beautiful woman. I'd change her every day and play with all kinds of tricks. Still pretending to be a gentleman? Disdain. He's just a hypocrite. On the surface, he acts sanctimonious, but in reality, he indulges in debauchery every night. Chu Xuan was so angry that he laughed. When those people heard him laugh, they stopped and asked him, "Manager Chu, what are you laughing at?" Chu Xuan said, "Are you the reincarnation of a rat spirit?" The other party didn't understand. "Manager Chu, what do you mean?" Chu Xuan said, "Oh, I thought you were the reincarnation of a rat spirit. You hide under his bed every day, so you know that his private life is messy. That's why you can speak so eloquently, as if you've heard it with your own ears. I really admire you." The other party suddenly felt awkward. "Isn't that what the internet is saying?" Chu Xuan sneered. "You believe whatever the internet says. I thought that an adult with a normal IQ would have his own judgment and know what to believe and what not to believe." After Chu Xuan finished speaking, he cleaned up the plates and left. The remaining male employees who were jealous looked at each other. What's wrong with Manager Chu? His words are so sarcastic. Sissy, is being a manager that great? There are people like him who want everyone to be drunk every time, and he's the only one awake. How noble. Chu Xuan adjusted his emotional state. Whenever it was related to Lin Yanchen, he would lose his composure. He couldn't bear to hear others talk about how Lin Yanchen was compatible with other women, because he would be jealous. He also couldn't bear to hear them maliciously speculating about Lin Yanchen and badmouthing Lin Yanchen. He couldn't help but feel angry. There were such good men in the world. They themselves were scumbags, so they judged others by themselves. They didn't believe that there were really good men. They continued to work in the afternoon. Chu Xuan noticed that two of his subordinates, Xiao Gu and Xiao Feng, were always peeking at him. After a while, he asked, "Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face?" Xiao Feng quickly shook his head. No, no. Chu Xuan was confused. Then focus on your work. Xiao Gu and Xiao Feng whispered, "You think so too, right?" Xiao Feng said, "Yeah. I really think that Lin Yanchen and Manager Chu's boyfriend are very similar." Xiao Gu said, "Maybe all good-looking people are similar." Xiao Feng was silent. "Don't tell me that young Master Lin is Manager Chu's boyfriend?" Xiao Gu trembled. "I can't imagine," Xiao Feng said, "I don't really dare." Chu Xuan had a stomach full of anger today. He felt that he was really petty. He shouldn't be jealous. He wanted to be generous, but he couldn't be generous. He remembered that he thought he was going to die in the past. He even decided to be an open-minded person in the future and not take the mortal world to heart. Now, he couldn't do it. He was still just an ordinary person in the world, the most vulgar kind. Forget it. He should think more about Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp made him happy, Chu Xuan thought so. When he returned home, he opened the door and bumped into Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was holding Chirp Chirp. He was wearing a clown mask. Chirp Chirp was also wearing a colorful clown baby costume and two pointed clown hats. Lin Yanchen's mask was a pair of glasses. Below it was a red nose and a brown beard. There was also a rolled-up pipe. When he blew, the pipe would be straightened and make a sound. Cho-Cho laughed and clapped her little hands as soon as she heard his voice. When Chu Sun saw this silly father and his silly son, he was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his forehead and smiled. "When did you come?" Don't you have work to do? Xiaoshiding app Lin Yanchen, I'm done. I had a good day off, so I quickly came to Bao Bao. When he spoke, his fake beard would move. It was especially funny. Chu Xuan smiled and put his hand on his cheek. So obedient. Chirp Chirp saw it and imitated his father. He touched the other side of Lin Yanchen's face. Ya. Chu Xuan, ha ha ha. Chu Xuan walked into the house and closed the door. Lin Yanchen said as if he was presenting a treasure, a son, let me show you something awesome. Chu Xuan smiled and asked him curiously, what's so powerful about it? Lin Yanchen lifted his fake beard and kissed Chirp Chirp's little face. It was the Lin Yanchen style of kissing a dog. He gently kissed him a few times. Chirp Chirp laughed from his kisses. He hugged his neck and left a watermark on his cheek. Lin Yanchen blew on his beard and said to Chu Xuan in surprise, see. Chirp Chirp can kiss me. Awesome, right? Chu Xuan was amused. Awesome. When they were together, Chu Xuan felt that he was full of courage. What was the use of letting his imagination run wild? He might as well open up and have a good talk with Lin Yanchen. Chu Xuan held Lin Yanchen's hand and said, Shaolin, I have something to tell you. It was still late at night on the other side of the world. Lin Xiaoyuan was depressed and complained to his late wife's photo. We ate Chinese food today, beef noodles. Your braised beef is still the best. Sigh, Ping, I originally thought that Yin Yin and I had a better relationship in the past 2 years. Recently, he doesn't like to talk to me anymore. It's probably because he didn't have a mother when he was young. That's why he's so surly. He said last time that he didn't want to go on a blind date. I didn't find one for him. How would I know that Lu Yang had such thoughts? He didn't even tell me before bringing his daughter over to see Yin Yin. She's a girl. You can't say that. Girls are shy. Recently, I don't know if Yin Yin wants to start a business again. He secretly transferred some of his assets. It seems that he wants to be independent again. I don't know if his idea this time is reliable. What if it fails again? Yin Yin is too proud. Ping, I'm really a failure of a father. Without you, I can't do anything well. I miss you so much. The author has something to say. See you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Thank you to Wuga, Bao Bao's Dumplings, Gigi X2, Lilianin, Chistel, AAA, Yinyu, Little Rainbow Hat X2, Cold Dew, Yazzie, Heavy Rain, Star Spinning Sails, Juniko, LWH0827X2, My Overlords author Du Ri Wan, Orchid, Mr. J's Landmine. Thank you to Akatsuki X3, Little Lion for the Grenade. Thank you to Goshi X2 for the rocket launcher. Chirp Chirp was placed in the cradle. They closed the door and talked in the bedroom. Chu Xuan went straight to the point. I found someone following me. Lin Yanchen took off his mask and frowned. He became serious. What's going on? Did you catch the person? No. Chu Xuan was troubled but serious. To tell you the truth, I can't think of anyone who would send someone to follow me. Could it be your father? Lin Yanchen hesitated for a moment. Actually, I haven't told my father about you, but it's possible that he doesn't know. In Lin Yanchen's heart, his father was an SSS-level demon king. Chu Xuan didn't catch the main point. He stared at him and said, You haven't told your family about me? I really don't understand what you're planning, Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen's heart skipped a beat. When he heard Chu Xuan call him by his full name instead of his nickname, he knew that Chu Xuan was angry. He said carefully, I'm afraid that my father will get in the way. I want to be fully prepared before telling my father. Chu Xuan asked, What preparation? Lin Yanchen held his hand. If he doesn't agree, I'll leave home and elope with you. Chu Xuan's face turned red. He said hesitantly, That's not good. Is there a need to be so decisive? He frowned. Is your father that bad? How do you know that he'll definitely object? Lin Yanchen said hesitantly, I haven't dared to say it. I'm afraid that you'll be unhappy. Chu Xuan, say it. Lin Yanchen hugged him and said, My father wanted me to go on blind dates before and introduced me to girls. Of course, I rejected them. But the day before yesterday, he took me on a blind date without telling me. Chusun made an O sound and said, "You're going?" Was the girl pretty? Lin Yanchen lowered her head and pecked his lips. "It's sour." Chushuan coldly snorted and said unhappily, "My parents tried to set me up on a blind date before. After I rejected them, I told them about you. I really can't do that. It's fine if we don't match in terms of social status, but he's not good-looking, old, and a man. His personality is also so bad, and he's full of flaws." Lin Yanchen kissed him. "My shortcomings are much more serious than yours. My biggest weakness is that I'm useless, which makes you feel so insecure." After talking about it, she was not so angry anymore. Chusun held his hand and said, "After all, he's your father. If you can avoid falling out with him, try your best not to go to that step. Have a good talk with him. If you need me to appear, I'll accompany you." Lin Yanchen, "If something happens, Asun, will you elope with me?" Chushuan laughed. "Elope? My parents won't stop you. You can totally be registered in my family. Anyway, Chirp Chirp has my surname." Lin Yanchen hugged him tightly and buried her face in his neck. She took a deep breath. "Okay, Asun, I'm almost ready. Actually, I've just sorted out the inheritance my mother left me. When I go back and see my father this time, I'll be honest with him. No matter if it works or not, there has to be a result." He was afraid that his father would bully Chushuan. He couldn't win against his father, so he might as well bow down to his father. Chirp Chirp held on to the railing of the cradle and stood up, calling out in a childish voice, "Daddy, Daddy." He let go and sat down on his butt. He looked up at the two fathers and reached out, wanting to hug him too. Chushuan said, "Chirp Chirp wants us to hug him." Lin Yanchen had no choice but to let go of Chushuan first and hug Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was soft like a cloud. Chushuan suddenly said, "I'm sorry. According to the normal order, you should fall in love first, then get married, then make the necessary preparations before having a child. When I left, we were still in love, and suddenly you became a father. You should be pretty depressed too, right?" Lin Yanchen looked at Chirp Chirp in his arms and pursed his lips, making a face. Chirp Chirp giggled and made a face like him. She couldn't do it well, so she just casually scrunched up her little face. Lin Yanchen laughed and said sincerely and gratefully, "I think it's pretty good. If it weren't for this little thing, you wouldn't be able to deny it. Otherwise, you would have definitely abandoned me." Chushuan, the next day, Lin Yanchen went back home and prepared to have a showdown with his family. Chushuan couldn't stay calm as this concerned his whole life. He was so distracted that he couldn't go to work. Chushuan received a message from his master, "I have something to talk to you about. Come to my office." Chushuan got up and walked over. On the way, he bumped into Manager Tang. Manager Tang purposely bumped into him and snorted strangely. Chushuan? Chushuan entered the CEO's office. His master asked him to sit down and talk. Chushuan saw the photos on his desk. They were all of him. Chushuan. Manager Lu had mixed feelings. He knew that Chushuan was very capable. Indeed, gold would shine sooner or later. He knew that Zhuang Hanxue wanted to poach Chushuan. However, he didn't expect that Lin Yanchen and Lu Hao also wanted to poach Chushuan. He was still puzzled. How did Chushuan get to know these people? He didn't even have connections with the Lin family and hadn't even spoken to Lin Yanchen. They were all big companies and he couldn't compare to them. Therefore, he didn't think that Chushuan could have escaped with the company's trade secrets. Manager Lu asked tactfully, "Are you not satisfied with your current salary? How much do you want?" Chushuan understood that he had wronged Shaolin's father. This was a mistake. Manager Lu took out a photo of Chushuan and Lin Yanchen together. "I know that the salary I gave you isn't high enough. It's not worth your job. However, I'm quite curious. How did you get to know the young master of the Lin family? He has good taste and has taken a liking to you." These words had a double meaning, and Chushuan blushed slightly. "Master, I'm not going to jump ship. Lin Yanchen and I aren't in that kind of relationship." Manager Lu asked, "Then what's your relationship?" Chushuan blushed and said, didn't you say that I wouldn't tell you if I had a boyfriend? Lin Yanchen is my boyfriend, Yuwenba. Net on the other side. Lin Yanchen found his father. His father was reading some documents. Lin Yanchen took a deep breath and said seriously, Dad, I have something to tell you. Lin. Xiaoyuan didn't look up and casually replied, go ahead. After reading a few lines, he pulled his attention away from the documents and looked at Lin Yanchen. Seeing his serious face, he was shocked. What's wrong? What do you want? Lin Yanchen said, Dad, I beg you. Don't let people follow Chushuan. Lin Xiaoyuan wanted to say something but stopped. He took off his glasses and closed the document. He asked blankly, Chushuan, who is he? The author has something to say, see you tonight. Father Lin's dungeon was quickly cleared. Who's Chushuan? Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded when he heard his father's question. Weren't you the one who got someone to follow Chushuan? Who else would do that besides you? Father Lin felt a stab in his heart. He was a little hurt, but he didn't show it. He only sat up straight and said, I didn't. I don't know who Chushuan is. Maybe you can tell me who Chushuan is? Lin Yanchen pursed his lips. He walked right into the trap. Is that so? Father Lin said dejectedly, why would you think that I would do such a thing? That I would get someone to follow someone you know? Although I'm not sure who that person is. I didn't expect that in your heart, I'm such a person. You've been rejecting me in recent months. I don't know what I've done wrong. I've clearly learned how to properly say thank you, Dad. Lin Yanchen was silent. In fact, he was still wondering what was going on. Who else would have the motive to follow Chushuan other than his father? Or was his father pretending not to know? Father Lin said, why don't you tell me who Chushuan is? I'll investigate who's following him and prove my innocence. Lin Yanchen sat down and let out a long breath. Chushuan is my boyfriend. Father Lin was stunned. A guy? He remembered that when Lin Yanchen was in his adolescence, he didn't make friends and hung out with his buddies all day long. They were very close. He thought that Lin Yanchen had such tendencies and was mentally prepared. He had a good talk with the child and expressed his tolerance and understanding. In the end, he was scolded by Lin Yanchen. At that time, Lin Yanchen seemed to have firmly said that he wouldn't be gay. Father Lin asked blankly, didn't you say that you didn't like men? Lin Yanchen, when? Father Lin, when I was 16. Lin Yanchen frowned and thought for a while. He seemed to have said something like that when he quarreled with his father. Lin Yanchen blushed. I was still young at that time. I just said it casually. Father Lin nodded slightly. Whether it was true or not, he accepted it. You've decided? Then take some time to bring him home for me to take a look. Lin Yanchen was skeptical. You can really accept it? Father Lin asked, why not? Isn't a parent like me good? How scary am I? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm plotting something? Lin Yanchen, you didn't even ask him for his information? Why would you believe him so easily? This was a case of having too many fears. Perhaps it was because he had spoken more today, but now that he had started the conversation, it was easier for him to speak his mind than usual. He was indeed a little angry. Papa Lin said, seeing how wary you are of me, how would I dare to ask? If I ask too much, you'll suspect me. If I don't ask, you'll still think that there's something fishy going on and that I'm up to no good. Then tell me, what should I do? After being reprimanded by his father, Lin Yanchen actually felt that he was in the wrong. After a moment of silence, he explained in a muffled and shy voice, his name is Chu Sun, Chu as an outstanding talent, Sun as in river flood. This year, he is 31 years old. Lin Yanchen paused. He didn't mind. He was worried that his father would be prejudiced. After all, he could change everything except his age. He couldn't be reincarnated. Father Lin saw him sizing him up and said, what's wrong? Your mother is also 2 years older than me. I don't mind. Do you want to continue the introduction? Chushuan was 5 years older than him. Lin Yanchen said, he's from an ordinary family. His father is a high school teacher and his mother is an unknown painter. Father Lin nodded. Oh, okay. A scholarly family. It went so smoothly that it was unbelievable. Lin Yanchen asked, you can accept this? Didn't you introduce a lot of girls for me to go on blind dates? All of them have good family backgrounds. Chushuan can't compare to them. Father Lin explained patiently, that's because I can only come into contact with girls from that kind of family background. Actually, I don't mind who you find. It's fine as long as you like them and they're good people. It doesn't matter if they're rich or not. The main thing is, I asked my friends if there were any girls suitable for you. Think about those uncles. We don't usually come into contact with girls from ordinary families. I didn't ask boys because I didn't think of it. It's not that I'm discriminating against them. If you told me earlier that you like men, I could have asked for you. But now, there's no need to ask. Lin Yanchen became worried again. He asked cautiously, what do you think is the standard for a good person? Isn't it too broad to generalize like this? Father Lin really had to hand it to him. If it's like this, I think someone who hasn't committed any crimes and truly loves you is a good person. Lin Yanchen sighed in relief. Father Lin said, I really don't know why you think of me as such a bad person. What are you going to do after this? Are you going to bring him to your door, or are you going to bring me to your door? I'm fine with either. It's up to you. You don't have to be so nervous. It's as if I'll definitely be the bad guy who breaks up a couple. When I asked you if you wanted to go on a blind date, it wasn't to force you to get married. You can't be thinking that I'm going to betray your marriage, right? I just saw that the person you liked before had passed away and you were living so hard. You're still so young. I thought that you can't be single forever. Sigh. It's not bad that you can fall in love with someone else. Speaking of this, Lin Yanchen felt uncomfortable. He paused and said, it's that person. Father Lin didn't understand. Which person? Lin Yanchen said, Chushuan is that person. Previously, because of some misunderstanding, I mistakenly thought that he had passed away. Actually, he didn't die. I found him. Father Lin, Coincidentally, this was the perfect opportunity. Lin Yanchen's complaints that he had suppressed for many years suddenly exploded. I didn't fall in love with anyone else. I only love him. I didn't find a new love after 1 or 2 years. I'm different from you. Mom only passed away for 3 years and you're already finding another girlfriend. You've moved on so quickly. Yes, people have to look forward. Father Lin was depressed and didn't react for a long time. He said, Rome wasn't built in a day. It's my fault that I didn't have a good talk with you earlier. You're too biased against me. Maybe if I say it now, you'll think that I'm just quibbling? At that time, you resented me for not being by your mother's side more. I also resented myself very much. But you can go and find out about the situation at that time. I wasn't as free as I am now. Every day, I was like walking on thin ice. If I wasn't careful, I would fall into a bottomless abyss and implicate you guys instead. For years after your mother passed away, you celebrated your 11th birthday. You hated me so much. I really couldn't think of a way. I thought that you might be lacking in maternal love and wanted to find another mother for you who could take care of you. Lin Yanchen said, you changed girlfriends a few times. I remember that there were always strange women coming and going. Father Lin said, a few? There were only 2 that I officially dated. The rest were introduced and never dated. You should remember those 2 aunties. I was even dumped. You should remember Auntie Huang. I originally thought that you liked her, but in the end, you made a fool of yourself. Lin Yanchen said, wasn't I just putting on an act to make a living? Thinking about what happened back then, Father Lin sighed. I thought about it later. You didn't want a stepmother. Treating her like that was a bit insincere, so I gave up. Lin Yanchen thought about it. It had been almost 10 years since then, and his father really hadn't found another partner. He had wronged his father. Lin Yanchen remembered that Chushuan had once told him that if a man was determined to get a concubine, he wouldn't listen to his child. At that time, he still didn't listen to Chushuan's words. But for a while, he still couldn't change his attitude towards his father immediately. Father Lin didn't force him. After today's hurried and long talk, he was already comforted. He saw the dawn of reconciliation with Lin Yanchen. Father Lin said gently and carefully, "You still haven't said if I can see Chushuan. It seems that you really like him. You've been like this since you were young. You'll hide the things that you especially like very deeply and don't want me to know." Lin Yanchen blushed. "I'm already 26 years old. I'm not a child anymore. I want to marry Chushuan." Father Lin said, "Okay." He suddenly understood why Lin Yanchen secretly moved house a while ago. He probably thought that he wouldn't agree. Father Lin saw that Lin Yanchen's eyes lit up with a gentle light when Chushuan was mentioned. He was very curious. What kind of person is Chushuan, SLK? Calm Lin Yanchen didn't realize that his voice had become incomparably gentle. "I can't finish in a sentence or two. Chushuan is a very, very good person, and I only have money." Father Lin still believed in Lin Yanchen's taste. This kid had been arrogant since he was young and looked down on ordinary people. Even if beauty was in the eye of the beholder, Chushuan shouldn't be a bad person. Father Lin said, "Then what are you worried about? Since you're confident that he's a very good person, I really want to meet him." He suddenly remembered and added, "What does he like? I have to prepare a gift. Is it convenient to tell me?" Father Lin saw that Lin Yanchen seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed again. "What's wrong?" Lin Yanchen said, "There's something I have to tell you." Father Lin nodded. What hadn't he seen before? So many things had happened today. He felt that there was nothing that could scare him. He wasn't surprised when Lin Yanchen said that he liked men. He quickly accepted this fact. Lin Yanchen said seriously, "I'm not joking with you. First of all, Chushuan is a man, but his body is a bit special." Father Lin thought, "Ah? How is it special? Is he disabled? Or does he have some kind of complicated disease? That's why he was misunderstood as dead." These were the only possibilities. None of them were big problems. On the contrary, the latter was difficult to solve. If it was a disease that couldn't be solved even with money, he was happy when he heard Chushuan say that his lover wasn't dead. He used to think that all the men in the Lin family would have their wives die at a young age. He felt that the Lin family was quite happy that they didn't jinx their wives. If the other party was sick, then Lin Yanchen would have to be sad again. Watching the person you loved the most slowly walk towards death was the cruelest thing in the world. Last time, half of his hair had already turned white. The more Father Lin thought about it, the heavier his mood became. "Tell me." Lin Yanchen took a deep breath and said simply, "He can get pregnant." "Father Lin?" Lin Yanchen continued to throw bombs. "We already have a child. His name is Chuyu and his nickname is Chirp Chirp. He's 9.5 months old." "Father Lin?" "The author has something to say. Tonight at 7 p.m., June will be revived. Send 50 red packets to celebrate. ******. I hope he can stay here tomorrow as well. See you tomorrow at 7 am. Also, I've wanted to write he's a XXXXX person and I only have money for a long time. I finally wrote it." Lin Xiaoyuan's feelings were complicated and difficult to hide. Men could have children, Yan Yan was a father. Then he should be a grandfather. Shouldn't he slowly start from falling in love, meeting the parents, getting married, and having children? When he heard Yan Yan say that she had found a boyfriend, he even thought that he might not have a grandson in this lifetime. Was Yan Yan a father at such a young age? He still felt that Yan Yan was a child. He was 47 years old this year, and he was going to be called grandfather? It made him sound old. He felt a little depressed. Lin Yanchen saw the change in his expression and knew that such a thing was indeed difficult to believe. It was too difficult to accept at once. His father came back to his senses and said, "The child is already more than 9 months old? You're still calling him a boyfriend?" Lin Yanchen was stunned. Father Lin said, "Then wouldn't he be an illegitimate child?" Lin Yanchen asked indifferently, "You're not asking for the details? You believe me just like that? Don't you think it's unbelievable?" Father Lin said methodically, "It's precisely because it sounds unbelievable at first, but you dare to tell me like that, so it must be true." He smiled and added, also, no one has lied to me in a long time. Lin Yanchen shuddered and said, no, I really didn't lie to you. Father Lin thought of all kinds of chores and suddenly complained, why did you only tell me when the child is so old? We have to prepare for the wedding first. After the wedding, we don't even know if we can make it in time for the child's first birthday party. I can't possibly carry an unknown identity. Lin Yanchen said, you haven't even met Chuxuan yet, Father Lin asked, do you have a photo? Lin Yanchen was stunned and took out his phone. He now had a photo of Chuxuan and Chirp in his phone. Now, Chuxuan was willing to shoot for him. Lin Yanchen showed his father a video that he felt was the best shot. Chuxuan was taking an afternoon nap, lying on his side, Chirp with a pacifier in his mouth, clutching Chuxuan's clothes as he slept. He pointed the camera at Chuxuan, and Chuxuan woke up in a daze. He wasn't wearing his glasses, so when he saw the camera, he smiled weakly and asked softly, why are you filming me? The point guard is here. Lin Yanchen read it again and felt that his heart was about to melt. Chuxuan is so cute. After Father Lin finished reading, he praised, she didn't even get angry after being woken up by you. What a good temper. Lin Yanchen, Father Lin sighed again, Bao is so cute, just like you when you were young. Sigh, don't delay any longer. Hurry up and bring it back so that our two families can sit down and discuss the marriage. If we delay any longer, it will be the Dragon Boat Festival. When are you free? Tomorrow? That seems too rushed. Then the day after tomorrow? Lin Yanchen said, don't you have work? Father Lin said, small things can be postponed. Lin Yanchen thought for a moment and said, if you want to come, only Chuxuan can come. It's not convenient to bring the child over. Bao's health isn't good, I'm worried. Bao's health isn't good? Father Lin agreed straightforwardly. Then I'll go over. After Lin Yanchen settled down, he immediately called Chuxuan. This time, there was still a problem that hadn't been solved. Since it wasn't Father Lin, then who was following Chuxuan? So, it's probably that Tang guy's doing. He didn't like my master promoting me, so he first found out that Xianxia was my former boss. He wanted to poach me back to work, so he got someone to follow me. When he found you guys, he thought that I was meeting with a new boss behind my master's back. He ran to my master to complain about me. Lin Yanchen asked, are you okay? Chuxuan said, I'm fine. Master thought that I was really going to jump ship and even asked me if I wanted a raise. I told him honestly that you weren't trying to poach me, we were just dating. Lin Yanchen felt as if he had been acknowledged by Chuxuan and was rather flattered. You told him? Chuxuan said, he promised to help us keep this a secret. But on your side, you've let your father down. Did you talk to him? Lin Yanchen said, I already told him. Chuxuan, Lin Yanchen said, we talked a lot. Anyway, there were a lot of misunderstandings between us. I already told him about Chirp and you. Chuxuan asked subtly, what did he say? Lin Yanchen replied, he said that I told him that I was too late and told me to arrange for you guys to meet as soon as possible. Because Chirp is sick, we'll meet in Y City. You don't have to rush. Chuxuan, oh, Lin Yanchen smiled. Why do I feel that you're a little disappointed? Why? You didn't want it to be like this? Chuxuan said, it's not that you described your father as scary. I actually thought about, Lin Yanchen asked, what did you think about? Chuxuan said embarrassedly, I thought about whether he would be like in TV dramas. He would find me and offer me a huge price to leave your side. For example, he would give me a blank check and say that I can fill in any number. Lin Yanchen, ha 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 ha. After laughing, he asked sourly, then in your heart, how much is your Shaolin worth? Chuxuan coughed. Then I've thought about it. I'll tell you everything. It's not that I look down on your money. I'm just infatuated with your handsome face and young body. It's not about money, Lin Yanchen, oh, so I'm just using my looks to please you. You just like my youth and beauty. When I'm old in the future, will you still want me? Chuxuan joked, we already have a child. Then I have no choice but to make do with you. After the two of them finished laughing, Lin Yanchen said, okay, let's be serious. When are you free? My father will come to see you and the child. Chu Xuan, then let's make it this weekend? Lin Yanchen, okay. Now in the company, only President Lu knew that Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen were dating. What kind of person was Lin Yanchen? He was the only son of the Lin family and the heir. He wasn't a playboy. He was successful in his studies and was young and promising. President Lu didn't even have the chance to meet Lin Yanchen. How did Chu Xuan know Lin Yanchen and even date him? Chu Xuan was extremely shy. He only said that they were dating and didn't tell him any more details. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday. He was going to meet Lin Yanchen's father. Chu Xuan started to get nervous when he heard the date. After all, Lin Xiaoyuan was a legendary big shot. It was impossible for him to have anything to do with him in this lifetime. Finally, it was time to get off work. Chu Xuan went to the parking lot to get his car and met someone waiting for him. Xianxia was waiting beside his car. Xiao Chu, it's me. The author has something to say. I'm an idiot. I accidentally published it. Okay, see you at 7 p.m. Xianxia? Chu Xuan was stunned. Earlier, when Chirp Chirp was born prematurely and had to stay in an incubator, he had nothing to do to recuperate. His mind was filled with thoughts of Chirp Chirp and Lin Yanchen, and he resented Xianxia. He even wanted to personally take revenge on him. However, first, he had to take care of Chirp Chirp and couldn't leave. Then, he had to work. After that, he reunited with Lin Yanchen. His mind was filled with the people he loved, and he had no time to care about other things. Seeing this person again, Chu Xuan felt as if a lifetime had passed. After all, he had entered a new phase of his life and had completely bid farewell to the past. Chu Xuan came back to his senses. He didn't take revenge on Xianxia, but Xianxia actually had the face to take the initiative to come to him. This person's appearance was definitely not a good thing. When Chu Xuan thought of Chirp Chirp's illness, he couldn't hold back his anger and asked, "Last time, you harmed my child. You caused me to be hospitalized. Mr. G, may I ask what kind of attitude you have in front of me now? You still dare to call me Little Chu? I admit that I've broken up with you for a long time, so I don't deserve you to call me that." Xianxia seemed to not understand his sarcasm and looked at him pitifully. "You've lost weight," he said affectionately, but Chu Xuan felt goosebumps all over his body. He only felt disgusted and didn't even want to talk to Xianxia anymore. He said, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm fat or thin? Excuse me, I'm in a hurry to go home for dinner." Xianxia reached out to pull him, but Chu Xuan seemed to be afraid of being bitten by a snake. He didn't have a child in his stomach now, so his movements were convenient and he easily avoided him. He stared irritably at Xianxia, who was blocking the door. "Is there something wrong with you?" Xianxia looked at him pleadingly. "Little Chu, I know you're angry with me. I've always wanted to apologize to you. Although I didn't do it on purpose, hurting you is hurting you. It's my fault. Before, you said that I always shirked responsibility. I reflected for a long time. It's my fault. I'm sincerely repentant now. I won't quibble anymore. Little Chu, I was too weak in the past and couldn't see my heart clearly. Do you think that the past 10 years between us will end just like that? I can't let it. I know I've made a big mistake. I just hope that you can give me a chance to redeem myself. Is that okay? I'll definitely make sure I correct. I sincerely beg you, give me one chance, just one chance. You want to? I've already had someone." Chu Sun was not moved. "It's too late. I told you last time that I'm in love with someone else." We, Xianxia said. "I understand." Last time, when Chu Xuan said that he liked someone else, he was already mentally prepared. But at that time, he didn't dare to look for Chu Xuan. He was afraid that he would cause Chu Xuan's death. Recently, when he heard the news of Chu Xuan and knew that he was still fine, he couldn't help but look for him. He just didn't know that Chu Xuan and his new boyfriend had already reached the stage of marriage. Chu Xuan felt that it was ridiculous. "If you knew, then why did you still come to me?" Xianxia said, "Little Chu, you weren't like this before. You've loved me for so many years. How can it be gone just like that? Even if I had a girlfriend before, you were still very good to me." Chu Xuan was stunned. What did Xianxia mean? Did he say that he was a shameless mistress? This time, he was really infuriated. Chushuan's face darkened. You also know that I used to like you. I don't deny this. Who hasn't liked a scumbag when they were young? What do you mean by even if you had a girlfriend, I was still very good to you? When you had a girlfriend, did I cross the line? It was you who knew that I liked you at that time, but you pretended not to know and went to have a girlfriend. Chushuan sneered. Oh, every time you had a girlfriend, I was determined to end it several times. It was you who came to me in the name of a close friend and forbade me from leaving. Xianxia was scolded by him, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he took advantage of it. Yes, I was very despicable in the past. I know that you like me, and I know that you are the person who likes me the most in this world, so I couldn't bear to leave you. But I didn't dare to come out of the closet at that time. Little Chu, my family's situation is different from yours. You see, you are so angry. You even said that you don't like me anymore. The more angry you are, the more you still like me. Chushuan was so angry that he took a deep breath. He felt that he couldn't communicate with Xianxia at all. It was impossible to reason with him. You are really. I advise you to go to the hospital and see a psychiatrist. Chushuan pointed at him and asked, are you going to move or not? If you don't move, do you believe that I will beat you up? Xianxia, no, unless you agree to be with me again. Chushuan was speechless. Xianxia was asking for it. Chushuan raised his fist and punched Xianxia's face. Xianxia didn't resist at all. After being punched a few times, Chushuan almost couldn't stand still. Chushuan felt that his hand was hurting from the punches, but at the same time, he was a little puzzled. Why didn't Xianxia fight back at all? At this time, Xianxia, who was beaten up by him, got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Little Chu, you are quite ruthless. Are you appeased? If you are still angry, you can continue to beat me. Either you kill me, or you can come back to me after you have calmed down. How shameless was this? Chushuan clenched his fist and didn't know if he should punch him again. He laughed angrily. Why should I do the multiple choice question you gave me? Just when Chushuan was talking and letting down his guard, Xianxia suddenly rushed forward and entangled him. He pulled Chushuan over and pressed him against the car door. He held down Chushuan's hands and leaned over to kiss him. Chushuan turned his face to avoid his kiss. He was disgusted and struggled hard. He scolded, aren't you straight? Don't you feel disgusted? Xianxia said, Little Chu, you love me so much that you don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend for me. Don't lie to yourself. Chushuan couldn't help but curse, *ck your mother, I can live my private life however I want. That is my freedom. Don't always flatter yourself and fantasize that I am doing it for you. Xianxia wanted to kiss his lips, but he couldn't. However, when Xianxia's lips brushed past his cheeks, Chushuan felt disgusted. Chushuan asked angrily, are you so depraved that you want to be a rapist? Xianxia grabbed his neck and said angrily, can't you be more obedient? Chushuan finally quieted down. Xianxia looked at Chushuan's slightly opened lips and was about to kiss him. Suddenly, someone kicked his knee hard from behind, forcing him to bend his knee forward. Only the car door was in front of him, so his knee hit the car door. With a dong sound, he groaned in pain and lost all strength in his hands. Chushuan took the opportunity to escape. Xianxia still wanted to grab him, but before his hand could touch Chushuan, someone grabbed his arm and tied it behind his back. Xianxia came back to his senses and saw a young and handsome man with an extraordinary bearing. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire, and his anger was burning. He punched back, but before he could even touch the other party's clothes, he was grabbed. Suddenly, the world spun and he fell heavily to the ground. This was a standard side fall, and it was on the cement floor. Xianxia felt as though his entire body was falling apart. It was too painful, and he couldn't get up. That strange man stepped forward and took off his pants. Xianxia was shocked. What are you doing? The other party did not say anything and quickly pulled off his belt. He folded his legs and locked his hands behind his back, using the belt to tie his wrists and ankles together. Xianxia couldn't break free at all. When he moved, his pants fell down, and half of his underwear was exposed. It was an embarrassing sight. The man who subdued him stood up. Xianxia looked at the man walking with Chushuan. He reached out and hugged Chushuan, asking worriedly, "Son, are you all right?" Chushuan wiped his face with a tissue. His cheeks were red, and his hands were still trembling. He was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. "Tisk, I'm fine. Thank goodness you came. I was too angry." "Have you called the police?" Lin Yanchen said, "Not yet." "I'll call the police now." Chushuan said, "No, I'll call the police. The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Late 7th monarch shuttled between the two worlds of yin and yang. Thank you Huai X2, Cold Dew X4, Little Bamboo Fox 2, Ingu X2, Ji X4, Little Swallow Flying X12, Wang Xiaopeng, LWH0827 X4, Bushes, Ordinarily XX, Moshang, Free Will, 241762333 X2, White 1000 Miles, 2054717, Stars Spinning Thousand Sails, Sumin, My Overlord's Author Du Ri Wan, Zhu Xian, Skyflowers, Chistel, Feitai, Yazi, Favorite Little Jade, Yuan Ming, Gentle Breeze, Yuhua Window, Early Dawn, Ling 5S, Brother Hao. X2, Mushi, I Want to Eat Supper, Kacha Landmine Thank You Akatsuki X4, 91, Little Rainbow Hat X2, AAA, 2417623 Grenade Fairy Would Thank You Half Sugar's Shallow Water Bomb Chushuan was determined to teach Xianxia a lesson this time. He couldn't afford to be tormented again and again. Chushuan called the police in front of Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't believe it. The last time he was arrested, he could at least comfort himself that it was Chushuan's mother who called the police. He always felt that if Chushuan didn't go to the hospital, Chushuan wouldn't bear to call the police to arrest him. This time, he couldn't comfort himself anymore. Moreover, when he saw Chushuan and that man standing together and holding hands, his heart turned cold. Chushuan's boyfriend was actually so young and handsome? He originally thought that even if Chushuan found someone else, he wouldn't be able to find someone better than him. Could it be that he was just a pretty boy with a handsome face? After all, it was a fight in the company's parking lot. The commotion attracted attention. People from the same company ran over and saw it. They were worried for Chushuan. "Manager Chu, are you okay?" Chushuan was fine. He was just holding hands with Lin Yanchen just now. Now that Lin Yanchen refused to let go, he was a little embarrassed to be seen. After a while, President Liu also rushed over. He walked over and saw Chushuan's back. "Chushuan? You said you were attacked in the parking lot? Are you okay?" Chushuan turned around and saw his master. "I'm fine." President Liu only noticed the person standing beside Chushuan when he got closer. The two of them were holding hands. He gasped. President Lin, Chushuan previously told him that it wasn't Lin Yanchen who wanted to poach him. It was Lin Yanchen who was dating him. He didn't dare to believe it. Now, they were showing off their love. This was the heir of the Lin Yanchen. His net worth was only a fraction of Lin Yanchen's. He didn't know how Chushuan got to know Lin Yanchen. No matter what, it wasn't a bad thing. Lin Yanchen smiled politely and explained, "I came to pick up Chushuan from work and happened to encounter this lunatic attacking Chushuan. Perhaps you should strengthen the security here." President Liu hurriedly said, Okay, I'll be careful." "You," Lin Yanchen smiled and said, "Chief Liu, you're Chushuan's master, so you're also my elder. You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Shaolin." Manager Liu was overwhelmed by the favor and was in fear and trepidation, so he didn't dare to call him that. Being complimented by Lin Yanchen, he inexplicably felt like his lifespan was going to be shortened. Some of the other onlookers also recognized that this was the young master of the Lin family, who had been quite popular on the internet these days. The police arrived quickly and arrived after 5 minutes. Xianxia finally didn't have to endure the shame of being disheveled and surrounded by people. When the police saw his tied-up position, they even laughed. "Who tied you up?" "You're quite professional." Lin Yanchen said, "I learned a little." The belt that bound Xianxia's hands and feet was untied. He lifted his pants and was escorted into the police car. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen also went to the police station to record their statements. Chu Xuan didn't suffer any major injuries, only a sprain, and there were red marks on his neck. Lin Yanchen's heart ached to death, but this degree of injury wasn't enough to be identified as a minor injury. At the very least, Xianxia would be detained for 10 days to half a month, and not released after a few questions like last time. During the questioning, the police couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen said, "Yes, I hit him. At the time, I went to pick up my boyfriend from work and saw this person choking my lover's neck. Of course, I couldn't ignore it, right? At that time, I went up to subdue him, and then my lover called the police. He heard that the Chinese and Western definitions of lover were different. In China, it was more commonly referred to as a husband or wife who had an intimate relationship, while overseas, it referred to an unknown lover. He didn't know which type these two people in front of him were." Chu Xuan suggested that he wanted to say a few more words to Xianxia. Lin Yanchen held his hand tightly under the table. Chu Xuan said, "Take this opportunity to settle things." Xianxia was flustered. When he was asked about this, he suddenly realized why he felt that Lin Yanchen looked familiar. He looked very similar to the 26-year-old young billionaire who was trending online these past 2 days. They both had the surname Lin. Could they be the same person? When he saw the news, he only casually glanced at it and felt that it was too different from his own world. He was jealous. Some people could stand at a height that others couldn't reach in their lifetime. He couldn't be bothered to look carefully. When Xianxia saw Chu Xuan, his heart relaxed. "I knew you wouldn't be so cruel to me." Chu Xuan was stunned. He really didn't have any sympathy for him. He said, "I came here because I wanted to personally tell you one last time. Xianxia, we're done. Please don't appear in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Xianxia didn't answer the question. "Your so-called new boyfriend is that person just now. Is he the Lin Yanchen that's rumored online? Are you stupid? He told you that he wanted to marry you, and you really believed him? How could someone like him marry you?" Chu Xuan was angry when he was belittled, but when he heard Xianxia's malicious speculation and insults about Lin Yanchen, he couldn't help but be angry. "You're a scumbag, so you think he's one too? You really know how to judge others by your own standards. I'm being nosy. I won't waste my breath with you anymore." Xianxia had nothing to lose. Chu Xuan was just saying some harsh words. It wasn't like he would kill him. Chu Xuan dialed a number in front of him. "Hello, Uncle G. Long time no see." "Yes, I'm Chu Xuan." Xianxia's face changed. "Chu Xuan." Chu Xuan stood out of his reach and continued, "Uncle, Xianxia has been harassing me. Please discipline him. After I called the police, he was detained by the police." "Oh, you don't seem to understand. I've already cut ties with him. The harassment I'm talking about is harassment between gay men." Xianxia thought about his parents and was so scared that his hands and feet turned cold. His fingertips trembled. "Chu Xuan, why do you have to?" Chu Xuan finally said to him, "At the end of the day, you've never respected me. You don't care if I'm willing or not. You only think about yourself. Now you should believe that I don't have any feelings for you." After hanging up the call with Xianxia's father, Chu Xuan even blacklisted him. He really didn't want to have anything to do with these people. Lin Yanchen was waiting for him outside the door. When he saw him come out, Lin Yanchen couldn't help but say sourly, "That G guy is quite handsome. But not as handsome as me." Chu Xuan laughed. Yes. He's not as good as our Shaolin's toes." Lin Yanchen said, "When you said that no one liked you, I didn't believe you. You're so good. How can no one like you? You must have not noticed." Chu Xuan shook his head and said with a frown, "What's so good about that? It's enough that you like me." He then said, "I've only met one crazy person. There's no one else. Okay, let's go home." The next day, Chu Xuan went to work as usual. However, a small number of people already knew that he was in a relationship with Lin Yanchen. This news was too unbelievable. It spread slowly and not many people believed it. They thought that it was either a joke or someone with bad eyes had mistaken him for someone else. In the afternoon, the secretary suddenly came over and said, "Manager Chu, President Shuang from City X is here. He said that he has something to discuss with you and is waiting for you in the reception room." Chu Xuan thought that it was a business problem. When Zhuang Hanxue saw Chu Xuan, he was like a little chick seeing an old hen. He almost pounced on him and said, "Brother Chu, save me. I beg you, please date me." Chu Xuan, Author has something to say. "My condition hasn't been good recently. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to update too. But I can only come over at 7 a.m. every day, winky face. I'm sorry. Also, this chapter 2K is a new rhythm that I've figured out. I don't want to disrupt it. I'm anxious to fatten myself up. I'm a little sad to see some comments scolding me." Even less winky face. Ancient God Emperor Zhuang Hanxue was 25 years old this year and had no ambitions. His biggest dream was to just eat and wait for death so that he could live a carefree and happy life every day. The heavens were on his side. He was the youngest in the family and had a brother and sister above him. Both of them were legendary other people's children. Since he was young, everyone said that the eldest son and daughter of the Zhuang family were so outstanding. Why was it that the youngest son was a piece of trash? He wasn't even as good-looking as his brother. However, perhaps because he loved to eat and run since he was young, compared to his brother who didn't like to exercise, he was tall and strong. His brother and sister treated him well. When he was young, they couldn't afford to teach him how to read. When he grew up, they still couldn't afford to teach him how to work. Even if they couldn't afford to teach him, they wouldn't force him either. If he could muddle through, they would give him pocket money as a reward. He wasn't greedy for money and had always been living a comfortable life. When others said that he was useless, Zhuang Hanxue would reply eloquently, "What's the point of fighting? My brother and sister are already so amazing and I'm still fighting? What's going to happen to our family? A mountain can't have two tigers, unless one is male and the other is female. My family already has a male tiger and a female tiger. I'd better just be a little fox obediently." Zhuang Hanxue felt that his little abacus was really good and he was elated. He hadn't expected that his beautiful life would be destroyed one day. His brother, Zhuang Hanqing, was 35 years old this year. Since young, he had been a model student who followed the rules and had never made any mistakes. All sorts of awards and trophies filled his room. When he was young, Zhuang Hanxue heard his classmates worshipping him. Having such an amazing brother was indescribably satisfying, even though he was a problematic child who got into trouble frequently. 2KXS lay in his heart, his big brother was perfect and flawless. After he was 30 years old, his parents kept urging him to get married. However, he kept delaying it. A while ago, he was forced to go on blind dates for the umpteenth time and even had to discuss his wedding. His brother told his parents that he didn't want to get married because he liked men. He had long promised to marry his childhood sweetheart. After a huge quarrel with his parents, he gave up on the family business and eloped with his boyfriend. Not only did they elope, they even went to Northern Europe to get their marriage certificate and sent a copy home. His parents were furious. Zhuang Hanxue was a little worried about his brother. He even secretly sent money to his brother, telling him to take care of himself and wishing his brother a happy life. Long live free love and bravely say no to the feudal arranged marriage. Zhuang Hanxue was super happy. Yeah. Big brother is no longer here, so no one is forcing me to work hard. I can continue to play, he. Zhuang Hanxue had only been happy for a few days when his parents turned their attention to him. They were really angered by their eldest son, but it was fine. They still had a son. Although he seemed useless, he was obedient. It was not too late to change their son to be the successor. Zhuang Hanxue was scared out of his wits. He originally thought that even if his elder brother was no longer around, his elder sister was still around. Even if the sky fell, his elder sister would be there to hold it up. His elder sister, Zhuang Hanxue, was also a top student and a famous career woman. However, they did not have a good relationship. Zhuang Hanxue knew in his heart that it was probably because his parents favored boys over girls. That was why his elder sister did not like him. He did not expect his parents to favor boys to this extent. They were willing to let a useless person like him be the successor and turn a blind eye to his elder sister's years of hard work. Zhuang Hanxue was extremely anxious. He did not want to be the successor. He just wanted to be a useless person who could lie down and earn money every day. His brain was not working well. In a moment of desperation, he thought that since his parents had given up on his brother because he was gay, then he could also be gay. How quick-witted, however, not everyone could be pulled in to be gay with him. It would be bad if he turned out to be a real gay. Furthermore, if he pulled in a random stranger whom he had never met before, his parents would definitely not believe him. Xianxia thought about it and felt that Chushuan was a suitable candidate. Chushuan did not like him. That was great. So, this is the reason why you suddenly came to ask me to be in a relationship with you? Chushuan listened to Xianxia, this little idiot, ramble on about the cause and effect of the entire situation. Although it sounded unreliable, no matter how he thought about it, it was something that Xiao Zhuang would do. Chushuan's conclusion from countless angry experiences was that Xianxia was a lazy, unambitious, ignorant, and incompetent piece of trash. This person even thought that his greatest strength was his self-awareness. Xianxia looked at him anxiously and nodded his head furiously. Now that he was not working under Xianxia, Chushuan felt especially relieved to see Xianxia in such a commotion. There was even a moment where he wanted to say, "Then you should study hard and inherit the family business. I hope you live in an abyss of suffering for the rest of your life." Chushuan was really happy to see him in trouble. He held back his laughter and coughed twice. "I can't do anything. You know that I have a boyfriend." Xianxia said, "It's precisely because you have a boyfriend Lin Yanchen is good-looking and promising, so you definitely won't take a fancy to me, so what we have is definitely fake. He can rest assured and lend you to me a few times." Chushuan retorted, "Why do I have to help you? I don't want to pretend to be your boyfriend." Xianxia said, "I'll give you money, okay? Just help me." Chushuan asked, "But if this succeeds, your parents will kick you out of the house. How will you have money then?" Xianxia was suddenly stunned by the question and was dumbfounded. Chushuan was surprised. "Don't tell me you didn't think about it at all?" Xianxia scratched his head. "I think Mom and Dad won't bear to kick me out of the house. My brother insisted on running away from home and eloping with his husband. I won't do that. They'll punish me and take away my inheritance. Isn't that good?" Xianxia almost knelt down in front of him. "Brother Chu, you're so compassionate. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Otherwise, I'll be living a life worse than death for the next few decades. My brother and sister only sleep for a few hours every day. They basically don't have any rest throughout the year. Is that a life for humans? Of course not. I just want to sleep until I wake up naturally every day. I want to have food to eat, wine to drink, a house to live in, and money to play games. Is my request too much?" Chushuan said, "Why did you think of finding someone to help you pretend to come out of the closet? It doesn't have to be like this. You can still discuss it with your sister." Xianxia hung his head dejectedly. "She hates me. This time, Mom and Dad didn't choose her and chose me to be the heir. She hates me even more." Chushuan said, "That's why you should look for her. You should support her to be the heir and let her take over your brother in the future. She'll be responsible for giving you pocket money. She'll get what she wants and become the head of the Zhuang family. You can continue to eat and wait for death. Isn't that the best of both worlds?" Xianxua's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized. That's right. Thank you, Brother Chu. I'll go back and discuss it with my sister. Chushuan sent him out. Goodbye. You don't have to thank me. I still have work to do. I don't have time to play with you. It was Friday, the last working day of the week. Tomorrow, Lin Yanchen would bring his father over. However, Lin Yanchen arrived a day earlier. Chushuan had told Lin Yanchen about Xianxua's matter as a joke. His original intention was to say that Lin Yanchen's father was an open-minded and good parent. Knowing that Lin Yanchen was in a relationship with another man, he wasn't annoyed at all and accepted it calmly. However, Lin Yanchen's thoughts were thousands of miles away as he instantly got jealous. Why do I feel that he might be up to no good? Is there such an idiot in the world? Who knows, he might be pretending to be stupid to test you. In fact, he's secretly in love with you. Before Lin Yanchen could finish his words, Chu Xuan chuckled out. Thinking that he was way too cute, Chu Xuan leaned over and kissed him gently on the lips. Lin Yanchen was stunned by the sudden kiss and forgot what he wanted to say. He wanted to ask Chu Xuan why he kissed him, but his body moved first as he returned the kiss. Both of their faces were a little hot. Chu Xuan whispered in his ear, "My Xiao Lin is good at everything, but he gets jealous too easily. Once he gets jealous, his IQ drops like crazy." Lin Yanchen said shamelessly, "What can I do?" "Son, you're going to spend the rest of your life with this idiot. Aren't you afraid?" "It's useless to be afraid. My father is coming tomorrow, and I still have Chirp Chirp as a hostage." "You can't go back on your words." Chirp Chirp was playing with little Fatty Chu. They bought a big glass fish tank at home, and the man and dog were watching the fish together. Little Fatty Chu observed for a while and stuck out his tongue to lick the glass. Chirp Chirp held the pacifier in its mouth and stared blankly at little Fatty Chu licking it with relish. After watching for a while, it took off the pacifier and lay outside the fish tank to lick the glass. Chu Xuan glanced at it casually. He was so shocked that he pushed Lin Yanchen away and ran over to Chirp Chirp to hug him. He beat little Fatty Chu first, then gently patted Chirp Chirp's little mouth. "You're still licking the glass. Isn't it dirty?" Chirp Chirp thought that its father was playing with it. It didn't cry but smiled brightly. It hugged its father and pointed at the fish tank. "Fish. Fish. Eat." Under Mr. Chu's persistent teaching, Chirp Chirp could now say a few more words. They were all about food. Things like fish, rice, and meat were all taught once or twice, and it immediately learned them. It still didn't know how to call fruits, so it called them guagua. Chu Xuan was angry and amused at the same time. "You're really the reincarnation of a little greedy cat." Lin Yanchen walked over. He was no longer angry. There was no need to be angry with his son. He would teach his son well in the future so that Chirp Chirp could learn to be independent and be a good child. That way, he would have more time to love Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan hugged Chirp Chirp and said worriedly, "I feel like I'm not very lucky recently. I don't know if your father will come to visit tomorrow." Lin Yanchen held his hand. "I'm here. Author has something to say, draw 40 comments and give out red packets. See you tomorrow morning. Good night." Thanks to Little Swallow Fei Ah Fei X5, Big Rainstorm, Radish, Snake Skin, Jiri Wisdom X2, Kuajan, Cold Dew X2, Yazzie Recklessness, Red Lotus, Minmin 99, Author has something to say, Fengyang, LWH0827X2, AAA, Xiaoyu, Durian, Pig's Feet, Baijio, Stars Spinning Thousand Sails, Mu Yao, Free Will, Soy Sauce, Still, Yogurt Bubbles, Gene C, Yuchi X2's Landmine. Thanks to Yaya, Akatsuki X2, Yuchi's Grenade. Thanks to Yaya X2's Rocket Launcher. In the evening, Chu Xuan received a message from his master, saying that something was not working well and that he had to work overtime on Saturday to fix it. Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that things wouldn't go so smoothly. A small mistake like this that could be solved made him feel at ease. Anyway, he had made an appointment to have dinner, so he had more than enough time to go to the company in the morning. If he still needed to delay, he would ask his master for leave. If his master knew that he had an appointment with Lin Yanchen's father, he might ask him not to come to work overtime in the morning. Chu Xuan felt that instead of being nervous at home, he might as well go to the company to relieve his stress. Lin Yanchen sent him to work. This was a new experience. Chu Xuan turned around and saw Lin Yanchen standing at the door with Chirp Chirp in his arms. He looked like a little wife, looking at him eagerly. Chu Xuan could not help but want to laugh. He raised his head slightly and kissed him on the cheek. "Be a good boy and wait for me to come back." At the small book stand, Lin Yanchen returned a kiss. "Come back early too." Chu Xuan was about to leave when Chirp Chirp put his big head in front of Chu Xuan as if he wanted to bump into him. Chu Xuan understood. He smiled, kissed Chirp Chirp's forehead, and patted him. "Daddy is leaving." Chirp Chirp was satisfied. He squeezed his little hands and made a goodbye gesture. Chu Xuan was in high spirits. He went to the company and planned to finish his work quickly, go home, change his clothes, and go out to meet his father-in-law. He was not a woman, so he did not need to do makeup, hair, or style. Applying a man's face cream and trimming his eyebrows were already very attentive. He was not the only one working overtime on Saturday morning. Chu Xuan was immersed in his work. Someone entered his office. Chu Xuan thought that it was to get some documents, so he did not look up. He handed over a document and casually told the person what to do and to finish it quickly. After about 10 minutes, that person came again. The work that he had previously assigned had been completed. He brought it over for Chu Xuan to review. Chu Xuan looked at it and did unexpectedly well. This was because the male voice sounded gentle and pleasant. He looked up and saw that it was a man who looked to be in his 40s. Chu Xuan was stunned. When did such a person appear in the department next door? However, he didn't pay much attention to it. A new recruit? The man asked him, "Are you okay?" Chu Xuan. "Well done." The man smiled. "That's good." The work was more or less done. It would be over after a meal and an inspection. The company cafeteria was not open today. Chu Xuan opened the takeout app and was thinking about what to order for everyone to eat when the delivery guy arrived. There was plenty of Japanese cuisine, high-class sushi, and sashimi. Everyone pounced on it and ate it together in the meeting room. Not long after Chu Xuan sat down, someone sat down beside him. Chu Xuan saw that it was the man he was not familiar with. The other party took the initiative to greet him. "Manager Chu, you've worked hard today." Chu Xuan nodded politely and said, "You've worked hard too." They casually chatted for a while, and Chu Xuan inexplicably felt that it was really comfortable to talk to this person. His conversation was polite and meaningful. Chatting with him was very interesting and made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Although this man was a little old, he took good care of himself. Most importantly, his temperament was not greasy at all. He could be considered handsome. There was a familiar look between his eyebrows, but Chu Xuan could not recall it at the moment. Maybe he had seen him in the company. Chu Xuan gradually let down his guard. The other party asked, "Isn't the work done? Why are you still so nervous?" It was easier to talk in front of a stranger. Even if he said it, it would not affect him. Moreover, it was a little strange to talk to this person. Chu Xuan said, "I'm not worried about work. I have an appointment to meet my boyfriend's father today." The man said, "This is the first time I've seen a man in China say my boyfriend so generously." Chu Xuan smiled. "It's not like I'm breaking the law." The man nodded. "Yes, but many people are secretive. It's as if they have committed a crime and cannot see the light of day." Chu Xuan said, "I'm secretive too. I won't tell you who my boyfriend is." The man laughed. "Haha, it's okay. That should be called protecting your privacy. Are you nervous?" Chu Xuan sighed. "I can't help but be nervous. I'm afraid that he doesn't like me. To be honest, my family background is quite different from my boyfriend's. Even if I'm a woman, it might not be smooth, let alone me as a man." The man said, "Relax. Everything will be fine when you get there. Maybe he likes you more than you think?" Chu Xuan said, "I hope so." At this moment, another person approached. It was a female employee of the company. She came to talk to the uncle beside Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan watched from the side. The young lady blushed and expressed her affection for the uncle. However, she was rejected. "You're quite lucky with women." He shook his head helplessly and said, "At my age, of course, I have a wife and children. Why would I need luck with women? My son is about to get married and become a grandfather." Chu Xuan said, "Oh? Your son is about to get married? Congratulations." He thanked him and said, "Yes, that kid has been rebellious for a long time. I thought that it would take a few more years. I didn't expect him to get married so soon. Actually, I'm still a little worried. I feel that he's not mature enough. I don't know if he can be a good husband and father. But when I was his age, I didn't do that well either. I'm not qualified to criticize him." Sigh. Chu Xuan said, "When you said that you were worried, I thought you were going to say that you were worried about the relationship between the two generations. He said, that's nothing. As long as he likes it, it's fine. I don't plan to live with them. I'll keep an appropriate distance. Everyone will be at peace. Life will be good. As he spoke, his phone rang. He walked away to answer the call. Chushuan glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. After that, Chushuan didn't see this person again. Before he left, he even asked the people in the department next door, who's that man wearing glasses and a gray suit? The people in the department next door asked, yes? Isn't he from your department? Chushuan suddenly had a bad feeling. In the evening, the red sunset was hanging on the horizon. Lin Yanquan's father was waiting for them at the reserved place. This time only Chushuan and Chirp Chirp went to meet him. If everything went well, the parents of the two families would meet again next time. They arrived at a clubhouse. It was the first time Chushuan knew that there was such a place in Y City. It was in the downtown area, separated by a high wall. After entering, the noise was absorbed by the thick bamboo forest. The winding path led to a secluded place. The design of the house was a combination of a classical courtyard and modern architecture. Before they arrived, they could hear the melodious sound of a guqin. It made people feel peaceful. After pushing the door open and entering, Lin Yanquan said, Dad, we're here. Chushuan immediately saw a handsome middle-aged uncle in a loose traditional Chinese suit sitting on an armchair in the bright and spacious hall. When he saw them, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sit. Lin Xiaoyuan smiled and said to Chushuan, hello. He then looked at the child in his arms. This is Chirp Chirp, right? He looked so similar to Yan Yan when he was young. Chushuan, wasn't this the strange uncle who chatted with him at the company this morning? He was so surprised that he didn't notice anything else. Lin Yanquan almost exploded. He glared at his father. I told you not to call Chushuan by his nickname in front of him. How embarrassing, Lin Xiaoyuan then remembered and smiled embarrassedly. He accidentally forgot and called him by his nickname. The author has something to say, it's so hard to draw 40 comments and give out red packets. Chushuan was really embarrassed. Previously, he thought that Lin Yanquan was going too far by always treating his father like a demon king, but now he understood Lin Yanquan. It wasn't that his father had any bad intentions or had a violent personality. It was just that no matter what he did, it was all within his control, and he couldn't see through his thoughts at all. However, at the moment, Lin Yanquan's father shouldn't have any ill feelings towards him. This was Lin Xiaoyuan. Chushuan had heard some legends about him. At his level, he wasn't active in the front office and had long been in a semi-retired state. It wasn't that he didn't work, but that he didn't want to be in the limelight. Ordinary people didn't know about such a rich man. Chushuan honestly introduced himself in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Hello, I'm Chushuan. Lin Xiaoyuan smiled. Yes, I know. Yan Chen has already introduced you to me. We've already met today. YYXS. La Chushuan blushed. I didn't know that was you. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yanquan glanced sideways. Lin Xiaoyuan said, I might have scared you, so I apologize to you. I arrived early today and had nothing to do. I told President Liu that I wanted to go to your company to take a look at you. But you're very busy, so I thought that since I'm an idle person, it's just a small matter. Chushuan didn't expect a big shot like Lin Xiaoyuan to lower himself to do such a trivial task and do it perfectly. Lin Xiaoyuan remembered Chushuan's handwriting on the document. As the saying goes, one's handwriting is like one's person. Chushuan's handwriting was very good. As expected of a scholarly family, he must have worked hard when he was young. However, from the strokes, it could be seen that he was a little impatient, but he still wrote beautifully. This showed that although he was impatient, he could still do good things. However, this time, he was looking at his son's partner, not his subordinates. Chushuan said, It's okay, it's okay. It's my fault. I should recognize it clearly and not blindly order people around. Lin Yanquan could roughly guess what his father had done. He glanced at him without hesitation and held Chushuan's hand under the table. Lin Xiaoyuan's heart thumped. Chirp Chirp fell asleep in Chushuan's arms. Lin Xiaoyuan said, "The child is asleep. It's quite tiring to carry her like this. Shall I get them to bring a small bed over?" Chushuan felt that it was definitely because someone was playing the guqin next to him. He fell asleep while listening to the chirp chirp. If he hadn't received a mental shock as soon as he entered the door, he might have fallen asleep now. Lin Xiaoyuan said to bring a small bed over. Within 5 minutes, someone really brought over a crib with a complete set of pillows and blankets. This also made Chushuan feel a little awkward. This was the first time he met his grandfather. Chirp Chirp was actually sound asleep. Lin Xiaoyuan looked at her rosy, apple-like face, and his heart softened. She was so cute. She really looked like Yan Yan when she was young. However, Yan Yan wasn't so obedient. She didn't like to sleep. When she cried, her cries were so loud that it made people's eardrums feel like they were going to burst. After Chirp Chirp fell asleep, they could also talk properly. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Xiaoyuan took out a red envelope sealed in red paper. He had folded it himself. Sometimes, he liked this tradition. He even wrote Chushuan's name on the paper with a brush. It had a faint scent of ink. If Chushuan was a girl, then he would have prepared jewelry. However, Chushuan wasn't, so he prepared another greeting gift. He said gently, "We'll be family from now on. This is a greeting gift. Accept it." "Thank you." Chushuan took it respectfully. The red paper was a little thick, but the whole red envelope was thin. It probably didn't contain banknotes. Chushuan thought it might be a check. He didn't know how many zeros were written on it. Lin Yanchen watched from the side as the two of them talked politely. He couldn't find a chance to interrupt, but the atmosphere was good. His father didn't make things difficult for him and Chushuan. Lin Yanchen said straightforwardly, "If you don't have any objections, I'll start preparing for my wedding with Chushuan. We'll get the marriage certificate first." Speaking of this, Father Lin had a suggestion. "Wait a moment." Lin Yanchen immediately became alert. "What's wrong?" Father Lin took out a thick book that looked like a law book and placed it in front of them. "Take a look. I got someone to write some wedding plans. Take a look and see if you're satisfied with them." Lin Yanchen was stunned. Chushuan thought about it and took the book to read. Lin Yanchen frowned. "This is my wedding. How the wedding is going to be is my business." Father Lin was stunned. It was only then that he realized that he seemed to have made a fool of himself again. When he heard that Lin Yanchen was going to get married last week, he was so excited that he forgot about this. He said embarrassedly, "I'm too nosy. I'm worried that you don't have experience." Chushuan tugged at Lin Yanchen's hand and smiled. "Thank you, uncle. We'll go back and take a look. We'll still do it ourselves, but we'll take your opinion into consideration. When the time comes, we'll definitely need your help." Even though they hadn't gotten married yet, Chushuan knew how tiring it was to get married. If it was just the two of them, they might not be able to do it well. When the time came, they would definitely need their parents' help. Father Lin instantly had a better impression of Chushuan. Look at how good he was at talking. He was much better than Lin Yanchen, who always scolded him. His grandson was so obedient. He must have inherited Chushuan's temper. No wonder Yan Yan had become so soft because of him. Lin Xiaoyuan felt that when a person got married, it was to build a family. It was also to make the previous family more harmonious. It was to make each other better people. Many people considered marriage of equal status for the balance of the family. They were afraid that there would be all kinds of conflicts. Chushuan was the opportunity for their father-son relationship to improve. On this point, he was extremely grateful that Chushuan appeared in Lin Yanchen's life. Lin Xiaoyuan said gently, "You're still calling me uncle? You can call me dad now. Are you going to have the engagement party first, then the wedding, or the wedding directly?" Lin Yanchen said, "Let's not delay it. We already have a child. Let's skip the engagement party." Chushuan blushed again. His father hadn't even allowed Lin Yanchen to call him dad yet. Lin Xiaoyuan didn't refuse. Okay. You can do whatever you want." Without being mentally prepared, Chushuan couldn't call him dad. Lin Yanchen saw it and helped him out. He said with heartache, Chushuan is very shy. Don't push him so hard. However, Chushuan's face became even hotter in an instant. I'm shy? Shy my ass. I slept with you the first time I saw you. I even killed you. Lin Xiaoyuan quickly said, oh, yes, it's my fault. Don't be nervous. We still have a long time to get along in the future. Take it slow. After the discussion, the dishes were served. All kinds of exquisite dishes were served on the table, and the fragrance of the food spread. Chirp Chirp smelled the fragrance and struggled to wake up. He kicked the blanket away and sat up. Chirp Chirp still had a few strands of hair sticking up by his ears. His head was already stretched towards the table, and his mouth was about to drip down. Chushuan immediately noticed and chuckled. I knew you would wake up. Chirp Chirp reached out for a hug. Dad. Hug. Let's eat. Lin Xiaoyuan saw such a cute little Bao Bao and really wanted to hug him, but he was too embarrassed to say it. He watched as Chushuan picked up his little grandson and was very envious. Lin Xiaoyuan said tactfully, it's not easy to take a child to eat. Do you want me to help you feed the child? Eat your fill first. I ate some snacks before, so I'm not hungry. Chushuan said, it's okay. I don't chase after children to feed them. Get someone to bring a child's seat over. Chirp Chirp can eat by himself. Lin Xiaoyuan was inexplicably a little disappointed. The baby seat was brought over and Chirp Chirp was placed in it. Chushuan brought a small bowl and spoon for him. Chirp Chirp sat down obediently, and Chushuan tied an apron for him. He didn't twist around when eating. His father only gave him delicious food after he sat down properly. Lin Xiaoyuan watched Chirp Chirp eat. Chushuan scooped a spoonful of crab soybean curd soup, blew on it until it cooled down a little, and then put it into his small bowl. Chirp Chirp's posture of holding the spoon was very good. It was obvious that he had been carefully corrected. He obediently ate spoon by spoon. As he ate, he felt that someone was looking at him. He raised his head and looked at Lin Xiaoyuan. He pursed his lips and smiled, the corners of his mouth still stained with soup. Lin Xiaoyuan was very touched. Oh my God, how could there be such an obedient little Bao Bao? He still remembered that when Yan Yan was young, he wanted people to chase after him to feed him. Chirp Chirp sat quite high and could see the dishes on the table. Every dish looked delicious. In fact, he wanted to try every dish. Even if he didn't have teeth and couldn't bite, it was good to lick them. Chirp Chirp looked eagerly at a steamed fish dish. Lin Xiaoyuan secretly looked at Chushuan and Lin Yanchen, then quickly picked up a small piece of fish, picked out the bones, and put it into Chirp Chirp's bowl. Chirp Chirp's eyes lit up. He looked at the extra piece of fish in his small bowl as if he had seen a piece of gold. He ate it happily. Wow, it was really delicious. The child was very observant. He realized that this unknown grandfather would give him the delicious food he wanted to eat, so he immediately left this father who didn't let him eat that and looked at his grandfather with admiration and expectation. He looked at the piece of meat, and his grandfather broke it up for him and scooped it into his bowl. Then he looked at the fruit, and his grandfather picked up the fruit with a spoon and put it into his mouth without saying anything. Chirp Chirp was very happy. This grandfather was good. He could eat meat if he smiled at this grandfather, and he was good-looking too. Chushuan didn't dare to stop him. He wanted to talk to Lin Yanchen about whether his father would spoil the child too much. Turning his head, Lin Yanchen kept putting food into his bowl. He let him try all the delicious food. The plate of chicken and drumsticks were definitely his. Then he would think about his son. He saw that his father was feeding Chirp Chirp, so he simply ignored it. His eyes only stared at his beloved son. All in all, today's meeting with the parents was harmonious. Next time, he would arrange for the parents of the two families to meet. Before leaving, Lin Xiaoyuan looked at Chirp Chirp reluctantly. Chushuan said with a red face and said awkwardly, Dad, do you want to hug Chirp Chirp? I think he likes you a lot. Lin Xiaoyuan was a little flattered. Okay. Chirp Chirp liked this grandfather who spoiled him, so he obediently let him hug him. Chirp Chirp was fragrant and soft. Lin Xiaoyuan hugged him and couldn't bear to let go. Lin Yanchen looked at the way he hugged the child and said in surprise, "You know how to hug a child?" He originally thought that his father didn't know how to hug a child. Lin Xiaoyuan's heart softened when he saw how cute his grandson was. He naturally revealed his thoughts and smiled gently. "Then you underestimate me." "Why wouldn't I? I personally raised you when you were young. You were very picky and would cry if I hugged you a little bit and made you uncomfortable. But it's true that I haven't hugged a Bao Bao for many years. I don't know how to do it anymore. Chirp Chirp is so obedient and doesn't mind me." Lin Yanchen was stunned. He could see that his father's posture was very professional. The first time he hugged Chirp Chirp, he couldn't do it. Chu Xuan had to correct him and teach him how to hug Bao Bao. He was actually worse than his father, who he thought didn't care about the child. His father was so good at hugging a child. At the very least, it meant that when he was a little Bao Bao, his father took care of him very carefully. Lin Yanchen couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps there were more things he misunderstood about his father. Lin Xiaoyuan sent them to the parking lot before returning Chirp Chirp to Chu Xuan. "Be careful on the road." "Don't worry." Lin Yanchen went to drive the car out. Chu Xuan and Lin Xiaoyuan were alone. He sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for today." Lin Xiaoyuan smiled and said, "I should be the one thanking you. You were the one who sent me the dumplings made by Yanchen, right? They were very delicious." Chu Xuan nodded in embarrassment. "Yes." He was a little afraid of being misunderstood as deliberately trying to please him. He said, "At that time, I was sick and thought that I was going to die. I wanted to do something for Lin Yanchen before I died. It wasn't a big deal." Lin Xiaoyuan sighed. "You're a good child. No wonder Yanchen likes you so much that his hair turned white for you. No wonder Yanchen likes you so much that his hair turned white for you." Chu Xuan felt as if he was struck by lightning. He asked in a daze. "What white hair?" The author has something to say. Oh my god, the diligent brother Sprout not only updated on time today, but also updated 3K5, crazy hint to praise, draw 40 comments and send red packets. Thank you to Sky Flowers, White Night Mud, Jiri Wisdom X2, Cold Dew X2, Yuan Ming, Calvary, Follow Your Heart X2, Bang, Little Bamboo Fox, Ning Ning, Ordinary Lee, Gardenia Oolong Tea, Ingyu, Meow, False, Jouet, Look Around, LWH0827X2, Sue, Sweet Tongue, Moxibustion, Ah Bao, Guagua E, Velvet Grass, White 1000 Miles, Misa Sauce, AAA, Cleulier's Mind. Thank you to Akatsuki X2, Melancholy European, Don't Laugh Too Hard. Grenade. Chu Xuan was stunned, and so was Father Lin. You don't know?" Chu Xuan was at a loss and shook his head. Lin Yanchen and Chu Xuan had been reunited for a few months, but Chu Xuan never found out. It must be because Lin Yanchen deliberately hid it, but Chu Xuan let it slip. He said, "Why don't you pretend I didn't say anything?" Lin Yanchen drove the car over, and it was time to leave. Chu Xuan said, "I won't let him know. You were the one who told me." Chirp Chirp sat in the child protection seat in the back. He fastened his seatbelt, gave him a pacifier, and obediently played with his fingers. Chu Xuan sat in the front passenger seat and couldn't help but look at Lin Yanchen's hair. It still looked black, but it wasn't that he didn't notice the faint scent of perfume on Lin Yanchen's body. He didn't think much about it before, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed similar to the smell of hair balm. Lin Yanchen felt weird being stared at by him and smiled. "What are you looking at?" Chu Xuan said casually, "You're especially handsome today." I couldn't help myself. Lin Yanchen was quite flattered. Ever since they had Bao Bao, they didn't talk so shamelessly. He immediately took advantage of the situation. "Then tonight, do you want to give Chirp Chirp to Dad and Mom? We can't help ourselves." Chu Xuan laughed. As he laughed, his voice became softer and softer. He asked softly, "Shaolin, I haven't asked in detail. After I left, what did you do?" Lin Yanchen still felt uncomfortable when he thought about it, and subconsciously avoided answering. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Chu Xuan said, "I just want to ask." "Tell me." They were at a red light. Lin Yanchen sighed slightly and said, "I wasn't obedient." You wrote in your letter that I shouldn't look for you, but I still went to look for you. I probably followed you the moment you returned to the country, but you didn't tell me anything. I only had your name. It took me a long time to find your company, the school you went to, and the address of your parents. But I still couldn't find you. In the end, Xianxia told me that he saw a bag from XX hospital in your house. I went to that hospital and asked around. Who knew that there would be such a coincidence? There was a person with the surname Chu. He was about the same age as you. He also wore glasses and had just passed away from a terminal illness. I didn't dare to investigate any further. Lin Yanchen turned his head and smiled at him. It's my fault for being too stupid. If I had continued to investigate, I would have discovered that I had gotten the wrong person. If I had found you earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. That night, Lin Yanchen was also sleeping on Chushuan's bed. He wanted to share a small bed with Chushuan. Chushuan urged him to take a shower. Wash yourself clean first. Lin Yanchen came out of the shower. Chushuan waved at him. Lin Yanchen walked over. Chushuan said, "Let me dry your hair." Lin Yanchen stiffened imperceptibly. He said tactfully, "No, your parents aren't asleep yet. It would be embarrassing if they saw us." Chushuan said, "That's nothing. My dad even brought water for my mom to wash her feet." He wasn't even embarrassed. "I'm just drying your hair." Why novel? Lin Yanchen still avoided Chushuan. Then, I would be embarrassed if Chirp Chirp saw us. He said to Chirp Chirp, "Right, Chirp Chirp?" Chirp Chirp was playing with a small ball. When he heard his dad talking to him, he raised his head and smiled. He spat out a saliva bubble. Chushuan pulled him and said, "I think I saw white hair on your head. Let me take a look." Lin Yanchen said uncomfortably, "No, maybe I'm just too tired. There's 1 or 2 strands of white hair. It's not a big deal." Chushuan was a little angry. "Since it's not a big deal, why don't you dare to show it to me?" Lin Yanchen, Chushuan stared at him with a straight face and said coldly, "Come here." Lin Yanchen was so scared that he stood up straight and moved over. Chushuan said, "Sit down." Lin Yanchen sat down. Chushuan used a towel to dry his hair. He casually brushed his hair and saw that the roots of his black hair were white. After all, even if he dyed his hair, the roots would still be white when it grew out. Chushuan's nose was sour. He wiped his hair and couldn't continue. Lin Yanchen didn't even dare to breathe. "I'm sorry," Chushuan choked and asked him, "When did this happen?" Lin Yanchen, tears poured out of his eyes. Chushuan sniffed. "Shaolin, don't hide it from me." Lin Yanchen stood up and kissed his cheeks and eyes. "Don't cry. I don't know what to do when you cry." Chushuan was so anxious that tears fell. "Then tell me." Lin Yanchen said, "It's. At that time, I thought you were dead. I was very sad. I don't know why, but a lot of my hair turned white." Chushuan's heart ached. He scolded him. "Why were you so stupid? Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Yanchen touched his nose. "It's so ugly. How would I dare to let you know?" Chushuan raised his head and put his palm on Lin Yanchen's face. He kissed him. "It's not ugly. My Shaolin is the most handsome boy in the world." Chirp Chirp fell asleep. Lin Yanchen kissed Chushuan's shoulder. "Son, sometimes I feel that you're really strange. If I say that you're soft-hearted, how could you leave me so heartlessly? No matter how much I begged you, you wouldn't stay. If I say that you're hard-hearted, you're crying like this just because my hair turned white." Chushuan said angrily, "I only shed a few tears at first. Don't you know why I cried later? You're still laughing at me." Lin Yanchen hugged him. "I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'm wrong." Chushuan thought about how this guy's hair turned white at such a young age. His heart softened. "Also, you're still so young. This isn't a trivial matter. My hair hasn't even turned white yet." Lin Yanchen joked. "Isn't that great? Didn't you always say that you're older than me? Now that I have white hair, I look a few years older. It suits you." "Chushuan, you idiot." Chushuan suddenly remembered something. Ah, the red packet your dad gave me is still in my clothes in the bathroom. It won't be good if my mom washes it tomorrow. Go and get it for me. Lin Yanchen put on a pair of pants and took the red packet out of Chu Xuan's clothes. He sat by the bed and turned on the bedside lamp. He handed it to Chu Xuan. Open it. I don't know how big the red packet my dad gave you is, but he shouldn't be stingy. Chu Xuan opened the red packet. There was a piece of paper folded twice. It wasn't a check. It was bigger than a check. It looked like a document. He thought it would be a check. When he opened it, it was a property gift agreement. It was signed and stamped. As long as Chu Xuan put his name on it, he would get the property. The 5 shops in the downtown area of Y City added up to more than 1,000 square meters. Lin Yanchen looked at it and said, I think the land in B City is more valuable. Maybe my dad thinks that you're in Y City, so he gave you the land in Y City. Chu Xuan felt a little suffocated. In fact, this was much more considerate than giving him a check. He didn't know how to spend it. If he gave him the shops, it would be good whether he opened his own shop or rented it out. Even if it didn't work, the land would appreciate if it was left there. Chu Xuan felt complicated. I suddenly feel like I've hooked up with a tycoon. Lin Yanchen hugged him and kissed his cheek. Ha 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 ha, there's more. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen's wedding was officially scheduled. There was a slight disagreement on the timing. Lin Yanchen's father wanted to do it as soon as possible. After all, his child was already so old. It would be best if they could get married before Chirp Chirp's first birthday. They would be legally married and could hold a birthday party for Chirp Chirp openly. However, Chirp Chirp's first birthday was only slightly more than 2 months away. It was too rushed. On the other hand, Chu Xuan wanted to take it slow. Chirp Chirp's congenital heart disease had not improved significantly. He would have to go for a checkup next week. If he still did not recover, he would have to undergo surgery. If he had to undergo surgery, he wanted to wait until Chirp Chirp was done with the surgery and his body recovered. Then, he would bring Chirp Chirp to the wedding. Only then did Lin Yanchen's father know about Chirp Chirp's illness. He agreed with Chu Xuan's plan and his heart ached. Chirp Chirp has congenital heart disease? Is the doctor who treated him good? Do you want me to help find a doctor to operate on him? Chu Xuan said, it's a professional doctor from a tertiary grade A hospital. He's a director and has treated Chirp Chirp since he was young. He knows his condition the best. I think if we want to operate on him, we should find a doctor who is most familiar with Chirp Chirp's condition. Chu Xuan had interacted with Lin Yanchen's father for a few days. He said to Lin Yanchen, your father is clearly a very reasonable person. Lin Yanchen, I realized that he has become very easy to talk to now. It was May now, the end of spring and the beginning of summer. The temperature was refreshing and very comfortable. After a while, the weather would slowly warm up. This year, May 25th was the Dragon Boat Festival. It was just in time. They planned to choose this day to let the parents of the 2 families meet and eat dumplings together. After meeting Chu Xuan at home, Lin Yanchen directly told his father that he wanted to transfer to Y City as soon as possible. He didn't even want to wait for a few months. He said with conviction, Bao Bao, this is a crucial period of growth. I want to be a responsible father. Lin Xiaoyuan approved his request and let him go to the small branch company in Y City first. However, he felt that something was wrong. Was he scolding him? The outside world wasn't sure what was going on between the father and son. It was just that the crown prince was doing well, but he was almost demoted to a very small branch company in Y City with poor performance. Everyone was guessing that there might be some inside story. Perhaps it was because Lin Yanchen's talent had grown over the past few years that his narrow-minded father was jealous of him. Actually, Lin Yanchen went to Y City in high spirits. As soon as he settled down in Y City, he went to Chu Xuan's house to curry favor. He invited his parents-in-law to take a look at their new house and move in directly. It was a 300-square-meter villa in a high-end neighborhood with a small garden. The living room and kitchen were on the first floor, while the bedroom and study were on the second floor. There was a master bedroom and 3 guest bedrooms. Lin Yanchen had already thought of 3 guest rooms. One was for Chu Xuan's parents, one was for his father to stay over occasionally, and these two were not for outsiders. If his friends or Chushuan's friends came over to play and wanted to stay over, they could stay in the remaining guest room. The house was not as big as the one he used to live in. He didn't like big houses now. It took him a long time to find a person. Lin Yanchen carried big head and moved in. He even prepared a kennel for Chushuan. Lin Yanchen happily talked about his plans. When Mr. Chu heard this, he and his wife looked at each other and said, "Didn't I say before that I don't plan to live with you guys?" Lin Yanchen said, "Why not? Don't many old people like to live with their children and grandchildren? This way, we can be filial to you." Swallowing the starry sky, signing in and becoming a god, Mr. Chu laughed. "You're really strange. Don't young people nowadays not like to live with their elders? They think it's a hindrance. Isn't it good for me to be reasonable?" Lin Yanchen said, "I haven't lived with my elders since I was young. My grandparents passed away before I was born. My mother died of illness when I was young. My father was busy with work. When I was young, it was the nanny and housekeeper who took care of me. When I was in middle school, I went to boarding school and graduated." He had always envied other people's families who were lively and loved by many elders. He had never experienced it. Mr. Chu didn't expect this child to be so pitiful. He said, "We don't plan to leave you as soon as you move into a new house. Chirp Chirp is still young and sick. When you two are still young and working hard on your careers, we will help take care of you for a while. When Chirp Chirp is better and you can take care of yourself, Junjun's mother and I will go out to play. We have a lot of places to go." Lin Yanchen agreed repeatedly. Okay, that's pretty good. It's like this. We can't let you revolve around the child and not have your own life. Where do you want to go to play? When you're done playing, you can come back and live here and see Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp likes you so much. I can find someone to be your guide and receive you. My family also has a chain hotel business. When the time comes, you can just stay in your own hotel." Mr. Chu, although he knew that Lin Yanchen was very rich, he still occasionally marveled at what kind of rich family his son had found. They were about to meet their in-laws. Mr. Chu was worried and secretly said to his wife, "I don't know what Lin Yanchen's father is like. Our families are not compatible. What if he looks down on me?" "Mrs. Lin, you worry all day. Didn't Junjun say that Lin Yanchen's father is very nice and kind? If he minded that our family background is not as good as his, he wouldn't have agreed to the marriage between our families. Look at Shaolin. He's considerate enough to you. Even Junjun isn't that obedient. He's very polite. Don't be so pretentious." Mr. Chu sighed. "Okay then." His wife continued to comfort him. "When the time comes, you should be more kind and polite. Anyway, you won't be living with us old guys. When you meet, it's fine as long as you don't show any disrespect." The Dragon Boat Festival was a 3-day holiday. Mr. Chu bought bamboo leaves, glutinous rice, pork belly, dates, bean paste, and other materials. He went to the new house and everyone sat around the table to make dumplings. They made some sweet dumplings, some savory dumplings, and some mini dumplings that were only the size of a baby's fist. Mr. Chu recalled the bitterness and thought of the sweetness. "When I was young, my family was poor. I wanted to eat meat dumplings, but I couldn't afford to buy meat, so I wrapped soy sauce and tofu in them and pretended to be meat dumplings." Chu Xuan said, "Then I'll make a few more meat dumplings for you." Mr. Chu said, "Oh, I'm tired of them now. I prefer bean paste dumplings." Chu Xuan said, "Old man, you're so hard to please." Mr. Chu looked at the dumplings he made. "You're still so ugly when you make dumplings." Chu Xuan was speechless. Chu Xuan really didn't know how to make dumplings. He always felt that they didn't look good, so he simply gave up. "Fine, then you make them yourself." His mother was playing with Chirp Chirp and watching Zhang Hongyu's TV series. Her hands didn't even touch water. Lin Yanchen looked at Chu Xuan and wanted to follow, but Mr. Chu glanced at him. He sat down obediently and learned how to make dumplings. Mr. Chu praised him for learning quickly and doing a good job. Lin Yanchen was flattered. He cooked a big pot of dumplings first. When the fragrance wafted out, the doorbell outside rang. Chu Xuan opened the door and saw the person. "Dad, you're here. You're so early." Mr. Chu heard this and was puzzled. "What, Dad? Wasn't he here?" "Who was Chu Xuan calling?" A gentle voice answered. "I'm used to coming early so that I won't be in a hurry." Mr. Chu, who was wearing an apron and sleeves, turned around and saw a strange man enter the door. He was stunned. Didn't Lin Yanquan's father say that he was almost 50 years old? Was he so young and handsome? The author has something to say. See you tomorrow morning. Good night. Draw 40 messages and send red packets. Thank you to Shiji, Huai, Fidai, Zhixiang Oolong tea, pink oolong, sweet tongue, yazi, look everywhere, steamed dumplings, Shuani yen, Qingzhou, cold dew x2, yen si, Wang Xiaopeng, a salted fish, Yawei Ka, Freewill x2. Baijiu, Giggle, Zarizi x2, Little Swallow Fly x2, Akatsuki, each x2, AAA, LWH0827x2, Spring Mud Hair Care Company, Limited, Taoyuan x2, Little Rainbow Hat Land Mines. Thank you to Moki, Akatsuki x3, XYX, This Lady x2, Findingu for the grenade. Thank you to Go Shi for the shallow water bomb. The two old fathers met face to face. It was like two armies facing each other. They looked at each other from a distance and sized each other up quietly. Mr. Chu Shan saw this old man. He was dressed in a suit and had a dignified appearance. He looked 60% to 70% similar to Lin Yanquan, but he gave off a completely different feeling. He had an outstanding temperament, mature and elegant. He was a powerful character. He had previously looked up Lin Yanquan's father on the internet. Lin Yanquan's father was very low-key. Not to mention photos, even news was rare. So this was the first time he saw him in person. This was the legendary billionaire? His appearance was indeed extraordinary. Mr. Lin Xiaoyuan looked at his in-law and remembered the information he remembered. Chu Sun's father should be over 50 years old. However, he saw that this person had black hair on his temples, a full forehead, a ruddy complexion, bright eyes, and a tall and straight posture. He didn't look old at all. It was probably because he was a scholar and looked very dignified. Lin Xiaoyuan's father-in-law was wearing an apron and sleeves as he wrapped dumplings. Next to him was Lin Yanquan, who was also wrapping dumplings. When Lin Xiaoyuan entered, he saw that Lin Xiaoyuan was teaching Lin Yanquan how to wrap dumplings step by step. Lin Xiaoyuan felt that they were as close as father and son, which made him very envious. So much smoke and fire. He was the biological father. It had been many years since he was so close to his child. Lin Xiaoyuan saw that they were all dressed decently and at home. On the contrary, he was dressed formally. He looked too stiff and out of place. He could not blend into the warm atmosphere. Lao Lin always took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Lin Xiaoyuan. Thank you for taking care of my son." Mr. Chu stood up. His hands were still dirty, so he could not shake hands. However, Lao Lin always saw his embarrassment and did not extend his hand. He only smiled in a friendly manner. Mr. Chu said, "Hello, I'm Chu Xuan's father." The first encounter was quite harmonious. Lao Lin always nodded in his heart. He was indeed Chu Xuan's father. His neither servile nor overbearing attitude had already won over many people. When Lin Yanquan saw that his father had arrived, he didn't dare to rebel. He was afraid that his father-in-law would think that he was unfilial, so he obediently said, "Father." Lao Lin always turned his gaze to his son. Looking at the pile of dumplings on the table in front of him, he said, "You wrapped them quite well." Lin Yanquan said, "Yes, uncle taught me." Chu Xuan had already started calling Lin Yanquan's father dad, but Lin Yanquan still called him uncle? Mr. Chu suddenly felt ill at ease, forgetting that he was the one who forbade Lin Yanquan from calling him dad. Chu Xuan stepped forward and said, "I didn't expect you to come so early. The zongzi are not ready yet, but the first pot of zongzi will be ready in about half an hour. Please have a taste. Do you like it sweet or salty?" Chu Xuan was obviously very polite, but Lin Xiaoyuan was a little disappointed. It was just that he was too polite and didn't seem like a family. When he walked to the door just now, through the door, he heard a lot of chatter and laughter inside. It was very lively, and it made his heart feel warm. As soon as he entered, the atmosphere immediately cooled down and became serious. Sigh. Lin Xiaoyuan said, I like salty ones. He couldn't find a topic to talk about. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Mr. Chu also didn't know how to talk to Lin Xiaoyuan. Mr. Lin was a tycoon in the financial world, and he was a poor teacher who spent his whole life around students and books. How could he talk to him about the international economic situation? Wouldn't that be showing off in front of an expert and making a fool of himself? Their lives were too different, so what could they talk about? It was the same for Lin Xiaoyuan. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen's father had just met once, so they definitely weren't close. Lin Yanchen's son was even worse. His relationship with his father had just broken through 2 years ago. Now that he wanted to repair their relationship, he didn't even know where to start. Indeed, it was Lao Lin's arrival that made everyone feel awkward. Lao Lin suddenly felt sad, but he hid it and still looked calm. In order to resolve the awkward atmosphere, he took the initiative to ask, Where's Chirp Chirp? I haven't seen him for a few days, and I miss him very much. Where's Chirp Chirp? Then it should be fine to talk about the child, right? Chirp Chirp was everyone's baby, and it was a common topic. Another woman's voice sounded from the side. Chirp Chirp is asleep. Lao Lin. It was even more awkward. Lao Lin looked over. It was a middle-aged woman with delicate features and fair skin. At first glance, he could tell that she was Chu Xuan's mother. Chu Xuan looked more like her. She smiled and greeted him. Hello, in-law. I'm Chu Xuan's mother. The great age of rebirth. Lao Lin always said, hello, in-law. Chirp Chirp is asleep? Let him sleep well, let's not disturb him. But because of this, he couldn't think of what to say for a while. In fact, usually, in business, he was a relatively good talker. If he wanted to make someone have a good impression of him, it was easy to get close to them. But today, he was afraid in his heart, and he didn't want to pretend to be polite. Chu Xuan's mother poured a cup of tea for him. He sat with the tea in his hands and secretly looked at Lin Yanchen and Mr. Chu from the corner of his eyes. He was so envious. Lin Yanchen noticed that his father had been looking over. He thought for a while and asked, Dad, you want to make zongzi too? Do you know how to? Lin Xiaoyuan didn't say anything. He put down the tea and went over. He said shyly, Okay, I have nothing to do anyway. I used to make zongzi before. Lin Yanchen was surprised. You've made zongzi before, Dad? Lin Xiaoyuan said, Your mother taught me. Mr. Chu said, You're a guest. How can I ask you for help? Lao Lin was always very proactive. We'll be family in the future. How can I be a guest? In fact, that was many years ago. Lin Xiaoyuan took a piece of bamboo leaf and tried to remember how to make it. His mind was very fuzzy, and he couldn't remember at all. But since he had already said that he knew how to make zongzi, he had to bite the bullet and do it. He pretended to make it slowly as if nothing had happened. He peeked at Mr. Chu's fast and beautiful technique and learned how to make it carefully. He was just making a zongzi, but his forehead was sweating. After making it, Lin Yanchen looked over and tried to hold back his laughter. If Mr. Chu wasn't there, he would have laughed at his father for making such a bad zongzi. Mr. Chu knew in his heart that Lin Yanchen's father probably had a professional chef to cook for him. He wouldn't be in the kitchen. It would be surprising if he could make it well. However, Mr. Chu was very surprised that he was willing to be so humble. Lao Lin's old face was about to turn red. He humbly told the truth. The last time I made zongzi was 20 or 30 years ago. I almost forgot. I didn't do it very well. Lin Yanchen was curious. 20 or 30 years ago? Could it be when his mother was still alive? Is it that time when you said your mother taught you? Lao Lin always nodded in shame. He didn't know how to cook, and the number of times he had been in the kitchen in his life could be counted on one hand. Lin Yanchen almost laughed out loud. Lao Lin was always laughed at by his son, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he was very gratified. It had been many years since he could chat with Yan Yan without any barriers. It was rare for Yan Yan to smile sincerely because of him. How nice. This was more like a father and son pair. Lao Lin always said with nostalgia, "Your mother's zongzi were very beautiful and delicious. Do you still remember the yolk and pork zongzi your mother made? I liked that the most. That time during the Dragon Boat Festival, you were very good at eating when you were young. You ate two in one go. She was afraid that you wouldn't be able to digest if you ate too much, so you ate more. But you weren't full. She made a lot of sago zongzi. They were transparent when steamed. You could even put some fruit inside. They were very cute. You randomly picked one and ate different stuffing. It was interesting and delicious. You ate a small bunch." Mr. Chu heard this and couldn't help but interrupt. "You can also use sago to make zongzi?" He only knew the old-fashioned way. Lao Lin always said, yes. Although he didn't know how to cook, he had eaten a lot of good food. He was half a gourmet and had a lot of experience. It was okay to talk about the theory. Naturally, the two of them started chatting. Mr. Chu nodded as he listened. Children don't like glutinous rice. It's not easy to digest. You can make something else for Chirp Chirp to eat. He's so greedy. If he sees that we all have something to eat and he doesn't, he'll be so anxious that he'll cry. Lao Lin always said, yes, Chirp Chirp loves to eat. It's the first time I've seen such an obedient little Bao Bao. He's not picky at all. He's so young and knows how to sit and eat by himself. Mr. Chu said proudly, I taught him for a long time. Chirp Chirp is congenitally deficient. He has a very slow reaction time. I taught him bit by bit. Lao Lin always complimented him. You're indeed a teacher. You're really amazing. I can't teach children well. My son is 26 years old, but he's still so silly. He must have caused you a lot of trouble, right? He even kidnapped your son. Lin Yanchen suddenly looked up and glanced sideways. I'm right next to you. Is it really okay for you to speak ill of me so openly? Mr. Chu waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. My son is also useless. He came out of the closet a long time ago. He's so silly. At that time, he didn't even have a boyfriend, but he dared to quarrel with me. He ran away from home and refused to go home. I secretly asked around. 2 years ago, when he was 30 years old, before he met your son, he didn't have a boyfriend at all. I don't even know why he had to come out of the closet like this. Chu Xuan, Dad, you said it so loudly. I can hear you. The two old fathers finally found a common topic. They spoke ill of their unfilial son together. One after another, it seemed like there was no end to it. They were getting along better and better. Lao Lin was 47 years old this year, and Mr. Chu was 56 years old. There was a 9-year gap. Lao Lin always said, you're older than me by 9 years. I should call you big brother. Mr. Chu said, oh, but I don't dare to call you little brother. Lao Lin always laughed. Then you can call me Lao Lin. Mr. Chu said, you can call me Lao Chu or Mr. Chu. My son also calls me Mr. Chu double quotes. When 3 people walk together, there's bound to be one who can learn from me. Lao Lin's eyes lit up. Mr. Chu's move was good. No wonder the atmosphere in their family was harmonious. For example, Lin Yanchen called him Dad. It was more like a superior and a subordinate. There was a clear hierarchy. But what else could he call him? Lao Lin always said, okay, then I'll call you Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu felt that this person was actually not bad. He said, don't you like salted egg yolks and fresh meat? I didn't buy a single salted egg yolk, but I still have 2 salted eggs. I'll scoop out the yolks for you. We'll make 2 salted egg yolks and fresh meat. Come, I'll teach you how to make. Lao Lin always sat beside him. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Chu Xuan saw that his 2 fathers and Lin Yanchen were all working. He didn't want to sit around and be an idler. He walked over and said, Dad, I'll go see if the dumplings are cooked. In the kitchen, Chu Xuan opened a dumpling. When it was cooked, he said, it's almost done. I'll cut 2 plates of pickled melons, pickled radishes, and pickled cowpeas. Eat them together to get rid of the grease. Chirp Chirp had also woken up. Grandma carried her out. Grandma smiled and said, Chirp Chirp woke up immediately when she heard that the food was ready. Mr. Chu said, wash your hands. Everyone, let's eat. The author has something to say, there's only one update today. I'll save the manuscript and see if it can be published on time tomorrow morning. Again, I'll draw 40 comments and send red packets. Thank you to Gorgon, Sweet Tongue X2, Misa Sauce, Ji, Eyes of Mulberry Flowers, Cold Dew, Sumin, Little Swallow Fly X2 Landmines. Thank you to Akatsuki, 24176233 for the grenades. Thank you to Sweet Orange for the bazooka. Cho was lying in her grandmother's arms. She was still sleeping so soundly that she couldn't even open her eyes. One of her little hands was clutching her grandmother's clothes. She struggled to raise her little face and sniff her nose, searching for the source of the fragrance. Her head was tilted back and forth, struggling between sleepiness and delicious food. Lin Yanchen walked over, stretched out his hand, and said, let me carry him. He took Chirp Chirp from his grandmother's arms. Chirp Chirp obediently leaned against him. Because Lin Yanchen had just taken care of him in the kitchen, his body was covered with the fragrance of a lot of food. Chirp Chirp sniffed his body like a puppy. As he sniffed, his saliva dripped down and dripped onto his shoulder. Lin Yanchen didn't mind the sloppiness and laughed. Ha 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 ha. He laughed very loudly. Grandma laughed until tears were about to fall. She immediately took out her phone. Don't move, don't move. I'll take a video. Lin Yanchen held his silly son and called out to Chushuan. Asun, come and see. Chirp Chirp thinks I'm a big dumpling and wants to eat me. He's so silly, Chushuan stared at him. You're the silly one. Chirp Chirp just has a good appetite. What's wrong with liking to eat? He's still young and growing. Lin Yanchen said, I think Chirp Chirp is like Big Head. Big Head is the same. No matter how far away he is, as soon as he hears the sound of cat food being poured out, he will immediately rush over. It's very funny. Mr. Chu agreed. Let me tell you, Chubby Chu is also like this. When I knock on the steel bowl he uses, he quickly runs over. Lin Yanchen said, then the two of them will definitely be very compatible when they live together in the future. Oh, no, with Chirp Chirp, there should be 3 of them. Chirp Chirp yawned and was awakened by this group of adults chattering. He kicked his legs, twisted, and said drowsily, milk. Chirp Chirp, milk. Everyone laughed at him again. Lao Lin was always infected by this happy atmosphere. He laughed for a long time, and the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes appeared. Has he always been like this? Mr. Chu said, the first word he learned was dad and the second word was milk. Old Mr. Lin casually asked, this child likes to eat so much. Who does he take after? Is his TST? NTSSS ants. Chu soon. IBQGXSYDW. Calm, his wife added, so you're almost 60 now, but you still eat 3 bowls of rice a day? Mr. Chu was not shy at all. Doesn't that mean I'm in good health? Lao Lin always wanted to laugh, but he did not dare to. He had not been so happy in a long time. Suddenly, he thought, no wonder Yan Yan liked Chushuan so much. This family was so cute. They had been alone in the spacious and empty castle for too long. They had turned themselves into statues and gradually lost their vitality. Chushuan, on the other hand, was alive. He made Yan Yan happy and enthusiastic. He had eaten so many delicious dishes that he could not remember how long it had been since he had eaten such a home-cooked meal. It was really delicious. Chirp Chirp sat in his small chair. He could not digest the glutinous rice, so he did not eat it. Everyone ate dumplings, and he only had milk to drink. He watched his father, grandfather, and grandmother eat the good food he had never eaten before. He drank from the milk bottle, and his mouth did not stop. He could also stare at others eating without blinking. After a while, he finished all his milk. He burped. He was focused on looking at others. Lin Yanchen deliberately teased him. He used a fork to fork a small piece of dumpling and handed it to Chirp Chirp's mouth. Chirp Chirp immediately smiled, stretched his neck, and opened his mouth. However, the delicious food circled around and returned to Lin Yanchen's mouth. Chirp Chirp was confused. He did not understand why he did not eat it. Then Lin Yanchen took another piece. Chirp Chirp immediately laughed again, but he still did not eat it. He was stunned. Lin Yanchen teased him back and forth. Here, here, here. You can eat it. You can't eat it. Ha ha ha. Chu Xuan was also very excessive. He did not help Chirp Chirp and even laughed at the child with Lin Yanchen. Chirp Chirp was teased several times and became anxious. Eat, eat. Oh, don't tease him. Lao Lin was always a doting child. He could not bear to see Chirp Chirp like this. He used a small iron spoon with a thin handle to dig out a little of the red bean paste filling in the center of the dumpling and fed it to him. Chirp Chirp finally ate something. The sweet red bean paste melted on the tip of his tongue. He was satisfied and smacked his little mouth happily. Lin Yanchen and Chu Xuan said, "Did you film it? Send it to me together with the video just now. I want to send it to Lao Zhan and the others. It's so cute." Lao Lin kept asking, "Zhan Hongyu and the others, your friends, all know about it?" Lin Yanchen nodded. Yes, they have already recognized Chirp Chirp as their godson. It just so happens that some of them don't want to get married, and some of them are not ready to get married. Since I have a son, I will share it with them. Lao Lin was a little depressed. He saw that Lin Yanchen's friends had known about Chirp Chirp for more than a day or two. He was the last to know, right? Yan Yan still did not trust him. Lin Yanchen shared the 2 videos with Chirp Chirp's godfather group. Tan Xiaoming, your son is like me. He has a good appetite. When he grows up, I will take him to eat everywhere. Tan Xiaoming's family was in the food and beverage business. His hobby was to taste and cook everywhere. Lu Hao, sometimes when I see how cute your son is, I want to get married and have a child quickly. But when I think about my brothers and myself when I was young, I think it's better not to. Zhan Hongyu, I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning to film for the whole day. I am so tired. When I saw Chirp Chirp, I think I can still film 10 more. Lin Yanchen, he, you guys will be so jealous. Who would have thought that the most rebellious of the 5 great bullies would be the first winner in life to have a wife and a child? When they were in their teens, getting married and having children was as far away as the next life. They all thought that they would wander the world and never get married. Lao Lin always held a bowl and looked at Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen. The 2 of them were talking together. Lin Yanchen showed his phone to Chu Xuan from time to time, which made Chu Xuan laugh. Then he looked at the in-laws. The in-laws' mother was not doing anything the whole time, while the in-laws were peeling dumplings for his wife. There was a sweetness in every detail. He was the only one who pretended to be a dog, but he was all alone. Lao Lin always swallowed his sigh and looked down at his baby. Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp could understand his name. He looked up and smiled at his grandfather. Lao Lin always smiled and said softly, "Chirp Chirp is still the best to Grandpa." A dumpling filled with bean paste was fed into Chirp Chirp's stomach. He ate the leftover white glutinous rice and still felt sweet. Mr. Chu sometimes saw how lonely his in-law was and felt that he was quite pitiful. He thought about it again. He was so rich and gave Chu Xuan such a big red packet. What right did he have to sympathize with him? However, Mr. Chu was still curious and asked in private, "Lao Lin, you're actually still young. I heard from Lin Yanchen that your wife passed away a long time ago. Aren't you going to find another one?" Lao Lin always smiled. When Yin Yan was still young, I wanted to find him a mother because I felt that he lacked maternal love. In the end, he insisted that he didn't need it, so I didn't look for one. In my life, I've only fallen in love with his mother. I'm a narrow-minded person and can only accept one person. Even after his mother passed away, I still have his mother in my heart. I feel that people don't have to have someone by their side when they're alive. I'm fine by myself. Mr. Chu was stunned. Lao Lin always thought that he was touched. Mr. Chu suddenly laughed. Lao Lin always looked confused. Mr. Chu was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yanchen's nickname is Yan Yan? So cute? I'm going to tell my son. Lao Lin was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. Everyone in this family was full of treasures. But it was good, unlike him, who was sad and self-pitying. After going back, Lao Lin always lit a stick of incense and carefully wiped his wife's portrait. Then, he applied walnut oil to the wooden frame. It was rare for him to talk to his wife with a smile. "Ah Ping, I've met my in-laws. They're just like Chu Sun. They're all very nice people. I made your favorite dumplings with egg yolk and fresh meat yesterday. It's so ugly and not as delicious as your dumplings. Chirp Chirp is very cute. Actually, I think Chirp Chirp is like you, but not as cute as you. If only you were here. You'd definitely have a good time with Chirp Chirp. The author has something to say. Come back to life early, see you at 7 p.m. Draw 40 comments and give out red packets." Chu Xuan was discussing with Lin Yanchen. "Tomorrow is Monday and there will be a specialist. I'll make an appointment in advance and bring Chirp Chirp for a checkup to see if he needs surgery. Are you coming with me?" He then said, "Didn't you just transfer here? Are you free?" "It's okay if you're not free. I'll bring Chirp Chirp." Lin Yanchen shook his head repeatedly. "No, no. My son is sick. Of course I have to accompany him. I'll also apply for leave from the company." Chu Xuan sighed. "You're so considerate. Logically speaking, I should be happy, but I'm always afraid that I'll hold you back. You're at the right time to do something big, but we'll drag you down." Lin Yanchen laughed out loud. Chu Xuan was puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yanchen hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. "Do you know how much money my family has?" Chu Xuan, ? Lin Yanchen said, "The lawyer is sorting out my family's assets. The amount is too big and can't be sorted out in a short time. When it's done, I'll ask him to come over and count it for you. I'm different from my father when he was young. Even if I don't work, the money I have is enough to spend for 8 lifetimes. My work is just a hobby to find something to do." Bikuj. Name Chu Xuan blushed. "He was too poor, okay?" He said awkwardly, "Aren't you living off your parents by doing this?" Lin Yanchen said, "Sigh, I thought the same 5 years ago. At that time, I was very noble and didn't get along with my father. I used the inheritance my mother left me to start my own business. I earned a lot of money myself." Chu Xuan asked, "How much?" Lin Yanchen made an 8 with his hand. Chu Xuan guessed, 8 million? 80 million? Lin Yanchen, "It's not scattered. There are 8 zeros behind one." Chu Xuan, now that Chu Xuan thought about it, he was too confused when he bought Lin Yanchen. He said, "At first, I thought it was too expensive to buy you for 300,000 yuan. Lin Yanchen smiled. "It's very expensive. It's all you have." Chu Xuan's face was so red that it was about to explode. Where did he get the courage to take 300,000 yuan and keep a billionaire as his sugar baby for a month? He even got lucky and took her for a lifetime. The two of them foolishly hugged each other, turning around and rubbing their ears against each other. Chu Xuan remembered that he had never asked Lin Yanchen this question. "What were you thinking at the time?" Chu Xuan suddenly felt that something was amiss and said, "Let me think about it carefully. Is your character really okay? You walked into the wrong room and slept with me. You even lied." Lin Yanchen, "Chu Xuan, why are you so frivolous? You can sleep with anyone you meet." Lin Yanchen was stumped by his question and said blankly, "That was the first time I slept with someone. Really, I've never done this kind of thing before. I don't know what happened that day. Maybe I was drunk? When I opened the door and saw you, I was suddenly bewitched." Chu Xuan said sourly, "Will you be bewitched again in the future?" Lin Yanchen analyzed methodically. "I thought about it. At that time, my company had just been acquired and I had a big fight with my dad. My life was at its lowest point, so I went to drink and sleep. Coincidentally, I met you. At that time, I was also single. I don't think such a situation will happen again in the future. Will you always be by my side? I'm going to quit smoking and drinking now and be a good husband and father." Chu Xuan was embarrassed. He would occasionally get drunk when he went out to socialize. Lin Yanchen said nostalgically, "You were so good in the beginning. I've never seen someone like you. You kept seducing me. You were obedient, spicy, and flirtatious, At that time, he didn't know that he would kill someone. Chu Xuan covered Lin Yanshen's mouth and said angrily, "Your old habit is acting up again. You're always talking dirty. You should be more mature when you're a father." Lin Yanshen kissed his palm and Chu Xuan could only let go. Lin Yanshen said righteously, "If I was mature, I wouldn't have become a father." Chu Xuan's face couldn't get any redder. Lin Yanshen brought him to the bed. "While Chirp Chirp is asleep, let's make out with each other." Early the next morning, Chu Xuan ate breakfast with a red face. He took 2 showers yesterday and was afraid that his father would find out. However, the advantage of a big house was that they could shower in their own bathroom and wouldn't be discovered. Lin Yanshen was thick-skinned and looked calm. Chu Xuan was angry when he saw his refreshed look. He kicked him lightly under the table and glared at him. Lin Yanshen had his back to his parents and smiled at him. Mr. Chu saw Chu Xuan. "Junjun, you look good today." Chu Xuan stammered, "I went to bed early last night." "Early my ass. He only fell asleep in the wee hours of the morning." Lin Yanshen whispered in his ear, "Exercising more is good for your body and mind. See, even your father said so. You look better after exercising a little. We should exercise more in the future." Chu Xuan was angry and didn't want to lose. "Huh, why are you so arrogant? So what if you're young? I'm also at the age of wolves and tigers, okay? I don't know if my legs are weak or if you've been emptied by me. I'll buy you a dozen treasure of kidney. Let's see if you'll collapse first or I'll collapse first." Lin Yanshen laughed and kissed his angry cheek. "A son, you're so cute." At this moment, Mr. Chu heard Lin Yanshen's laughter from a distance and remembered something. "Lin Yanshen, I heard from your father yesterday that your nickname is Yan Yan. Is it so cute?" Lin Yanshen's laughter stopped abruptly as if he was suddenly strangled. Chu Xuan smiled subtly. "Yan Yan? Yan Yan? It's very cute, like a little girl wearing a bow." Lin Yanshen said, "That's my childhood nickname. Don't call me that. If Chocho heard it and learned it, how would it look?" Chu Xuan said, "Then he'll call you Daddy Yan Yan. Paper can't wrap fire." In fact, Lin Yanshen had long felt that Chu Sun would find out about his nickname sooner or later, and sure enough, he did. Even though he was mentally prepared, it was still embarrassing. Lin Yanshen put on a straight face. "It's getting late. Let's go to the hospital after breakfast. Don't joke and waste time." Chu Xuan said, "Okay, Yan Yan." Lin Yanshen, he peeled a meat dumpling for Chu Xuan and put it in his bowl. "Here, Junjun's favorite meat dumpling." Chu Xuan, the two of them bickered all the way to the hospital with Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp didn't mind the commotion. He hugged his feet in the back seat, giggled, and clapped his hands to cheer them on. They saw the doctor and after a few minutes, he wrote a bunch of checkup forms and took the child for a checkup. After running up and down, the two of them were so tired that they didn't have the energy to bicker. Lin Yanshen said, "Next time, let's think about opening a hospital. It'll be more convenient." Chu Xuan said, "I thought your family might have one overseas." Lin Yanshen said, "Yes, we have one overseas, but we don't have one here. Let's open one too." Chu Xuan, he said it as if he was going out to buy groceries. Chirp Chirp was also very obedient during the checkup. He cooperated throughout and didn't twist or make a fuss. Even when he pricked his finger to take blood, he was still in a daze. The doctor even praised this Bao Bao for being so obedient. Chu Xuan thanked him, but he wasn't very happy. "Lin Yanshen, isn't Chirp Chirp very obedient?" Chu Xuan sighed. "He's not sensitive to pain and his reaction is slow." Lin Yanshen also felt sad. "We'll take good care of him. He'll get better slowly." Chu Xuan said, "I hope so." The results of the checkup were out. Chirp Chirp's ventricular septal defect didn't heal on its own. He still had to undergo surgery. The author has something to say, draw 40 comments and give out red packets. Thank you to Cold Dew X2, Little Swallow Fly, LWH0827X3, Jiri Wisdom X3, Huai, Gentle Breeze, AX2, Magic Magic, 1000 Miles in White, White Night Mud, Brother Flower Smiles Handsomely, Look Around, 241762333X2, Xiong Bao, Little Bamboo Fox, ordinarily, yearning X2 for the landmine. Thank you to Akatsuki X2 and 241762333 for the grenade. 9 out of 10 things in the world did not go according to one's wishes. Chushuan could only comfort himself. At least Chirp Chirp's illness was only a minor surgery. The difficulty factor was not high, and the success rate was very high. In the hospital, one could feel the misfortune of the world the most. There were children with all kinds of diseases in the children's ward. Their lives had just begun, but they were about to die. The night before Chirp Chirp's surgery, Chushuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He thought of the various cases he heard in the hospital. This year, a child with congenital heart disease died in the hospital. He was so scared that he could not sleep at night. Lin Yanchen accompanied him and did not sleep. Didn't the doctor say that we took good care of Bao Bao? Chirp Chirp is much healthier now. He can withstand the surgery. Chushuan worried for nothing. I know the reason, but I'm still scared. He was not only worried about himself, but he also scolded Lin Yanchen. You didn't give birth to him, and you didn't accompany me when I gave birth to him. I raised Chirp Chirp alone. Of course, you don't feel bad. Lin Yanchen was scolded for no reason. He was not angry at Chushuan. Chushuan was anxious because Chirp Chirp was sick, so he did not choose his words carefully. Not only was he not angry, he even kissed his Asun. Why don't I feel bad? Oh, don't wrong me. You always wrong me. Before, you wronged me because I don't like you. Now, you wronged me because I don't feel bad for Bao Bao. I want to make this clear. I know you are sad now. It's okay to scold me. You can scold me a few more times to calm down. Don't keep all your anger in your stomach. Speaking of the stomach, Chushuan was sad again. When I gave birth to Chirp Chirp, there was a big cut on my stomach. It was very painful. Lin Yanchen gently touched the scar. In fact, Chushuan had taken good care of the scar after the surgery. The scar wasn't obvious, and the color was also relatively light. But after all, there was such a large incision. No matter how good the recovery was, it was impossible to leave no trace. Lin Yanchen could not help but imagine how much pain Chushuan must have been in when he touched the slight bumps with his fingertips. He was really to blame for the pain. According to research, the pain of childbirth was the highest level of pain. However, Chushuan's physique was different from ordinary people. He was not a woman. Mr. Chu told him that Chushuan had suffered a lot during her pregnancy. He had endured it for 7 months. Lin Yanchen felt sorry for him. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. When you are with your lover, the most frightening thing is not that you will suffer all kinds of hardships, but that the hardships you suffer for him are not worth mentioning in his eyes. Bearing pain for love was not a matter of arguing about who had sacrificed more and then forcing the other party to do the same. Instead, it was a matter of placing it on a scale and measuring the sacrifice down to a few millimeters. Chushuan only needed to say that Lin Yanchen truly cared for him, and he would be satisfied. Chushuan shed tears. It's not your fault. I owe Chirp Chirp. I didn't give him a healthy body. Lin Yanchen hugged him. We gave birth to the child together. We all have a responsibility. Chirp Chirp will definitely get better. On the day of Chirp Chirp's surgery, his 2 fathers, 2 grandfathers, and 1 grandmother all came to the hospital to accompany him. Chushuan and Lin Yanchen followed the Chirp Chirp and entered the patient waiting room before the surgery to be put on an intravenous drip. This little fool still didn't know what was going on and was still smiling. But when he was pushed into the operating room, his father was blocked outside. Chirp Chirp seemed to have a premonition and even called out father. Once the door was closed, nothing could be seen. Chushuan's tears suddenly gushed out. Chirp Chirp was often in the emergency room and the ICU in the first few months of his birth. Chushuan recalled that time. He was sad, but he never cried. The situation this time was actually not very critical, but he cried. It was probably because no one cared about him at that time, and no one looked at him when he cried. Now that Lin Yanchen was by his side, he could be weak as much as he wanted. Home was a place where love and hope were hidden, but it was also a place where weakness and pain were hidden. Both were indispensable. Chushuan wiped his face and looked up. When he saw Lin Yanchen's teary eyes, he smiled. "Why are you crying?" Lin Yanchen choked and said, "I'm scared too." Chu Xuan spat at him. "Bah, don't say such discouraging words. The operation will be a success." There were no problems with the operation, and it ended peacefully. Cho fell asleep quietly as the anesthetic was still in effect. Then she was sent to the ward. He was still a little bao. He was first isolated in the ICU ward to observe his physical condition. Chu Xuan could not go in, so he looked at the child through the glass. Chirp was probably in a lot of pain. He lay on the baby bed and cried softly, intermittently. He cried until he fell asleep, then cried again. The first 2 days after the operation were the most difficult. Chu Xuan could not imagine how much pain he was in. He was a little bao who was not sensitive to pain and never liked to cry. Lin Yanchen cried with him, and Lin Yanchen cried with him. He was even laughed at by his father. Mr. Chu said, "You're a father now, and you're still crying. You're not like a man." Chu Xuan said eloquently, "Why can't a man cry? I think a man who loves his family and children is a man. It's because of this that he wants to cry. How can a cold and heartless man be a good man?" Lao Lin always handed them handkerchiefs. Men don't cry easily. It's only because they haven't been hurt. It's not shameful to cry for your family and children. After Chirp got better, he was transferred to the PICU ward. After his condition stabilized, he was admitted to a normal ward, a single room. Chirp had a scar on his chest. On a baby's body, even if it was just a small surgical wound, the scar would become bigger and bigger as he grew. Chu Xuan felt extremely distressed every time he bathed the child. Chirp's group of godfathers took turns to visit their godson. After the first few days, Chirp did not cry anymore. Every day, people came to visit him, play with him, and give him new toys. Zhan Hongyu wore a hat and a mask and came with Zhuo Linhui. The brothers, except for Zhuo Linhui, were all happy to be godfathers. Only Zhuo Linhui was not very willing, but for the sake of his brothers, he had to take on the title of godfather. Otherwise, if 4 of them were godfathers and he was the only one who was not, he would be embarrassed. It would be like being excluded from the small group. 5 generations of romance. Chirp smiled like a flower when he saw Zhan Hongyu. He was very familiar with this beautiful uncle. Zhan Hongyu said happily to Zhuo Linhui, "Look, Chirp is so cute." Zhuo Linhui clicked his tongue in his heart. TSK, what was so cute about him? All children looked the same, just a little bit better. He always remembered that his stepmother brought a little bao to his house. That little thing was the evidence of his father's infidelity. Zhan Hongyu was playing with Chirp. He said to Chu Xuan, "I think Chirp is in good spirits." Chu Xuan said, "The surgery was very successful. His heart is fine. His asthma still needs to be treated slowly, but it's not a big problem." Zhan Hongyu said, "That's good. After I heard from Lao Lin, I was worried." Chu Xuan said, "I saw the news. You are very busy." Zhan Hongyu said, "It's okay. Didn't work end the day before yesterday? I took a break and hurried over to watch Chirp. The 2 of them spoke. They played Chirp by themselves. After playing for a while, Chirp raised his head and looked around. He saw Zhuo Linhui standing a few steps away. Chirp laughed and crawled towards him. He grabbed the railing and stood up. A pair of big eyes blinked at him. His eyelashes were thick and long, and his amber eyes were clear and bright. Zhuo Linhui's body suddenly froze. What should I do? It seems like this little thing has its eyes on me. Damn it, the author has something to say. Sorry, I was delayed by some personal matters. I will make up a new chapter before 12 o'clock. Draw 40 comments and give out red packets. Zhan Hongyu received a phone call. He walked out of the ward and went to the smoking room at the end of the corridor to answer the call. Zhuo Linhui awkwardly chatted with Chu Xuan. Where is Lin Yanchen? Lin Yanchen was not around, but the child, which he hated the most, was still around. Zhuo Linhui felt very uncomfortable. Chu Xuan said, "We all have to go to work. Lin Yanchen will be off work soon." They definitely had the money to hire a caregiver to take care of the child. Otherwise, Chirp Chirp's grandparents would also be free. However, taking care of a family member was completely different from taking care of a child with money. This was his child. He wanted to participate in Chirp Chirp's life. Zhuolinhui was extremely nervous. He was not even like this when he held his first fashion show in Paris. Although he did not look down, he could still feel that the little thing was staring at him. The pure and curious gaze made him feel very uncomfortable. What was it looking at? He was not a panda. Why was it looking at him? Go look at your father. At this moment, the nurse knocked on the door and came in. She told Chushuan that the doctor was looking for him and asked him to go to the doctor's office. Chushuan stood up. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhuolinhui took the initiative to say, "Go ahead. I'll take care of the child for you for a while." Chushuan thanked him. Thank you, thank you. Chirp Chirp is quite obedient. He shouldn't cause trouble. If you think you can't handle him, give him the dog plushie under the bedside table. He likes it very much. I should be back in 10 minutes. Wasn't it just taking care of the child for 10 minutes? What was so difficult about it? Zhuolinhui thought. After Chushuan left and only he and Chirp Chirp were left in the room, Zhuolinhui felt inexplicably nervous. Zhuolinhui did not think that he had a good personality. Zhang Hongyu was gentle, Lu Hao was insensitive, and Tan Xiaoming was forthright and generous. As for himself, he had to describe Zhuolinhui as a person who was calculative and had a sharp tongue. He was now known as the little devil in the fashion industry. But he really couldn't handle this Bao beast in front of him. He couldn't hit it or scold it. It looked like a ball of glutinous rice paste. He didn't even dare to touch it. Look. This Bao beast even stood up. Terrifying. He was even walking towards him. It was too terrifying. Zhuolinhui kept retreating until his back was against the wall. Chirp Chirp laughed, revealing 3 or 4 little teeth, and then left. Zhuolinhui was actually a little unhappy. This little thing actually ignored him. He frowned and looked at Chirp Chirp. What was this little thing trying to do? Chirp Chirp held onto the railing and walked half a circle. He walked to the corner closest to the bedside table. He looked down and stretched out his hand as if he wanted to take something. But he was still a 3-headed person. His head was heavy and his feet were light. He almost fell down. Ranwen. Leahy was going to fall down. Zhuolinhui was shocked. His long legs took a big step forward, and he rushed over like an arrow. He scooped Xiaoqiu up and hugged her. Damn, he actually hugged this little Bao. It was too soft. It even smelled like milk. Almost in an instant, he judged this little guy's size. His head circumference, waist circumference, body length, legs length, and how long his feet were. Xiaoqiu didn't know how dangerous it was just now. She grabbed his clothes and looked up at him in his arms, laughing happily. Zhuolinhui didn't know what to do. He and the little Bao looked at each other. After a while, they came back to their senses and put the Bao back on the bed. Chirp Chirp climbed back to its original position and stretched out its little hand. Zhuolinhui sighed and asked it helplessly, "What are you doing?" Chirp Chirp looked at him and babbled a bunch of nonsense in Bao's language. ### yen # and asterisk. Fatty, asterisk # fatty. What was fatty? Zhuolinhui thought for a while and remembered that Chushuan had told him before he left that if he couldn't handle Chirp Chirp, he could take a doll from under the bedside table and give it to Chirp Chirp. He squatted down and opened the bedside table. There was a husky doll in the cabinet. Before he took it out to Chirp Chirp, Chirp Chirp leaned on the railing and was very happy when it saw it. It cried out and almost jumped up. It clapped its little hands and said, "Fatty. Fatty." Zhuolinhui smiled. He took the doll and asked it, "This doll is called Fatty?" Chirp Chirp stretched out its hand and gestured for him to pass the doll to it. Fatty. Zhuolinhui passed the doll to it. The plushie wasn't much smaller than Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu hugged the plushie close to her chest and stroked it. Zhuolinhui pulled a chair beside the bed and sat down to watch its performance. This little thing was quite interesting. Chirp Chirp didn't care about him anymore after it had the puppy doll. He put the puppy doll beside him and made sure that it was standing and not lying down. He held it for a long time before it could stand firm. Then, they started chatting. Chirp Chirp was talking to the puppy doll very seriously. Percent. Hashtag pupa pupuya. Fatty fatty. At first, Zhuo Linhui thought that this little guy could speak, but maybe it was just a little vague. He wasn't sure how old a child should be before they could speak. He listened carefully for a long time, just like when he was taking a foreign language listening test, but he couldn't understand. However, Chirp Chirp was still playing with the puppy doll. It seemed like they were acting out a scene. After saying a few words, he would rub the puppy's head, pull the puppy's hand, or jump over to hug the puppy. Zhuo Linhui found it more and more interesting. When Zhang Hongyu returned, he saw Zhuo Linhui sitting by the bed and giggling to Bao Bao. He was so shocked that he almost thought that he had walked into the wrong room and met someone who looked like Zhuo Linhui. He even went back to check the room number before going in. Zhang Hongyu asked, "What are you doing?" Zhuo Linhui made a shushing gesture. "Shu, lower your voice. Chirp Chirp is rehearsing his performance. Look, what a little drama queen." However, as soon as Zhang Hongyu entered the room, Chirp Chirp noticed him. He gave up on the game and turned to his beautiful godfather. "Eh?" Zhang Hongyu couldn't stand seeing his smile. He returned a bright smile and replied, "Eh? Who is this?" "This is our little Chirp Chirp." Chirp Chirp giggled happily and even raised his puppy doll to give it to Zhang Hongyu. Zhuo Linhui was stunned. "I just saved you. You're not giving me the doll?" Zhang Hongyu smiled at you and you gave it to him? Zhang Hongyu asked, "Are you giving it to me?" He took the puppy doll. Zhuo Linhui said, "He likes you a lot. He even gave you his favorite doll." Zhang Hongyu was shameless and said proudly, "Yes, Chirp Chirp likes me a lot. When I was around, he didn't like to talk to Lao Lin. He's my little fan. Right? Chirp Chirp." Chirp Chirp smiled foolishly and reached out his hand. "Chubby chubby, chubby chubby." Zhang Hongyu asked, "What do you mean?" Zhuo Linhui burst out laughing. "He wants you to give the puppy doll back to him. He probably just wants you to hug him." Ha 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 ha. He felt better in an instant. Zhang Hongyu was speechless. Zhuo Linhui came back from the hospital and suddenly had an inspiration. He stayed up all night and was still in high spirits. His assistant came to work in the morning and was shocked by him. "Don't tell me you didn't sleep?" Zhuo Linhui said, "Come over and take a look. I've drawn a new set of designs. I'll take it to them to print and make sample clothes. Use the best material, the softest, and won't hurt the skin." The assistant agreed immediately. But when he got the design, he opened it and looked at it. The more he looked, the more confused he was. You didn't give me the wrong design?" Zhuo Linhui said, "No." The assistant hesitated. "Ah? But this is children's clothing, right?" Zhuo Linhui said matter-of-factly, "Yes." The assistant was confused. Why did he remember that the boss hated children? Zhuo Linhui added, "Oh, right, this is not for sale. It's for my godson. The author has something to say, draw 40 comments and give out red packets. Thanks to Cold Dew X2, Star Spinning 1000 Sales, AX2, 1000 Miles in White, Floating Sue, Emochi Success, Jiri Wisdom X2, 24176233, LWH0827X2, Linlin X2, Summer's End, Yuhua Window, First Dawn, DFJS's Landmine. Thanks to Akatsuki X2, HHH Haas Grenade. Thanks to 193947001X2's rocket launcher. Chirp Chirp was 2 weeks away from his first birthday when he was discharged from the hospital. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw a shadow rushing towards them. Chubby Chew hadn't seen Chirp for more than 20 days, but he didn't forget him at all. Instead, he missed him very much. He wagged his tail crazily, howled non-stop, and circled around Lin Yanchen. Chirp Chirp was in his arms. Chirp Chirp was very happy to see Chubby Chew. He also missed Chubby Chew very much. It was so boring to recuperate in the hospital. He needed Chubby Chew's toy to sleep with him. Chirp Chirp was like a small carp that had been caught out of the water. He struggled in Lin Yanchen's arms, struggling to get down to play with Chubby Chew. Lin Yanchen couldn't hold him down, so he had to put him down. Chubby Chew didn't pounce on him, but Chirp Chirp pounced on him. He hugged Chubby Chew. However, Chubby Chew was too big, and he was too small. Chubby Chew gently nudged him, and he sat down with a smack. Chu Xuan saw the two of them hugging each other so intimately. It was really funny. Shaolin, look at them. Ha 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 ha. You were brothers in your previous life, right? Chirp Chirp was too happy playing with Chubby Chew. He laughed too hard, and suddenly coughed. Chu Xuan couldn't laugh anymore. He was scared that Chirp Chirp's asthma would relapse. In fact, because Chirp Chirp had asthma, it wasn't suitable for them to raise a dog at home. However, at first, they didn't know that Chirp Chirp had this illness. Later, when they found out, they discussed finding a good home for Chubby Chew. Chubby Chew was young and well-nourished. His fur was shiny and smooth, so it wasn't difficult to find a new owner for him. Mr. Chew reluctantly sent Chubby Chew away. He found a new owner for him, sent him to the new owner's house with tears in his eyes, and told him to be obedient. A day after little Fatty Chew was sent away, Chirp Chirp crawled all over the house, looking for little Fatty Chew everywhere. She couldn't find him and cried for the whole day. On the other hand, Chubby Chew's new owner said that he was depressed and wanted to take him out for a walk. Chubby Chew took the opportunity to break free from the rope and run away. Mr. Chew was suddenly anxious and planned to go out to look for the dog. However, before they could go out to look for the dog, they heard a familiar dog barking downstairs. Looking down from the window, they saw Chubby Chew wagging his tail and walking in circles downstairs. Chirp Chirp crawled to the window and tried to stand up using the wall. But even if he stood up and stretched out his short arms, he could not reach the window at all. That time, little Fatty Chew came back and cried with Chirp Chirp in his arms. Mr. Chew's heart ached. He had raised Chubby Chew since he was a weaned puppy. He had raised him to be so beautiful. After that, he sent him away again, and Chubby Chew escaped again. The owner was speechless and advised Mr. Chew that since his dog was so loyal, it was better to keep him. If they sent him too close, Chubby Chew would run back immediately. If they sent him too far away, they were afraid that Chubby Chew would run away again. If he couldn't find them and couldn't go back, he would become a stray dog. It would be even worse if he was caught by bad people and made into dog soup. They had no choice but to keep Chubby Chew. They bathed him often, combed his fur several times a day, and cleaned the dog's fur immediately when there was dog fur. They swept the floor several times a day. Chu Xuan hurriedly picked up Chirp Chirp to help him breathe. Chubby Chew was so scared that he didn't dare to bark. With his tail between his legs, he lay on the ground and whined, looking at Chirp Chirp anxiously. Chirp Chirp recovered. He didn't feel that he was in any danger and wanted to play with Chubby Chew. Chu Xuan was really helpless. These two little guys were too affectionate. Big Head was lying on the top of the cat tree in the living room. He put his two little paws in his mouth and looked at the two idiots hugging each other. He closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Since the surgery was completed before his first birthday, everyone was discussing how to celebrate Chirp Chirp's first birthday. According to the Lin family specifications, it should be a grand celebration. It couldn't be small. Chu Xuan said worriedly, but he just finished the surgery not long ago. Is it okay to let so many people see him? Lin Yanchen said, Chirp Chirp is a child of the Lin family. I have to let everyone know. Chu Xuan said, there will be opportunities in the future. Mr. Chu frowned and asked, what do you mean? Does Chirp Chirp need to change his surname? Lin Yu sounds bad, Chu Yu sounds much better. Lao Lin hurried to smooth things over. I didn't mean that. If they have children in the future, they can use our surname, okay? I think we should hold a celebration for his first birthday. But Chirp Chirp's two dads, you have to get a marriage certificate first. Have you gotten a marriage certificate? Chu Xuan was stunned. The two of them naturally stayed together. He even moved in with the child. He felt that something was wrong before. Well, this was not just an illegitimate child. This was illegal cohabitation. It seemed that he couldn't blame Lin Yanchen. When they first met, Lin Yanchen proposed to him, but he didn't agree. Then, after so many twists and turns, he forgot about it. Mr. Chu widened his eyes and looked at Lin Yanchen. Did you propose? Chu Xuan turned to look at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen's cheeks were slightly red, and he hurriedly nodded. Chu Xuan helped him explain. He proposed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him to the door. But I refused that time. I felt that we could only get a marriage certificate if our parents agreed. Mr. Chu said, didn't we agree now? Shouldn't we arrange for the marriage certificate? Chu Xuan nodded. Yes, but wasn't Chirp Chirp's surgery immediately after? Chirp Chirp will be free after the surgery. When will Xiaolin and I go to get the marriage certificate? Lin Yanchen inexplicably felt a little depressed when he heard this. This wasn't romantic enough. Didn't the proposal fail last time? I want to propose again. Son, let me propose again seriously, and then you agree, okay? Yuwenku Xiaolin was sometimes very childlike in this aspect. Chu Xuan smiled and asked curiously, Xiaolin, how do you want to propose again? Lin Yanchen said, I won't tell you. If I tell you, you won't be surprised when the time comes. Chu Xuan asked again, then when are you going to propose again? Lin Yanchen made a gesture of zipping his mouth and said in a muffled voice, before Chirp Chirp's first birthday. I won't tell you the specific date. Chu Xuan laughed from the bottom of his heart. Why are you so cute? Mr. Chu coughed twice. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen looked at each other. Their faces were hot, and they were too embarrassed to flirt in front of their parents. Chu Xuan said to Lin Yanchen in private, no matter what you do or when you propose, I will definitely say yes. Why are you still keeping me in suspense? At our level, do we still need these red tape? Lin Yanchen held his hand and suddenly became shy. He said seriously, no, it's not the same. I know you love me because you love me. I can't look down on you. Proposing and getting married are things that only happen once in a lifetime. Of course, we have to be serious. We can't be careless. Chu Xuan blushed. He was taking things for granted and wasn't serious enough. There was definitely no one in this world who loved him more than Lin Yanchen. But this was also quite exciting. He knew that Lin Yanchen was going to propose to him again in these 2 weeks. It should be unexpected, and it should be new and thoughtful. But until now, Chu Xuan couldn't guess what Lin Yanchen would do. He was constantly fishing for guts, and he was even afraid that Lin Yanchen would come to the company to propose. Chu Xuan always knew that Lin Yanchen was a playful person, and he was quite looking forward to it. The author has something to say, 1 update, 40 comments, and red packets. Writing Chirp Chirp surgery is a joke, touching head embarrassedly. Medical students can teach me, but I still don't quite understand how to change it. I can't understand it even when I check the information. Smiley face, 3 angle, Chu Xuan was prepared to accept the proposal, but he couldn't guess what Lin Yanchen was going to do. For a moment, he was in a state of panic. When he went to buy a drink, he heard a love song about marriage. He immediately shivered and looked left and right, wondering if Lin Yanchen would pop out from some corner to propose. When he worked overtime at night, he walked to the window and saw fireworks not far away. He was immediately worried that it was Lin Yanchen's arrangement. Every day, when he went home, he had to open the door carefully, afraid that there would be a surprise waiting for him. Not to mention, when Lin Yanchen asked him to go out. Chu Xuan agreed every time, thinking that Lin Yanchen might propose this time. In the end, a week passed and nothing happened. He was the only one who was shocked and on edge. Lin Yanchen even laughed at him. You can't wait to get married to me? Chu Xuan's ears were red. He was angry and gritted his teeth. Mr. Lin, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far. Lin Yanchen smiled and held his hand. He kissed him. Okay. I haven't married yet, right? Now? Chu Xuan felt that Lin Yanchen was right. Why was he so anxious? He had made a fool of himself in front of Lin Yanchen. Before he proposed, the two of them quarreled again. Not being responsible for the cause was just a matter of 2 words. One day, Chirp Chirp was tired from playing and wanted his father to carry him. He called out Daddy. Both of them said Daddy and went over together. Lin Yanchen was closer and had already carried Chirp Chirp. Chu Xuan was a little further away and said casually, usually, Chirp Chirp is calling me when he calls daddy. Lin Yanchen said, I'm also a dad. Chirp Chirp called me dad before he even saw me. Chu Xuan said, that's because he only knew a few words at that time, so he just randomly said them. Lin Yanchen said, then it should be fine now, right? In terms of physiology, I'm his father. I think this title will cause confusion. Why don't you change it? Chu Xuan was alarmed and looked at him threateningly. How do you want to change it? If Lin Yanchen dared to say that because he was the one who gave birth to the child, he had to call him mom instead, let's see if he wouldn't beat this little bastard to death. Lin Yanchen was a little scared by his stare and said hesitantly, how about this? Call them Big Daddy and Little Daddy? I'm the Big Daddy, and you're the Little Daddy? Chu Xuan was not convinced. Huh? Why are you the Big Daddy? I'm obviously older than you. If you want to call me that, I should be the older one. Lin Yanchen said implicitly, I think. I'm older. Chu Xuan reacted and took a deep breath. Where are you comparing? Be more serious. Lin Yanchen could only be more serious and said reasonably, I'm dividing it according to body position. I'm on top, so I'm the Big Daddy. Chu Xuan snorted. How can you divide it like that? When the time comes and Chirp Chirp asks why you're the Big Daddy even though you're the younger one, are you going to answer him like that? Also, I don't think you should divide it according to top and bottom. I'm clearly the one who's in charge. Chirp Chirp looked at this father and then looked at that father with a confused expression. Lin Yanchen said, don't quarrel in front of the child. It's not good for the child. Chu Xuan was angry. You cheated first, and now you're blaming me for quarreling? Lin Yanchen was scared. He looked down at Chirp Chirp and Chirp Chirp looked up at him blankly. She reached out her little hand and patted his face. Daddy, Daddy, Lin Yanchen sighed. Sometimes I really don't understand. We don't have any big conflicts, so why do we quarrel every other day? I love you so much, so why do you have to scold me? Chu Xuan replied firmly, I love you too. You're still quarreling with me. The two of them looked at each other and blushed. Lin Yanchen walked over. Then let's not quarrel anymore, right? I'll call you boss. Chu Xuan was a little embarrassed. He was older and still needed Lin Yanchen to coax him. Actually, what you said makes sense. I just feel weird. Lin Yanchen thought for a while and said, how about this, I'll call you Daddy and you call me Daddy. Anyway, I'm not a citizen, so it's not wrong to call me Daddy. This way, we won't get mixed up. Chu Xuan said, let's go with the flow. But after that, Lin Yanchen still started to teach Chirp Chirp to call him Daddy. Chirp Chirp didn't learn very well, so she spat out saliva and called him little brother. Chu Xuan laughed to death. At home, Lin Yanchen didn't just speak Chinese. Occasionally, he would speak a foreign language with Chirp Chirp. He was quite patient. Later, he didn't set a rule on how Chirp Chirp should address them. Daddy, Papa, Daddy, Dad. It was all nonsense, as long as they could understand. Chu Xuan had been nervous for a long time and was tired, so he didn't care much. When the boat reached the bridge head, it would be straight. What other twists and turns could there be? 3 days before Chirp Chirp's first birthday, after dinner, Chu Xuan looked up and saw Lin Yanchen come down in a suit. This suit looked a little familiar. Chu Xuan couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. You also wore this when you confessed to me. Lin Yanchen said, yes, this is my lucky battle robe. Chu Xuan asked, oh, you're going to propose today? Lin Yanchen said, yes, I'm going to formally propose to you tonight. Are you scared? Chu Xuan smiled and didn't comment. Chirp Chirp babbled, scared. Lin Yanchen laughed. Ha 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 ha. Chu Xuan thought for a moment and said, then wait, I'm going to change too. Chu Xuan also changed into a new suit that he hadn't worn yet. Lin Yanchen said, I saw this suit 2 days ago and thought that it was probably what you wanted to wear to accept my proposal. But I haven't seen you wear it. Chu Xuan said, I can't guess when you're going to propose to me, so I'm hesitant to wear it every day. I'm afraid that you'll appear when I'm depressed and suddenly propose to me. Then I won't be able to say yes or no. Lin Yanchen was surprised. Ah? There's still a possibility of saying no? Chushuan's eyes were full of smiles. In the end, I still have to say yes. Where are we going now? Can we bring Chirp Chirp? Lin Yanchen said, bring it, I'll push the cart. The summer night breeze blew past. The sky was full of stars. Lin Yanchen said, I checked. Today's weather is good. We can see the stars in the sky. They walked along the man-made river in the villa area. There were street lamps on both sides of the river bank. The shadows of the two of them and the shadow of Chirp Chirp's pram slowly shuttled between the light and the shadow. Suddenly, a firework appeared in the sky in front of them and bloomed brilliantly. They stopped. Chushuan looked up and said, I also saw fireworks last week. I thought it was you. Lin Yanchen replied, I was the one who put it there today. Chushuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Why did you say it yourself? Lin Yanchen asked, is it nice? Chushuan said, it's nice. Lin Yanchen asked again, are you happy? Chushuan said, I'm happy. Lin Yanchen leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Isn't that good? Look, Chirp Chirp is also very happy. Chushuan said, it's the first time he's seen fireworks since he was born. After watching the fireworks, they continued walking. Chushuan smelled the sweet fragrance of the flowers. It was carried by the night wind and drifted over. They went around the corner and walked out of the small forest. There was a glass garden in the grass in front of him. Chushuan said curiously, I didn't know there was such a place before. Lin Yanchen said, I got someone to build it? Chushuan asked suspiciously, you didn't build it just for the proposal, right? Lin Yanchen replied firmly, yes. Chushuan said, huh? Lin Yanchen pushed the pram and walked in. He turned around and said, I have the hostage. You can't not come. Chushuan came back to his senses. He shook his head with a smile and followed him. There were no other flowers in the garden. There were only red roses. The fragrance was quite strong. It was very similar to Lin Yanchen's. Pure, straightforward, and without any impurities. Chushuan blushed inexplicably and his heart beat faster. He said awkwardly, red roses are too old-fashioned. Lin Yanchen looked back at him. Then why are you blushing? Chushuan retorted, aren't you blushing too? Lin Yanchen said, my marriage is about to be decided. Of course I'm nervous. I'm afraid that my son will be too shy and change his mind at the last minute. Chushuan was very anxious. I just realized that you talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Yanchen suddenly showed a trace of regret. If possible, I wanted to take you to Manglian Lake again. Chushuan didn't understand. What? Before he finished speaking, the light suddenly went out and the room fell into darkness. Chushuan was startled. Then Lin Yanchen's kiss fell. He pried open his stunned lips and melted him with tenderness. The dome lit up with a gentle light. Just like the aurora they met at Manglian Lake that day. Chushuan's heart instantly surged with countless memories. They parachuted together, skied together, rode together, saw the aurora together, hugged each other on a snowy day, snuggled next to a warm stove. He loved reading books. It made his heart beat faster. Even though he had made countless mental preparations, at this moment, this was still a surprise that Chushuan did not expect. Lin Yanchen half-knelt and took out the ring. You said that the aurora at Manglian Lake and I are your miracles. You are also my miracle. I love you. A son, let's get married. Chushuan let out a long sigh and tried to calm down. If I want to say yes now, will you think that I'm not reserved? It was like 2 years ago. Lin Yanchen raised the corner of his mouth. What do you think? Chushuan stretched out his hand and Lin Yanchen put the ring on him. Chushuan asked, what about the other ring? Lin Yanchen took it out and Chushuan put it on him. Chushuan asked him, when are we going to get the certificate? Lin Yanchen hugged him tightly and raised him up. He was so happy that he couldn't control himself. Tomorrow. I've already calculated the auspicious day. Chushuan couldn't help but laugh. You're really going? Author has something to say, draw 40 comments and give out red packets. I thought about it. We already have a boy, so I'll make some changes. As for the rest, let's take a look. Thanks to Huai, you speak with your head down in the painting, 1,000 miles in white x2, G-Re G-X2, white night mud, little swallow fly off fly x4, thousand sails star, a plum blossom, cold dew x2, Tian is Tian, longing, LWH0827x2, Yuhua window, 241762333. Wan Xiaopeng's landmine thanks to Akatsuki X2 for the grenade thanks to 193944701 for the rocket launcher. Chushuan posted a photo on his WeChat moments. He and Lin Yanchen were holding hands, and he was wearing a wedding ring on his ring finger. Although the other party didn't show up, it was obviously a man. This was the first time Chushuan publicly displayed his love for each other. He usually kept a low profile, but today, he couldn't help it. He was getting married. Chushuan was so excited that he couldn't control himself the whole night. He once thought that he would never have this day in his life. For homosexuals in China, marriage was especially out of reach. He remembered that when he was in Las Vegas, he had once made a wish that he would be able to meet someone he loved in his next life. Before his next life, his wish had come true in this life. Chushuan used to dislike other people showing their love on WeChat moments. He didn't expect that in the end, he would become the kind of person that he used to dislike. But thinking about it carefully, why did he have to hide it? He was legally married. What was there to hide? He felt a little ashamed, but he also felt a little happy. He said that he wanted to see others envious of him. As soon as Chushuan posted it, the comments immediately exploded. Of course, they were all congratulating him on his wedding. They wanted to share the joy and ask for wedding candies. The first comment was from his favorite student, Duan Xiaoxian, I wish Master and Grandmaster a long and happy life together. Then, his master, Manager Liu, Xiaoqiu, when is the wedding? I'm going to ask for a toast. Zhan Hongyu, congratulations. Do you need any help with the wedding? Tan Xiaoming immediately replied to Zhan Hongyu, of course, Brother Chu. I'll take care of all the cakes and dishes for the wedding. Zhuo Linhui, then I'll take care of the costumes? I think you guys have to work and prepare for the wedding. You must be very busy. I can take care of chirp chirp for you guys. Lu Hao, I'll take care of the jewelry. I'm so touched. I believe in true love again. Those small employees of the company didn't need to be mentioned. Who would be disappointed at this time? Even some of the friends that Chushuan had added in the past replied. He had not chatted with them for a long time and had forgotten that he had added them. There was a period of time when he was still in X City. He also went to understand the local gay circle. He thought about giving up the one surnamed G and finding a partner. But after thinking about it, if he didn't like it, it was better not to put up with it because of loneliness. It was too irresponsible. At that time, he added some people, but because he didn't like to go out every time they asked him to, they gradually lost contact. This time, when Chushuan showed off his ring, his sisters all came back to life. You're married? She found a man. Marriage is allowed in China. I'm so envious. I haven't opened for business in a long time, Chushuan replied briefly, getting married abroad. My fiancé is a foreigner. Then he asked, have you already registered your marriage? Chushuan replied unhurriedly, today I propose, tomorrow I'll fly abroad to get the certificate. It felt so good. When Lin Yanchen came out of the shower, he saw Chushuan sitting on the bed playing with his phone. He was so focused that he didn't even notice Lin Yanchen walking over. Lin Yanchen peeked at his phone. What are you playing? Chushuan was shocked and embarrassed. Don't peek. Lin Yanchen chuckled. I've already seen it. Make me look more handsome and put it up. People will be even more envious of you. Chushuan was dumbfounded. You're too shameless, aren't you? Lin Yanchen was shameless. How am I shameless? Am I not presentable enough? Chushuan stammered, it's better if you don't show up. I want them to be envious of me, not covet you. Lin Yanchen thought that he was really cute. He smiled and kissed him. After being lovey-dovey, they got down to business. Chushuan asked him, are we leaving tomorrow? Where are we going to get the marriage certificate? Have you made all the arrangements? Lin Yanchen said, we've applied for the departure time. We'll take a private jet. Bow bow, we'll have to trouble mom and dad to take care of us for a day. We'll go to Las Vegas. Don't you still have a marriage application? Just use that one. Chu Xuan blushed. At that time, he thought that he was going to die and took a copy as a memento. He didn't expect that he would use it one day. Yes, I still have it. I'll go find it. Chu Xuan treasured the marriage application. It was neat and tidy, without even a crease. It was brand new. Even his name was signed. He really didn't expect it back then. Lin Yanchen said, the marriage certificate lawyer is waiting in Las Vegas. After you sign the agreement, we'll go to City Hall to get it stamped. Chu Xuan was stunned. There's a prenuptial agreement? Lin Yanchen nodded and explained simply, yes, if you abandon me, you'll become rich overnight and I'll go bankrupt overnight. If something happens to me, you'll become rich overnight too. Chu Xuan said with mixed feelings, don't talk nonsense. You're so much younger than me. I'll definitely die before you. Lin Yanchen sat beside him and put his arm around his shoulder. Wait until we're 70 or 80 years old. Chu Xuan said, I'm afraid of being lonely. I don't want to live a life without you. I'm selfish. I'll definitely die before you. When that time comes, you're not allowed to find any good-looking old ladies or old men. Even more so, young ladies or young men. Lin Yanchen kissed him. I won't. I'm married to a Sun. When I'm alive, I'm a Sun's woman. When I die, I'll be a Sun's ghost. Is that enough? They flew to Las Vegas the next morning. Because Las Vegas was in the 8th West District, they arrived in the same day. A good romance novel. Chu Xuan slept on the plane, took a shower, and changed into new clothes. Someone came to pick them up and took them to an imposing business building. In the bright conference room, the lawyer was already waiting for them. They still had to go through the procedure. First, they told Chu Xuan about Lin Yanchen's assets. The more Chu Xuan heard, the more his scalp tingled. He knew that Lin Yanchen was rich, but it was still beyond his imagination. Chu Xuan asked, this is yours and your dad's? Lin Yanchen said, my dad is still fine. It doesn't matter if he doesn't leave his money to me. In any case, I can earn money myself. This is mine. Part of it was left to me by my mom. Chu Xuan was speechless. The lawyer took out another document. This is Mr. Lin Xiaoyuan's wedding gift to you. Chu Xuan was speechless. At this point, he was still a little dizzy from the huge sum of money. Instead, he was afraid. He held the pen, not knowing where to start. Chu Xuan raised his head and said to Lin Yanchen awkwardly, how about, less? Lin Yanchen didn't understand. Less what? Chu Xuan said, that's right. Don't give me so much money. I've taken too much advantage of you. I've never taken advantage of anyone like this in my life. Isn't this a little too much? Lin Yanchen laughed. Now you know you can't take advantage of others? How much have you taken advantage of me? You've already taken Bao Bao. Now you're telling me not to take advantage of me. Which part of my body haven't you taken advantage of? Chu Xuan's face suddenly turned red. There's a lawyer here. What are you talking about? Lin Yanchen grabbed his hand under the table. It's okay. He doesn't understand Chinese. Chu Xuan looked at the lawyer. The lawyer's face was calm. It seemed that he really didn't understand. The lawyer lowered his head and looked down at his heart. His boss didn't want him to understand Chinese. Of course, he didn't understand Chinese. He had been a marriage lawyer for so long. He had helped many rich people settle prenuptial agreements. There was no lack of rich people hooking up with rich husbands. However, male couples were relatively rare. This kind of situation was even rarer. Rich people tended to be more calculative about money. Most of them would set harsh marriage conditions. For someone like Lin Yanchen to get married at such a young age and take the initiative to let the other party have the advantage. He was probably really smitten. And his partner was even stranger. She didn't want money. He felt that he had explained it very clearly just now. This was a very large number. If he were in that position, it would be hard for him not to be moved. Although he was a straight man, if a rich man threw billions at him, he could only say, "Okay, I'm gay now." Chu Xuan felt that this number was so high that it was unrealistic. Lin Yanchen stuffed a pen into his hand. Sign. Chu Xuan. Lin Yanchen took out a photo of Chirp Chirp and slapped it on the table in front of him. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan signed. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen wore their wedding rings. Hand in hand, they went to the city hall to submit the marriage application. The two of them stood in line silently. Chu Xuan saw that there were several couples in front of him. He liked this kind of ordinary simplicity. There was nothing special about them here. They were just a pair of ordinary lovers in the crowd who were about to be engaged for life. Actually, when it came to relationships, the cold law couldn't affect them. But they still wanted to get married. But being able to get married officially was different. Finally, it was their turn. Chu Xuan nervously handed over the marriage application, afraid that something would go wrong. The staff member checked it and immediately approved it. A few stamps were stamped. There were no twists and turns at all. It was easy. Just like that, they finally became a legal couple. Yes, Chirp Chirp officially became a married child the day before her first birthday. The staff member said, "Congratulations on your marriage. You can apply to have your wedding at the local church. You can learn more there." Lin Yanchen smiled. "Thank you, but we plan to have our wedding elsewhere." Lin Yanchen was elated. The last time he came here, Chu Xuan denied in front of the staff member that he wanted to marry him. This time, he really held her hand and brought her to get the marriage certificate. This time, Chu Xuan couldn't be arrogant at all. Chu Xuan held the certificate. She looked like she was in a daze as she looked at the certificate in her hands. Chu Xuan blushed. She smiled sincerely and said, "It's really beautiful. Look at his design. It's so beautiful." Lin Yanchen said strangely, "It's very beautiful. I think your signature is the best." "But Asun, I seem to remember someone saying something before? Someone in Las Vegas said to me that she would never marry me. Do you remember who it was?" Chu Xuan came back to her senses. She glared at him and said fiercely, "I don't remember." Lin Yanchen laughed and pulled her into his arms. "Don't think about running away again." Chu Xuan hugged him back and buried her face in Lin Yanchen's arms. "I didn't want to run away in the first place," Chu Xuan said. "Aren't you embarrassed?" Lin Yanchen kissed her temple. "Why should I be embarrassed? It's natural for me to be intimate with my husband." Chu Xuan blushed and her heart raced. She was speechless. Lin Yanchen was in high spirits. His handsome face was shining. "Asun, I don't think I'll be happier than today in my life." Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Lin Yanchen patted her head. "Oh, there's still the wedding. I'll definitely be happier on the day of the wedding. Today is the happiest day of my life. With you, there will be even happier days in the future." Chu Xuan couldn't help but forget that they were still on the street. She kissed Lin Yanchen gently and said, "Me too. The author has something to say. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I went out to play with my friends and came back late. I'll update the Mid-Autumn Festival before 12 o'clock. Not reading it doesn't affect the plot. It's mainly about the husband taking the children and acting cute with the parents. I'll give out red packets during the festival. Everyone who wishes me well will get a small red packet. I don't have much to say. I only have one simple wish, to get rich. Thank you everyone." This was the first time that the Lin family and the Chu family had gathered together to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lao Lin was even a little excited. How many years had it been since he spent the Mid-Autumn Festival with his family? Chirp Chirp had carefully prepared a gift, a rabbit jade pendant and a sky-high price moon cake. This jade pendant was carved from a piece of white jade, but it was not flawless. On the contrary, there were red impurities in it. In the hands of the jade carving master, the red impurities happened to be the little rabbits' eyes and ears. It was especially cute and ingenious. There was a red string tied to it. The moon cake was a special edition of a certain brand's ice cream moon cake. It was extremely expensive. It was said that it was made with top-grade dark chocolate and white chocolate. Lao Lin always brought gifts to Chushuan and Lin Yanchen's residence to see his beloved grandson. Chirp Chirp was now 2 years old. He had already learned how to walk, but he was still a little wobbly. He wasn't good at running yet, so he was playing with Chubby Chew. He was holding a plastic comb used for combing dog fur and stroking Chubby Chew's fur. The excess dog fur that fell off was rolled into a big ball. He combed his hair very seriously. Old Mr. Lin smiled when he saw him. His good grandchild was so cute. Lao Lin handed the box of mooncakes to Lin Yanchen and instructed, "Put it in the fridge." Then, he turned around and hugged his precious grandson with a bright smile. "Chirp chirp, little baby, Grandpa is here." Chirp Chirp looked at him, turned back, and continued to fight with little Fatty Chew's hair. "I'll comb Fatty's hair." Lao Lin disregarded his image and sat down beside him. "Grandpa will help you comb your hair, okay? Are your hands tired?" Chirp Chirp said firmly, "I'm not tired." Chirp Chirp. Lao Lin felt gratified. "Chirp Chirp, you still know how to do your own things?" Mr. Chew heard the commotion and walked over from the kitchen to greet him. "Lao Lin, you're here for dinner. I'll let you have a taste of my cooking. I also made mooncakes." Lao Lin always said, "Ah, I also brought mooncakes." Mr. Chew froze and felt a little uncomfortable. Recently, the two grandpas had been quite competitive. When they first met, they were quite harmonious, but as time went by, their conflicts slowly revealed themselves. After all, the difference in their family backgrounds was huge. Lao Lin always casually gave gifts. Even if he didn't deliberately buy expensive gifts, Mr. Chew's spending standards, he would still have high blood pressure. Even if old Lin wanted to take care of his in-laws' feelings, he couldn't wrong Cho-Cho, right? If possible, he wanted to give the best of everything to Chirp Chirp. It was said that the relationship between generations was closer. When Lin Yanchen's mother died, he was afraid that Yan Yan wouldn't be able to stand up again. He felt that he shouldn't spoil the child, so he was especially strict with Lin Yanchen. Now that he was facing Chirp Chirp, he really wanted to pluck the stars and the moon. Sometimes, he also felt that it might be because Chirp Chirp looked cuter than Lin Yanchen when he was young. As a result, it was fine once or twice, but every time he was compared, Mr. Chew couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He also felt that Lin Xiaoyuan had too much money and nowhere to spend it. He was stupid and had too much money. Some of the gifts he bought for Chirp Chirp were not cost-effective at all. Moreover, whatever Lin Xiaoyuan gave was bought with money. Mr. Chew disliked that his in-law didn't have enough heart. He only knew how to spend money. Although he wasn't as rich as his in-law, he had more time to accompany Chirp Chirp. He taught Chirp Chirp how to speak, corrected Chirp Chirp's gesture of holding chopsticks and spoon, and told stories to Chirp 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 every day. His in-law's education method, which only knew how to spend money, was the most undesirable. He had seen a lot of it when he was a teacher. It was a miracle that his son, Lin Yanchen, didn't go astray. Lao Lin had been thinking about retirement recently. He had been working non-stop to make money and had been running fast for most of his life. He didn't feel tired before, but after Chirp Chirp, he suddenly felt tired and wanted to rest. Sometimes, he really wanted to see Chirp Chirp. However, retirement wasn't an easy decision to make. Lin Yanchen was still young. Although he was no longer a greenhorn, he wasn't experienced enough to carry the flag on his own. It wasn't easy for him to let go now. Moreover, he was still a little worried. The first few days of taking care of a child after retirement were fresh. After a long time, he might feel bored and regret it. This wasn't a simple decision. He had to consider it carefully. He occasionally came to see Chirp Chirp. When he saw Chirp Chirp and Grandpa Chew being so close, he wasn't without jealousy. As long as there were more than two people, they couldn't help but compete with each other. Chirp Chirp finally finished combing the dog's fur. He rolled up the dog's fur into a ball, and put it away. There was still a lot of dog fur scattered on the ground. The cleaning robot came over and cleaned it up. Chubby Chew barked at the black cleaning robot. Chirp Chirp even squatted down and touched the cleaning robot. Little Black is so obedient. Thank you, Little Black. After praising, Chirp Chirp stood up again. His legs were short and he was small. He couldn't stand steadily and almost fell forward. He supported himself with his hands on the ground and staggered to stand up. Chu Xuan looked at him from the side and was amused. After laughing, he praised him. Chirp Chirp is so polite. Chirp Chirp's little face was red like a little apple. He said shyly, "Thank you, Daddy." Then Chirp Chirp left. Lao Lin always asked him, "Where are you going?" Chirp Chirp spread out his two little hands. There was still dog fur on them. Chirp Chirp, washing my hands. Lao Lin always followed him. Chirp Chirp couldn't reach the washstand. He looked around and prepared to leave. Lao Lin always asked, "Chirp Chirp, don't you need to wash your hands?" Chirp Chirp said, "Chirp Chirp's stool." Lao Lin always laughed. "You don't need a stool. Grandpa will carry you." Chirp Chirp pressed the foam out of his hands. It was easy for an adult, but he was not strong enough. He had to use all his strength to press the foam out. He also had to cheer himself up. "Io, io." Lao Lin always laughed until his hands trembled. After laughing for a while, he realized. Wasn't this Mr. Chu's catchphrase? Chirp Chirp washed his hands, wiped them dry, and signaled his grandpa to put him down. Lao Lin always put the rabbit jade pendant on Chirp Chirp and asked, "Is it cute?" Chirp Chirp nodded and said, "Chirp Chirp," and, "Rabbit." Lao Lin always didn't understand. There was a rabbit? Was he raising another rabbit as a present? Chirp Chirp took him to see a small lantern in the shape of a rabbit. The frame was made of barbed wire, white paper was pasted on it, and red eyes were drawn on it. It was quite cute. "I have a scroll of ghosts and gods." Lao Lin always knew that Mr. Chu made it. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Chirp Chirp, Grandpa also brought you mooncakes. Do you want to eat them?" Chirp Chirp loved mooncakes the most. He immediately nodded. "Yes." Mr. Chu heard and walked out. "Chirp Chirp, Grandpa also made you mooncakes." Lao Lin always took out the expensive ice cream mooncakes he brought over. Mr. Chu also took out the mooncakes with egg yolk and lotus seed filling that he thought were the best. 2 small plates with 2 mooncakes were placed in front of Chirp Chirp. Mr. Chu said, "Chirp Chirp, eat Grandpa's mooncakes. There's your favorite egg yolk inside." Lao Lin always said, "Chirp Chirp, Grandpa brought this one made of chocolate and ice cream. Don't you like it very much?" Chirp Chirp looked left and right. The 2 grandpas looked at each other. This was silent smoke. Chu Xuan whispered to Lin Yanchen, "Are they fighting?" Lin Yanchen was speechless. "I don't know. I don't think so." Chu Xuan asked, "I remember that the mooncakes your dad brought are very expensive." Lin Yanchen nodded and turned to ask, "Dad, let me try one of the mooncakes you brought." Lao Lin always said, "I brought it for Chirp Chirp." "Don't you feel embarrassed snatching food from a child?" Lin Yanchen shut up. In fact, he wanted to get a piece for a son to eat. Chirp Chirp used a knife and fork and cut a piece of ice cream mooncake to eat. "It's delicious," he said. Lao Lin always felt that he had won the first battle, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Mr. Chu's glass heart was broken. He asked, "Is Grandpa's mooncake not delicious?" Chirp Chirp looked at Mr. Chu, put down the ice cream mooncake, and went to eat the mooncake made by Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu asked anxiously, "Is it delicious?" Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp nodded. "It's delicious." Mr. Chu asked, "Which one is more delicious?" Chirp Chirp said, "Both are delicious." There was still no winner. The 2 grandpas couldn't say whether they were happy or not. Mr. Chu coaxed him and asked, "Which grandpa do you like more?" Chirp Chirp blinked and said, "I like both." Lin Yanchen whispered, "This kid is good. He's so smooth at such a young age. He's watertight and fair." Chu Xuan held back his laughter. At this time, Grandma, who had gone to the garden to trim the flowers, came back from washing her hands. Chirp Chirp jumped down from the stool and ran happily. "Grandma! Grandma! Eat the mooncakes." He pulled Grandma over and gave her both plates of mooncakes. "It's delicious." For Grandma. Grandpa Chu, Grandpa Lin, Grandma held Chirp Chirp in her arms. She ate a mouthful and fed Chirp Chirp a mouthful. Chirp Chirp ate with a smile and said, "Rabbit lights, beautiful, for Grandma." "Grandma, Chirp Chirp, chubby, play." The author has something to say. See you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Thank you Shizi, Nazda Coco, Huai X2, Gentle Words Flourishing Age, Cold Dew X2, Yavilica, 3 Points Drunk and Vermilion Bird, Mushi, G-Regi X2, Spring Mud Hair Care Company, Limited, Yesterday East Flowing Water, AX4, Rain Flower Window, Mochi Mochi, Chistel, You in the Picture Talking with Your Head Down, Puji, Bethany #carrot #X2, Material Mechanics, LWH0827X2, Little Bamboo Fox, Stars Spinning Sails, Gentle Breeze, Thank Your Whole Family Landmine for Me Thank You Akatsuki, Dugwa. Cultivation Base, 241762333, Xian Wei has been flipped today, White 1000 Miles Grenade Thank You This Lady, Akatsuki, Rocket Launcher. After collecting the marriage certificate, they went back to celebrate Chirp Chirp's first birthday. In the end, they didn't hold a grand celebration. The two families discussed it together. Celebrating a child's birthday was mostly for the sake of bonding with relatives. Lin Yanchen was the only son of 3 generations, and his mother was also the only daughter of the parents. The only elder in the family was his father. Lao Lin always wanted to celebrate for his grandson, but he didn't have any relatives. As for the rest of his business friends, he didn't think it was necessary to invite them, so he only invited 2 or 3 of his close friends. The Chu family, on the other hand, was prosperous. Mr. Chu had a bunch of brothers and sisters. They were the pillars of the family since they were young, but he didn't want to invite anyone this time. Previously, when Chu Xuan was sick and was still looking for a doctor everywhere, his relatives in the countryside vaguely knew about his son's serious illness. They all pretended to be deaf and blind, afraid that he would come to borrow money. Mr. Chu's third brother knew that Mr. Chu wanted to sell the house, but he also advised him not to sell it. He said that it wasn't worth it to lose his house and pension for his son who was gay. Even if he was saved, he couldn't carry on the family line. He also said that he had 2 sons, so he could adopt his younger son as Mr. Chu's son and take care of him in his old age. Although his younger son wasn't very good at school, he was very filial and liked women. He would never do such a shameful thing as being gay. He and his son weren't dead yet, but those people were already eyeing the little money in his family. Mr. Chu was extremely disappointed. He thought that as the eldest brother, he was extremely benevolent to his relatives. When his mother was sick and hospitalized, he paid for it. When he built a house in his hometown and married his wife, they had to ask him for money. When did he not give it to them and tighten his belt? It was nothing more than everyone saying that he was the only promising one in the family and couldn't forget his roots. After being dragged on for decades, Mr. Chu suddenly saw clearly that other than his wife and children, everyone else was fake. After being separated for so long, his feelings had long faded. He missed his younger brother and sister who he carried on his back when he was young, but no matter how much he missed them, they were still not as good as Junjun. When they told him not to care about Junjun's life or death, Mr. Chu gave up. He was now in his 50s and retired. He also wanted to live for himself, so there was no need to call her over. Back then, they did not want to have anything to do with his family, so he would do as they wished. Instead of inviting those ungrateful relatives, he might as well invite a few of his old friends, as well as Dr. Chen, who had treated Chu Xuan and Chirp Chirp. With the addition of Chu Xuan's friends and Lin Yanchen's friends, 2 or 3 tables were filled. Chirp Chirp's 2 dads were responsible for paying for the drinks. It was fine as long as they were there to eat and drink. The name list had already been prepared. Xianxia suddenly came to him, "Brother Chu, I thought we were friends. Xiaozhen asked me for leave to go to your son's first birthday party. I just found out. Why didn't you bring me along?" Chu Xuan said honestly, "I thought we weren't close." He was a narrow-minded person. He clearly remembered how much second young master Zhuang had once made him suffer. Xianxia was too hurt and said, "I don't have many friends left." Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Why don't you have friends? Don't you have a lot of friends?" Xianxia sighed, "I went back and told my parents that I didn't want to inherit the family property and supported my eldest sister to do it. They weren't happy and scolded me. But I was determined to do it and went to discuss it with my eldest sister. In the end, my eldest sister was even angrier. She said that she didn't care and left with her trusted people. Now, I'm in a dilemma. My parents were afraid that I would run away too, so they froze all my bank cards. I eat in the company cafeteria every day. Chu Xuan gloated, now you know how bad the food cooked by the company cafeteria's chef is, right? Zhuang Hanxue was depressed, I know. I haven't had a good meal in a long time. Brother Chu Xuan. Okay. Chu Xuan wasn't that soft-hearted. It was just that he was a little responsible for Zhuang Hanxue's situation. It was all because of his stupid idea. Sigh, a meal wasn't much. It was just adding a chair and a pair of chopsticks. When Zhuang Hanxue heard that Chu Xuan agreed, he immediately became happy and asked, but, Brother Chu, when will you have a son? He's already 1 year old. Chu Xuan, you don't have to come. It was Chu Xuan's son's birthday. Zhuang Hanxue rushed over alone. When he reached the door, he only heard melodious music. It wasn't noisy, so he was puzzled. Didn't anyone come to attend? Wasn't this too shabby? When he arrived at the lobby and saw the people present, Zhuang Hanxue almost knelt down. The especially handsome middle-aged man sitting on the sofa on the left should be Lin Yanquan's father, the famous Lin Xiaoyuan. The uncles who were talking to him were all big shots. He casually glanced at the younger ones and saw that they were all people that his parents usually used as excellent examples to scold him for being a good-for-nothing. He recognized a few of them, including the eldest son of the Tan family and the eldest son of the Yuan family. There was no need to mention Lin Yanquan. Zhuang Hanxue was suddenly at a loss. He should go and find Chu Xuan. After a few steps, he saw a man in the courtyard. He was holding a doll like little Bao Bao and pointing at a bird on a tree. There seemed to be only this little Bao Bao present. Was this Chu Xuan's son? Zhuang Hanxue was about to walk over when a familiar voice came from behind him. Chirp chirp, you're here? As he spoke, another man walked over from behind him and brushed past him. Zhuang Hanxue turned around and his mind went blank. Zhan Hongyu, wasn't this the award-winning actor, Zhan Hongyu? He was Zhan Hongyu's fan. Zhan Hongyu walked to Zhuo Linhui's side. Chirp Chirp was happy to see him and clapped his hands. The bell bracelet on his wrist jingled. Zhan Hongyu was speechless. When did you steal the child? Zhuo Linhui said, I went to see Chirp Chirp just now. He pointed outside the window and wanted to see a bird, so I brought him out. He looked at Chirp Chirp. Isn't that right? Chirp Chirp. He didn't know if Chirp Chirp understood him, but he raised his head and smiled foolishly. This scene was too interesting. Zhan Hongyu laughed. You used to say that you hated children the most. When we asked you to be the godfather, you said that you were young and didn't want to be called dad. Now you're the most diligent one in going to Lao Lin's house. You can't wait to steal Chirp Chirp back home. Zhuo Linhui denied. I don't need to steal. Why would I steal? Chirp Chirp is still young. When he gets older, I'll just ask Lao Lin to let Chirp Chirp come to my house to play. Wouldn't that be fine? Zhan Hongyu was speechless. Zhan Hongyu seemed to feel something. He turned around but didn't see anything. Zhuo Linhui asked him, what's wrong? Zhan Hongyu said strangely, nothing. I felt like someone was looking at me just now. Zhuo Linhui said casually, oh, someone must have been conquered by your amazing beauty. Zhan Hongyu was amused by him. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Linhui said, wow, you're not even modest. Lao Zhan, you're getting more and more shameless. Zhuo Linhui reluctantly returned Chirp Chirp to Lin Yanquan. You're taking care of the child? Lin Yanquan said, what's with that tone? What's wrong with me taking care of the child? I'm very good at taking care of children. Right? Chirp Chirp, come, give daddy a kiss. Chirp Chirp glanced at him, but saw Lin Yanquan move his head closer and obediently put a saliva mark on his daddy's face. Chu Xuan was talking to Duan Xiaozhen on the west side of the hall. The guests today were all big shots. He was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, so he introduced her to the guests one by one. When they were free later, he would take her to meet them and expand her network. Duan Xiaozhen was very brave. She wasn't afraid at all. She said with a smile, Master, I knew that there would be meat to eat if I followed you. Didn't I rise to the heavens with the chickens and dogs? Chu Xuan said with emotion, when you first entered the company, you were still a skinny little girl. Now you're able to take charge of things. The two of them talked for a while. Chu Xuan was called over by Lin Yanchen. It was about to officially start. Tan Xiaoming moved to Chu Xuan's side and quietly asked, "Brother Chu, who was the little girl you were talking to just now? Introduce her to me." Chu Xuan was speechless. A four-tiered cake that was half the height of a person was served. There was a candle in the shape of the word 1-year-old on the cake at the top. They were going to light the candle and blow it out. Then they would cut the cake. After that, there would be activities such as grabbing the cake. They forgot to take a lighter. Chu Xuan hugged Chirp Chirp and asked Lin Yanchen to find a lighter. They wouldn't smoke after raising a child. They had to ask someone for a lighter. Chirp Chirp was in Chu Xuan's arms. He looked outside and saw such a big cake. It was so close. It smelled so fragrant and sweet. He almost drooled. He lowered his head. Chubby Chu was beside him. He looked up at him and barked. Chirp Chirp also looked at Chubby Chu. Chubby Chubby? The man and the dog looked at the cake together. Chu Xuan was talking to Lin Yanchen. He didn't pay attention to the child in his arms. Suddenly, he heard Zhang Hongyu exclaim, "Chu Xuan! Look at Chirp Chirp." Little Book Pavilion. Only then did Chu Xuan come back to his senses, but it was already too late. He felt Cho-Cho suddenly flutter in his arms. Chirp Chirp almost pounced on the cake. Unfortunately, his hands were too short. He only left a small handprint on the edge of the cake. His paw was stained with cream. Chu Xuan, how should he put it? Everything had been going so smoothly recently that he felt like he was in a dream. A small mistake like this made him feel inexplicably relieved. Chu Xuan heaved a sigh of relief and educated this little glutton. Laugh. What are you laughing at? The cake is gone. Chirp Chirp laughed happily and turned his head. Chubby Chubby. Chu Yong was shocked, but he didn't have time to stop him. Little Fatty Chu pounced on the cake tower, and the cake tower fell to the ground. Little Fatty Chu instantly turned into a cream husky, wagging his tail happily and barking at Cho-Cho, "Woof woof woof woof." Chirp Chirp was overjoyed. Chu Xuan, Lin Yanchen, Chubby Chu Xuan jumped around Chirp Chirp. The floor was covered with the footprints of a creamy dog. Chu Xuan felt like his head was about to explode. Little Fatty Chu stopped and felt uncomfortable with the stickiness on his body. He shook his head and shook off the cream that got on him. It splashed all over Chu Xuan's body and almost splashed into his eyes. Chu Xuan closed his eyes and opened them again. He heard Chu Xuan's Chirp Chirp's cheerful laughter. This silly dog is still laughing. His silly son even laughed along with him. Chu Xuan did not know how to get angry. His mother was the worst. She laughed especially loudly and even took photos. Yuan Hao said to Lin Yanchen, "Your son is really amazing." Lin Yanchen, haha. Chu Xuan cancelled his leave and went back to work. Now, everyone in the company knew that Chu Xuan was married. Chu Xuan had just stepped into the company building when his colleagues congratulated him. He listened to the blessings all the way into the office. It was as if he had returned home in glory. There was only one dissonant sound. Manager Tang passed by and acted as if he didn't see him. He didn't greet him and said to the person beside him, "This world is really strange. They dare to announce homosexuality like this." His voice was neither loud nor soft. It was just enough for Chu Xuan to hear. The author has something to say. Thank you, sweet tongue, free will, mochi mochi. Ji Ri Ji, 19394701, Cold Dew, Shuazixiu, 24176233, Little Swallow Fly X3 Landmines. Thank you, Akatsuki, for the grenades. Chu Xuan didn't expect everyone to like him. Even if it was RMB, there were people who treated money like dirt. He didn't care what others said behind his back, but if they said it in front of him, he couldn't swallow it. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would take revenge. He had tolerated too much in the past, and now he couldn't tolerate it anymore. Chu Xuan immediately turned around and walked in front of Manager Tang. He didn't play any tricks behind his back and asked directly, "Who are you talking about?" Manager Tang's face was actually quite honest. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked quite simple and had a good face, but when he spoke, there would be a hint of jealousy in his eyes. It was probably a reflection of his heart. This kind of person who liked to be sarcastic and didn't mention names. When you scolded him in the face, he was scared. Manager Tang panicked and asked, "Why are you blocking my way?" Chu Xuan said, "Someone is scolding me. Naturally, I have to reason with them." Manager Tang said, "Did I say it was you? You put yourself in my shoes and assumed that I was scolding you?" Chu Xuan said, "Oh, you admit that you scolded me? Then I'll tell you openly. I'm in a proper relationship and legally married. My husband and I have a harmonious relationship and we got a marriage certificate. There's nothing I can't say. It's my business how I want to announce it. I'm upright and I have a clear conscience." Manager Tang was stunned by his self-righteous words. After a while, he stuttered and said reluctantly, "Being gay is not legal in our country." Chu Xuan said, "In our country, being gay doesn't mean it's not legal. Why don't you find a law to prove that it's not legal?" Sword Deity Green Gourd Manager Tang suddenly found an entry point. "Oh, you got married abroad, but you live in the country. That's illegal. Being gay is very dirty. You should stay away from me. Your spittle is on my face. It's disgusting. I don't know if there's HIV in it." Chu Xuan laughed angrily. "No, I'm very healthy. My husband and I love each other and are loyal to each other. I don't cheat, I don't visit prostitutes, and I don't sexually harass my employees. On the other hand, you going to the massage parlor to look for your little sister is considered prostitution. It's illegal and very dirty. In the past few days, I saw a red rash on the back of your neck and you kept scratching it. Could it be that you've contracted some virus? It's best to go to the hospital for a check." Before he could finish his sentence, the employees who had been watching the show suddenly walked away. Manager Tang subconsciously touched the back of his neck as his face turned red. He was both shocked and scared. How did Chu Xuan know? Was he really sick? He asked in surprise. "How did you know?" What you're doing is illegal." Chu Xuan said lightly, "Oh, you know it's illegal? I just happened to have a friend who met you and told me." Manager Tang. He immediately became suspicious. How much did Chu Xuan know about him? He didn't expect that when he investigated Chu Xuan and found no dirt on Chu Xuan, he was caught red-handed. Chu Xuan ended with a sneer and walked away arrogantly. When he went back, Xiao Fang and the others even applauded Chu Xuan. Their faces were red as they said with admiration, "Manager Chu, you're so amazing. I want to be as amazing as you in the future. I want to be able to work well and not be bullied." Chu Xuan laughed. "That's because I have confidence. Don't blindly copy me." Lin Yanchen was his confidence. In fact, he knew who in the company didn't like him or spoke ill of him behind his back. Especially that middle-aged man surnamed Tang and his faction. Last time, this guy sent someone to follow him and tried to sow discord between him and his master. His plot didn't work out. It seemed that he still didn't have any selfish motives and had been looking for an opportunity to use him as a stepping stone. Chu Sun was not someone to be trifled with. He shot back a few nails. But according to his master didn't tell anyone that he was actually dating Lin Yanchen. At that time, he warned Tang XX not to do anything illegal. So, Manager Tang still thought that he cherished Chu Xuan's talent and persuaded Chu Xuan to stay. So, he disliked Chu Xuan even more. Chu Xuan also disliked him, but he didn't have time to find trouble with this idiot all day. He still had to work, so work was the most important thing. Manager Tang was so angry that it would affect his work sooner or later. At that time, he would be kicked out. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't lack the salary for a promotion. He just liked this job. Lin Yanchen sent 2 big boxes of wedding candies to their company. It was impossible to invite all the colleagues to the wedding, but the wedding candies had to be sent. The beautiful gift boxes were filled with expensive branded candies. The amount was enough. Even the cleaning lady in the company took 2 bags. The gift box was specially designed. Lin Yanchen had already found someone to design and make these trinkets before he proposed. The cursive letters LNC were printed on it, and it looked high-end and imposing. Other people guessed that Chushuan's other half surname was probably L. Manager Lu took 4 boxes back. He, his wife, and his twin daughters. Of course, it wasn't that he was greedy for candies. This would make them seem closer. When the time came, he planned to bring his wife and children to the wedding. In the past, he never thought that Chushuan would have such luck. Fortunately, he was a kind person. He never mistreated this little disciple and always helped him. Didn't this mean that good people had good karma? To be kind to others was to be kind to oneself. However, he didn't expect Xiao Tang to be so jealous of Chushuan for the sake of a promotion. Recently, the company was a little chaotic. Although Chushuan's words were ugly, Manager Lu knew that he was soft-hearted. He scolded Xiao Tang in front of him, so this hatred wouldn't last overnight. He wouldn't seek revenge in the future. He probably didn't tell Lin Yanchen about this at all. Otherwise, Xiao Lin would have come to bribe him. That Xiao Lin always looked kind and amiable, but he was actually the same kind of person as his father. Previously, there was a female celebrity who wanted to use him to create a scandal. Not only did he directly take away her job, but he also exposed all kinds of scandals on the internet. His methods and speed were very fast. Originally, her company wanted to protect her, but their company declared bankruptcy last month. Just thinking about it made Manager Lu feel bad. Chushuan didn't rely on this job to make a living. If he was bullied again, he might leave. This child had always been stubborn. After more than a year, he felt that his personality had changed. In the past, he liked to swallow his anger. Now, he was usually gentle and amiable, but if you provoked him, he would explode. Was he going to abandon Xiao Chu to protect Xiao Tang? Xiao Tang's business skills weren't that good. His interpersonal skills were also a part of his work. His private life wasn't very clean. Although his private life had nothing to do with work, Manager Lu didn't care that much. If he protected Manager Tang, when Chushuan left and Xiao Lin investigated, he might end up like that female celebrity's company and become cannon fodder. Chushuan cared about their old friendship. He wasn't familiar with Manager Xiao Lin, so he couldn't rely on their old friendship to do whatever he wanted. To put it bluntly, Manager Tang wasn't worth it. Why did he make a mistake when he recruited him? And there was one thing that bothered him a lot. Manager Lu looked for Chushuan in private. I want to ask you something about Xiao Tang. Chushuan was expressionless. I'm not familiar with him. Manager Lu said, I know. I also know that you two quarreled today, but there are some things that I still want to ask you. You said that you don't sexually harass your employees. I think that's not right. Did Tangshir do such a thing? Did you know about it? Chushuan thought about it and felt that there was nothing to hide. Yes, if I saw it, I would have stopped him. Now that I think about it, maybe he was unhappy with me because of this, so he kept causing trouble for me. Manager Lu replied with an O. He really didn't know about this, so he asked, then do you know which girls were bullied by him? Get someone to come over. Chushuan roughly understood that Manager Lu was going to rectify the atmosphere. When he was in his old company, he had never encountered such a thing after he joined the company. Usually, when his colleagues gathered for dinner, his master would say that it was fine to let the girls drink fruit juice. If he encountered a client who was a pervert, there was no way to control it. He had to take care of his own business. Manager Lu thought about it in his heart. Now he had a reason to kick him out. That was good. He could use this opportunity to announce how fair and clean their company's atmosphere was. Perfect. 2 days later, the company released a statement saying that an employee had reported that Tang XX used his position to sexually harass female employees, which was harmful to their company's culture and discipline, so he was fired. Because their company's atmosphere was good, and a certain female career woman had jumped ship, Manager Lu was like a tiger that had grown wings. This was a story for later, so it wasn't mentioned for now. Chushuan didn't sympathize at all. He already knew that Tang XX would fail sooner or later. But after half a minute of gloating, he didn't have time to care about others. Recently, he had been crazy busy. After getting the marriage certificate, he had to prepare for the wedding. Chushuan's idea was very traditional. He felt that holding the wedding in a 5-star hotel was already decent enough. However, Lin Yanchen brought over a few plans. Chu Xuan looked at them and saw that they were house designs. Lin Yanchen's eyes lit up and said with longing, "What do you think? Let's just build a villa for the wedding. I think this theme is the best. You're the flood, I'm the flame, we're the water and fire." I told the designer about this theme, and he designed this villa with a garden. When the time comes, we'll hire a wedding designer to decorate the wedding. I've already made an appointment. Chu Xuan was speechless for a while. A new villa? Don't you have a manor? I remember you said that you'll open a hotel? Lin Yanchen said with disdain, "We've lived in those places before. How can we use them for the wedding? Hotels are too cliché." Chu Xuan. "Alright, I'm just a cliché." Lin Yanchen said sweetly, "Son, don't you think it's great? In the future, this villa will be unique. When I see it, I'll be reminded of our wedding. I think it's very memorable. This is our once-in-a-lifetime wedding. I want it to be unique. Only then will it be worthy of you and me." Chu Xuan's ears turned red. This brat was too good at saying such sour words. "How long will it take to build a house?" Lin Yanchen asked him. "It'll take 1 or 2 years. Are you in a hurry to hold a wedding with me?" Chu Xuan retorted, "You're the one in a hurry." Seeing his red face, Lin Yanchen knew that he liked it in his heart, but he was too embarrassed to say it. He hugged him and kissed him. "Then don't be in a hurry. You need time to prepare. I want to give you the best, but I won't let you wait too long." Chu Xuan's face turned even redder. Money couldn't be equated to feelings, but if a person was willing to spend money for you, they must love you very much. The author has something to say. Poverty has limited my imagination. I've been lazy for 2 days. Smiley face, 3 angle, give me some encouragement. If I don't send red packets, no one will leave me a message. Thank you to Prestige Not Sugar, V, Gigi, Han Lu, Qingzhou, AAA, 241762333 for the landmines. Thank you to Akatsuki for the grenades. Chirp Chirp had just passed his first birthday, and his head was shaved bald. Perhaps because he was a premature baby, his hair was yellow, thin, and soft. Even if he ate sesame paste, it didn't turn his hair black. The older generation had an old-fashioned way. They said that if he shaved all his hair and put ginger on it, he would grow thick, black, and shiny hair in the future. Anyway, Chirp Chirp was still young, and he was a boy, so it didn't matter if he was shaved bald. On a sunny day over the weekend, Chu Xuan put Chirp Chirp's hair in a hood and asked Lin Yanchen to do it. Lin Yanchen touched Chirp Chirp's head. The little Bao Bao's scalp was soft, so he didn't dare to do it. He looked back at Chu Xuan and said, "How about you do it, Xiaxia?" Info Chu Xuan shook his head and said, No, I don't dare. I think you are better at shaving than me. You do it." Lin Yanchen said, "How about we take him to the barber outside?" Mr. Chu couldn't stand it anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "How can you refuse to shave his hair? Let me do it." The razor buzzed, and he shaved Chirp Chirp's hair clean. He carefully collected the soft hair and put it in a square handkerchief. Use it to make a writing brush. Chirp Chirp's hair was shaved, so Chubby Chew couldn't recognize him. He walked around Chirp Chirp in surprise and accidentally stepped into Big Head's territory. Big Head pawed at him and he ran away pitifully. Let's talk about Big Head. Big Head was saved by Chu Xuan when he was a child, but it was said that cats only had a memory of 5 seconds. Moreover, 2 years had passed. When he saw Chu Xuan again, he had already forgotten about Chu Xuan. After laughing at Chu Xuan for a few days, he finally managed to turn a blind eye to Chu Xuan. Maybe it was because he was born as a stray cat and had a social personality. He often showed his cat claws, so ordinary people couldn't touch him. In their family, only Lin Yanchen, who raised Big Head, could touch him. Big Head was so fierce that Chu Xuan didn't dare to let him get close to Chirp Chirp at first. Then one day, he was playing with Chirp Chirp in a small circle with a soft fence. He turned around to get something, and when he went back, he found Big Head quietly jumped to Chirp's side. He was looking at this silly Bao with his sharp eyes. Chirp Chirp smiled at Big Head and reached out to grab the cat's tail. Chu Xuan was scared to death. How could a cat's tail be touched so casually? How could Chirp Chirp not be scratched by a cat's paw? At this moment, Chushuan saw that Big Head not only didn't scratch Chirp Chirp, but also lay down. Chirp Chirp was so happy that he even put Big Head's tail into his mouth to eat. He didn't have many teeth, so biting it didn't hurt. Big Head turned around and looked at him like he was looking at an idiot, so he just let him bite. Chirp Chirp didn't feel good, so he didn't eat it. He continued to treat Big Head as a toy and even scratched the cat's ears. Big Head not only didn't resist, but also happily put away his paw and turned into a cat biscuit. Little Fatty Chew saw Chirp Chirp and Big Head playing so happily from afar, so he foolishly ran over and wanted to play with them. Suddenly, Big Head moved. He suddenly jumped up and bounced high up. Ayo, he gave Little Fatty Chew a set of cat paws. Little Fatty Chew was beaten up so badly that he ran away with a woo-woo sound. Chirp Chirp was the most unkind. When he saw a cat and a dog quarrel, he didn't worry and even laughed. Chushuan, who was watching the whole process, was stunned. He said to Lin Yanchen, "Your son is quite naughty." He was happy when he saw Little Fatty Chew get beaten up. "I thought they were best friends." Lin Yanchen said, "Old Zhuo was pecked by a swan in the past. I laughed at him for a week." Chushuan said, "Oh, he really takes after you." Since Chirp Chirp shaved his little head, Lin Yanchen got a set of little monk clothes and cloth shoes for Chirp Chirp to wear for a photo shoot the next day. Chushuan almost spat out, "You want your son to be a monk?" Lin Yanchen said, "It's just a photo shoot." "It's so cute. Is there such a cute little monk?" Chushuan, Shaolin still knew how to play. Chushuan originally thought that he was already quite attentive to the child. In the first few months after Chirp Chirp was born, he took photos every day to record. After a long time, he started to slack off. After going to work, he was tired every day and only wrote a page every few days. Lin Yanchen was full of enthusiasm. He didn't just get little monk clothes. He also got little astronauts, little chefs, little racers, little pilots, little priests, and all kinds of little animal-themed clothes. There were little pandas, little rabbits, little frogs, and so on. There were all kinds of messy clothes. Needless to say, they were quite cute. Chushuan was quite puzzled about where these clothes came from. He couldn't find them on the internet. Later, he found out that Lin Yanchen and Zhuo Linhui made them together. They took photos and showed them to the godfathers to admire and praise Bao Bao's cuteness. Chushuan used to think that his filter for Chirp Chirp was thick enough. He didn't expect that there would be a group of people who were even more irrational than him. Lin Yanchen was shameless. "I think it's very meaningful. In the future, when Chirp Chirp grows up, she can look at these photos and not have no memories at all." Lin Yanchen's childhood memories weren't good. His mother was bedridden and his father was busy with work. There weren't many happy memories with his family. Chushuan wasn't any better. When he was young, his father was very strict with him. He could be called a tiger father. Now, when he occasionally saw his father doting on Chirp Chirp, Chushuan was even a little jealous. He even asked Mr. Chu once. Mr. Chu righteously said that he didn't give birth to his own grandson. Later, Chushuan thought that perhaps it was because he was old and his heart was softer. Moreover, he had a lot of free time and was too lonely. When he was young, he had to work hard and didn't have so much time to dote on his children, just like him and Lin Yanchen. Chirp Chirp's hair slowly grew back. It looked darker and thicker than before, but it was still very soft. The amazing thing was that his hair used to be a little curly, but now it was straighter. Perhaps it was because it wasn't long enough. It was only about 2 to 3 knuckles, about 4 centimeters long. On this day, Chirp Chirp's grandmother was watching a TV program. The program was drawing a lucky audience. The audience who drew a 10-day tour of Europe has a mobile phone ending with XXXX. Please contact our program team as soon as possible. Grandma put on her reading glasses and looked at the winning list. Puzzled, she asked Chushuan, "Junjun, come over and help Mom see if I won the prize." Chushuan walked over and checked. It seemed like she won the prize. He directly used his mother's mobile phone to call the program team. His mother really won the prize. Grandma said in surprise, "I just casually sent a message. Are you trying to trick a kind old person like me?" Chirp Chirp looked up at his grandmother. Grandma. Chu Xuan laughed. No, you won the prize. You're not old in your 50s. How are you an old person? I think you're at most middle-aged. Your face is so tender. Some people will believe you if you say you're in your 40s. Didn't you go dancing a few days ago and get chased by other old men? Grandma rolled her eyes at him. Don't talk about this. If your father hears about it, he'll be angry for 2 days. It wasn't easy for me to coax him back. Thinking about this, Chu Xuan found it funny. I know. He even secretly asked Xiaolin to borrow hair balm to dye his hair. He told me not to tell you. I forgot to tell you. Ha 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 ha. The mother and son laughed at the old man together. Grandma thought for a while and said, I still have to take care of Chirp Chirp. Call the program team again and tell them that I'm not going to receive the prize. Let them draw another one. Chu Xuan said, it's a 2-person tour. You're so lucky. It'll be a pity if you don't go. 10 days won't make a difference. Do you think Chirp Chirp won't recognize you if you're not around for 10 days? Xiaolin and I can also take care of Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp is so obedient and doesn't torture people. Go, it's fine. Mrs. Lin was still hesitant. She and Mr. Chu both spoke a little English. They weren't afraid to go out to play, but they were a little reluctant to part with Chirp Chirp. Chu Xuan sincerely persuaded her. You two have been so tired in the past 2 years. Don't be so nervous. Chirp Chirp and I have to relax. Chu Xuan helped her get the prize, get the visa, and get enough money. Lin Yanchen raised both hands in support of the old couple going out to play. This way, only he and Chu Xuan would be left at home. Chirp Chirp didn't know anything anyway, so he could get close to Chu Xuan as much as he wanted. Lin Yanchen was a very considerate and thoughtful daughter-in-law. Someone will come to pick you up after you land. Just get in the car and let them take you out to play. Don't think about other troublesome things. Just have fun. If you don't have enough money to spend, let that person pay for you first. I'll pay the bill. Just buy whatever you want. It's fine. He had to let his parents-in-law have fun, and forget about home so that he and Chu Xuan could spend a few more days alone. Mr. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen sent their parents to the plane together. Chu Xuan wasn't so naive. Instead, he was a little tragic. Now, it's just the two of us and Chirp Chirp left. Lin Yanchen? On the first day that their grandparents weren't around, the two fathers were already in a mess. Lin Yanchen finally realized how far his dreams were from reality. Chirp Chirp's sense of security was greatly weakened because they couldn't find their grandparents. They crawled around looking for them and called out Grandma in a childish voice, but they couldn't find her anywhere. Lin Yanchen cooked according to Mr. Chu's baby recipe. He thought that he cooked well, but Chirp Chirp, who had always had a good appetite, only ate half a bowl and stopped eating. The most troublesome thing was that during the day, both of them had to go to work. Who would take care of the child? They were worried about letting a nanny take care of the child. Lin Yanchen patted his chest and said confidently, what's there to worry about? Chirp Chirp has 1, 2, 3, 4 godfathers, and my dad. Everyone can take turns to take care of the child, right? Zhan Hongyu, are you serious? I started filming last week. I sleep at 2 o'clock every night and wake up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Now you want me to take care of the child for you? You should have told me earlier. I wouldn't have accepted this role. Lin Yanchen, Yuan Hao, I have to go to work too, bro. I don't have to go to work on the weekends. Lin Yanchen, I don't have to go to work on the weekends either. Tan Xiaoming, I'm in Japan for business. Zhuo Linhui, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have participated in this show. I just flew to Paris the day before yesterday. It'll take a week. I'll go to your house when it's over. Lao Lin, okay, but I have something to do these 2 days. The day after tomorrow, I can help you take care of the child for 3 days. Chu Xuan comforted him, we don't need anyone else's help. We'll take care of the child. Lin Yanchen asked hesitantly, what about during the day? Or find a nanny? Chu Xuan said, can't we bring her to the company together? Chirp Chirp is so obedient. She probably won't cry or make a scene. Lin Yanchen. Oh right, there's such a trick. The next day, the employees of the Lin Corporation's Y City branch saw a strange scene. Their cold and handsome President Lin was wearing a black suit with a baby belt around his body. He looked like a kangaroo father with a small bao bao hanging on his chest. He held the bao bao in one hand and pushed the baby carriage with the other. The author has something to say. I have to pull myself together. Tomorrow's double update. If I can't do it, I'll be a puppy. Thank you to LWH0827X2, Barbie QQ, 205472117, Little Rainbow Hat, Shizi, for my strength output, Tree and Sugar Cube, Gorgon, Ji, Cold Dew, Kia, Little Bamboo Fox, Sisai, Wonkai, AAA, Shui, 24176233, Yue Lika, Yesterday's East Flowing Water, Yuntu, Xiaoxiao. Free will landmine. Thank you to this lady, Melancholy European, Yen Tutu for the grenade. Thank you to 19394701, this lady, Akatsuki, Goshi for the rocket launcher. Lin Yanchen pushed the pram into the elevator. Someone pressed the button to open the door, and the others stood on both sides to let the pram in. Chirp Chirp hung on Lin Yanchen's body. His round little face and big eyes blinked as he looked at the uncles and aunties. He was as beautiful as a doll. Chirp Chirp looked up and only saw his father's chin. He said in a childish voice, "Daddy, drink milk." Lin Yanchen took out a pacifier and stuffed it into his mouth. Chirp Chirp was satisfied. He held the pacifier in his mouth and continued to look around curiously. The employees in the elevator were all crazy about gossip, but in reality, no one dared to act rashly. They didn't even dare to look up at the bao bao in the president's arms. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, the elevator reached the floor. They let President Lin out first. After 5 or 6 steps, the others dared to come out of the elevator. Lin Yanchen was especially proud today. He was so arrogant that he thought to himself, "You guys are jealous. My son is super cute." Not long after, the news that President Lin brought a child to work quietly spread throughout the company. Even the neighboring company knew about it. Lin Yanchen was too much. Not only did he bring a child to the company, but he also brought him to a meeting. The meeting room was eerily quiet. President Lin held the PowerPoint remote control and seriously talked about the work arrangements for the week, as well as the company's future development and strategic plans. President Lin had a good voice. It was deep and elegant. Although they heard that he grew up abroad, his pronunciation was very standard. It was much better than many people who grew up in China. President Lin, this week's work is mainly, yeah, President Lin, so, next we have to do, Daddy. Daddy, President Lin, in the next 6 months, I hope we can, come, this man looked cold and surly. Next to him was a pram. In the pram, a little bao bao was saying bao bao's language and clapping his hands from time to time. The scene was so beautiful that people couldn't look straight at it. President Lin himself was calm, but everyone present couldn't help but glance at the mysterious little bao bao. This little bao bao even did voiceovers. She looks so cute. Lin Yanchen coughed twice and said, "My wife and I are very busy. We can't find anyone to take care of the child for the time being, so we brought the child to the company. I'm sorry to have affected you, YQXSW. Org." Everyone chimed in, No. It won't affect you at all. Please do as you wish, President Lin. Your bao bao is very obedient. This is the first time I've seen such an obedient child. 2 months ago, President Lin got married and even came to the company to give out wedding candies. Even if she got pregnant immediately at that time, she couldn't have given birth to such a big child. It seemed like there was more to President Lin's marriage at such a young age. It was definitely a shotgun marriage, or did she remarry after giving birth to the child? Perhaps she used the child to threaten to marry into a rich family. The child's mother was really scheming. However, they never expected that President Lin would bring the child to the company. No one dared to ask. Moreover, how did President Lin manage to remain unaffected? As expected of President Lin. Even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. Admirable. Lin Yanchen was especially energetic at work today because he brought Chirp Chirp with him. He wanted to let Chirp Chirp see his father at his most handsome and most serious at work. When he saw Chirp Chirp's rosy little face and sparkling eyes, he felt that his whole body was filled with energy. Lin Yanchen was full of confidence. He was so handsome today, Chirp Chirp would definitely worship his father even more. Chushuan was right. Chirp Chirp had nothing to do at home. Moreover, with the troublemaker Chubby Chubby urging Chirp Chirp to play around, the two little guys were especially noisy together. If he brought Chirp Chirp out, he would have a lot to watch. Instead, he quieted down and sat obediently in the baby carriage. During lunch break, Secretary Hui sent President Lin's meal over, along with a set of baby food. Before he reached, he saw that the shutters of President Lin's office, which were always open, were closed. He could not see what was going on inside. Secretary Hui nodded slightly. Yes, he should not let anyone peek at President Lin's bao bao. He knocked on the door first. President Lin, your lunch is here. Lin Yanchen replied in a muffled voice, come in. Then, he vaguely heard the child's laughter. Secretary Hui opened the door and looked over. He stopped in his tracks and was stunned. Question mark. There was no one in the office. Bao Bao's crisp laughter came from below. He lowered his head and finally saw that President Lin had taken off his coat and was doing push-ups on the ground. On his back, there was a little bao bao in the shape of the Chinese character, like a little flying squirrel. President Lin rose and fell, then he let out a string of laughter. He was obviously very satisfied with this game. Secretary Hui was speechless. He did not dare to walk in. He thought about it, and thought about it again, and again, and again, and said, I'll wait for you to come back when you're free. Lin Yanchen was being carried by the little bao bao, so he did not want to go down. He was just acting on a whim. There were no toys in the office, so he wanted to play with Chirp Chirp like this. Who would have thought that Chirp Chirp would be so happy playing with him? Lin Yanchen said with a red face, put the things on the table. Lin Yanchen was tired from doing push-ups. He really could not do it anymore. He took a breath and hugged Chirp Chirp to prepare for lunch. Chirp Chirp grabbed his clothes and looked at him eagerly, begging him in a childish voice, play again, play again. Lin Yanchen said, it's time to eat. Chirp Chirp hesitated when it came to eating. He loved to eat, but recently, his meals were not very good. Lin Yanchen looked at it. Secretary Hui was quite thoughtful. He specially used a very cute little bear rice box to pack the children's meal. He opened it and it seemed to be fruit yogurt paste. He did not care about his own hunger. He scooped a spoonful and fed it to Chirp Chirp. He looked and Chirp Chirp clapped his little hands. Chirp Chirp liked to clap his little hands when he was happy. It seemed that he liked it. He asked Secretary Hui to prepare a children's chair. Chirp Chirp sat in the children's chair and ate with a spoon. Chirp Chirp ate very slowly. Lin Yanchen finished his meal, but there was still half of Chirp Chirp's bowl left uneaten. Then Lin Yanchen called Secretary Hui over and asked him where he bought the children's meal. Secretary Hui said, I didn't buy this. I made it myself. Lin Yanchen was speechless. Lin Yanchen forced a smile. You're quite good at making children's meals, Secretary Hui said embarrassedly and modestly, I found the recipe online. It's my first time making it, so I don't know if it's good. Lin Yanchen's heart was broken. He had thought that his cooking was quite good, but Chirp Chirp did not like to eat the food he made. At this moment, Chirp Chirp scooped a spoonful of fruit yogurt paste, raised it, and poked at his father. Daddy, eat. Lin Yanchen was instantly touched. His son was so good to him. He would remember his father whenever there was a mouthful of delicious food. All in all, it was very happy to take care of the child today. Especially when Lin Yanchen showed off his son, his vanity was greatly satisfied. Do you have such a cute and well-behaved son? You don't, they returned home in the evening. Chirp Chirp had not seen Chubby Chew for a day and missed him very much. He hugged Chubby Chew and called out Chubby 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 affectionately. Chushuan said, you must be tired. I'll take care of him tomorrow. Lin Yanchen righteously rejected his dear son. It's okay, I'll take care of him. Chushuan was puzzled. Ah? Aren't you tired? Lin Yanchen said, I'm not tired. I can still take care of him for another. 10 days. Yes, I have to tell Daddy and old Shua not to snatch the child from me. Chushuan, Lin Yanchen showed the photo of Chirp Chirp with him to Chushuan as if he was presenting a treasure. He had specially asked Secretary Huai to take it. In the photo was his classic look. Chirp Chirp was strapped to his chest with a bow bow strap. His other hand was pushing a baby stroller with a bag in it. There were some baby products in it. It was too silly. Chushuan only took one look and laughed out loud. Lin Yanchen said proudly, CEO stay-at-home dad. Isn't it cool? Chushuan said, why don't you wear a pair of sunglasses and give Chirp Chirp a pair? It'll be cooler. Lin Yanchen did not say anything and went to find a pair of sunglasses to wear. He also found a pair of children's sunglasses with sunflower frames. Lin Yanchen put on the bow bow strap and put Chirp Chirp in it. Then, he put on a pair of cool glasses for Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp did not know what was going on and was stunned. These toy glasses were a little too big. When Chirp Chirp lowered his head, the glasses almost fell off and slanted on his face. Chushuan laughed until his stomach hurt. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yanchen glanced at him from the corner of his eye and urged, son, take a photo. Hurry up and take a photo. The author has something to say. I have an extra chapter today. I'm not woof woof. Hurry up and praise me. As soon as Zhuo Linhui finished his fashion show, he rushed back to China to snatch the child. Lin Yanchen had been taking care of Chirp Chirp for a week. He protected Chirp Chirp. What are you doing? Zhuo Linhui, didn't you ask me to come? I came to inform you that the Chirp Chirp will be mine tomorrow. Lin Yanchen, didn't I tell you not to come? Zhuo Linhui sneered, Mr. Lin, do you think I'm the kind of person who comes and goes at your beck and call? In your dreams. Wow, it's really easy to invite the devil in but hard to send him away. Lin Yanchen regretted his past actions. He calmly and suspiciously asked, do you know how to take care of children? Taking care of a child was not easy. You had to change his diapers and wipe his butt. It was very smelly. You also had to bathe and feed him. Chirp Chirp would also vomit milk. Don't think you're just playing with Chirp Chirp. Can you stand it? Zhuo Linhui, he couldn't boast about this. He had never taken care of a child before, so he wasn't sure if he could do it well. Zhuo Linhui looked at Qiu, who was stumbling around chasing after Chubby Chew and giggling. He wondered, can such a cute and fragrant baby also have a stinky moment? Lin Yanchen added, I brought him to the company yesterday and he even spat milk on my suit. Zhuo Linhui, while Zhuo Linhui was hesitating, Zhang Hongyu also came to the door. Lin Yanchen was speechless. Why are you here? Have you finished filming? Zhang Hongyu, I don't have many scenes for that job. I came over after filming. Lin Yanchen repeated what he had said to Zhuo Linhui. Zhang Hongyu nodded. I know, but I thought that this was a rare opportunity. To tell you the truth, I'm going to act as a single father in my next movie. I want to borrow a child from somewhere to experience being a father. I won't feel tired. Chushuan heard this and excitedly went forward. You're going to act as a single father in your next movie? Is it still Director Liu? Zhang Hongyu, yes. Chushuan decided. Okay, I'll lend you Chirp Chirp. Lin Yanchen was at a loss. Huh? You're giving my son away just like that? He's my son too. Chushuan said, old Zhua is also here. They can take care of the child together. With each other's helpers, they won't be flustered. Lin Yanchen felt wronged. I'm taking care of him very well too. Chushuan said in disdain, these few days, Chirp Chirp has been leaving the house clean and coming back dirty. You think you're doing a good job? I asked you to take care of him for me, but you didn't want to. We agreed that it would be my turn to take care of him, but you didn't wake me up. You secretly took him out of the house. I've tolerated you for a long time. You think you can get away with it just because I didn't scold you? Letting Chirp Chirp contribute to the movie industry is more valuable than bringing him to the company to show off. Mr. Lin, I advise you to stop before you go too far. Lin Yanchen immediately cowered. He explained in a low voice, it's not that dirty. Yesterday, he knocked over the ink bottle. The day before yesterday, he crawled into the crack. I've washed it for him. I can't do anything if it can't be washed off. Chu Xuan pressed his forehead. I even dreamed of you bringing Chirp Chirp and Fatty Chu to roll in the mud, Lin Yanchen hurriedly said. Of course it wouldn't be like that. Zhuo Linhui laughed. He purposely let Lin Yanchen hear him, but he didn't say it out loud. Chirp Chirp's baby walker had a small bell hanging on it. He walked one round and came to his father's side. Bao Bao bumped into Chu Xuan. He reached out his small hand and grabbed Chu Xuan's pants. Daddy, hug. Chu Xuan picked up Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp looked at his two godfathers. After a while, he didn't really know them. Chu Xuan said to Zhan Hongyu, let's go. I'll show you where Chirp Chirp can get his things. Chirp Chirp had his own dressing room with 3 closets. It was filled with all kinds of children's clothes, shoes, and hats. Half of them were bought by Lin Yanchen himself, and the other half were given by Zhuo Linhui. There was also a closet full of small jewelry given by Yuan Hao. Chu Xuan didn't know much about the clothes. As a boy, he didn't need to wear jewelry. His godfather would give him some small things every now and then. He didn't know when the closet was filled with jewelry. Usually, they didn't give Chirp Chirp a chain. In fact, it was quite dangerous. He even saw a little Bao Bao accidentally fall off the bed. In the end, the red string around his neck got caught on the bedpost, and the Bao Bao suffocated to death. They had already agreed to let someone else take care of the child. However, at the critical moment, Chu Xuan hesitated again. Zhan Hongyu was considerate and said gently, I won't let Chirp Chirp out of my sight. Every 1 or 2 hours, I'll send you a short video. You can rest assured. Just like that, Chirp Chirp was taken care of by Zhan Hongyu and Zhuo Linhui for 3 days. After that, it was the weekend. Their husbands were free. Actually, when he saw Zhan Hongyu, Chu Xuan remembered something. Previously, he had invited Zhuang Hanxue to Chirp Chirp's first birthday party. He didn't expect Zhuang Hanxue to take a fancy to Zhan Hongyu. Zhuang Hanxue bashfully beat around the bush and said, Brother, so you know Zhan Hongyu? Are you close? Chu Xuan felt that something was wrong and said tactfully, he's my husband's friend. Zhuang Hanxue said, oh, Mr. Lin's friend. Brother, actually. I'm Mr. Lin's fan. I've liked him for a long time. Can you introduce us to each other? I'll never forget your kindness. Chu Xuan's scalp went numb. Although he had never heard of Zhuang Hanxue having a boyfriend before, who knew? Before him, Xiaolin also didn't have a boyfriend. Chu Xuan thought in his heart, bah, if you're a fan, then you're a fan. Fans who take the initiative to disturb their idol's private life are unqualified fans. Even his mother didn't take the initiative to ask for Zhan Hongyu's phone number. This guy definitely had impure thoughts. He wouldn't help the evildoer, Chu Xuan said regretfully, sorry, I'm really not familiar with him. My husband is familiar with him. Why don't you go ask him? Rebirth, the great age of waves, Zhuang Hanxue said shamelessly, can you help me ask him? Chu Xuan said, no, you can ask him yourself if you want to know. Zhuang Hanxue could only resentfully give up. Whether or not he used other means to find out, Chu Xuan didn't know. Since Zhan Hongyu was there, Chu Xuan asked him if there were any strange people harassing him recently. Zhan Hongyu thought for a while and asked, who are you talking about? Chu Xuan was shocked. Are there many? Zhan Hongyu said, there have always been some. Occasionally, someone would get my phone number and call me in the middle of the night to chat. Chu Xuan asked, is it that bad? Zhan Hongyu smiled and said, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Chu Xuan said, didn't you scold that person? If it were me, I would definitely scold that person. I hate it when people disturb my sleep. Zhan Hongyu said, no, you have to be careful in the entertainment industry. I only advised her. Chu Xuan shook his head. You're too gentle, aren't you? Zhan Hongyu said, after I advised her, I blocked her. Chu Xuan, Zhan Hongyu and Zhuo Linhui were quite good at taking care of the child. They didn't play with the child like Lin Yanchen. They watched cartoons with the child, built blocks, taught him how to walk, and even bought alphabet cards to teach him how to read. Chirp chirp. If he wanted to go to the bathroom, he would call for help. After washing his butt and putting on some powder, he smelled good again. Lin Yanchen came back with a white and clean little Bao Bao in his arms. He was surprised. You guys are really good at taking care of him? Zhang Hongyu joked. I think I'm good too. If I fail in the future, I'll be a male nanny to earn money. Lin Yanchen laughed. Ha 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 ha. At night, he arranged accommodation for the two nanny dads. The house they were living in now was quite small. At that time, they thought that at most a friend would come over occasionally, so they only left a guest room. Although the bed was big enough, Zhang Hongyu didn't mind. It's okay, I'll squeeze in with old Zhua. That bed is quite big, more than enough for the two of us. On the other hand, Zhua Linhui was a little embarrassed. Why don't I go find a hotel nearby? Zhang Hongyu said, if you go find a hotel, then I'll find one too. Chu Xuan said, the two of you are here to help take care of the child, but you still have to pay for it. Isn't that too much? Lin Yanchen said casually, old Zhua, what are you shy about? Didn't we all sleep together when we were teenagers? At that time everyone slept together. The five of us even slept together in a tent. Zhua Linhui felt awkward for a while, but he could only agree. Even though his good brother Lin Yanchen had come out of the closet and gotten married, he had been in the closet for 10 years and couldn't open his mouth. Zhang Hongyu took care of the child today. He posted a short video of Chirp Chirp drinking milk on his WeChat moments. The director of the commercial he worked with before commented, your godson? He's so cute. Recently, I've been looking for a beautiful baby to shoot a milk powder commercial. Can you help me ask his parents if they're willing to let the child appear on screen? The price is negotiable. The author has something to say, add another chapter before 12 o'clock, chirp. Zhua Linhui blushed when he heard the sound of flushing in the bathroom. He felt that he had hidden it too well. When he was young, he had not figured out his sexual orientation. After confirming it, he did not dare to sleep in the same bed as his brother. In fact, he had always vaguely known that Zhang Hongyu liked Lin Yanchen a little, but Zhang Hongyu did not know that he actually knew. When Zhang Hongyu looked at Lin Yanchen, he was also silently looking at Zhang Hongyu. Zhua Linhui felt that Zhang Hongyu was really bold. He was obviously a man, but he still dared to sleep with him. When Zhang Hongyu came out of the bathroom, Zhua Linhui was stunned. Why are you still wearing long johns? Zhang Hongyu looked calm. Why can't I wear them? It's cold, so I should wear thicker clothes. I'm old, so I need to take care of myself. Zhua Linhui suddenly lost all thoughts of romance. Xiaoyu did not guard against him at all. Zhang Hongyu shivered and crawled into bed. Zhua Linhui laughed at him. If I took a video of you coming out of the bathroom and posted it on the internet, I'm afraid your reputation will be ruined and all your female fans will run away. Zhang Hongyu rolled his eyes at him. If you're heartless, I won't be righteous. If you dare to do that, I'll secretly take a video of you grinding your teeth, drooling, and wetting the bed. Let's see how you can survive in the fashion industry. We'll die together. Zhua Linhui laughed and looked at Zhang Hongyu playing with his phone. Zhua Linhui leaned over and looked. What are you doing? Zhang Hongyu said, here, I put the video of Chirp Chirp in my circle of friends. A director wants to ask him to shoot an advertisement. Zhua Linhui nodded. You know your stuff. Chirp Chirp is so cute. Heh, it's easy to negotiate the price, but how can this be negotiated? This was the only grandson of the Lin family. Once he was born, he would have a net worth of hundreds of millions. Could he afford the price? You don't have to tell Lao Lin. Zhang Hongyu was unsure. Not necessarily. Lao Lin's thoughts are hard to guess. Ask Chirp Chirp's parents for their opinions. Chu Xuan flatly refused, but Lin Yanchen gladly agreed. Chu Xuan did not expect Lin Yanchen to agree. Firstly, their family was not short of money. Secondly, Chirp Chirp was not a child of an ordinary family. It was not suitable for him to show his face in public. He thought that Lin Yanchen would definitely refuse, but the situation turned out to be the complete opposite. Chu Xuan was surprised. Why would you agree? Lin Yanchen was puzzled. Why not? Chu Xuan hesitated. The entertainment industry is so complicated. Our family doesn't need to get involved. Besides, didn't you disdain entering the entertainment industry? Why are you willing to let Chirp Chirp do it? Lin Yanchen smiled. Filming a milk powder commercial is not entering the entertainment industry. I want to give Chirp Chirp more childhood memories. When he grows up in the future, I'll show this commercial to him and let him know how cute he was when he was young. Letting a famous director shoot a documentary for Chirp Chirp will not only not cost a cent, but also make money. All the money will be saved for Chirp Chirp. Do you think I'm a black-hearted father who hopes that Chirp Chirp will become famous and then give him a bunch of movies? Is that possible? It's just a small commercial. Impossible. Chu Xuan always felt that Lin Yanchen's logic was skewed. But after thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. Anyway, there were a bunch of advertisements for mother and baby products on TV every year. There were so many cute little Bao Bao. Who would notice if it was their Chirp Chirp? They didn't want to cultivate Chirp Chirp into a child star. It would be good to let Chirp Chirp have more interesting life experiences. Chirp Chirp's two fathers were children who didn't have a childhood. They wanted to make up for their regrets through Chirp Chirp and give their child a wonderful childhood. They accepted the milk powder commercial through Zhan Hongyu. They didn't tell their full names. They only said that the child's surname was Chu and his nickname was Chirp Chirp. His father would take him there. On the day of the shooting, Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen were very nervous. They were even more nervous than when they were talking about business. The two of them accompanied Chirp Chirp to shoot the commercial. Actually, it was fine if one of them went, but this was Chirp Chirp's first and possibly only time to shoot a commercial. If they didn't show up, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. They had to go even if they had to ask for leave, but the shooting was on a Saturday, so it didn't affect their work. Chu Xuan saw Lin Yanchen packing a big suitcase and stuffing clothes that he thought looked good in it. Chu Xuan was puzzled. Won't there be clothes on set? Why are you bringing so many clothes? Lin Yanchen was worried. What if their clothes are ugly? Chirp Chirp rarely shoots a commercial. It has to be super cute. Chu Xuan thought for a while and said, actually, I suspect that they will only wear diapers. Lin Yanchen was enlightened. Oh, right, he lowered his head and poked Chirp Chirp's chubby little face in the pram. You're finished, Chirp Chirp. You're only 1 year old and you're going to be seen naked by the whole country. Are you shy? Chirp Chirp giggled foolishly at its father, not knowing what it was going to encounter. Ah. Chu Xuan, the shooting location wasn't far. It took 2 to 3 hours to drive there. If it was any further and they had to take a plane or something, Lin Yanchen would have already rejected it. They arrived at the studio at 10:30 p.m. Inside the studio, director He, who was shooting the commercial, had only talked about work with the child's father before. He didn't know who the child's father was. He arrived at the studio at 9 p.m. and began to set up. When he was almost done, he was just waiting for the main character to arrive. Just as he was wondering if he should rush him, the other staff members came to tell him that the child had arrived. He casually pushed the door open and saw the person at first glance. He was so shocked that he stopped half a step. 2 men walked over side by side. The child was strapped in the arms of the taller man with a Bao Bao strap. The shorter man pushed the pram with a bag in it. Both men were good-looking, but the taller man was especially good-looking. He was dazzlingly handsome. Even though he was dressed like a stay-at-home dad, he didn't make people feel that he was dull. Moreover, his body proportions were very good. From afar, the ratio of his head to his neck and shoulders was beautiful. He also had a pair of long straight legs. He was a handsome man that people couldn't take their eyes off. He had filmed many child stars. In fact, very few of them had beautiful parents. These children were quite cute when they were young, but the more they grew up, the more regrettable it would be. After the awkward period, they would no longer have the aura and beauty of their childhood. As for this little model, not to mention him, his father could totally enter the entertainment industry. Such a handsome man was really rare. It was one thing to not enter the entertainment industry, but how did he get married and have children at such a young age? Also, why did he feel that the child's father looked a little familiar? Where had he seen him before? After the director saw Lin Yanchen, he basically ignored Chu Xuan. He thought that Chu Xuan was an assistant who came to help. Today, Lin Yanchen was dressed more casually. He wore a patterned turtleneck sweater, jeans, and a cashmere coat. It was winter now, and it took 5 minutes to walk from the parking lot. The cold wind was blowing. He put Chirp Chirp in the pram, but it was still cold without blocking the wind. Therefore, he tied the baby strap outside the sweater, held Chirp Chirp in his arms, and wrapped the child with his coat and scarf. He walked into the building and only let go when the heating was turned on in the room. Chirp Chirp's little face was still warm and pink. Lin Yanchen walked up to greet him. "Hello, are you Director He?" "I am Chirp Chirp's father. My surname is Lin." Director He was puzzled. Wait, didn't Zhang Hongyu say that this little model's surname was Chu? Did he remember wrongly? Chirp Chirp's other father was more low-key. He didn't introduce himself, so he just treated him as an assistant. Otherwise, if he said that he was also the child's father, it would be difficult to explain the child's two fathers in a few words. How troublesome. It would be better not to say anything from the beginning. He couldn't lie even if he wanted to. Director He finally saw the super cute little Bao Bao. Oh my god, seeing it with his own eyes, he was even more beautiful than in the video. All the words carved jade and cute as snow were tailor-made words for this child, right? Zhang Hongyu's video really didn't use any filters at all. Looking at the pink, rosy little face, he wasn't afraid of strangers and smiled at him. In fact, when he first saw Chirp Chirp, it wasn't just because of the delicate and beautiful appearance of Chirp Chirp, but also because of the expression on his face when he was drinking milk. It was as if he was drinking delicious food, incomparably intoxicated. It was especially fragrant and made people want to eat. It was very suitable for this milk powder commercial. Director He asked, "Oh, by the way, have you fed the child yet?" Lin Yanchen, "Of course we've had breakfast. If we don't eat, how can we endure it?" Director He, "We might have to shoot a scene of him drinking milk later." Although it was already past 10 o'clock, he didn't know if this Bao Bao would still be able to eat. They might have to shoot it several times. Lin Yanchen guessed his concern. It's okay, Chirp Chirp isn't picky about food. It's almost noon, so he's usually willing to eat. Director He couldn't help but think, what if he doesn't want to eat? Lin Yanchen also thought about it. If Chirp Chirp wasn't willing to eat it, it meant that it really tasted bad. It was better not to shoot it. Now that the lead was in place, it was time to get to work. Lin Yanchen untied Bao Bao and placed Chirp Chirp on the sofa. He stood up straight and taught Chirp Chirp with a serious face. Since you're working, you have to be serious and persevere. You have to complete your work perfectly, understand? Chirp Chirp listened to his father's speech. He knew this because he had seen it many times in the meeting room before. He laughed foolishly and even nodded. He replied to his father, "Ya ya ya." Lin Yanchen turned to Chu Xuan and said, "Look, Chirp Chirp is so smart. He knows that he has to work hard." Chirp Chirp clapped his little hands. Ah. Chu Xuan really wanted to cover his face and hide. Can you not be so silly outside? The person sent by the milk powder company left for some unknown reason. After a while, he came back after a call with his boss. He quietly walked to the director and whispered, "I've already asked the higher-ups. They'll give you an increase in the budget. It's fine if it's less than 50%. You have to make this Bao Bao look good enough." Director He? The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Chirp Chirp. Thank you WH0827, LWH0827X3, Goo Goo Goo, Wen Yan Xing Xing, East Emperor Qing Jun, Sweet Tongue X2, Ji Ri Ji X2, Xiaobao is not afraid, Shi Ji, Cold Dew X3, Akatsuki X2, Xiong Bao, Free Will, This Miss, 241762333X2, AX2, 1,000 Miles in White X2, In the Bushes, Orange and Wine, 30602128 Landmines. Thank you Akatsuki for the grenades. Thank you Goshi for the rocket launcher. Chirp Chirp was carried to the front of the camera and placed on a soft white blanket in the studio. Not long after Chirp Chirp sat down, he suddenly wrinkled his face and sneezed. This sneeze was a little strong and he fell back from the shock of this small sneeze. Then, he crawled up and sat up. For a moment, he didn't react and was in a daze. After a while, as if he had encountered something interesting, he laughed to himself. Everyone in the studio laughed along. This little Bao Bao had a good temper. Director, he thought to himself, this little baby is really lucky. Look, as soon as he came, the company that asked him to shoot the commercial gave him a budget increase. They even promised that if he did well, they would give him a bonus in addition to his salary. Although he didn't know what was going on, could he say that he didn't need it? No matter how much money he had, it wouldn't be excessive. Lin Yanchen was looking at Chirp Chirp and talking to Chushuan beside him. Suddenly, an average-looking, thin and short man appeared beside him and asked him, "You must be tired carrying this tape. You can put it on the table over there, I'll help you put it there." What a coincidence. Lin Yanchen wanted to watch Chirp Chirp shoot the commercial here and didn't want to walk over, so he casually thanked him. The other party also said to Chushuan, "Sir, do you have anything you want to put in there too?" "Don't worry, no one will take it." Chushuan took out some things that might be useful, pacifier, candy ball, puppy plushie, and handed the rest to the staff to store temporarily. Lin Yanchen praised with conviction, "Son, I think our Chirp Chirp is really different, he has the air of a general. This is the first time the lights are shining on him, and the camera is pointing at him, but he doesn't panic at all." Chushuan pondered, "This time you're not talking nonsense, Chirp Chirp's performance is really good today, he's actually not afraid of the camera. I was worried that he would be scared to tears." As he spoke, he looked over. Don't even mention crying from fright, this little thing was extremely carefree. It was crawling here and there, all smiles. But he was too comfortable, and the camera could not capture his figure. The director and assistant were calling his name, Chirp Chirp, Chirp Chirp, trying to get him to look at the camera. The calls came one after another, and it was like a bird farm. While the husband and wife were discussing, the employee from earlier came over again with another person. He brought over a small round table and 2 chairs. The chairs were cushioned so that one wouldn't feel cold when sitting on them. "Mr. Lin, it's too tiring to stand. Why don't you and your friend sit down and watch?" Chushuan frowned slightly. He was suspicious, but perhaps he was being too paranoid. Lin Yanchen sat down and said, "The staff here are quite attentive and considerate." Chushuan said, "But the director isn't here yet." They didn't say much before the man came back again. This time, he brought a pot of warm lemon honey black tea, a stack of snacks, and 8 Western biscuits, all different. Chushuan was speechless. The other staff members next to them were sneaking glances at them. Clearly, this was not the norm in the industry. Lin Yanchen had always been treated with courtesy, but he knew that he was just a parent who brought his child to shoot an advertisement. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have received such VIP treatment. Lin Yanchen took a sip of tea, smiled, and asked, "Do I know you?" The other party was obviously very excited for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it and said, "I went to the annual party with my supervisor last year and had the honor of listening to President Lin's speech." Lin Yanchen still didn't quite understand. "Huh? What annual party?" "The annual party at the headquarters. Our company is a subsidiary of the AA department." At this moment, Lin Yanchen finally realized that it was a small company that his family owned. At the time, he only asked Secretary Huai to investigate and ask if there were any problems. Secretary Huai said that there were no problems and that they could shoot the advertisement. At the time, he was busy with other things, so he didn't look at the information in detail. "So look." Chushuan chuckled softly. "Making money? Isn't this just money going from your left pocket to your right pocket? President Shaolin, you taught your son to work seriously, but you don't seem to be very serious yourself. How could you be so careless?" Lin Yanchen was embarrassed. "My family has so many businesses. This one is not under my control, so I can't remember clearly." Chushuan understood. Indifference. Oh, so he had so much money that he couldn't remember clearly. The staff member was speechless. So it was just a coincidence, he had actually heard that the only son of the Lin family was already married and had a child. Moreover, he doted on his son very much. He doted on his son like a precious pearl and wished he could keep him in his pocket. He would never have thought that the baby model director he said he found would actually be President Shaolin's biological son. He was really lucky. When he was sent to supervise the production, he was a little uncomfortable. Now, he was much more comfortable. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and had a good memory. He recognized the crown prince at a glance. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. He immediately contacted his boss. At first, his boss didn't believe it, but after confirming it repeatedly, he directly increased the budget. How the commercial was filmed was secondary. The most important thing was to film the little grandson well. Moreover, the service had to be considerate and make President Shaolin comfortable and satisfied. Finally, when he saw the beautiful commercial, the mission would be completed. Even the man beside President Lin, he couldn't recognize him no matter how hard he thought about it. However, seeing how intimate President Lin was with him, he was definitely not a lackey, so he decided to flatter him first. He gritted his teeth and handed over his business card. Lin Yanchen glanced at it. He thought that the business card would not be accepted. However, Lin Yanchen took the business card and said lightly, "Thank you." He said contentedly, "I won't disturb you anymore." However, the two of them didn't sit for long. Chirp Chirp really couldn't find the camera, so director he had to ask them for help. Chu Xuan thought of a way. He stood next to the camera and waved the puppy plushie. Chirp Chirp saw the plushie and happily crawled over, saying, "Chubby chubby, chubby chubby." Director he finally managed to film a scene that could be used. All the staff let out a sigh of relief. Chirp Chirp sat up, stretched out his little arms, and gestured for a hug. "Daddy, hug." He thought that it would be the tall Mr. Lin, but it turned out to be another man wearing glasses. He walked to Chirp Chirp's side, patted his little head, and said gently, "No, you can't leave until work is over." Chirp Chirp pulled on his clothes and begged, "Daddy, Daddy." Lin Yanchen asked the director, "It should be enough to film a scene of him drinking milk, right?" Director he suddenly noticed that this Mr. Lin and the other man wearing glasses both wore wedding rings on their ring fingers. He only took a few glances and couldn't recognize them clearly, but he vaguely felt that they were the same. Were they a pair of rings for men? Were they a married couple? But if that was the case, where did the child come from? From the looks of it, he was also their biological child. The most puzzling thing was that he couldn't tell whose son Chirp Chirp was. He looked like both of them. What was the background of this Mr. Lin? Why was the somewhat aloof deputy manager Chen so respectful and attentive? With the help of a nanny dad, the filming was much easier. Especially the scene of Chirp Chirp drinking milk. Their worries were unnecessary. Chirp Chirp hugged the milk bottle and drank very comfortably. He drank while sitting and leaning on the big toy. He ate very seriously. Director he designed a scene where people used toys to attract his attention when he was drinking milk, but he completely ignored them and only wanted to drink milk. After drinking, Chirp Chirp smacked his little mouth and looked happy. The first take was a success. The final product was originally only half a minute. The child was beautiful and had no bad angles. He looked cute from every angle. The only thing that worried director he was picking the best one. After the shoot, the company invited them to dinner and took everyone to a private room in a 5-star hotel. They ordered a very luxurious table of dishes. It was like seeing a ghost. He didn't even eat this well when he was invited. After the two fathers left with their children, director he heard a young man discussing, "I remember now. This father looks like the rich young master who was on the hot search before." Director he was confused for a moment and suddenly remembered. Yes. He looked like the heir of the Lin Group. Director he took out his phone and searched for Lin Yanchen's picture in the financial news. The more he looked, the more he felt the resemblance. The photographer said embarrassedly, "It can't be, right? How is that possible?" Director he laughed, "Yes, it can't be." But then he remembered that the person also said that his surname was Lin. It couldn't be that coincidental. F***ck, the author has something to say. See you at the second watch, still at 7 p.m. This chapter randomly picks 40 comments to give out red packets. After Mr. Chu returned from his trip abroad, he found out that their precious grandson had been chosen by the director to shoot a milk powder commercial while they were away. Mr. Chu felt proud and happy. Chirp Chirp was going to appear on TV, Grandma joked. "Wow, our Chirp Chirp is going to be a celebrity." Chirp Chirp was so happy to see Grandma that she hugged her and giggled. Mr. Chu was very excited. He walked around and said, "There must be a lot of people saying that Chirp Chirp is cute." However, after the commercial was officially aired, the response was not as good as Mr. Chu had expected. The whole family watched the commercial together, recorded it, and saved it. It was a precious memory in Chirp Chirp's childhood. When Mr. Chu went to the supermarket, he saw a huge poster for Chirp Chirp. He took a lot of photos, but when he looked around, he found that no one stopped to admire Chirp Chirp's cuteness. He was quite angry. Did they not see the cute child on the poster? Mr. Chu asked Chu Xuan. How did Chirp Chirp get chosen? Chu Xuan said, when you were away, Zhang Hongyu and the others came to help take care of the child. He posted a short video on his WeChat moments. The director thought that Chirp Chirp was very good at eating and looked very cute, so he contacted us. I didn't agree at first, but Xiao Lin said yes. Mr. Chu slapped his thigh and said, yes, Chirp Chirp is very good at eating. Your mother and I took a lot of photos. She saved a box of SD cards. YY novels. Although she was not famous as an artist, Mrs. Lin had studied art. She had been taking photos for a long time and even knew how to use Photoshop. Before there were such computer programs, she had a lot of experience in taking photos. Chu Xuan's childhood photos were also thick in 3 albums. When she was young, she liked to play. Now that she was older, she was not an elder who only cared about her child. Probably because of this, Chu Xuan did not think that his mother loved him very much. Now that he thought about it, she was really a cool woman. Chu Xuan said casually, you took so many photos? Speaking of this, Madame Lin was a little lonely. Teacher Chu and I have taken some good photos. Haven't you seen it before? It's a big photo album. Your 2 fathers are even more careless than us. I don't want to criticize you, but you used to write a Bao Bao diary every day. Now you don't even do it. Chu Sun blushed. People were lazy. He had been lazy for a day and thought that recording 4 or 5 times a week was quite a lot. If he continued to be lazy, he thought that recording once a week was not bad. If it was too frequent, he would not be able to see the changes in the child. However, did he record a demerit this week? I can't remember. Chu Sun said, did you write it when I was young? His mother was stunned for a moment before she laughed. Never, ha 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 ha. Chu Xuan was speechless. Mr. Chu stayed at home to take care of the child. Chirp Chirp was easier to take care of after she learned to walk. He really had nothing to do except make delicious food for Chirp Chirp every day. He was not like his wife, who had a hobby of painting. One painting could take months to pass the time. Mr. Chu was bored out of his mind. He only had one hobby, which was to cook. He went online and opened a social media account. He obediently posted the recipes that he made every day. Some of them were even invented by him. Every recipe had to be accompanied by a photo of his grandson eating it and being very satisfied with it. It was also a life record. After his wife found out, she thought it was a good idea. She even contributed the photos she took of Chirp Chirp so that he could post them on the internet. Because he took a lot of photos, he could post a few photos every day for a long time. Slowly, Mr. Chu's account gained hundreds and thousands of fans. The fans mainly came not to see the recipes, but to see such a beautiful little Bao Bao. When Mr. Chu posted the photos of Chirp Chirp, a bunch of people praised in the comments. Chirp Chirp is super cute today, how can there be such a cute little Bao Bao? Occasionally, Bao Bao and Chubby Chu would appear together, and there would be more comments. Mr. Chu's vanity was greatly satisfied. After about 3 or 4 months, one day, Mr. Chu suddenly became popular. He did not expect that the cause was because he posted a video of Chirp Chirp learning to sing. In the video, Mr. Chu, Chirp Chirp, and Chubby Chu were together. Chirp Chirp could now walk on his own. It was winter now, and he was wearing a small cotton-padded jacket with a bunny ear hood. He was wrapped up like a little fat rabbit, and he was wearing small sneakers. The sole of the sneakers was made of a transparent material, and there were colorful lights inside. When he walked, there would be colorful lights. Chirp Chirp liked it very much. After he could walk, it was the first time he wore these shoes. He had to wear these shining shoes every day, and several pairs were worn out. Grandpa and he held hands. It was quite difficult for his little hand to hold Grandpa's hand. His hand was too small, and he could only hold Grandpa's finger. He waddled like a little penguin. The grandpa and grandson were very happy, not to mention the silly chubby Chew. Just by looking at them and talking to them, one could feel the happy atmosphere between them. Grandma was taking a video behind them. Grandpa asked, "Chirp chirp, shall we sing a chorus?" After all, Grandpa used to be a teacher, so his pronunciation was perfect. "Chirp chirp, okay." Grandpa asked, "Open your mouth." Chirp chirp's little head bobbed up and down. He nodded every time he was asked. At the same time, he shook his little hand that was holding Grandpa's and answered in a childish voice, ah, achoo. He suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. Mr. Chew was overjoyed. He smiled and continued to ask him, "Little round mouth, oh, oh, oh. Little flat mouth, e. Teeth aligned, I. Little mouth protruding, you. Before he finished speaking, and before Mr. Chew could ask the next question, Chubby Chew, who was next to him, heard it. He thought that Mr. Chew was talking to him, and he cried out happily. Chirp chirp laughed. Chubby Chew is so smart. Chubby Chew can learn too. Chubby Chew seemed to agree. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. Mr. Chew sent the video to his account as usual and didn't pay attention to it. He washed up and went to bed. The next day, Mr. Chew opened the account's back end and found that the number of comments, messages, and reposts had exploded. Because Chirp Chirp was so cute, it spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and it was reposted tens of thousands of times. With thousands of comments, Mr. Chew gained 20,000 fans overnight, and there were many more comments on his old photos and videos. Mr. Chew was flattered. He thought that something had gone wrong, so he hurriedly showed it to his wife. His wife was much calmer than him. "What are you afraid of? What's there to panic about?" Mr. Chew said, Look, someone even said that they want to find Chirp Chirp to shoot commercials and TV shows. You have to tell Junjun and the others." In the afternoon, Secretary Huai suddenly came to Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen asked, "What's wrong?" Secretary Huai wanted to say something but hesitated. He handed the phone to Lin Yanchen. "Boss, take a look at this video." Lin Yanchen took a look and spat out. Wasn't this his father-in-law and son? Was their family destined to be popular? He didn't do anything, but because the news photo was too handsome, it became a trending topic. As soon as he got married, he quickly posted his wedding ring, but until now, there were still people calling him hubby under his official account. Chirp Chirp was even more ridiculous. Just a few words like oh and ah could make it popular? He roughly looked at the comments. They were all fighting to be mothers. Lao Lin always saw it on the internet. He watched it 5 or 6 times, but he still couldn't calm down. He was too jealous, he suddenly wanted to retire. The author has something to say. Draw 40 comments and give red packets. Thank you for following your heart X2, you in the painting talking with your head lowered, a salted fish, Jiri Wisdom X2, White Night Mud, Cold Dew, Shiji, Xiong Bao, LWH0827X2, I really don't know how to feel the pain, AAA, Akatsuki, Line of Light. Thank you for this young lady, Akatsuki X2 Grenade. Lin Yanchen had always known that his father-in-law was a food blogger. Of course, he didn't object. The old man worked so hard to take care of their child, so he had to have some hobbies. Otherwise, life would be so tiring. It was a favor for an elder to take care of their child, not an obligation. However, there was no need to talk about filming commercials or appearing on TV shows. The last time he filmed a commercial, it was just to give Chocho a childhood experience of filming commercials. It was not really to cultivate him to be a little child star and a little money tree. Was the Lin family short of money? Of course not. Mr. Chew knew that. If there were people who asked him to do commercials, he shouldn't refuse. He occasionally posted food videos and photos because he was lonely, but he didn't want it to be too crowded. The entertainment industry was just something to watch on TV. He shouldn't get involved. When Zhang Hongyu came to their house for dinner, he told them not to let children enter the entertainment industry. Mr. Chew used to be happy when there were dozens of comments and likes. But when there were thousands of comments, he panicked. Some people looked around and began to guess which city they were from. Mr. Chu asked his wife worriedly. Chirp chirp is exposed too much. I'm worried that I shouldn't post chirp chirp all the time. I'm so afraid that someone with bad intentions will kidnap chirp chirp. Only rich people will encounter this kind of thing. Xianxia. Calm, Mrs. Lin scolded him, don't jinx it. What are you thinking about all day? If you're worried, then don't bring chirp chirp out. Watch chirp chirp closely. Also, don't post chirp chirp all the time on the internet. Mr. Chu quickly deleted the video. He also deleted a lot of photos of Xiaoqiao that had been posted before. He finally felt a lot more at ease. When Chushuan came back from work, he saw Chirp Chirp sitting on a small chair and drawing on a small table. Chushuan walked over to see what he was drawing. It was just a bunch of gray lines. He couldn't tell what he was drawing. Chirp Chirp, what are you drawing? Chirp Chirp said seriously, draw Fatty. Little Fatty Chu was lying in front of him, acting as his dog model. After lying there for a long time, he wanted to change his posture. Just as he was about to get up, he was seen by Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp said, not done. Fatty Fatty. Little Fatty Chu seemed to have understood. He lay back down in grievance and rested his head on his paws. Chushuan laughed and said to his mother, Mom, have you seen Chirp Chirp's drawing? He even said that he was drawing little Fatty Chu and that he didn't inherit your talent at all, ha 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 ha. Chirp Chirp looked at his father strangely. He seemed to understand that his father was mocking him. Grandma walked over angrily. What are you laughing at? Our Xiaoqiao's drawing is amazing. Chirp Chirp is little artist. You still have the cheek to laugh and Chirp Chirp? You speak as if you have inherited my painting talent. Chushuan, Mr. Chu criticized him seriously. You have to correct this problem. Chirp Chirp is still young. You have to encourage him more. Chushuan, I didn't see you encourage me much when I was young. Mr. Chu, Lin Yanchen returned home a little later. He was cheerful. When he got home, he took off his coat, tie, and put down the bag in his hand. Chushuan was curious. Did something good happen today? Lin Yanchen said matter-of-factly, it's Christmas holiday tomorrow. Chushuan remembered. Oh, it seemed like it, but his company didn't allow it, so he didn't pay attention. Lin Yanchen grew up abroad. During the Western festival, he took out a set of children's clothes from the bag. Here, this is for Chirp Chirp. The Chu family didn't celebrate the Western festival. Chushuan remembered that when he was young, he was still studying and school didn't have a Christmas holiday. However, the students felt that the Western festival was fashionable. They would prepare a lot of dimes in private and ask their classmates for a dime each. When they gathered 1 yuan, they would buy a big red apple with a ribbon at the fruit shop in front of the school. That was all the activities. Chushuan said to Lin Yanchen. Thinking about how silly he was when he was young, he felt nostalgic. I don't have many friends. I can't get one every year, so I just spend money to buy it. Lin Yanchen said, why don't you have any friends? Chushuan thought about it and said, well, maybe it's because I'm narrow-minded? They say I'm too gloomy. Lin Yanchen couldn't figure it out. I think you're the most open-minded person I've ever met. Chushuan laughed and pinched his face. I'm a private person. You think I'm good because you like me. Lin Yanchen secretly held his hand under the table and whispered in his ear, son, do you remember what day it is in 2 days? How could he not remember? Chushuan blushed. 2 years ago today, he was misdiagnosed with a terminal illness. He thought he didn't have long to live, so he let himself go. Then, he met Lin Yanchen. Calculating the time, he killed someone a few days after they met. Chushuan thought about the many things he said to Lin Yanchen in bed at that time and felt his face burn. Even if he was going to die, he shouldn't be so shameless. These two fathers didn't know what to say during dinner and didn't care about their son. Mr. Chu asked, what are you doing? Lin Yanchen smiled and said, the day after tomorrow is the 2nd anniversary of a son and I'm meeting. Dad, can you help me take care of Chirp Chirp? I want to take a son out, just the two of us. Previously, Lin Yanchen encouraged them to travel to Europe. At that time, Lin Yanchen was very responsible. Every time they went to a country, there would be someone to accompany them and drive them around. They didn't tire them out at all and had a very comfortable and smooth trip. Mr. Chu naturally had to return the favor. Okay, you guys go. Have fun. Speaking of this, Mr. Chu suddenly remembered that there was something he hadn't asked. Mr. Chu pondered for a long time and didn't think that he would remember it today. He simply asked, by the way, you never said how you met each other. Did you two know each other 2 years ago? How did you meet each other? Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen looked at each other and felt very guilty. Chu Xuan touched his nose. Yes, they met each other through sex. Lin Yanchen said tactfully, we met each other through games? Mr. Chu was surprised. Junjun, you still play games? What games? Chu Xuan looked sideways. This kid really dared to say that. How could he answer? Wasn't this a lie? Still playing games, that kind of game? Lin Yanchen said calmly, role-playing games. Chu Xuan's face turned red. The author has something to say, I finally remembered that this is a romance novel. OTZ was a little rough today and didn't write much. Don't scold me, I calculated the time wrong in the previous chapter. It shouldn't be summer, it should be winter. Chirp Chirp was born on July 26th and is 1.5 years old now. Participating in the competition in Xinjiang in October requires everyone to vote. 1 bottle of nutrient solution or 1 yuan is 1 vote, but it costs money, so it's not good to ask for it. The competition starts after 12. Can any girl who has extra money pour nutrient solution for me? Smiley face, 3 angle, thank you. It had been a long time since Chu Xuan had experienced a 2-person world with his Xiaolin like this. Xiaolin said that he didn't mind becoming a father so quickly, but he himself couldn't adapt immediately. To be honest, he and Xiaolin had only officially dated for a week. Even if they were really in love at that time, if they didn't have a child, even if they met again, they would probably rekindle their relationship first. If they got along well, they might consider marriage. If they didn't get along well, they would separate. Because they had a child, they got married directly. Chu Xuan sometimes thought, what if they didn't have a child? What would happen? But he also thought that there were no ifs in the world. Why should he worry about it? Chu Xuan, you're back to your old habits. Then he and Xiaolin skipped dating and simply entered a married life. Chirp Chirp was still so young and relied on him wholeheartedly. He had no choice but to let the child occupy most of his life. He was so busy that he couldn't cope with it, and he even dragged Xiaolin into it. Chu Xuan heard about a friend before. She married her boyfriend on a whim. She met her boyfriend when she was traveling. Both of them didn't think it through. When they got married, she felt that her boyfriend was humorous and had a pure heart. After they got married, she felt that her husband didn't do his job and neglected his family. All the good things that she loved him for in the past became his shortcomings. After all, love was different from life. They got in the car and went to the airport. Lin Yanchen felt as if he had been released from a cage. He was very happy. I haven't played with you in a long time. Fortunately, Mom and Dad are understanding. Chu Xuan saw that he was happy, and he was happy too. He asked, where are we going to play? You take me there. I'll go wherever you want to go. It was as if they had returned to that time. Lin Yanchen was full of sweetness. He leaned over and kissed him. Chu Xuan subconsciously dodged on the street. He didn't manage to and was kissed on the cheek. He glared at Lin Yanchen with red ears and lowered his voice. The driver saw, Lin Yanchen was shameless. He didn't see it. So what if he saw it? What did he see? He saw that your handsome and tall husband dotes on you? The first clown Chu Xuan was dumbfounded. You are too shameless. Lin Yanchen smiled mischievously. Did I say something wrong? Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan could not refute that. Lin Yanchen was right. Every time he could not win an argument with Lin Yanchen, he would change the topic. So, what exactly are we going to do? Lin Yanchen said matter-of-factly, role-playing games. Chu Xuan was stunned. His mind was filled with things that were not suitable for children. He blushed and said, huh? What kind? Lin Yanchen immediately understood what was going through Chu Xuan's mind. He teased him, oh. you want to roleplay in bed? That's fine too. Let's play with the sugar daddy and the gigolo first. Chushuan was a little embarrassed. Who's the sugar daddy and who's the gigolo? Lin Yanchen said, of course, you're the sugar daddy and I'm the gigolo. Chushuan's state of mind was very different from before. He could not act well. Lin Yanchen was elated and pestered him. What's wrong? Didn't you not treat me well in the past? What's wrong with you today? You're always at my beck and call. You dare to look at other handsome guys in front of me and can't take your eyes off them. You even said that I don't know what's good for me. If it was just 1 or 2 sentences, it would have been fine, but if it was too much, Chusun was really annoyed. What are you doing? You're always bringing up old scores. At that time, we weren't officially in a relationship. You're so petty. You're jealous until now. After saying that, he really ignored Lin Yanchen all the way to the plane. Chushuan specially took out his annual leave to play. Originally, the company didn't have holidays. He used 3 days of annual leave. Including the weekend, he could play for 5 days in one go. He deliberately dissed Lin Yanchen. You said that I like to look at handsome guys. Last time, you lied to me about many things. Until we left, you didn't take the initiative to confess to me. You even lied to me that you just happened to have connections and that you could take a private plane. Lin Yanchen, indeed, I just happen to have connections. Of course, I can take advantage of my relationship with my dad. Chushuan, you're still talking back to me? Lin Yanchen snorted and said, not only did I talk back, but I also got an older and less handsome man to fly the plane this time. Chushuan, after being scolded, Lin Yanchen stopped. They took a car directly to the airport. The Lin family's private plane was already waiting for them. Lin Yanchen asked him for a passport and visa. He knew that he was going to Europe, but he didn't know which country. Last time, he only went to England. Was he going to England again this time? Because he was worried about Chirp Chirp, Chushuan originally thought that it would be best to play around near Y City and not leave the province. He could rush back at any time. Maybe Chirp Chirp missed him a lot. Just like how Chirp Chirp was crying for Chubby Chew after he was sent away. Would he also make a fuss about wanting his father? As soon as Chushuan got off the plane, he could connect to the internet. He immediately asked Mr. Chew if Chirp Chirp had made a fuss when he woke up in the morning and found that his father wasn't around. Mr. Chew, no, Chirp Chirp was very obedient. He pointed the camera of his phone at Chirp Chirp and said, Chirp Chirp, it's your father. Do you see it? Chirp Chirp waved goodbye to his father yesterday. Today, he raised his hand and waved without anyone reminding him. He didn't know what delicious food he got, but he jumped off the chair and went to find Chubby Chew. Chushuan, his father's heart was about to break. Chushuan and Lin Yanchen pondered. It turns out that I'm not as important as Chubby Chew in Chirp Chirp's heart. Lin Yanchen comforted him. I don't think anyone can compare to him. In our family, Chubby Chew is the only one who accompanies Chirp Chirp from morning to night. You have to go to work, and your parents take turns to take care of him. Right? Chushuan nodded. Lin Yanchen held his hand. It's just the two of us coming out to play. Don't think about the child. Chushuan was stunned and smiled. What are you doing? Jealous again? Fighting for attention? Lin Yanchen said in a muffled voice, I like Chirp Chirp too. You know, when I take care of Chirp Chirp, Chirp Chirp is very happy. I think I'm definitely a competent father. But 99% of my heart is for you, and the rest is for the child. Now, your heart is for the child first, and then for me. That's why I thought that this time I didn't bring Bao Bao with me. It's not just because Chirp Chirp's health is not good, so I can't take him with me. You're laughing again. Don't laugh, I'm serious. Chushuan was helpless, but he still smiled. What's wrong with us? We just came out to play, and we've already quarreled twice. The first time, you were angry at me, and the second time, I was angry at you. Lin Yanchen looked serious. I'm serious about solving the problem with you. I think you have to be. Like that too. I'm the one who will be buried in the same grave as you in the future. In the future, you have to think of me first before thinking of Chirp Chirp. In fact, Lin Yanchen had mentioned this a few times before, but Chushuan didn't take it to heart. Who knew that Lin Yanchen cared so much about it? He had always known that Xiao Lin was very possessive, and he didn't even allow him to love his own son too much. Chushuan smoothed his hair. I know that Xiao Lin treats me the best, and he always thinks of me when there's something delicious to eat. He asked again, then tonight, if Xiao Lin isn't angry anymore, Xiao Lin, do you want to sleep with me? Lin Yanchen finally broke down and laughed. If you kiss me, I won't be angry anymore. They got off the plane in Budapest, Hungary, and took a car to the bank of the Danube River. Lin Yanchen pulled him onto the boat, and Chushuan understood that it was a river cruise. In the past, European royalty and aristocrats were keen on this kind of trip. They didn't need to travel too much. They just took a boat along the Rhine River or the Danube River to visit a few countries. When the boat docked, they would play in the local area. At night, they would return to the boat to rest and sleep. Then, they would go to a new country to enjoy the beautiful scenery and culture. But now, this kind of trip was close to ordinary people's homes. This cruise ship didn't look very luxurious. It only had 4 floors, but it was still quite long from the bow to the stern. It had all the necessary facilities, including a restaurant, a bar, and so on. There was also a small golf course and a library. It was very comfortable to sit on the deck and bask in the sun while enjoying the beautiful scenery of the Danube River. Chushuan didn't like traveling non-stop like he was in a war just to see a few more scenic spots. He liked to leisurely walk around and see one place after another. He felt that traveling was to relax, and making it so tense wasn't putting the cart before the horse. Chushuan said to Lin Yanchen, "Young Master Lin, this time, aren't you going to take a private luxury cruise ship?" Lin Yanchen asked, "You want to take a private cruise ship? Then let's take a private cruise ship next time. I feel that it's too spacious. It's too lonely with no one but the crew. It's more suitable for fishing." Chushuan, Lin Yanchen, I also want others to see how loving we are. They'll be so envious. Chushuan couldn't help but laugh. Didn't we just have a fight an hour ago? Lin Yanchen said casually, it's fine. If we don't break up, fighting is just showing off our love. Chushuan, the scenery from the ship was very beautiful. Along the Danube River, there was the beauty of summer. They could see the sparkling water and the old European cities under the golden light. There was the beauty of winter. They could see the thin ice floating on the water and the white snow on the pointed eaves in the distance. It was like a fairy tale scenery. Chushuan's mood, which was entangled by trivial things in life, instantly relaxed a lot. He stood on the deck and leaned against the railing. He was very satisfied and asked Lin Yanchen, "Why did you think of bringing me here to play this?" Lin Yanchen stood behind him and reached out to hug him. He kissed his temples. Sea, land, and air. Only the sea is missing. Chushuan didn't react for a moment. It took him a while to understand. Damn, Lin Yanchen was talking about that place. Chushuan spat at him. You little pervert. As he said that, his heart also started to itch. Lin Yanchen pretended. Oh, so Mr. Chu is so serious? Then Mr. Chu, you don't want special services? Acting, right? Chushuan asked, is there a charge? Is it expensive? It's not expensive. You can have a set. Lin Yanchen said reasonably, it's not expensive, I don't want money, I won't accept it. I've already accepted your entire life as my reward. Mr. Chu, you can play with me however you want. Chushuan, ha 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 ha. Lin Yanchen pulled his hand. Let's go, I'll take you to play. The author has something to say, thank you everyone for the nutrient solution. You watered more than 4K in a day. That's amazing. Equals 3 equals moi. It seems that the limelight isn't very tight recently. Should we? Thank you Bijia Burzi, Cold Seaweed, Feather Attraction, Yuhua Window, Moon First Dawn, Zarizi X2, White 1000 Miles, Freewill X2, Cold Dew X2, 24176233, Lichushi, Little Swallow Fly X11, AX3, Blue Hyacinth, 3333, Sweet Tongue, U2, Yen Rabbit, 15, Findingu, Confinement? F? 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 Sparrow in the Wind, This Lady X9, Cha Ling, Chocolate Peanut Bean, Airba X2, Thousand Sails Star, Princess Qian, O Spring Mo Xia Chua, Na Mu Ling, Fei Fei Z, Wu Qi, Cluck Cluck, Mountain Moon Tonight, Sleeping Face, Melancholic European, 286788022, Walk Sister X10, White Night Mud, Rabbit Smash X10, A Tree of Blossoms, Huan Yu Qingyu, Chris, 20594845, MOZN, Little Bamboo Fox, thank you for the update, Octa Deo's Landmine thank you 19394701, Akatsuki's Bazooka this was just like a small honeymoon. And this time, walking hand in hand was different from the last time. At that time, they were still pretending to be a couple, but now they were married. Xiaolin was still a conscientious playmate. There was nothing that he hadn't played before. Chu Xuan asked him. Lin Yanchen said, in the past, I was young and frivolous. I didn't want to go home during the holidays, so I played with Chirp Chirp's godfather and the others. I've been here before, when I was 18 or 19. There's a tavern over there. The resident singer there is very good. I don't know if she's still there. I'll take you there. Chu Xuan felt that Lin Yanchen seemed to like these adventures. He asked, is the singer very pretty? At the small book pavilion Lin Yanchen froze for a moment, then laughed. She's a fat uncle. Chu Xuan was embarrassed. They walked into an alley and walked down an uneven stone staircase. They pushed open the wooden door and saw a few people quietly drinking or talking in low voices. Someone was playing an old piano, someone was playing a guitar, and a skinny girl was singing. Sure enough, she wasn't there anymore, but Lin Yanchen wasn't surprised. The two fathers ordered 2 glasses of wine. They hadn't drunk in a long time. In the past, Chu Xuan would still drink a few glasses when he was working, but he saw that Lin Yanchen was abiding by the rules after becoming a father. He didn't touch alcohol or smoke. He couldn't be worse than Xiaolin, who was younger than him. In fact, they had been holding it in for a long time. The two of them had a tacit understanding. After a few glasses of wine, Chu Xuan felt his body heat up. His brain also heated up. He asked, Xiaolin, how much wine did you drink that time? How could you misread the house number? Lin Yanchen saw that his lips were red from drinking, so he lowered his head and pecked them. I can't remember clearly, but I wasn't that drunk. If I was really drunk, how could I get hard? I probably sobered up when I was drenched in water. Chu Xuan asked, then why did you still sleep with me? Taking advantage of my precarious position? Lin Yanchen shamelessly pretended to be pitiful and said, wow, Mr. Chu, you obviously slept with me while I was drunk. Chu Xuan felt a little dizzy. He put his elbow on the table and supported his face with his hand. He smiled at Lin Yanchen. Who asked you to be so glib? I didn't suspect anything. While they were talking, the singer changed the song, Scarborough Fair. Lin Yanchen and Chu Xuan immediately felt uncomfortable. Lin Yanchen asked Chu Xuan softly, what's wrong? Was he feeling guilty? I still remember that after you gave me the sleeping pills, I was drowsy and heard you singing to me. Chu Xuan was speechless for a moment. He felt sorry for Xiaolin. When he thought of his state of mind at that time, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. He said without confidence, at that time, I really felt like I was going to die. The singer finished the song. Lin Yanchen took out a few bills from his wallet, put them under the empty wine glass, and pushed it to the boss. He said a few words to the boss in a foreign language that Chu Xuan didn't understand. Chu Xuan asked, is it so expensive to drink here? Lin Yanchen didn't answer. He only kissed him and got down from the bar stool. He took off his jacket and handed it to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan, ? Chu Xuan's gaze followed Lin Yanchen. He saw him walk straight to the piano. The original pianist made way for Lin Yanchen to sit down. He rolled up his sleeves and gently placed his slender fingers on the black and white keys. He tried a few notes. Chu Xuan looked at him curiously. Lin Yanchen looked up at him and smiled. Look at me. Chu Xuan smiled back. I'm looking at you. Although the people in the bar didn't understand what they were saying, they roughly understood what was going on. A pair of adulterers were flirting. Lin Yanchen's fingertips flowed out a lyrical melody. He cleared his throat and started singing. I'll tell you something, I want to tell you something, I think you'll understand, I think you'll understand when I say that something, you wanna hold your hand when I say to you, I wanna hold your hand, oh please saint that ullmy man, please say to me that you'll be my man, and please say me'll let hold your hand, and please say to me that you'll let me hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand cause when you touch me I feel happy inside, I wanna hold your hand, because when you touch me, I feel happy from the bottom of my heart, it's such a feeling that love I can't hide, this feeling is love, I can't hide it, I wanna hold your hand, I wanna hold your hand. The Beatles' famous song, I Won't Hold Your Hand. This song was the Beatles' hit single in the United States. Paul wrote it for his girlfriend at that time, Jane. However, Lin Yanchen changed it slightly. He sang it slower and longer. His voice was pure and clean. Because he was singing for his lover, it was full of emotion and moved people. Although Chu Xuan didn't understand why he suddenly sang a love song, it was so romantic and touching. After the song, the guests all applauded. If Lin Yanchen wasn't a guest, he probably would have received a hat full of change. Amidst the applause, the boss spoke to Chu Xuan in English. Your boyfriend sings really well. If it weren't for the fact that he's not someone I can keep, I would have invited him to sing here. No, he's not my boyfriend. Chu Xuan smiled. The boss, ? Chu Xuan put his other hand with the wedding ring on the table so that the boss could see the ring on his ring finger. He said calmly, he's my husband. Chu Xuan's chest seemed to be expanding rapidly, as if it was going to burst open. This was an uncontrollable sense of superiority that was expanding crazily in his heart. He was also a little embarrassed. Chu Xuan looked at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen walked back. The orange light above his head seemed to paint him with a circle of gold. He was so handsome that he was dazzling. Lin Yanchen was also looking at Chu Xuan. The tip of his nose and cheeks were red from the drunkenness. His usual fierce aura seemed to have melted, becoming incomparably soft and cute. Chu Xuan asked him, why did you suddenly go up and sing? Lin Yanchen didn't answer the question. Is it nice? Chu Xuan blushed. It's nice. They paid for the drinks and left hand in hand. It was time to return to the cruise ship. The night scene by the Donau River was particularly beautiful. The lights reflected on the surface of the water, like falling stars. The night wind was cold. Lin Yanchen put one of Chu Xuan's hands in his pocket. If it wasn't inconvenient, he would like to hold Chu Xuan's entire body in his arms. Lin Yanchen sang, I want your hand 2 or 3 times for Chu Xuan to hear. Chu Xuan could also sing and hummed a few lines. Lin Yanchen immediately praised him. You sing really well. Chu Xuan blushed from the compliment. He was well aware of his singing standards. Lin Yanchen said, I felt that I had to sing a song. Otherwise, I would always remember that song, Scarborough Fair. Chu Xuan held his hand tightly. I'm sorry. I made you sing it. It's like you have a fishbone stuck in your throat. Lin Yanchen stopped in his tracks. The wind blew his hair up, and the soft light shone on his young face. He revealed a rare melancholy. Asun, to me, you are like an unruly wind. I forcefully bind you to my side. Chu Xuan was stunned. Lin Yanchen was frank with him. I've mentioned it before. If it weren't for the child, you wouldn't have been willing to marry me. Even if I had a child, you didn't immediately agree. I'm busy with work. I'm not as romantic as before. Compared to men your age, I'm not mature enough. I know it myself. I try my best, but sometimes I just can't do it well. Sometimes I'm afraid that you'll despise me for being immature, despise me for being boring, and don't want me anymore. So on our 2nd anniversary, I thought of taking you out to play, just like that year. Chu Xuan was stunned for a while. He didn't expect that Lin Yanchen's worries were the same as his. He couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yanchen was flustered. Don't laugh at me. I didn't dare to say it. I was afraid that you'd laugh at me and think I'm immature. Chu Xuan, no, that's what I think too. Lin Yanchen frowned. What do you think? Do you really think I've become boring? Or do you think I'm immature? Chu Xuan shook his head. I think you're like a gust of wind. Sometimes I wonder if I've done something bad for a free person like you to be tied up by me halfway. Lin Yanchen was surprised. How come? Chu Xuan counted them one by one. You see, we got to know each other by playing together. You know how to play everything. You love freedom and excitement. Aren't you just a playboy? Lin Yanchen hurriedly defended himself. How am I a playboy? I used to just drift around without a fixed place. I just want to stay by your side. Chu Xuan, I'm afraid that one day you'll say that I've imprisoned your freedom. Lin Yanchen paused for a while to organize his words. He stared deeply into Chu Xuan's eyes. I don't think I've become less free. I'm a free person. I've always wanted to find someone who can be more free with me. Sun, you're that person. Chu Xuan took the initiative to kiss him. I also feel very free when I'm with you. He asked, Shaolin, I've made you feel uneasy. Tell me. Lin Yanchen said in a muffled voice, it's just that I'm a mess when it comes to taking care of children. I spend time with Chirp Chirp every day, but it's not as good as Laozhan and the others. It's been a year. Why can't I do it well? It's like the heavens are against me. Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Because of this? This? But if you still don't do it well next time, I'll still scold you. But actually, I like the way you take care of children. Chirp Chirp is quiet and obedient when they take care of her, but she's not as happy when you take care of her. Isn't that right? Chirp Chirp is always laughing when she's with you. Lin Yanchen replied with an N, last time I laughed too happily and almost had an asthma attack. Chu Xuan said regretfully, the atmosphere was originally so romantic. Lin Yanchen gave him a bear hug, and Chu Xuan could smell the alcohol on his body. Lin Yanchen said foolishly, Sun, I love you so much. Love me a little more. Chu Xuan hugged him back and hid his hot face in Lin Yanchen's arms. I know. How much did you drink? Are you drunk or not? Author has something to say, I don't know why, but I feel that I must sing another love song with a better meaning. Thanks to Cold Dew, LWH0827X2, Little Red Hat Who Just Soy Sauce X2, UXIN, Little Swallow Fly X2, Ling Yen, This Miss, Ingyu, Ibai Chenli, Wu Qi, Wu Qiao is also third brother, Wan Chai Pier, 241762333, White Night Mud, Fried Chicken Wants to See Little Liars Breeze, Radish, Lushu, Gardenia Oolong Tea, Foodie. Rainstorm's Landmine thanks to Akatsuki, Hyan's Grenade thanks to Don't Laugh Too Much Bazooka Chirp Chirp got up early, yawned, rubbed his eyes and followed his grandpa to the bathroom. Because the sink was too high, his grandpa picked him up and let him stand on the stool so that he could reach it. His grandpa picked a warm water for him to wash his face, and he carefully pressed the small towel into the water. Chirp Chirp had a special small towel with a little frog on it. He soaked the towel, took it out, folded it and squeezed it hard, but the small towel was still wet. He wiped his little face, wiped his little hands, washed the small towel, and asked his grandpa to hang the small towel for him. Chirp Chirp thought that he was going to go out with his grandparents this morning. These days, his grandparents took him out to play, to watch dancing, boxing, sword dance, or sit in his grandpa's arms and watch him play chess. Anyway, it was more interesting than staying at home. Chirp Chirp put on his clothes, put on some soap, and his grandpa carried him to eat. Chirp Chirp asked, Where are we going to play? Grandpa said, We are not going out to play today, your father is coming back today. When Chirp Chirp heard that his father was coming back, he remembered that he still had two fathers. It seemed that he had not seen them for many days. He was eating his grandpa's egg pancake. After a while, Chirp Chirp reacted, raised his little face and smiled, Daddy is back. Chirp Chirp remembered that his father was coming back. After breakfast, he waited for his father and asked his grandpa, Where is Daddy? Grandpa said, Not yet, he will be home at noon. After another half an hour, Chirp Chirp asked again, Where is Daddy? Grandpa did not know whether to laugh or cry, not so fast. Chirp Chirp frowned, he did not understand why it took so long to be home at noon. Grandpa held him, showed him the clock on the wall, pointed to the hour hand, and said to Chirp Chirp, Chirp Chirp, look here, this is the hour hand, when he comes here, when the number 1, Daddy will be home. With a goal in mind, Chirp Chirp stared at the clock and waited until his little tummy was hungry. After lunch and filling his tummy, he fell asleep leaning on little fatty Chew. After an unknown amount of time, Chirp Chirp felt that someone had picked him up. He slowly woke up and tried to open his sleepy eyes, but he did not need to see. He recognized the familiar smell. Dad. His father's gentle movements comforted him, and he continued to take a nap in peace. When Chirp Chirp woke up again, he saw that Daddy and Daddy were both not far away. The two of them were so close that he couldn't hear what they were saying. Daddy kissed Daddy. Chirp Chirp opened his eyes wide. He was still too young to understand the various emotions that people were endowed with, but he only felt that seeing his father like this made him very happy. There was still half a day left. They wouldn't go out anymore. They would stay at home as a family. Chushuan prepared the ingredients for the apple pie. Chirp Chirp pointed at the apple and said, "Apple." Then he looked at Lin Yanchen and said, "Apple." Lin Yanchen laughed. "You said that Chirp Chirp was slow and was a little idiot. I think Chirp Chirp is very smart." Chushuan picked out an apple from the bag and gave it to Chirp Chirp. "Chirp Chirp, eat it. You sit on the stool and wait for Daddy to cook something delicious, okay?" Chirp Chirp held the big apple and nodded. Their kitchen was an open kitchen. He saw Daddy and Daddy preparing to cook together. Occasionally, they would say a few words, pass something to each other, or wipe the flour on their faces. He looked left and right, unable to take his eyes off, as if he was deep in thought. Chirp Chirp gnawed on his big apple. He now had more than 10 little teeth, but they were not fully grown yet. It was a little difficult to gnaw on them. Seeing Daddy and Daddy so close, he was very happy. He hugged his big apple and walked over, saying, "Chirp Chirp, help." Chushuan laughed, picked him up, and kissed him. "When Chirp Chirp is as tall as the table, Chirp Chirp will help again, okay?" Chirp Chirp nodded. He remembered his promise with Daddy. But how long would it take for him to be as tall as the table? Chushuan carried him to Lin Yanchen's side. Lin Yanchen was kneading the dough and said, "Daddy, give me a kiss too." Lin Yanchen kissed his smooth little face. Chirp Chirp's left and right cheeks were kissed, and his cheeks were red. He leaned against the back of the sofa and watched Daddy and Daddy cook. Daddy kneaded the dough and Daddy cut the apple. They talked and laughed. In front of his son, Chushuan whispered in Lin Yanchen's ear, "Xiao Lin, I made apple pie for you to eat. I won't give it to anyone else. Chirp Chirp won't give it to you either, okay?" Lin Yanchen's face suddenly turned red. He couldn't stand this the most. He looked at Chushuan like a big dog full of expectations. He clearly wanted to agree, but he hesitated. "This isn't good, right?" Chushuan said, "There's only one Xiao Lin in the world. What's wrong with that? Between husband and wife, there should be some secret fun between the two of them. Even children couldn't interfere in this small world." Chirp Chirp vaguely felt that Daddy and Daddy sometimes just stood together and held hands. It was as if the two of them were secretly playing together, but they just didn't bring him along. But he really liked seeing them like this. Chirp Chirp turned around. Outside the bright floor-to-ceiling window, in the garden, Grandpa and Grandma were there. Chirp Chirp climbed off the sofa and walked to the window. He saw Grandma watering the flowers with a bucket and Grandpa holding an umbrella for her. Grandma said, "Mr. Chew, it's winter now. It's already evening. Why are you holding an umbrella?" Grandpa said, "I think the wind is a little strong and it's quite cold. I'll block the wind for you. I'll water the plants. The kettle is heavy. Didn't you say 2 days ago that your hands hurt from painting? It's an old problem." Grandma said, "I only like painting." "What's wrong?" Grandpa said, Okay. You can do it if you want." When Grandpa and Grandma returned to the warm house, Chirp Chirp immediately greeted them with a small handkerchief. "Grandma, wipe Xiaxia." Info Grandma was confused and picked him up. "What are you wiping?" "Chirp Chirp, baby." Cho Cho imitated her father and wiped her father's face. She used a small handkerchief to touch her grandmother's face. Grandma laughed. "Thank you, Chirp Chirp. Where did you learn it?" Chirp Chirp said embarrassedly, "Daddy does it." Grandma understood. Ha 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 ha. Chirp Chirp must have seen his two fathers showing off their love and learned it. Chu Xuan heard the laughter and asked curiously, "What are they laughing about?" Lin Yanchen shook his head. "I don't know." He was still troubled. How could he eat a Sun's apple pie alone? His parents were there. Did he hide it as soon as it was done? But there must be a fragrance? How could he explain if he was found out? Everything was solved as soon as they were at the dining table. Chu Xuan's parents didn't eat dessert. Chirp Chirp said that his teeth were not fully grown and that he had tooth decay from eating sweets. He was only allowed to look at it and not eat it. In the end, Lin Yanchen openly ate an apple pie. They glanced at each other and smiled. Chu Xuan asked, "Is it sweet?" Lin Yanchen touched his belly. "It's sweet." A few days later, Zhuo Linhui showed them a few sets of clothing designs for their wedding dress. Chirp Chirp had the same style of little flower girl clothes. It was very cute. Chu Xuan also suggested that Chirp Chirp add a little beret. Recently, he felt that Chirp Chirp was especially cute wearing a little beret. The author has something to say. Please give me the nutrient solution again. Mwah. Thank you to Heavy Rain, Little Rainbow Hat, Gentle Breeze, LWH0827X2, Jiri Wisdom X2, Blue. Hyacinth, Kowski Cow, Gardenia Oolong Tea, Cold Dew, Sky Blue, Follow Your Heart, Cold Steamed Dumplings Are Not Small X2, 24176233, Oranges and Wine, 103 Lord's Landmine. Thank you to Lin Nan and Akatsuki for the grenades. Zhuo Linhui discussed with Lin Yanchen and said hesitantly, "What do you think?" "What do you think of this one?" "I think this one looks the best. But that one is not bad either." "Which one is better?" "You still have to choose." Lin Yanchen wanted to say something but stopped. "Old Zhuo, you only made 2 sets of my formal attire? Chirp Chirp has 7 or 8 sets?" Zhuo Linhui was not ashamed of the difference in treatment at all. Instead, he said confidently, "What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Are you as cute as Chirp Chirp? He is still growing and should have more clothes." Lin Yanchen, the house was almost finished. The gardener planted flowers and plants in the yard. After the winter, they would be able to hold the wedding in April or May when the flowers bloomed. The two families discussed for a while and decided to go to the place prepared by the Lin family for the new year. When the two got married, they had to go back and forth. It had always been the Lin family who accommodated them. This time, it was their turn. Lin Yanchen said that they would go to his manor in England for the new year. The yard was big and there were many fun places. When Chu Xuan's company was on vacation, the whole family took a private jet over. They also brought the cat and dog. Not a single one was missing. It was Chocho's first time taking a plane. He wasn't used to it, so he told his father that his ears hurt. He was also airsick, so he took some airsick medicine and slept for a while. He woke up when he was hungry, and then slept again. He was in a daze all the way until he finally arrived. Lao Lin was already waiting for them in the manor. Although he did not show it on his face, he had been looking forward to spending the new year with his family for a long time. In the past, the father and son rarely got together. Even if he forced Lin Yanchen to come over, it was just a cold and silent meal. This year was different. The butler told him that Lin Yanchen and Chu Xuan had brought Chirp Chirp to the gate. He knew that it would take a few more minutes, but he still could not wait. He got up and went to the gate to look at the road. Xiaxia Apit had snowed the previous night. Just as the snow was sweeping away, a car appeared on the horizon from afar, speeding down the stairs. It was as if he could only see Chocho in his eyes. Chocho was wrapped in a white down jacket with a fur edge and wearing a woolen hat in the style of a panda. She was so cute that his heart was about to melt. Just as he was about to call out, Chirp Chirp was picked up by an old man. It was his other grandfather, Mr. Chu. Lao Lin always saw the two of them being so close and envious. Sometimes, he even wanted to retire, but now was not a good time. He was not even 50 yet, far from the age of retirement. Someone had to work at home. If he didn't work, the burden would fall to Lin Yanchen. What would happen to the family then? Wouldn't he be like him back then, with no time to go home and spend time with his wife and child? He had suffered once, and he didn't want Lin Yanchen to experience it again. He didn't want his son to have the same painful regret as him. He wasn't old yet, and he had to take care of the company. Yan could relax a little and spend more time with her family. Mr. Chu was surprised. "Oh, you have a butler in your family? I thought it was only in TV dramas." Lin Yanchen was embarrassed. "We don't usually live here, so we need someone to help us look after the house." It was Ide's first time seeing so many guests. He knew one of them. It was Mr. Chu, the lover that the young master brought back 2 years ago. They got married half a year ago, and this year, Mr. Chu's whole family came. It was really lively. He hadn't seen the young master and the old master so happy in many years. The most amazing thing was that little girl. Mr. Chu felt that this year's New Year was strange. They were celebrating Chinese holidays in a foreign country. The family was reunited. Although there weren't many people, it was still joyous. They cut red paper, wrote couplets, cut window flowers, made New Year's Eve dinner, and made dumplings. The chef was sent home on vacation, and they cooked by themselves. Even Lao Lin rolled up his sleeves and joined in. God knew how many years he hadn't done this, but he still had a lot of fun. Lin Yanchen made the dumplings himself, mixing corn and pork stuffing with celery and pork stuffing. Lao Lin came over and saw it. He couldn't help but say, "That year, Chu Xuan sent me corn and pork stuffing dumplings on your behalf." Speaking of this, Lin Yanchen felt ashamed. Chu Xuan was considerate and kind. When his father received the dumplings, he called to thank him and wanted to build a father-son relationship. However, at that time, he was anxious because of Chu Xuan's disappearance. Not only did he not accept his kindness, but he also lost his temper with his father. Lin Yanchen apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, Dad. I even quarreled with you that time." Lao Lin had never really been angry with him. It's okay. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the dumplings you made that time were very delicious. I want to eat them again." Only when raising a child did he understand his parents' feelings. Now that he had a family and a son, he more or less began to understand his father's feelings. Sometimes, because of work, he couldn't take care of the family. Lin Yanchen said honestly, "I was too childish in the past." Lao Lin always wanted to comfort him, but he was used to Lin Yanchen's stubborn temperament. When he spoke to him so nicely, saying thank you and I'm sorry, he was at a loss. But wasn't this a good thing? He felt that he should get used to it. It would get better and better in the future. They even sat together and made a few dumplings. Lao Lin was always thinking about his grandson. He saw Chirp Chirp playing with the Chu family's big dog. Chirp Chirp sat on the ground and combed the dog's fur. It would shed fur especially in winter. Lin Yanchen understood a little and said, "Dad, I'll do it here. Mother-in-law isn't feeling well and needs to rest. Father-in-law is cooking in the kitchen. Only a son is at Chirp Chirp's side. I'm not at ease. Do you want to help take care of the child?" Lao Lin always wanted to. Okay. He didn't even decline and simply agreed. He washed his hands and went to find Chirp Chirp to play. Lao Lin always asked Chirp Chirp, "Do you still remember who I am?" Chirp Chirp felt strange. "Aren't you Grandpa?" Although they didn't see each other often, he still remembered. He didn't do anything. He just watched Chirp Chirp play and felt that his heart was healed. Lao Lin always had a smile on his face. He couldn't help but say to Chu Xuan, "You've raised the child so well. Chirp Chirp is so cute and polite. He's much better than me." Chu Xuan heard him say that and felt that something was wrong. What? Lao Lin always thought that he was being modest. "I didn't teach him well. Yanchen didn't like to talk to me when he was young. He always puffed up his little face. Yanchen is so pitiful. He lost his mother when he was 8 years old. As a father, I'm not a competent one. I'm busy with work and have no time to take care of him. I'm such a failure of a father. I've let Yanchen down." Chu Xuan imagined Shaolin and Yanchen's smug face. Just thinking about it made him want to laugh. But he still said, "No, Dad. I think you're a good father." Was this a compliment? Lao Lin always thought that he still had self-awareness. Chu Xuan said gently, seriously, and reasonably, Lin Yanchen is the best boy I've ever met. He works hard and is a gentleman. He respects others. He's optimistic and positive. He's loyal and single-minded when it comes to relationships. Especially the last point. I think he takes after you. You've raised him to be a good man. How is he not competent? Lao Lin always felt flattered. He nodded slightly and actually felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you. I still think that it's because Yan Chen is a good child. But maybe I also played a small role. Author has something to say. I recommend my friend He Lan's current post. The Demon Realm's #1 food blogger solves crimes every day. Introduction: a well-known food streamer who broadcasts cooking. Show X is not picky about food. He eats everything. Both of them are demons. Attacking and receiving interaction mode. Receiving: how is he not picky about food? I don't believe that I can't raise his mouth. Attacking: do you still lack demon power? I still have a lot. You can use as much as you want. Fake food blog address, / Novelid equals 3417114. I find that I still prefer to write 2000 words per chapter, thanks to Little Rainbow Hat, Ji Riji, Gardenia Oolong Tea, Han Lu, Ingyu, Baijiu, LWH0827X2, Matcha Toast, Xiao Luo, 19394701 for the landmines. Thanks to Akatsuki, 149284474 for the grenades. Thanks to the rocket launchers and the bushes. The cold of spring passed, and the weather became warmer as they entered the middle of spring. Long sha gem flower vines climbed all over the wooden flower racks, and purple wisteria vines climbed up the long corridor and hung down heavy flower spikes. The tall ones were apricot flowers and peach blossoms, while the shorter ones were peonies, camellias, and begonias. Most of them were all kinds of roses, and they were planted in a picturesque disorder. Although the garden was full of flowers, the ones used to decorate the guests' tables were still flowers purchased from outside. There was also a box of everlasting flowers specially made by a florist, which was consistent with the wedding theme and the villa's design style. On the eve of the wedding, Chu Xuan didn't know if he was suffering from marriage phobia, but he suddenly became worried. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, Chu Xuan lay in bed and said with a frown, Xiao Lin, we're about to get married. Shouldn't we live separately? Lin Yanchen instantly woke up from his sleepiness. He didn't understand the logic behind it at all. Ah? Why do we have to live separately when we're getting married? Chu Xuan said, I think the bride and groom can't continue to live together before the wedding. They have to live separately at least a month before the wedding, and then live together. As for why? I haven't asked. I'll ask my dad another day. He couldn't imagine being separated from Chu Sun for at least a month and living in two different places. Lin Yanchen said, they're a man and a woman getting married, but we're not. I think it's different. Qiuqiu is almost 2 years old, what are you shy about? Chu Xuan thought about it and agreed. The child was already so big, so there was nothing to be shy about. But after thinking about it carefully, he said, that's not right. When the time comes, will we set off from here together? We should set off from 2 places, right? I'll go back to my old house. Lin Yanchen could only agree. Okay, but there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? You can go back a day in advance and set off from there. Wouldn't that be fine? Chu Xuan was speechless. A day in advance is too tight. At least a week? Lin Yanchen, 3 or 4 days, isn't that enough? In the end, Chu Xuan went back home 2 days before the wedding. His parents went back a week earlier to tidy up the house. Then, Chu Xuan brought Chirp Chirp over. Chirp Chirp was quite strange. When she realized that her daddy was not around at night, she even asked Chu Xuan why her daddy was not around. Chu Xuan did not try to fool him and explained everything to him. Chirp Chirp nodded and waited expectantly for his father and daddy to get married. However, Chu Xuan hugged Chirp Chirp. They had only been apart for a day, but he already missed Xiao Lin. He was already used to sleeping with Xiao Lin. He did not know if it was because of the special circumstances when they met, but from the beginning, he felt that he could sleep exceptionally well under the same blanket with this person. He was not used to not having Xiao Lin as his pillow. Lin Yanchen could not sleep well either. He was the only one left in the huge house. His wife and children were not around, so he could not sleep. However, there were benefits to being alone. He wanted to give Chushuan a surprise behind Chushuan's back. In the blink of an eye, it was finally the day of the wedding. They hired many assistants for their wedding. A team of wedding planners was on hand to help guide them. They were busy. Because they were all men, the process was redesigned. It was different from a typical wedding. They did not have to get up early in the morning to do their hair and makeup like the bride. They only had to shave, trim their eyebrows, apply facial cream, apply lip balm, and put on some men's cologne in advance. It was already very exquisite. Although Chushuan was the one giving birth, he was not willing to wait at home like a bride and wait for Lin Yanchen to pick him up. Therefore, the two of them discussed and decided to set off together. They would be accompanied by their friends and family. When they arrived at the wedding venue, they would hold hands and walk through the flower path together to swear their marriage vows. Chusun tidied himself up. Chocho hadn't woken up yet. He was sleeping soundly and allowed his father to pull him out of the bed. He lay on his father's body softly. Chushuan did not force him to wake up. He was still young. It would be pitiful to wake him up before dawn. However, Chirp Chirp allowed his father to control him. He closed his eyes like a doll and washed his face, brushed his teeth, and put on his new clothes. He was still sleeping. Chirp Chirp smelled the fragrance of the longan, lotus seed, and white fungus soup. He finally struggled to wake up. He was full. Chushuan wiped his mouth. The child's face was white with a hint of red. He was very cute even without dressing up. Chushuan's father was determined not to invite his relatives from his hometown. When Chushuan was sick, they were afraid that they would borrow money from him. If they wanted to cut ties with him, they would cut ties with him cleanly. So this time, the people who came to deliver the wedding car were his master, President Liu, his disciple, Xiaozhen, and President Liu's twin daughters, a pair of beautiful girls. Chusun felt that something was wrong. Why did he have 3 bridesmaids? However, he could not find a young man who was close to him to be his best man. He could not possibly find Xuan Hanxue, right? Xiao Lin had 4 tall and handsome best men. No, he could lose, but he could not lose. Mr. Chu helped to contact a male graduate student in Y City to be his best man. They were all Mr. Chu's favorite students. When they stood there, they were all handsome and talented students. However, Chu Xuan was not familiar with them and felt a little awkward. He vaguely remembered them. Xiaoyu? You're so tall now? Chu Xuan could not remember his surname. He only remembered that he was thin and small in the past. He often came to their house. He even helped this child with his homework. The other party smiled. Hello, brother Junjun. Chu Xuan was a little embarrassed. They made up for the entourage. Chirp Chirp wore a small round beret with a small bow on the side. Chu Xuan pinned a small apricot flower on his head. Chirp Chirp was dressed very cutely today. He had a small shirt with rolled sleeves and a small bow on the collar. He had suspenders that revealed his fair and tender legs, white stockings, and black round shoes. He was very cute. If they set off early, there would be no traffic jam on the road. If the timing was right, they could hold each other's hands and recite their wedding vows under the warm sun and gentle breeze. Chu Xuan began to feel nervous again on the road. His imagination ran wild. It was working hours now. Would there be a traffic jam? There would definitely be a traffic jam. How long would it take? What would happen after they arrived? He had to be careful when he got out of the car. He had to be careful not to get stains or tear his clothes. Did his button accidentally fall off? Sometimes, things like buttons would just disappear without anyone noticing. Chirp Chirp was sitting beside his father and eating an apple. He looked at his father and roughly understood that his father was not very comfortable. He patted his father's hand. Dad, do you want to eat? Chu Xuan looked down. Chirp Chirp had eaten half of his apple. There were still small teeth marks on it. He smiled. Dad doesn't want it. Chirp Chirp can eat it himself. Chirp Chirp replied with an "oh" and glanced at his father. He was very worried. Because he was worried, he wanted to eat even more. He gnawed on the apple all the way. They arrived at the destination safely and on time. It was so smooth that even Chushuan felt a little uneasy. But something seemed to be wrong. Many guests had already arrived. There were slightly more people this time, mainly because Lin Yanchen had a lot of friends and a large group of classmates. Chushuan did not recognize most of them. Chushuan held Chirp Chirp's hand and looked left and right. Lin Yanchen was not here yet. Secretary Huai walked over. Chushuan happened to ask him, "Where's President Shaolin?" Secretary Huai looked anxious. "President Shaolin is stuck in traffic. He's not here yet." "Mr. Chu, there's a problem with the layout of the venue. I'm asking you now. What should we do?" Chushuan asked, "What's the matter?" Secretary Huai said, "The stereo seems to be broken. They forgot to bring a backup. The prepared wedding music can't be played." Chushuan frowned. "They don't know how to fix it?" Secretary Huai, "No. Chushuan, President Lin spent a lot of money to find them. How can they be so unprofessional?" However, he actually felt that it was normal for there to be some mistakes. Chushuan said, "Don't be afraid. I'll go take a look. Maybe I can fix it." Secretary Huai was shocked. "You know how to fix it?" Chushuan said, "There were a few similar situations when I did events in the past. I know how to look at the problems with these things. Some can be fixed immediately." Secretary Huai. "President Lin didn't tell you that you knew how to do this." Chushuan rolled up his sleeves to check. The situation wasn't good. One of the wires was broken. He had to replace it with a good one, but there were no spares. What should he do now? Chushuan took out his phone to check. He found the nearest shop and called to confirm that the other party had time and goods. He said to Secretary Huai, "Get someone to buy it from this shop. It'll take at most an hour for a round trip. Here, drive this road. There's no traffic on this road. There's still time." Secretary Huai. F*CK, as expected of President Lin's man, Secretary Huai, "Okay, I'll get someone to buy it now." Chushuan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock. Is the traffic jam at Little Lin's place very bad? He hadn't arrived yet. His best friends weren't there either. However, there was no music for the ceremony. He couldn't walk the red carpet without a wedding song, right? Wouldn't that be very bad? Just as he was thinking, Chirp Chirp came over with a small bamboo basket. He also brought Little Fatty Chew's. Little Fatty Chew looked especially good today. He had been sent to take a bath yesterday. He was fragrant. He even had a scarf made from the leftovers of Chirp Chirp's clothes. He looked very handsome when he put it on. There was no need to hold the rope. Little Fatty Chew walked with Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp held the small flower basket with one hand and held his father's hand with the other. He said in a childish voice, "Daddy." Chushuan smiled. "What's wrong?" Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp said, "Looking for Daddy." Chushuan comforted him. "Daddy isn't here yet." Chirp Chirp still said, "Looking for Daddy." Chushuan could only say, "Okay, then Daddy will take you to Daddy. Let's walk around." Chirp Chirp pointed at the wisteria corridor. "Flowers, beautiful." Chushuan said, "Okay, then let's go over there to see the flowers." Chushuan stepped into the purple curtain of flowers. The golden sunlight and petals scattered by the flowers and leaves paved the way. After taking 2 steps, Chushuan suddenly heard melodious music. Chushuan? However, the music didn't come from the sound system. It came from in front of him. What was going on? Chushuan held Chirp Chirp's hand and walked through the flower aisle. Suddenly, his heart pounded. He had an inexplicable telepathy. He felt that Shaolin seemed to be in front of him. However, when they walked out of the aisle, they still didn't see Lin Yanchen. They only heard the music, but didn't see the sound system or the band. This was the place where they were going to say their wedding vows. There was a curtain of flowers. Where was the music coming from? The guests suddenly opened up a path for him. Chushuan walked over tentatively with Chirp Chirp. He had just reached the front when the curtain of flowers fell. Chu Xuan was shocked. The red roses fell and the petals rose. Lin Yanchen was behind the curtain of flowers. His group of best friends were beside him, each holding an instrument. The band they formed when they were young had reappeared and was playing live. It was still a group of handsome young men in their prime. It was very pleasing to the eye. This time, Lin Yanchen was the lead singer. He stood in the center and smiled at him. He even winked at him slyly. Chu Xuan blushed at his teasing. The band was playing the Beatles' I Want Your Hand. Lin Yanchen looked at him with the accompaniment and sang with deep emotions. He was in high spirits. When I say that something you wanna hold your hand when I say to you, I wanna hold your hand, oh please say that you // LLMY man please say to me that you'll be my man and please say me // LL let hold your hand and please say to me that you'll let me hold your hand. Chu Xuan recovered from his shock. His heart was beating wildly. He couldn't help but recall how he felt every day when they first started dating. His Shaolin could always make his heart beat faster. It was the same now. The people around them were clapping for them. Chu Xuan's face was red. He really didn't know what to do with this guy. Chu Xuan stepped on the roses and walked in front of Lin Yanchen. This was different from the rehearsal. He didn't know what to do. What should he do next? Lin Yanchen was calm and composed. Only his red earlobes showed that he was actually very nervous. Chu Xuan was stared at by Lin Yanchen's spirited eyes. He was so focused that it was as if he was the only one left in the world. He heard Lin Yanchen singing to him. And please say me that you'll let your hand go. Chu Xuan's head was hot. He was obsessed and couldn't help but reach out his hand. Lin Yanchen held his hand, pulled him into his arms, and hugged him. Lin Yanchen asked him, "Do you like it?" Chu Xuan was too embarrassed to look at other people's reactions. He was flustered and said softly, "I like it." Lin Yanchen deliberately mischievously said, "I didn't hear you clearly." Chu Xuan was flustered. He closed his eyes and shouted, "I like it." Lin Yanchen was satisfied. Ha 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 ha. End of text. The author has something to say. Because many people don't like to read the plot of Raising Children, I wrote it before to reconcile various life conflicts. Now the parents' work and life are basically no big problems, so I marked the end of the text. To celebrate the end of the text, leave a message and send 200 small red envelopes. The text is over here. There is still a plot of Raising Children. The twists and turns of Chirp Chirp have to be written. It won't be too long. I have to write about the Godfather, Reincarnation Paradise. I really found my conscience this time and wrote a sweet article. It's really touching. Nutrient solution. Thank you Wei Lika, Han Lu, Fu 2604, 202, 9849, Ji Ri Ji, Rebecca, 241762333, The Pink Momo, The Alien Who Lives in Seclusion on Earth, Mr. 103, and Ruoyu X2 Minds. Thank you Akatsuki for the grenade. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen weren't short of money and didn't want to be in the limelight, so they never thought of grooming their child to be a child star. But Chirp Chirp had acted in a movie once. When he was 2.5 years old. The reason was naturally his godfather, Best Actor Zhan. Speaking of which, Zhan Hongyu was only 26 years old when he won his first Best Actor award. He was a patient person and didn't take on lousy films for the sake of quick cash. After he won the award, he was even more strict with his scripts. When he received a script that was adapted from an online novel, he didn't pay much attention to it at first. But because the cast was good and the director was an old director he had worked with before, he felt that the script was good and that it was a qualified commercial film. He was a strict person and even studied the original work, bought the book, and went to Xinjiang, the website where the novel was first published, to read it. He opened a new world all of a sudden. He digressed. The script that Best Actor Zhan accepted had a small role as the son of the main character. He didn't have much screen time and didn't need any acting skills. He just had to be carried off the set. Coincidentally, this small role's age matched Chirp Chirp's. When he read the script, he immediately thought of Chirp Chirp. Zhan Hongyu went to ask Lin Yanchen if he wanted Chirp Chirp to make a cameo appearance. It wasn't that he wanted Chirp Chirp to debut, but it was quite interesting to have the experience of acting in a movie when he was young. Lin Yanchen felt that it was interesting. So Chirp Chirp was carried off for a long time. The main reason was that the character was very cute. He played the role of a young prince and wore a wig, a small golden crown on his head, and a round-collared golden costume. He was so fair and delicate that he didn't even need to put on makeup. His lips were bright red and he was done with just some lip balm. The tender and cute boy in the camera walked to the main character and said in a childish voice, "Father." He was carried off. Then the director shouted, "Cut." They finished filming. That was all. This was the entirety of little Chuyu's childhood as a small actor. When he grew up, he couldn't remember it at all. But his father found a movie for him to watch and told him that he had acted in a movie when he was young. It was quite magical. Because she looked really cute, Lin Yanchen even took Chirp Chirp to take a set of photos. There weren't many Chirp Chirp scenes, but the few that did were widely circulated on the internet, for no other reason than her beauty. He was a perfect match for the young and beautiful little crown prince's character. Whenever he edited a historical drama or a palace script, his scenes would be used. From time to time, there would be posts on various forums praising the cuteness of this young actor. When he grew up, he would definitely be a beauty. It was a pity that he did not enter the entertainment industry. Only a few people knew the reason. Lin Yanchen had no interest in his son, so why would he enter the entertainment industry? After filming, another half a year had passed. Chirp Chirp turned 3 years old. It was time to go to kindergarten. He couldn't drag this out any longer. Chushuan could not bear to part with him. He felt that Chirp Chirp was shorter and thinner than other children his age. His reactions were slow and he was a little silly. He only knew how to smile whenever he was with him. Chirp Chirp was 3 years old, but she still spoke one word at a time. She could not even speak properly. The reason why Cho was able to look like a normal child was all thanks to the family members who took turns to teach him. Every day, they would teach Cho a few words and phrases, repeatedly and patiently, so that he could barely look like other children. But if they were really together, she seemed to be a little silly. So Chushuan was very worried. In fact, children were the most malicious when they acted up. He still remembered how he was bullied when he was in kindergarten. Some children would blacken his drawings when he was not around, deliberately throw eraser shavings into his lunch soup, and secretly hide his shoes when he was taking a nap. Lin Yanchen was shocked. "Then you remember everything from when you were young? That bad?" Chushuan said, "Why wouldn't I remember? I don't remember anything else, but I always remember these things. You can't blame me for being petty. Children's hearts are very fragile. You must protect them well." Chushuan vaguely remembered that although he was very angry, he was still a little bullied back then and did not dare to tell his parents. There was a little fatty in class who always bullied him. Later, it got worse. One day, he came home dirty. His parents, who were slow, finally found out. His father asked him what was going on. Chushuan then told him everything. His father took him to seek justice and even told him to tell his parents earlier in the future. But it was useless. His parents could not always watch over him in school because he told them that he was bullied even more for a while. Later, he went to a primary school somewhere else. After hearing what Chushuan said, Lin Yanchen touched her nose and said, "I didn't encounter such things when I was young." "Who bullied you?" "I'll help you take revenge." Chushuan said in disdain, "It's a kindergarten matter." "Aren't you childish?" Lin Yanchen was speechless. His wife was so hard to please. Lin Yanchen said, "Maybe I won't be bullied? I was never bullied when I was young. Think about it. I'm Lin Yanchen's son. Would the kindergarten teacher dare to let him be bullied?" Chushuan was suspicious. "TSK, I suddenly feel that you weren't the type to bully others when you were young, right?" Lin Yanchen quickly cried out, "No. You're wrongly accusing me. I'm so righteous. How could that be?" "No, you can ask Laozhan and old Zhua another day. They went to kindergarten with me." Chushuan said, "Why do I feel like you guys are a bully group?" Later, Chushuan thought about it and really went to ask. Zhang Hongyu said to Lin Yanchen, "You were bullied before." "Lin Yanchen?" Zhang Hongyu said a name, but Lin Yanchen couldn't remember it. Zhang Hongyu said, "It's that so-and-so's son. His father was better than your father at that time. I remember that he wanted to beat you up when you played football. In the end, you ran so fast that he couldn't catch up. He fell and injured his knee. After that, he tried a few more times but didn't succeed. He even fought with you before. He was the little bully in class. Lin Yanchen thought it was too funny. Ha ha ha, I remember now. Then I despised him for being childish. I didn't want to be, so I let him be the little bully. Zhang Hongyu said, that's right. He bullied a little girl in class and even said that he wanted Xiaomei to be his girlfriend. Xiaomei was unhappy and started crying. You pulled old Zhua and I to stand up and protect the little girl. Lin Yanchen, ha 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 ha, was I that funny when I was young? Zhu Xuan suddenly asked, that little girl didn't like Lin Yanchen? Lin Yanchen. Zhang Hongyu slapped his thigh. How did you know? Yes, I did. But Brother Chu, don't worry. That little girl confessed to Lin Yanchen, but he didn't accept her. He took her as his little sister. Zhu Xuan asked, did he have a lot of little sisters? Lin Yanchen quickly said, if Lao Zhan didn't mention it, I wouldn't remember at all. No, don't wrongly accuse me. I'm very innocent. Zhu Xuan took the opportunity to ask about Lin Yanchen's first love. His first love was in elementary school. He liked a female teacher in school who was 10 years older than him. Of course, this young relationship didn't end well. Zhu Xuan thought that this little brat had liked someone older than him since he was young, but he definitely couldn't not go to kindergarten. He had to cultivate Bao Bao's social skills. Zhu Xuan knew rationally that he shouldn't spoil his child too much. Keeping Chirp Chirp at home was harming him. At this time, Zhu Xuan sighed. If only Chirp Chirp had a good friend of the same age as him. Lin Yanchen felt the same way. He turned around and scolded his brothers. You bunch of dogs, why don't you get married and have children earlier? If you have children, you can accompany Chirp Chirp to school. His brothers? Zhu Xuan gritted his teeth and sent Chirp Chirp to kindergarten. Chirp Chirp's international kindergarten had a custom-made school uniform. It was a white shirt, dark blue shorts, blue socks, and sneakers. Zhu Xuan was very reluctant. Lin Yanchen comforted him. Look, Chirp Chirp is calmer than you. He doesn't cry at all. Not only did Chirp Chirp not cry, but he also looked around strangely. He looked at the children who came to kindergarten for the first time and didn't want to leave their parents. They were crying their hearts out. Why was he crying, Lubique? Net Lin Yanchen was still happy. As expected of my son. Zhu Xuan, I think Chirp Chirp just didn't react. Zhu Xuan knew his son better. Chirp Chirp stayed in the kindergarten for a long time. No one bullied him. He did whatever the teacher asked him to do. He seemed to be very obedient. The teacher, who was busy dealing with a bunch of little princesses and emperors, thought that he was the most obedient child in the class. Unexpectedly, when the children were taking their afternoon nap, the teacher found that Chirp Chirp wasn't sleeping and was lying down crying. Cho 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 was not the type to howl. He only sobbed softly and wept silently. He didn't know how long he had been crying. The teacher quickly comforted him and asked him why he was crying. She asked if he missed his father or if he was feeling uncomfortable. Because the admission information said that he was in poor health and had asthma, the teacher didn't dare to delay. After half an hour, she called his father and took the child back. Zhu Xuan was already prepared. He said to Lin Yanchen, I knew Chirp Chirp would miss me too much. Lin Yanchen, it could also be that she misses me. They went to the kindergarten to take Chirp Chirp home. Chirp Chirp finally stopped crying. Zhu Xuan wiped his tears and kissed him. Did you miss your father? Chirp Chirp nodded. Zhu Xuan educated him earnestly. But didn't Chirp Chirp say that he wanted to study? It's not good for you to be like this. If you want to study, you have to go to school obediently. Chirp Chirp frowned and asked, take Pang Pang with you. Zhu Xuan, no, you can't bring your dog to school. Chirp Chirp still wanted to bring little Fatty Chu along. He didn't give up and even secretly took his small bag to put little Fatty Chu in. How could it fit? It couldn't even fit little Fatty Chu's head, and it even broke the new school bag. Fortunately, Zhu Xuan was quick-witted. He put Chushuan's little plushie in his little school bag. Chirp Chirp was finally willing to go to kindergarten again. Chushuan felt that there shouldn't be any more problems today. In the end, he was still too optimistic. Chirp Chirp was obedient and didn't cry or make a fuss, but little Fatty Chew was lost. Cho-Cho was originally brought to the small grassland with the other children to play on the slide and the like. A beautiful female teacher came over and asked him, "Chirp Chirp, can we hold hands? I'll bring you over there to play. Look, the other children are playing." Chirp Chirp hugged the puppy plushie, lowered his head, puffed up his little face, and said pitifully, "No." Teacher, he watched the children play at the side, not envious at all. At this time, Chirp Chirp heard a familiar dog bark. He followed the sound and saw little Fatty Chew outside the fence. Little Fatty Chew was covered in mud, but he was very happy to find Chirp Chirp. He wagged his tail and barked. Chirp Chirp trotted over and was very surprised. "Fatty." "Little Fatty Chew, woof woof woof." A child was very surprised and said, "Teacher, there's a big dog." There were also children who were afraid of dogs. When they saw such a big dog barking, they were scared to tears. So on the second day of Chirp Chirp's school, he was dismissed early again. He was severely criticized together with little Fatty Chew. The author has something to say. See you tomorrow. Chirp Chirp's comedy movie was released during the Lunar New Year holidays. It was very popular and broke the record for the Lunar New Year movies. Because it was a family movie, many children were taken to the cinema by their parents. A child from Chirp Chirp's class asked, "The child in the movie looks like you, TSXSW." La Chirp Chirp nodded calmly. "That's me." Wow, Chirp Chirp was in a movie. Chirp Chirp was a little star. In an instant, Chirp Chirp's little image became dazzling in the eyes of the children. How glorious! Chiyu from Meow Meow's class was a little star, and she was different from other ordinary classes. For a period of time, Chiyu's classmates could do whatever they wanted in the kindergarten. Our class has a little star, but does your class have one? Humph. A few years later. Chirp Chirp had been in kindergarten for more than half a year and had almost settled down. After discussing with his parents, Mr. Chew officially proposed to move out with the two children. They would go back to the old place they bought in Y City. It was still in the same city and not far away, only 30 to 40 minutes drive. When they first got married, Mr. Chew had thought about this. The first 3 years were the most difficult to take care of children. After they got through it and started school, the parents would be relaxed and wouldn't need the help of the elderly. Mr. Chew said frankly, "Of course I like Chirp Chirp. I want to take care of Chirp Chirp out of my own will, but I don't want to spend the rest of my life revolving around my grandson. I still have a lot of things to do with your mother. Besides, the fragrance is far away and the smell is near. If we continue to live here, you will start to dislike us for being a hindrance. Distance makes the heart grow fonder." Chirp Chirp was reluctant to leave and looked at his grandfather. "Grandpa, don't, Chirp Chirp." Mr. Chew patted his head. "Grandpa doesn't refuse Chirp Chirp. Grandpa will often come to see Chirp Chirp." Chirp Chirp was very conflicted and was about to cry. If Grandpa left, who would cook at home? Dad's cooking was terrible. Chushuan thought about it. His parents helped to take care of the children because of their friendship. They had been a cook and nanny for 4 years for nothing. What else could he ask for? The day before Mr. Chew left, Chirp Chirp cherished his food, chewing slowly, with a sad face. Mr. Chew asked him, "Chirp Chirp, what's wrong with you today? Grandpa's cooking is delicious?" Cho-Cho shook her head and said solemnly, "Tomorrow, Daddy, cook. F***ck, my cooking is that terrible?" Linear, Chusun comforted Cho-Cho, "Daddy and Daddy are busy with work and may not have time to cook. Daddy will find a professional nutritionist to cook." Chirp Chirp stay Chirp Chirp, Chirp Chirp was. Dad Chirp 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 Dad year Parents day Grandpa Lin did not retire. Instead, he worked even harder. In the past, he was still thinking about raising his son and entrusting Lin Yanchen with important tasks. At that time, Lin Yanchen thought that his wife was dead and devoted himself to work. However, ever since he found his wife and children, Lin Yanchen had let go of all his work and no longer worked hard. Lao Lin would suddenly figure it out one day. Lin Yanchen could do whatever he wanted. If Yin Yan did not intend to inherit the family business and become a major shareholder behind the scenes, it would be good to hire a professional manager to manage the company. He would not have to silently make a fortune in the eye of the storm. However, he was used to this life. Other than working hard, he did not know what else he should do. He would continue to work and retire when he could no longer work. If he was tired, his son and grandson could live more comfortably. The relationship between father and son had eased, but after all, they had not spoken for too many years. It was awkward for the two of them to be together. He would go there 2 or 3 times a month. Most of the time, he would accompany Chirp Chirp to play. Chu Xuan asked Lin Yanchen to talk to his father. This father and son pair looked even more awkward than him and his father. Feelings were born from time to time. After missing for more than 10 years, it was not too late to start making up for it now. Lin Yanchen found an opportunity to have a long and hurried talk with his father. He finally found an opportunity to apologize to his father seriously. When I was young, I was childish and extreme. I even angered Auntie Huang and made you lose face. At that time, I was still complacent. Now that I think about it, I have indeed let you down. Dad, you are not even 50 years old now. You are all alone and lonely. Mom has already passed away for 20 years. This time, if you find another one, I will definitely not disturb you. Lin Xiaoyuan was flattered. He was very touched and then rejected. I am almost an old man. Why would I find a new wife? Lin Yanchen looked at his face. Perhaps because of his pure heart and self-discipline, he took good care of himself. His hair was jet black, even better than his own. His white hair had yet to turn black. His appearance was elegant and handsome, so how could he be called a rotten old man? Lin Yanchen said, you are clearly a handsome uncle, but you have become an old man. A son also told me before that when you went to his company that time, there were even young ladies who took a fancy to you. After you left, they still kept asking around who you were. You are so charming. Lin Xiaoyuan's old face turned red. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Don't talk nonsense. Don't mess around. You child, why are you so naughty? In the past, you didn't allow me to remarry. Now, you don't allow me to be single. I really don't understand you. Young ladies. Let me tell you, many of them are looking forward to the inheritance of the old man when he dies. Lin Yanchen joked, maybe they will give birth to a younger brother than Chirp Chirp. His father was really angry. That's impossible. I got a vasectomy long ago. Lin Yanchen. Huh? After my mother died? Lin Xiaoyuan realized that he had spilled the beans. He calmed down, sighed, and shook his head. Before your mother died, after giving birth to you, you might have had a younger brother, but the pregnancy was unstable and he was gone. After that, your mother's health became worse and worse. The doctor said that it was not good for her to have another child, but we would still get close. Lin Yanchen was shocked. Dad, aren't you too much of a beast? Lin Xiaoyuan silently took the blame. He couldn't say that his wife took the initiative to get close to him. He couldn't control himself, right? At first, her illness wasn't that serious. Later, Ah Ping would occasionally let him be warm and intimate with her with tears in her eyes. This made her feel happier. He said, listen to me. Your mother wanted another child. I didn't want to, so I secretly went for the operation. Your mother never knew. I even lied to her that it was an appendicitis operation. Lin Yanchen, you. Can't you wear a condom? Lao Lin always said embarrassedly, there's always a risk. Lin Xiaoyuan said, I told you before that I thought it through when I was still young. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't made a fuss, I might have been able to make it through. It's unfair to have someone in your heart but to be with someone else. Love isn't the only thing in life. I have work to do every day. It's very fulfilling. How can I be lonely? Anne. He said nostalgically, you scolded me back then. I always remember that you said that I was heartless and ungrateful. You said that your mother would never be happy to see me marry someone else. It was like I was enlightened. That's right. Those people said that she loved me so much that she wouldn't want to see me alone in heaven. It was all my indecisiveness comforting myself. Your mother. She's very petty. As he said this, he laughed from the bottom of his heart. She definitely wouldn't be happy and would scold me. I'm most afraid of her scolding me. I don't want her to ignore me when I go to hell one day. Lin Yanchen was speechless. Later, Lin Yanchen didn't mention this matter again. His father never remarried. He put himself in his shoes and thought about it. After a son passed away, he was also in so much pain that he wanted to die. Moreover, a son was also very petty. Bah, it wasn't easy for a son to come back from the dead. He didn't want to jinx it. They could definitely grow old together. After Lin Xiaoyuan returned home, he reported to his wife, Ah Ping, Yan Yan has really grown up after becoming a father. He even knows how to be considerate of me. He's better than me. He's a good husband and father. He has a good relationship with his son and is also very loving with the son. He must have taken after you. The kindergarten teacher gradually began to sense that something was wrong. The information about Chirp Chirp entering the kindergarten wasn't complete. Chu Xuan had asked Lin Yanchen to only fill in Lin Yanchen's name in the family column, so there was only one name for Lin Yanchen's family, Father Lin Yanchen. The two of them took turns to pick up the child. The teacher saw that Chirp Chirp looked similar to the two men and thought that Chu Xuan was Chirp Chirp's uncle. However, Lin Yanchen and Chu Xuan didn't look like each other at all, so she couldn't tell that they were brothers. Perhaps there was a secret of a wealthy family? An illegitimate child? How could they be so harmonious? Chirp Chirp didn't have a mother. At first, they thought that Chirp Chirp might be the result of an illegitimate child. That was why he was Lin Yanchen's son, but his surname was Chu. Perhaps he took his mother's surname, or perhaps Lin Yanchen didn't want to acknowledge this child. But if that was the case, why would he pick up the child so intimately? It didn't make sense. Then they heard Chirp Chirp calling Lin Yanchen daddy and Chu Xuan daddy. Upon closer inspection, they even saw that they were wearing the same wedding ring. Understood. Gay men getting married. As for how the child came about, there would always be a way if one had money. Surrogacy, it wasn't good to ask. Chirp Chirp's father had a big background, but they didn't expect that the young, handsome, and rich heir of the Lin family would get married and have a child at such a young age. Moreover, his partner was an ordinary-looking man. In spring, the kindergarten was holding a parent-child garden party. The parents had to come over to play games with Bao Bao and participate in the activities. The teacher was troubled. It wasn't that they were discriminating against gay men. Their bank savings might not even be as much as this child's pocket money. They were just afraid that if Chirp Chirp had two fathers, the other children would think that Chirp Chirp's family composition was strange and ostracize him. How could they dare to let President Lin's son be bullied? But it was impossible to guard against it. At this moment, the teacher actually saw a child holding a notice to ask Chirp Chirp. That child was very distressed. Chirp Chirp, do you want your father or your mother to come? Chirp Chirp was stunned. He was also very conflicted. I don't know. Which one? What do you mean which one? Chirp Chirp scratched his head and counted with his fingers. Chirp Chirp, Daddy, 6, Mommy, 2. The child and teacher? Chirp Chirp looked at their blank faces and was also confused. He didn't understand why they didn't understand. He had two fathers, 4 godfathers, and 2 godmothers. That was right. The other children around heard him and gathered around. Wow, Chirp Chirp, how do you have so many fathers and mothers? You're so amazing. Impossible. Chirp Chirp, you're lying. You're a liar. Chirp Chirp puffed up his little face and said angrily, I'm not lying. If you're not lying, then ask your parents to come over. Chirp Chirp went home from school and told his father. Chirp Chirp, don't be a little liar. What should I do? Chirp Chirp's reputation is the most important. Let's go together. Author has something to say. Thanks to Yumira Jiazue, LWH0827X2, a salted fish, white night mud, tree and sugar cube, pink squid, 178684116, 3 points drunken vermilion bird, material mechanics, little rainbow hat, Heojershin, floating catkins, Calvary, Azurite X2, drag racing driver, interesting, Fu Xiaozhu, Yuan Ming, Press Head Squad Captain, Xianxia, Blue Hyacinth, A Piece of Old Biscuit, Adventures of Little Carp, Sand, Cold Dew X2, Thousand Sail Spinning Stars, Bearbow X2. Follow Your Heart, Salad Seaweed, Heavenly Flowers, Radish Meow, Tony, Showers Melon X2, Qingzhou, Akatsuki X2, Marlai, Rebecca, Huai, Xiaoza, The Cat Who Can't Write Comments, Half Sugar Milk Tea, The Universe's Weakest Sufferer, Qian Mo, Adventurous Roses Landmine. Thank you to this lady, Huai for the grenade. Thank you to Akatsuki, Don't Laugh Too Hard, 19394701 for the rocket launcher. Thank you to this Sweet Potato X2 for the deepwater torpedo. Many years later, the kindergarten children still had a deep impression of that year's garden party. Little Chuyu, who claimed that he had 6 fathers and 2 mothers, actually brought a group of fathers and mothers. The scene at that time was magnificent and unforgettable. Not only did he have so many fathers and mothers, but they were all handsome men and beautiful women. That was too much, 6 handsome men in their prime, each with their own merits, and 2 beautiful big sisters standing in a row, chirp chirp in the center position. That lineup, TSK TSK TSK. The children were in an uproar, discussing it among themselves. The teacher was speechless. The teacher never expected such a scene, so she braced herself and went forward. Mr. Lin Yanchen said, Chu Xuan and I are Chirp Chirp's fathers. He also has 4 godfathers and 2 godmothers, so he didn't lie. The teacher's eyes were filled with disbelief. She never thought that Lin Yanchen would make such a big fuss over a small issue. Usually, only one parent would come for a parent-child garden party, and most of the parents were mothers. If both parents came, it meant that the child was valued. Chirp chirp, 8 of them came at once. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that a certain famous movie star, Zhang Hongyu, was also in the party. At first, they didn't even dare to recognize him. Zhang Hongyu didn't wear any of the celebrity 3-piece hat, sunglasses, and mask. He was so calm that it made people suspicious. Maybe he just looked like him? But why did he look like a real person? On the other hand, the children were fearless. They ran up to Chirp Chirp and asked, Chirp Chirp, do you really have so many fathers? That person looks like someone I've seen on TV. Chirp Chirp nodded and admitted, Godfather, actor. Wow. I know it's Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu even squatted down to greet the children, making many girls blush. Later, the girls in the class became even more fond of Chirp Chirp and expressed that they wanted to marry his father. If that didn't work, she could settle for the next best thing, which was to marry Chirp Chirp. If the parents of other children participated in so many activities alone, they would be exhausted and sweaty. If the couple came together, it was still okay. Nowadays, when raising a child, the ones who suffered the most were the parents. Only at Chirp Chirp, there were too many people who came. They even had to fight over who would go to the next event. Old Zhua, you can't be like this. Usually, you would pick up Chirp Chirp to play whenever you're free during the weekends. Why are you snatching it this time? I think Chirp Chirp is happiest with me, right? Chirp Chirp. Was the restaurant that Godfather brought you to last time very delicious? I purposely cleared my schedule, and you want me to just stand by and watch? That's enough, I'm the child's biological father, okay? Seeing this, many children were envious. Some children's parents had received a notice that the kindergarten was too troublesome, and the couple had made excuses for it. There were even some who had quarreled. Even if they came over, they looked impatient and wanted to end it early and go home. A little boy in the same class walked to Chirp Chirp and said enviously, My parents can't come because of work. Your parents are so good to you. Chirp Chirp took his hand and went to find his father. His father didn't come. Godfather, lend one to him, okay? Look, Chirp Chirp was so amazing. His father had so many that he could lend one to other children, ever since the garden party had ended. Chirp Chirp completely established a superior position in the kindergarten. No one dared to bully him. The girls in the class all protected him and wanted to be his godfather's bride. The boys wanted to make friends with him. Maybe he could take them to film a movie and become a small star. The main reason why Qiuqiu was so favored was that her godfathers were still young, unmarried, and childless. Zhang Hongyu and Zhuo Linhui were still golden bachelors. Tan Xiaoming and Aunt Xiaozhen were together. Lu Hao fell ill and was hospitalized for surgery at the end of last year. He took a fancy to the beautiful doctor who treated him. He pursued her for more than half a year before it bore fruit. It was probably Lin Yanquan's happiness in marriage that stimulated them. Those who found partners were also thinking about getting married. At present, Chirp Chirp was the only one who was favored. He didn't have to worry about no one to play with him. This child was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His basic necessities were taken care of by others. It was very likely that he would be pampered. However, he was born a good child. Except for being too introverted and weak, there was nothing wrong with his personality. Chu Xuan was very worried. When he was free, he discussed with Lin Yanquan several times. Have you ever thought about what Chirp Chirp will do when he grows up? As parents, they always had to cultivate their children's ability to live independently. After all, parents' lives were one step faster than their children's. Sooner or later, they would have to let go and let their children walk on their own. Lin Yanquan disagreed. He can do whatever he wants. Chu Xuan saw his careless attitude and became even more anxious. Take it seriously. If you don't worry now, you'll be done for in the future. It doesn't matter. Could it be that Chirp Chirp can be raised like Xianxia? Lin Yanquan thought about it. That would be a bit of a waste. He said, Chirp Chirp's future can't be discussed once or twice. It's not like we're making a blueprint. What we think is one thing, whether he likes it or not is another. Chu Xuan hesitated and said, to be honest, Chirp Chirp's body isn't good. His reactions are slow and he looks stupid. If you let him inherit your family's business in the future, I don't think it'll be possible. The Lin family's assets were indeed like a throne to be inherited. Lin Yanquan was stunned and laughed. I've never thought of letting Chirp Chirp do this. It's because I've done it before that I know how tiring it is. My body hasn't been healthy since I was young. Chirp Chirp can forget about it. I don't have many requirements for him. I just want him to be healthy, grow up safely, have a good character, be an upright person, find something he likes to do and have a goal. No matter what it is, it's good. As long as he doesn't do bad things, I'll support him in whatever he wants to do in the future. This requirement seemed both low and high. Chu Xuan asked, then how does it count as not doing bad things? Lin Yanquan muttered, well, I think Chirp Chirp can do art. He can write, draw, and look at paintings at home. It's good to cultivate his body and mind. We just have to teach him not to be cheated out of big money. Otherwise, with the funds we left for him, he won't be short of money for the rest of his life. Yuwenku. Chu Xuan nodded. 3 years old, 7 years old. He felt that although Chirp Chirp's body was weak, his personality wasn't weak. For example, when his parents moved out, where Chubby Chu was going to live became a problem that needed to be solved. Chubby Chu was raised by Mr. Chu when he was still a puppy. He could be considered half a son. Chubby Chu used to be best friends with Mr. Chu, but Chirp Chirp surpassed him and became Chubby Chu's favorite person. At that time, Mr. Chu couldn't bear to part with Chubby Chu and wanted to take him away. Chirp Chirp, Chubby Chu went to his grandfather and secretly hid him in the closet at night. In the end, Mr. Chu compromised and let Chubby Chu stay. Mr. Chu even thought that Chubby Chu might chase after them. Afterwards, he realized that he was thinking too much. Little Fatty Chu's first love was Chirp Chirp, and he had already fallen in love with someone else. If Chirp Chirp wanted something, he would not compromise. But so far, Chirp Chirp didn't particularly like to do anything. They tried their best to let Chirp Chirp try all kinds of things. Grandma taught him how to draw and Grandpa taught him how to write. He was very serious when he learned, but after completing the tasks given by his grandparents, he didn't take the initiative to do it because he was interested. Lin Yanquan had dabbled in music before, so he didn't need to hire a teacher or go to a training class. He bought all kinds of small instruments, such as a small piano, a small guitar, and so on, for Chirp Chirp to play with. At first, he seemed to be interested in Chirp Chirp. Lin Yanquan sat on a small bench and played the mini piano. He was addicted to it and played a children's song. Chirp Chirp clapped for him. Daddy, you're amazing. Lin Yanquan carried him back and taught him how to play. Chirp Chirp began to yawn. Chirp Chirp, sleep. Lin Yanchen. Later, Lin Yanchen told Chu Xuan about this. I told you it wouldn't work, right? Chirp chirp is up to you. You don't have music cells in your head. Chu Xuan frowned. Are you blaming me? Lin Yanchen hurriedly said, no, no, no. Practicing the piano is so tiring. I don't want it. After that, the husband and wife discussed letting Chocho learn some martial arts. They didn't expect him to be good at fighting, but they hoped that he could practice and see if he could be healthier. It would be better if he could find a few companions to be his friends. On the first day Chirp Chirp went to learn Taekwondo, he called his father to pick him up and go home early. Chirp Chirp said with a straight face, Chirp Chirp, I don't want to learn. Chu Xuan asked him, is it because you're tired? Are you hurt? Is it painful? Chirp Chirp shook his head. No. Chu Xuan asked again, did other children bully you? Chirp Chirp still shook his head. No. Chu Xuan asked, then why? Chirp Chirp wrinkled his little nose and said in disdain, Chirp Chirp, my feet smell. I don't want to learn. Chu Xuan, only now did he realize that this little guy was a neat freak. In fact, many of the children in Chocho's class didn't have a carefree childhood. Their free time was filled with all kinds of cram schools and interest classes. How many parents in the world didn't want their children to be successful? Chu Xuan also realized that Chirp Chirp's personality was actually very firm. At this age, children wanted to make friends. When they heard that other children were going to some interest classes, they also wanted to learn singing and dancing. However, Chirp Chirp didn't know how to do it. He was quite independent and didn't want to play with other children. Chu Xuan had never heard from Chirp Chirp that he especially liked any of his friends. In any case, they were all not as good as Chubby Chu. Then, Chu Xuan began to worry that Chirp Chirp didn't have any friends. He felt that this personality of not liking to make friends might be caused by him. According to Lin Yanchen's personality, he would have made a bunch of friends long ago. When Chirp Chirp was a little older, he went to middle class at the age of 4.5. He still couldn't speak very well. Chu Xuan was really worried sometimes. However, after teaching Chirp Chirp how to learn numbers, he realized that Chirp Chirp wasn't sensitive to words. However, he seemed to have some talent in arithmetic and spatial imagination. When Chirp Chirp was 5 years old, they finally found out what Chirp Chirp was interested in. That autumn, Chirp Chirp went to the Lin family's old house to play. Lao Lin always had the mood to play that day. In the porch, he took out a Torreya wood chessboard and played according to the chessboard. Chirp Chirp looked at it for a while and took the initiative to say, Grandpa, teach me. From then on, it was out of control. He learned the rules and when he got home, he forced his father to play with him. Lin Yanchen was a terrible Go player. Chu Xuan didn't know how to play at all. However, Lin Yanchen felt that he should be able to deal with a little Bao Bao, right? Thus, he became Chirp Chirp's opponent. He didn't expect Chirp Chirp to come home from school every day and pester him to play Go with him. After only 3 months, he couldn't play Chirp Chirp anymore. Chirp Chirp despised him. Now, he was only willing to play with his grandfather. Otherwise, he would watch Go competitions by himself or play Go online. His opponent didn't know that he was actually a little boy who wasn't even 6 years old. Lin Yanchen invited a professional Go player to teach Chirp Chirp. More than a year later, Chirp Chirp participated in the provincial children's Go competition and won the championship. The author has something to say. Don't you think that the name Chiyu sounds like a Go player? Thanks to a mushroom, Yin Ling Xian, AAA, Melancholy European, Cold Dew, Xiong Bao, LWH0827X4, Qingzhou, Ji Ji, Gratitude Update, Little Swallow Fly Off Fly X4, Xiao Xiao, A Thousand Years of Elegance, KTH. X2, Mushi X2 for their landmines. Thanks to Xiao Xiao, Little Swallow Fly Off Fly for their grenades. Ever since Chiyu met Go at the age of 5, he had set his life goal. This was the first time Chu Sun had seen the silly little fellow become obsessed with something. It was as if his obsession was going beyond food. Sometimes, he would even play chess instead of eating. Chirp Chirp won the championship of the children's group in the 1st grade. He was not even 7 years old and seemed to be the youngest champion in the history of the competition. At that time, a professional Go player judge suggested that the child could go to a famous Go dojo to further his studies. There were many professional Go players there, and there were many Go players of the same age. He could compete and train together. He was very talented, and it would be a pity if he did not take advantage of it. The Go dojo was far away in B City, but Lin Yanchen had a place to stay in B City, and the company's headquarters was also in B City. However, Chirp Chirp was still so young. Chushuan could not bear to let Chirp Chirp leave his side. He also could not bear to let Chirp Chirp not go. He discussed with Lin Yanchen that he would transfer his work over when the time came. However, it was not easy to transfer work over. It required time. Before he could settle it, the summer Go camp that year began. Chushuan asked Chirp Chirp if he wanted to go and experience it first. Chirp Chirp nodded without hesitation. Okay. Chushuan felt a little sad. Bow Bow, did he not miss his father at all? He said, you have to go by yourself. Live with Grandpa. Before he could finish, Chirp Chirp sensibly interrupted. I know. Daddy has to work. I understand. Chushuan, Chirp Chirp thought of so many professional Go players, his idols, and so many children. Many small champions from all over the country were playing Go with him. He was very happy. Before Chushuan could finish, he happily went to pack his luggage. Chushuan was depressed. His son was still young and he could not keep him. Chirp Chirp ran out and asked, Daddy, can I bring Pang Pang with me? Chushuan. You have to ask your grandfather. Chirp Chirp happily went to call Grandpa. Of course, Lao Lin would welcome it, but he didn't expect such a big deal to fall from the sky. He couldn't contain his joy. There was a Chirp Chirp room in his house in B City. Sometimes, when Chirp Chirp came to visit his grandfather during the holidays, she could come directly. Chushuan sent the child to the plane. Lin Yanchen comforted him, he will have to go out on his own one day. Chushuan said, he's only 7. He's still young. She added, I wonder if Chirp Chirp will miss us so much that she cries in the middle of the night. Lin Yanchen looked up and saw Chirp Chirp jumping around happily. She didn't even turn her head back. She was afraid that. Did they spoil the child too much? On the first day of the summer camp, Chirp Chirp called his father and excitedly said that he saw his idol today. He even played chess with other children. He won the game and was praised by the teacher. Chushuan sighed. He didn't think that he was the kind of father who only cared about his child, but he really couldn't let it go. Since Chirp Chirp liked it so much, he just let him be. 2 days later, Lao Lin would suddenly call them in the middle of the night and say that Chirp Chirp was crying and couldn't be comforted. Chushuan was very anxious and asked, did someone bully you? Chirp Chirp sniffled and said, Daddy, I miss you so much. Chushuan was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It had been a few days and she finally remembered to miss her father. Chirp Chirp hesitated and asked, Daddy, I'm thinking seriously. If I learn chess here, I won't be able to go to Grandpa's house on weekends. Chushuan, Chirp Chirp sighed faintly and said, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Chushuan laughed and said, where did you learn it from? Chirp Chirp said, on TV. Chirp Chirp missed her father so much that she went home early before the summer camp ended and cried to find her father. Chushuan was still worried because of this. This child is so spoiled. What should we do in the future? There are so many good professional chess players as teachers. It's a pity to miss this opportunity. Lin Yanchen suddenly thought, that's easy. We can invest in a chess training hall in Y City. Eh? Why didn't I think of that before? Chushuan, Chuyu looked soft and soft. Because he was a premature baby, he was always smaller than his peers. Every time Chushuan brought him to a competition, he was almost always the smallest child. Chirp Chirp participated in a national children's chess tournament for the second time and lost in the semifinals. Chushuan was worried when he saw Chirp Chirp's sullen face. He thought that he would throw himself into his arms and cry. Chirp Chirp frowned. When his father touched his head, he came back to his senses and raised his head. Chushuan comforted him, you're still young. That kid is 3 years older than you. Chirp Chirp said coldly, a loss is a loss. I won't use my age as an excuse. Chushuan? Chirp Chirp snorted and held his father's hand. Winning and losing is common. I'm a little man. This is nothing. I'll win next time. Let's go, Daddy. Wow, was he that cool? That proud look of his was so similar to Xiaolin's. Chu Xuan thought for a moment and asked carefully, let's go find your teacher to explain this game to you. Chirp Chirp clenched his little fist. No, I want to think of it myself. Chu Xuan, okay, Chirp Chirp, if I can't think of it, I'll find my teacher. Chu Xuan now had a deeper understanding of this little guy's determination. He was really unique. 2 years ago, before Chocho had learned how to play chess, he had seen a piece of news. The news said that a foreign boy had long hair as a wig and gave it to children who had to shave their hair because of illness. Chocho had seen it and ran to tell his father that he wanted to do the same. Chu Xuan took Chirp Chirp's request seriously, but he didn't agree easily. Boys with long hair might be laughed at by their classmates. Chirp Chirp still wanted to do it. Chu Xuan asked him to think about it for 3 more days. After 3 days, he asked again. Chirp Chirp still had the same idea. He agreed and said seriously, this is your own decision. Since you've decided, you have to do it. You can't give up halfway. Before you complete it, even if you tell Daddy that you want to give up, Daddy won't agree. Chirp Chirp nodded. Okay. The first half of the year was fine. His hair didn't grow too big, but it gradually reached his shoulders and he had to tie it up. Children at this age didn't have a clear gender. Sure enough, a boy in the class asked him why he had long hair like a girl. But by the time Chu Xuan found out, the problem had already been solved. Chu Xuan asked, what did you say? Chocho had a natural look on her face. He directly told her the reason. It was for a sick child. Then a child asked how boys could have long hair. Chirp Chirp asked why not. Who made the rule? Was it the law? Those children were confused by his question. Probably because he was too upright, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he shook the worldview of the children who questioned him. After that, there were even other boys in the class who wanted to have long hair, just like Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp's hair grew longer and longer. After all, he was a boy. No matter how quiet he was, after staying in school for a day and taking an afternoon nap, his hair would become a mess when he woke up. The fathers had to improve their hair combing skills. Chu Xuan had mixed feelings. I didn't expect that my son would have to learn to comb his hair. Lin Yanchen was eager to give it a try. He raised his hand. Then let me comb Chirp Chirp's hair. He also said, I guess this is the only time in my life where I can braid Chirp Chirp's hair. It's so precious. Young Master Lin was surprisingly good at this kind of delicate handiwork. However, he didn't do Chirp Chirp's hair too girly. He did it firmly and beautifully. Chirp Chirp finally didn't have messy hair when he came home from school. Let's go back to the summer vacation of the 1st grade. Chirp Chirp came back from the summer camp and was taught by a professional Go player at home. Because he finished his summer homework early, he still had a lot of free time left. At this time, Chirp Chirp's favorite godfather Tan came to find him. Yes, in Chirp Chirp's heart, Tan Xiaoming was the #1 godfather, and Zhang Hongyu was second. After Tan Xiaoming got married, he was broad-minded and fat. He was in the food and beverage industry and really loved delicious food. He loved to take his son, who was also a foodie, to eat good food. Whenever there was something delicious, he would call Chirp Chirp. When there was a blessing, 2 people would enjoy it more than one. His wife was busy with work and couldn't accompany him to eat everywhere. He didn't only go to high-end restaurants. As long as it was delicious, he would also patronize small restaurants in small alleys. Chirp Chirp didn't mind. Sword comes now, he really liked this fat godfather of his. As soon as he saw Tan Xiaoming come, Chirp Chirp immediately knew that delicious food was calling him again. For this, he was duty-bound. Let's go. Because he had to sit the whole time to play Go, Chu Xuan and the others were worried that Chirp Chirp would not get enough exercise. They asked him to develop other interests, such as horse riding, archery, fencing, football, basketball, and so on. Chirp Chirp was not interested in any of them. He only liked to play Go. Other than that, he only liked to eat. So look. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen worked hard for a while, but they had to give up. However, they could at least let the child exercise occasionally. His father had to set an example. The two of them woke up early every morning. Chirp Chirp would run, play tennis, and badminton. They exercised for at least half an hour every day. Chirp Chirp accompanied them diligently. Later, when he mentioned this to his friend, he said very understandingly, "I have to go to school. When I get home, I have to do my homework and play Go. My father is too lonely and wants me to play with them every day. I have no choice but to accompany them." Tan Xiaoming picked up Chirp Chirp every few days to eat delicious food. If he was in the local area, he would send him back on the same day. If he was not in the local area and had to spend the night in another place, he would bring his tablet along. He could play Go online. The two of them, one old and one young, even had the experience of squatting by the roadside to eat from roadside stalls. Fortunately, Lin Yanchen was also an open-minded parent. Many parents did not allow their children to eat from unhygienic roadside stalls. He thought that since old Tan had tested the poison, anyway. However, Chirp Chirp found that the situation was a little different this time. There were a few more people, including an uncle who was carrying a camera. Chirp Chirp was not shy. He had already filmed a movie. What was there to be afraid of? Chirp Chirp asked his godfather, "Why are there people filming?" Tan Xiaoming told him the truth. "Godfather is doing a food show. It's about us looking for delicious food, eating it, and talking about whether it's delicious, and where it's delicious." Chirp Chirp said, "Oh." He nodded calmly to show that he understood. He asked, "Is it going to be broadcast on TV?" Tan Xiaoming said, "I'm not sure. It might be put on a video website." He had obtained Lin Yanchen and Chushuan's consent in advance. At that time, Lin Yanchen and Chushuan did not expect this show to become popular. The show was called Old Tan Xiaoming and Chirp Chirp's Journey to Good Food. Before he gained weight, he was considered a handsome guy. Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was. And, chirp chirp, chirp. The two of them traveled through the streets and alleys, as well as all the major cities in the country. Tan Xiaoming was like a professional gourmet. Every time he finished eating, he would comment on the texture and taste, which parts of the dish were particularly delicious, and which parts needed improvement, the origin of the dish, its tradition, and so on. As chirp. If they asked him to comment, his language results were not good to begin with. What could he comment on? At most, he would say a few words like delicious, really delicious, and especially delicious. Chirp Chirp always held a big bowl and ate it clean. Tan Xiaoming was amused by Chirp Chirp. It seemed that there was nothing bad in Chirp Chirp's mouth. It was probably because the delicacies that he brought Chirp Chirp to taste were all old restaurants that had been passed down by word of mouth. Basically, Tan Xiaoming would not step on any landmines. There were only a few times when he went to a newly opened shop that was highly touted. He would tactfully say that the quality of the food was not high and the taste was average. Chirp Chirp stuck out her tongue and said bluntly, "I don't want to eat anymore." Chirp Chirp was angry and confused. How could he make the ribs taste so bad? Little Pig died so unjustly. Tan Xiaoming, ha 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 ha. They filmed 5 to 6 episodes one after another. Chirp Chirp had started school. She was only free on weekends. Tan Xiaoming would take her out for a meal. The first few episodes of production were almost done. Tan Xiaoming took the show to attract investors but could not find any advertisers. He and Chirp Chirp were not famous, and it was a theme that had never been popular before. It was obvious that it would not be profitable. Tan Xiaoming was thinking of sponsoring the show himself, but Lu Hao stepped forward and became the sponsor. It was not that he did not have money, but that he did not want anyone to sponsor him. It would seem that his show was lousy if no one sponsored him. Tan Xiaoming felt that it was very interesting. Although the show was not high quality, it was realistic. It made people want to eat when they saw it. Chirp Chirp was so cute, the show was quietly broadcast online and offline. It was broadcast once a week. After the first episode was broadcast, there did not seem to be much of a splash. After all, there was no publicity. But because the theme was novel, there was still a group of viewers who recommended it to their families, classmates, and friends. The popularity of the show skyrocketed on the internet. Before the second episode was broadcast, Chirp Chirp became popular. Chu Xuan did not expect that they would not nurture Chirp Chirp to become a celebrity. He thought that helping Tan Xiaoming to film a TV show would not be a big deal. It did not look like it would become popular. And even if there was a splash, the main character of the show was Tan Xiaoming. Chirp Chirp was just a mascot. He did not expect it to become popular. It was either Tan Xiaoming or Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp had been very troublesome in school these few days. His classmates all came to ask him why he was on the show. His kindergarten classmate said, "You're making a fuss over nothing." Chirp Chirp's godfather is Zhang Hongyu. Have you heard of it? What's the big deal about being on a show? Chiyu has even acted in a movie before. Chirp Chirp, previously, his classmates called him a small celebrity. It was also a bit of a joke. How could he be considered a small celebrity at that time? This time, he really became popular. When the show was broadcast to the fourth episode, the ratings rose step by step. After breaking the record of the highest ratings for a variety show this year, in the past 3 years, and in the past 5 years, not to mention his classmates, even the aunties and uncles he met on the streets recognized him. Food was the most important thing for people. This variety show was suitable for all ages. It was most suitable for the whole family to watch it together. Many parents expressed their gratitude to Chirp Chirp on the internet. They said that their children especially loved watching Chirp Chirp eat. Every day, they would eat while watching Chirp Chirp eat. But there were definitely not only positive comments. Unsurprisingly, there were some negative comments on the internet. What's wrong with his parents? Why did they let a boy have long hair? Isn't this a sissy? How did they educate their child? Won't this cause the child to have a misplaced sense of gender? They just think it's fun and interesting. Isn't it too irresponsible to do this? Look at him eating and snoring. They didn't teach him well. He's not even as good as my child. At this time, the netizens turned into brilliant educators and severely criticized Chuyu's unknown parents. Then, Chirp Chirp's milk powder commercials when he was young, his singing videos that became popular on the internet, and his participation in movies were all dug up by the netizens. The child's parents were scolded even more miserably. Everything became a carefully planned hype. How much love can parents who rack their brains to let their child appear on the show love their child? They just want to nurture their child into a money tree. They even deliberately let a boy have long hair and tie a whip to set up their image. Blinded by greed. Lin Yanchen and Chu Xuan couldn't stand in front of the public to refute. Later, Lin Yanchen scolded old Tan. Don't you think it's your fault? Why did this show become popular? Tan Xiaoming, your son is cute. Is it my fault? Didn't you give birth to him too cute? Chu Xuan, Shualin Hui, Lao Lin, let me tell you. After Chirp Chirp became popular, old Tan and old Lu's business improved. Doesn't Chirp Chirp wear the clothes that I made? There are people selling pirated versions online, so I had no choice but to release the original version that I made. It's selling very well. Didn't Xiao Yu's movie also set a box office record? I think Chirp Chirp is a hit. Our godfathers are all relying on him to become popular. Someone also revealed that Chirp Chirp was learning how to play Go and had even won a Go competition. For a time, many parents signed up their children to learn Go. Lin Yanchen's Go Club, which originally didn't have any intention of making a profit, turned losses into profits. He suddenly had an idea. Why don't I bring Chirp Chirp to fortune-telling one day? Author has something to say. Thank you Abu, LWH0827X2, Cold Dew, Little Rainbow Hat X2, Tree and Candy, Luo E, Mosquito 4321, Gigi X2, Akatsuki X3, This Lady, Huang Daxian Loves to Eat, A Mushroom, Misa Sauce, 7136, Sweet Tongue, Orange and Wine Landmine. Thank you Wu Yue Sang for the Grenade. Thank you 19394701. CI Xian for the rocket launcher. Chirp Chirp wasn't very happy. The fathers didn't need to ask him to know that it was definitely because of the recent news. Their child was too disturbed. Chirp Chirp had been playing chess with a murderous aura these days. Chu Xuan discussed with Lin Yanchen. What should we do? Lin Yanchen, what can we do? I've already asked someone to talk to the news portals. Don't publish news about our child. It's the same as the previous few times. After a long time, the public will forget. Isn't the entertainment industry like this? Speaking of this, it was quite funny. Xianxia said, the internet said that we deliberately created hype for our child, but in the end, he didn't become popular even after several attempts. Chushuan, ha 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 ha. They were parents who were crazy about money and sold their child to earn money. Moreover, their education was extremely poor. However, after being scolded like this, he stupidly stood up and said that his father was actually the CEO of the Lin Corporation, that would only cause a bigger storm. No matter how powerful the Lin family was, there were things that they couldn't control. However, Xianxia felt unhappy about being scolded like this. He asked Tan Xiaoming to post a few videos of Chirp Chirp's daily life. One was when they were on vacation at a manor in England, accompanying Chirp Chirp on horseback. Another was teaching the child to swim in the pool of another Beverly Hills villa. Another was when everyone celebrated his birthday. There weren't many people and the scene wasn't big, but the few people who walked by were all big shots. Chirp Chirp raised his head and called Godfather. Zhang Hongyu appeared. The last video was when Chirp Chirp was playing with Chubby Chew. Xianxia said a few words to him outside the camera, switching to foreign languages and speaking very fluently. Anyway, this was a very, 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 very expensive little Shota. Although his parents didn't appear on camera, would they lack money to give him such a life? As for Sissy, Chirp Chirp explained in the new episode. At that time, he and his godfather were outside, and a strange little boy stared at him and asked curiously, "Are you a boy or a girl?" Chirp Chirp said, "Boys." The little boy said, "Then why do you have long hair? Your hair is so long. It's almost as long as my mother's." Chirp Chirp said frankly, "I grow long hair to give to sick, hairless children." The little boy was shocked and said with admiration, "You're amazing. You're really helpful." Helpful was a word he had learned this week. Chirp Chirp said, "It's nothing." He stared at the Chirp Chirp for a long time before blushing and blurting out, "You're so beautiful." He went back to his table and told his mother that he also wanted to be a helpful child and grow his hair long. His mother said that he was fooling around and didn't allow it. After this scene was edited, the number of comments on Chirp Chirp online gradually decreased. There were a few sporadic comments, but they were all rebutted by others. Things were getting better. But Chirp Chirp was still unhappy. At this time, Chu Xuan asked, "Why are you unhappy?" Chirp Chirp was setting up the chessboard. He knocked down a chess piece and didn't look at his father. His attention was focused on the chess piece. He said, "I should be famous for playing Go well, but they say they like to watch me eat." Chu Xuan, Chirp Chirp said seriously, "I must become the world Go champion." After being promoted to 2nd grade, Chirp Chirp's hair could finally be cut off. After cutting it, he turned back into a short-haired little boy. Xianxia was inexplicably disappointed. He was afraid that the hair braiding technique he had specially learned would not be useful in the future. But even if they tried their best not to let Chirp Chirp appear in front of the camera, there was still a group of fans who couldn't get rid of him. After all, Chirp Chirp's goal was to make a name for himself in Go. They could stop him from doing anything else, but the news coverage of Go competitions was left to the media. But gradually, many of these fans also left, leaving behind some of the more gentle-looking mother fans. There were also some young girls who wrote encouraging letters to Chirp Chirp after he won or lost, and then sent them to the newspaper office to be forwarded to Chirp Chirp. There weren't many letters, but Chirp Chirp was very happy to receive them. He even wrote a reply personally. Chu Xuan was also very happy to see him. Later on, when these young girls came to watch the competition, he would even greet them. There were 2 young girls who had not stopped being fans after several years and were like friends to them. There was one time when a competition ended too late, and Chirp Chirp would use his own pocket money to treat his young female fans to a meal. In 2nd grade, a little homeless man appeared near their school. Some of the students were very scared, and everyone was talking about that dirty boy. He was so skinny, and his eyes were so big. It was very scary. I saw him rummaging through the trash. It was so disgusting. But I saw him carrying a big bag. I thought he was working as a garbage collector. Isn't he a child? Why does he have to work? Some children are very poor. Their families can't afford to go to school. Chuyu, who came from a wealthy family, could not understand what it meant to be poor. How could there be children who did not have a school to go to? He went home and asked his father. His father told him that there were indeed children in the world who did not go to school because their families were poor. Since the child took the initiative to understand, it was time for Chirp Chirp to establish his values. They did not want Chirp Chirp to become a child who did not eat meat. Chirp Chirp read some information about primary schools in the mountains, and his worldview was refreshed. He could not imagine that there would be children studying in such a dilapidated house. They did not even have a desk, and they could not even afford to buy pencils and notebooks for writing. He was not a child who did not have a follow-up after lamenting. He used to feel pity for sick children. He stood his ground against the criticism and kept his long hair for nearly 3 years. Now that he saw that there were children who did not have a school to shelter them from the wind and rain, he wanted to give those children a school. So far, the remuneration from his commercials, movies, variety shows, and the pocket money given by his elders every year, Chirp Chirp had all been saved in his bank account. He took the money he had saved and asked his father if it was enough to build a house for the children. Lin Yanchen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "You want to build a house for the children in the mountains? Dad will pay for it." Chirp Chirp refused. "No, I want to build a house for them. I will pay for it." "Is it not enough?" Lin Yanchen saw that he was serious, so he also took it seriously. He calculated the various expenses for him. It was enough, but it was only enough to build a house. Initial evolution, Chirp Chirp wanted to do it, so he supported Chirp Chirp. He asked his assistant to contact a suitable school and donated a teaching building. He also built a cafeteria and a small playground. After the construction was done, Chushuan took Chirp Chirp to see the teaching building he donated. The author has something to say. Looking for nutrient solution. The article is at least 300,000 words. Friends who did not subscribe to the full text will receive a bottle of nutrient solution. It will be transferred to your account tomorrow or the day after. Can you give it to me? Many a little makes a mickle. Moi, carat 3 carat, writing this chapter today, I feel a little emotional. I remember the days when I used to teach in a primary school in the countryside. There was a retarded child in my class. He was poor and lived in a doghouse. It was very scary. Every day when he came to school, I would wipe his hands and face and cut his nails. I even gave him a small handkerchief, but he lost it after 2 days. Once when he was injured, his father gave him some herbal medicine and I took him to the doctor for a tetanus shot. Last winter, he did not have a cotton-padded jacket. It was Mrs. Vinegar who donated a down jacket for him. I wonder how he is doing this winter. At that time, there was a celebrities fan club, Jay-Z, who donated a batch of daily necessities and school supplies in the name of their idol. They were all young girls in their teens and 20s who were still studying. They stayed up late and did not know that they could contact the school to help, so they moved a truck full of things by themselves. I really admire them. Because of them, I have a good impression of their idol. Little invisible, he is still playing minor roles. He has not made any news, so I will not reveal who he is. Thank you for Cold Dew, Gardenia Oolong Tea, Skyflowers X2, Heojurshan, Xianxia, Purple Cloves, Zhang's Fresh Angel, Ji Ji, a Mushroom, Melancholy European, Chin Shi, Natsuhi's Landmine. Thank you for Akatsuki's Grenade. Thank you for 1939470's Bazooka. The school specially organized a donation ceremony. On the rostrum of the new playground, Chirp Chirp stood in the middle and took photos with the teachers and students of the school. He was so excited that his little face was flushed. After class, the children surrounded him. I know you. I've seen you on TV. You're Chirp Chirp. You're so rich. Chirp Chirp carried his small school bag, which contained his favorite snacks. He took out the snacks and distributed them to the children. The children swarmed forward like ants smelling honey. In an instant, the snacks brought by Chirp Chirp were all divided. Some even fought over them. Some children who did not get snacks still surrounded Chirp Chirp and asked him for more. The scene suddenly became very chaotic. Chirp Chirp was pushed around. The school teacher came over to stop the chaos. However, the zipper of Chirp Chirp's small school bag had been torn. Because they did not know who did it, the teacher apologized to him on behalf of the children. Chirp Chirp said that it was okay. He was not angry. Anyway, he had many small school bags. Besides, he felt that the children did not do it on purpose. The teacher hurriedly reminded the children again, telling them not to push Xianxia, and to be civilized and polite. Chirp Chirp took the initiative to go to the playground to play on the swing. A few children with good grades and more polite children accompanied him. They talked about the lessons, school, and homework. It was inconvenient to carry the school bag. Chirp Chirp took it down and put it on the swing. After playing for a while, the children took him to other places to play. He accidentally forgot to take his school bag. When he came back to look for his school bag, he found that it was gone. The small kettle in the school bag had also disappeared. They went to tell the teachers of the school. After a little search, they still could not find it. The father was a little angry. Chirp Chirp pulled his father's hand and scratched his head. Maybe I put it somewhere else and accidentally forgot. It's okay. Anyway, the school bag is broken. I don't need it. The school people breathed a sigh of relief. It was supposed to be a good day. Unexpectedly, a child stole something. If the other party insisted on justice and searched the whole school, they would not be able to refuse. The building was donated by the other party. Xianxia did not want to make the situation too awkward. He frowned and thought about not bringing Chirp Chirp over in the future. Chirp Chirp was thirsty. But his small kettle was stolen, so he had to go to the snack shop at the school gate to buy drinks. Xianxia took him to buy, and a few children followed. Xianxia took out his small wallet from his pocket and said, "Daddy, I'll pay for it myself." Calm Xianxia. Chirp 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 Chirp's wallet. The small shop in the village was not big. There were 3 shelves, and snacks were placed next to the drinks. It doubled as a chess room business. There were 2 automatic mahjong machines in the room next door. The door was open, and someone was playing mahjong, smoking, and exhaling smoke. The air was very turbid. YQXSW. Wargone of the children directly asked Chirp Chirp, "Can you buy that for me?" Chirp Chirp was confused. "Ah? Why should I buy it for you?" The child seemed to be self-righteous. "I saw it. You have money in your wallet. It's enough to buy it." This was not a matter of whether the money was enough or not. Chirp Chirp said, "But I don't know you." The child said, "Why are you so stingy? They even said that you came to give us things. Aren't you very rich? You won't even buy me a bag of snacks. It's only 1 yuan. You're too stingy." Chirp Chirp said, "Then buy it yourself." The child was about to continue talking when he suddenly felt a chill. He looked up and saw Chirp Chirp's father staring at him fiercely. The children were scared away by Xianxia's glare. Xianxia was usually said to be cold and aloof when Chirp 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 was not friendly at all. He wanted to be kinder to the children, but these children were too uncute. After they left, a young man playing mahjong asked the boss curiously, "Who were those 2 people just now?" That child was wearing branded clothes. Those clothes must be worth a few thousand yuan, and they were given to a child. The boss said, "Don't you watch TV? That child is a small celebrity. His parents are very rich. Those rich people have too much money to spend. They came to donate money to build a new primary school for our village." TSK. The man's eyes flashed. He took the last puff of his cigarette, threw the cigarette butt to the ground, stepped on it, and extinguished it. Xianxia did not accompany them because of work. When Chirp Chirp returned home, he asked Chirp Chirp how he was feeling. Chirp Chirp told him about losing his school bag and said hesitantly, "Some are happy, and some are not. Some children are quite good, and some are not." He sighed deeply. There are all kinds of children in the world. He lowered his head. Right? Chubby chubby. Chubby chubby chubby, woof woof woof. Chubby 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 was now 10 years old. He was not as lively and active as before. He would get tired after playing for a while. However, he still enjoyed accompanying Chirp Chirp every day. Anyway, Chirp Chirp was not a naughty boy. After returning home, he would sit down and play chess. He would lie on the side and watch. He would always fall asleep accidentally. In addition, just like when Chirp Chirp went to kindergarten, he sent Chirp Chirp to school every day. After school, he would also follow others to pick up Chirp Chirp. Today was no exception. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen both had matters to attend to, so they asked Secretary Huai and the bodyguards to help pick up the children. Together with Chu Xuan, they waited at the school gate. Many children knew little Fatty Chu and even greeted him, "Fatty Fatty, are you here to bring Chirp Chirp home again?" Little Fatty Chu barked proudly. Secretary Huai received a work call. At this moment, Chubby Chu seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head and stared at a van not far away in confusion. The van was about to leave. Little Fatty Chu started barking in that direction. Secretary Huai felt strange. Chubby Chu was not such a grumpy dog. He had a very gentle temper. He pulled the leash. This was probably the first time in his life that little Fatty Chu was so fierce. He suddenly broke free from his restraints and chased after the car. Secretary Huai couldn't catch up at all. Secretary Huai finally realized that something was wrong. He took one last look at the car. There was no license plate. He quickly memorized the model, color, and so on. The owner's dog was nowhere to be found, and the owner's son was nowhere to be found. Chirp Chirp was kidnapped. Half an hour later, the police first found Chubby Chu by the river 3 kilometers away. He was lying in a pool of blood and was dying. The author has something to say. This is the last twist. P.S. I realized that I remembered wrongly. The nutrient solution will only be available if the number of words in Chapter 5 reaches 300,000, not the number of words in the full text. Then I don't have it. I can only continue to ask for nutrient solution from everyone. Thank you Huan Huang, Spring Mo Xia Chua, A Mushroom, Han Lu, Bamboo Garden Monk, 22776082, Wenjia, A Bucks 2, LWH0827X2, Little Swallow Fly Off X5, Radish Meow, Leaves, Hope Miracles Landmine. Thank you Huainan Haoyue, Lin Qianshan, Me, Akatsuki's Grenade. Lin Yanchen really couldn't figure it out. In the past, they were very strict with Chirp Chirp. Ever since Chirp Chirp became famous, they even hired a few more bodyguards. The school's security had always been good. This was the first time something had happened. The teacher said that the last time he saw Chirp Chirp was when a child of similar age came to look for Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp said that he knew that child and followed him. It seemed that the child could have run away from home, but Chirp Chirp didn't have a quarrel with his father, so it was impossible for him to run away. And if not, why did Chubby Chu run with a car? Why did he end up in a pool of blood? Anyway, Chubby Chu was first sent to the pet hospital for emergency treatment, and his life was temporarily out of danger. The police found a surveillance camera at the intersection and recorded Chirp Chirp's teacher talking about being with the child. They asked the child's parents to identify and see if there were any clues. Chu Xuan's hands and feet turned cold. He recognized that it was the group of children they donated to the primary school in the mountains half a month ago. He had a deep impression of those children and always remembered them. So Chirp Chirp was kidnapped. The school would guard against strange adults, but not against a clean, neat, and skinny child. Chirp Chirp, who was warned not to go with strangers, also wouldn't. Most likely, this child was just a bait. He regretted agreeing to Chirp Chirp's wish to build a school. He shouldn't have brought Chirp Chirp there. If anything happened to the child, he would never forgive himself. The whole family rushed over. Lin Yanchen's face was like the dark clouds before a storm. Chu Xuan had never seen him so fierce. Lao Lin always knew that if something happened to his grandson, he would be scarier than if something happened to his son. Chu Xuan used to think that he was a kind person with a murderous aura. After he came over, he cooperated with the police and secretly found people to search for him. Lao Lin told Lin Yanchen, "That's why I said not to let Chirp Chirp study in this small place." Lin Yanchen said, "What's the point of saying all this now? Don't I feel bad about losing the child?" Lao Lin was always silent. It was indeed not the time to quarrel. His good grandchild was doing a good deed out of kindness, but she was coveted by others. It would be best if nothing happened to her. If anything happened to Chirp Chirp, he would let those people know what it meant to live a life worse than death. 12 hours after the report. The police caught the kidnapper, but they didn't find the child. The kidnapper said that the child ran away and said that they didn't know. They interrogated him overnight but still couldn't find out the whereabouts of the child. In the morning, Chushuan, who had stayed up all night, received a phone call. Dad. He didn't know if he was shocked or touched, but he quickly asked, "Chirp chirp, where are you?" "Chirp chirp, I'm not too sure." "May I ask, Uncle, where is this place?" "Uncle?" The child was being controlled by a man? Hearing this, Chushuan's heart turned cold. Chirp chirp told him the location and said, "Dad, bring some money when you come over." Chushuan gritted his teeth and asked, "How much money did you bring?" Chirp chirp was still in the hands of the kidnapper? Ransom? It didn't matter how much money it was, as long as the child was safe. Chushuan asked, "Are you feeling well now? Are you hurt anywhere?" Chirp chirp said honestly, "I'm not hurt. I borrowed a yuan from the little brother to make a phone call and return it to him. Just bring my wallet, I'll return it to him myself." Chushuan, what little brother? When Chushuan and the others hurried over to pick up the child, they saw Chirp Chirp and another little boy squatting by the side of the road, eating roasted sweet potatoes. He didn't eat yesterday, and he didn't eat today either. He was staring at his grandma who was selling roasted sweet potatoes. Grandma saw that he was so cute and wanted to give him one for free. Chirp Chirp refused and said, "I don't have money, I'm just looking." Grandma heard his stomach growling and smiled. "It's okay, Grandma will treat you to one." Chirp Chirp thought for a while and said, "Grandma, can you give me your phone number? I'll get my dad to return the money to you when I get home." "Thank you, Grandma." He got a delicious and chubby roasted sweet potato and gave half of it to the little brother who took him in. When Chushuan found him, this was the scene. Suddenly, a bunch of police cars surrounded them. The old grandma who was pushing the cart was scared out of her wits. She was just selling sweet potatoes, there was no need for this, right? Chirp Chirp was stunned. He saw his father get out of the car, holding the sweet potato, stand up, and say to the little brother beside him, "My dad is here." The little brother didn't say anything and ran away. According to the surveillance footage, Xianxia was abducted by a child. He was too suspicious. The police reached out and arrested him. Chirp Chirp was puzzled, "Eh? I haven't returned you the money." The little boy said, "You didn't say the police would come." Chirp Chirp said, "I didn't know." What's with all this mess? Chushuan and Lin Yanchen hurried to see the child. Chirp Chirp was a little dirty, but he was unharmed. They heaved a sigh of relief. They went to the police station to find out what had happened. Chirp Chirp said what he remembered, "That child came to find me and said that it had something to do with school, so I left with him. Just as I walked out, someone hugged me from behind and covered my mouth and nose with a handkerchief. I fell asleep." Chirp Chirp said in confusion, "When I woke up, it was already night time. The little brother cut the rope tied to me and took me away when they weren't paying attention. I stayed at his house for the night. In the morning, he said that he heard that the bad guy had been caught and took me to call my dad." Elegant, right? Chirp Chirp knew this little brother. He sometimes saw this boy carrying a big snakeskin bag and holding a pair of iron pliers, scavenging near their school. Back then, he wanted to build a primary school in the mountains because of this little brother. The policeman asked the boy with a straight face, "What's your name? How old are you?" The boy clenched his fists and said nervously, "Jean Hao. 16 years old." The policeman, "How old are you? Don't lie. There's no point in lying about this. Find a doctor and you'll know." He said, 14. "Call Dr. Zhang over." 12. The policeman asked again, "Why did you take Chiyu away? Chiyu is the child that you took in for the night." He frowned, "I found out that he had been kidnapped, so I saved him." The policeman asked, "Why?" He gritted his teeth. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "It's very pitiful for a child to leave his parents." The policeman finally asked, "Then why did you run away when you saw us?" He pursed his lips and lowered his head, "Don't send me to the orphanage. I can take care of myself." After the children recorded their statements, they were released from the police station. Jean He walked out of the door and saw that the very beautiful little boy had not left yet and was walking towards him. He panicked a little and wanted to avoid him. Chirp Chirp said, "Brother, I'll return you the money." He said, "Oh." He wiped his palms on his pants a few times. After wiping them clean, he stretched out his hand. Chirp Chirp gave him a 100 yuan bill. He frowned, "You only owe me 1 yuan. This is 100 yuan. Didn't you learn mathematics?" Chirp Chirp said, "My father only has 100 yuan. You can keep the rest." He stuffed the money back into Chirp Chirp's hand. "I'm not a beggar." "Then I don't want it. Take the 1 yuan as a gift from me." Chirp Chirp said helplessly, "Didn't you say that you only sold that big stack of cardboard for 50 cents? You'll need half a day to earn that much money. I'll go to the supermarket over there to buy a bottle of water and spread the money." Lin Yanchen followed the two children and watched the whole process. He whispered to Chushuan, "He saved Chirp Chirp. I think we should repay him." Chushuan nodded, "I think so too." Chushuan let Chirp Chirp say it. Chirp Chirp took the little brother's hand, "You saved me. My father said that he wants to invite you to our house for a meal." "Just a meal is okay, right?" Zhang Hao thought for a moment. He still had the nerve to eat a meal. It was his reward for doing a good deed. Chirp Chirp got in the car, smelled himself and said in disgust, "Oh, Dad, I stink. I want to take a bath." Because he fainted early, he did not suffer any grievances. He was not threatened and had already escaped. He was still very happy. Finally, he arrived home. Chirp Chirp said to the little brother, "I'll take you to see little Fatty Chew." Chirp Chirp missed little Fatty Chew very much after not seeing him for a night. As soon as he entered the house, "Fatty Fatty. Fatty Fatty." Unable to find him, Chirp Chirp turned around and saw the complicated expression on his father's face. He still could not understand his father's emotions. He only felt that something was wrong and asked, "Where's Fatty Fatty?" Author has something to say. Tweet, already in V, quite fat, ready to read. Even ghosts find it exciting. Author, kitten doesn't like to meow. A month ago, the worst and least scary haunted house in B City had a new boss. According to the internet, the new boss was called Yu Join. He was beautiful and handsome, and he could catch ghosts in feng shui. He was a professional Taoist master. Later, they saw such content in the little boss's livestream. "This human skin doll is a bit broken. I'll send it to reincarnate when I have time. Leave it at the haunted house to work for me first." The bloody female ghost always sings. "She's too noisy. Leave her at the haunted house to work for me first." Why does this dish fairy have 3 personalities? Don't scare the people of the netherworld. Leave her at the haunted house to work for me first. The visitors, all the malicious ghosts. Yu Join, you're the one who's a malicious ghost. Mangustine's Madness, 1v1, main bottom, daily mischievous Taoist master bottom versus daily cooperative bottom, daily mischievous gentle attack. For the first time in his life, Chiyu cried so miserably. He was slow to feel pain and his reaction wasn't sharp. He never cried when he was sick or injured. When his father told him about Chubby Chew's injury, he held back his tears. When he arrived at the pet hospital and saw Chubby Chew covered in wounds and dying, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Chushuan and Lin Yanchen were both shocked. They quickly comforted him. "Chubby Chew has undergone surgery. Chubby Chew will get better." Chirp Chirp wiped his tears and sobbed, you must save Chubby Chew." His father's heart was broken by his crying. Lin Yanchen comforted him while thinking. Zhang Hao was beside him. When he saw Chirp Chirp crying so miserably, he didn't know what to do. He originally thought that this rich kid was silly and would smile whenever he saw something. He was really an unpredictable kid. Sigh, his crying made people feel bad, but how could he comfort him? It was the first time Chiyu was so willful. He didn't want to leave the pet hospital. If he wanted to stay by Chubby Chew's side, he could even sleep on the floor in the corridor. What could his father do? He asked someone to bring out the resting room and move a bed. He would sleep here with the child today. The doctor also stayed and took turns to check on the condition of the dog. Chirp Chirp stayed by Chubby Chew's side. He cried and cried until he fell asleep. His father carried him to the resting room to sleep. So be it. Chirp Chirp will only be willful once in his life. He will be spoiled. Chubby Chew's life was saved, but his spine was injured and his lower limbs were paralyzed. He was hospitalized for 2 weeks and was brought home. Chirp Chirp was in a bad mood these days. Every day when he returned home, he would accompany Chubby Chew. Xianxia sat beside him and said, "I used to have a dog in my hometown." Chirp Chirp stroked Chubby Chew's head on his lap and asked Xianxia, "What kind of dog?" Xianxia, "A big yellow dog. It's very obedient. After my grandfather passed away, they sent me to the welfare home. I don't know where he is now." Chirp Chirp had recently gained a lot of insight into life. Although he was still in a daze, he finally understood the dangers of the world. He asked, "Where is the Welfare Institute?" Xianxia said, "It's a place where children who don't have parents live. The man and woman who adopted me thought that they couldn't have children, so they adopted me. Not long after, they had their own children. I had to do all kinds of work every day, and they always beat me. When I heard that there was money to be made working outside, I thought, why should I stay there and suffer? I can support myself." This was the first time he had revealed the truth after coming to the Lin family. He had always been unwilling to speak, and he was also a homeless orphan without any documents. His background was completely unknown to everyone. Chirp Chirp felt much better after talking to someone. "You're amazing," Xianxia said, "I've saved up some money. When the time comes, I'll learn some skills like carpentry or cooking. When the time comes, I'll open a shop." He asked, "When will your father let me go?" Chirp Chirp thought about it and felt that the little brother had told him the truth. He wanted to return the favor and said, "I heard my father say that in order to thank you for saving me, and since you're still a child, he wants to find a good home for you and let you have parents." Xianxia lowered his head. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Can you help me tell your father that he doesn't have to worry about me anymore?" Chirp Chirp asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Xianxia didn't speak. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't bear to leave. When he first stepped through the door of the Lin family, he felt as if he had entered another world. He looked at the spotless floor and then looked at his dirty shoes. He didn't even dare to walk on it. He took a bath in the warm and clean bathroom. His messy hair was neatly combed. The uncle who looked very gentle held his hand and cut his fingernails. The uncle also wanted to cut his toenails. He was too embarrassed and ran away to cut his own toenails. His feet were especially ugly. They were big and had many scars. There were also traces of frostbite that would break out every winter. On the first day, the uncle said that it was too late and asked him to stay for the night. The father of the beautiful children spoke very well. He was gentle and kind. He didn't know what was going on, but he stayed. On the second day, the uncle said that Chirp Chirp was very sad and asked him to help comfort him. He saw that the dog was also very sad. Then, it rained for a few days. Unknowingly, the days passed. It dragged on until now. Chirp Chirp suddenly said softly, "Let me ask you." "What?" "I really regret helping those children. I still hope that the bad guy and the children who helped him lie to me and caused Fatty to get sick and injured will suffer retribution. They will suffer double the pain that Fatty is in. Am I very bad? I feel that I've become bad. I'm so scary." Xianxia was silent for a while. He clenched and opened his hands. He wanted to touch Chirp Chirp's hair but didn't dare to. He said, "No, you're not bad. You're the kindest child I've ever met." "That's right. He cries too much." Chirp Chirp had been isolated from the world for a while and didn't go to school. They were afraid that he would be traumatized, so they transferred him to another school and were looking for a new one. There were some rumors on the internet. There was a post that revealed that he was almost kidnapped. The post made it sound very convincing. The passers-by ridiculed his parents for being mentally retarded. They exposed the child too much and put him in danger. The post was quickly deleted. According to the prisoner's confession, he didn't know that this child was a popular child star. He didn't usually watch TV. It was when Chirp Chirp went to a primary school in the mountains that he targeted him. Chirp Chirp didn't expose the school's address on the internet. At that time, he asked his son to ask. Chirp Chirp didn't have his guard up against other children and was asked about everything. He also asked about the usual school and school hours. He watched for half a month and found that the security was at its lowest. He made his move. He was one step behind and all his efforts were in vain. When the police caught him, he beat up his son to vent his anger because Chirp Chirp ran away. The child's face was bruised and swollen. Lin Yanchen wouldn't let go of the person who hurt his precious son. He gave the prisoner the highest sentence. When that person went to prison, there would be many good days ahead of him. Lao Lin always said superstitiously to the child's father, "I found a few masters to tell Chirp Chirp's fortune. You can take a look." They said something like, "Chirp Chirp's fortune is precious, but it's too precious. It's hard for him to bear such a precious aura when he's young. It's easy for him to die young." Tomato Novel Network. Lin Yanchen was skeptical. "You're lying, right? Don't believe these things. Of course they have to say that your grandson is precious." "Dad, when did you believe these things?" Lao Lin always said, "I went anonymously." Lin Yanchen asked, "What else did those masters say? You didn't give them money to do magic, right?" Lao Lin always laughed, "No, the masters said to find a child with a rotten fate and raise him together. His luck will be more stable." Lin Yanchen felt strange. Wasn't he talking about that little tramp? Lin Yanchen and Chu Xuan actually didn't believe in these mysterious things. But it was related to their only son, so they would rather believe it. Chu Xuan heard about Zhang Hao's background from Chirp Chirp. It was quite pitiful. No wonder he had some old wounds on his body. Lin Yanchen told his father about finding a master to tell Chirp Chirp's fortune. "It can't be that the little brat bribed the master, right?" Chu Xuan said, "How is a good boy? Look, he folded the quilt neatly today." Zhang Hao slept in the guest room. He didn't dare to touch anything. Every day, he would wake up early and tidy the quilt and sheets, as if no one had lived here before. He was ready to leave at any time, or rather, be abandoned. The author has something to say. Nutrient solution. Thank you LWH0827X4, Spring Yamo Xiaxia, Soy Sauce Little Rainbow Hat X2, A Mushroom, Baijio, Cold Dew X2, Natsuhi, Little Swallow Flying Off A X2, White 1000 Miles, Gentle Breeze, Mosquito 4321, Missing X2, Big Rabbit with Lop Ears, Shui Shui, Ziyu Ruayu, Radish Meow Landmine. Thank you Akatsuki X3 Grenades. Thank you Goshi 19394701 for the rocket launcher. Chu Xuan came from an ordinary family and was sensitive to matters of wealth. He said, "Even if we really decided to adopt little Hao, it should be because he is a good child." Don't say that again. Don't believe in those so-called masters either. I don't believe in them. I feel that when you went to find him, you already believed in him. Lin Yanchen knew that he almost made Chu Xuan unhappy again, so he quickly agreed and said yes. After all, adopting a child was not as easy as saying a few words. It was also not like raising a kitten or a puppy. Just giving it food to eat, playing with it, and taking care of its health was enough. Children have to be taught, be educated. As they talked, they looked not far away. In the courtyard, two children were fiddling with something on the balcony. Little Fatty Chu was lying in the kennel, looking curiously at his little master. The warm sunlight shone on his body and he yawned. He was sleepy and very comfortable. Little Fatty Chu was indeed a silly dog. At that time, he had just woken up from a coma. When he saw Chirp Chirp with tears in his eyes, he could still feel weak, but he was obviously much happier. After his injuries were almost healed, little Fatty Chu was brought back. Although he was paralyzed, as long as he was by his little master's side, he was still very happy. However, because his lower body could not move, he dragged his two crippled legs and could not run or jump. It was very inconvenient. Recently, little Fatty Chu's status in the family had risen greatly. Not to mention his master, even Big Head, who had always been disdainful of him, was much gentler to him. He no longer beat him, nor did he fight for territory. He was willing to let little Fatty Chu sleep on the sofa. When there was good food, he was willing to take the initiative to share a bite with little Fatty Chu. Little Fatty Chu did not realize it, but Chirp Chirp did not like it. That day, when little Fatty Chu saw him, he dragged his two legs and used his front paws to crawl towards him. He barked happily, wanting to play with him. Little Fatty Chu was clearly happy, but when Chirp Chirp heard him, his tears fell instantly. Chirp Chirp reached out to hug little Fatty Chew. He actually carried him. I couldn't even carry you in the past, Fatty. Don't call me little Fatty Chew in the future. Call me little Skinny Chew. Chirp Chirp asked his father with tears in his eyes, can Chubby Chew's legs be cured? Chu Xuan couldn't bear to see his precious baby crying. He shook his head sadly. Chirp Chirp had been holding back his tears, but when he heard his father's words, it was as if the floodgates had been opened. He grabbed his father's clothes and sobbed, find a doctor for Pang Pang. Find the best doctor. Can't he be cured? Chu Xuan said, there's no such doctor in the world. Some diseases are incurable. After being taught a lesson about Chirp Chirp, he began to have a complete understanding of life and death. There are some things in the world that you can't change no matter how sad you are or how hard you work. Chirp Chirp even wanted to change his mind and stop playing Go. He wanted to study medicine and cure Chubby Chew's leg. His father didn't stop him from wanting to be a doctor, but there was one thing he had to remind him. A dog's lifespan was only 10 years. By the time he finished studying medicine, Chubby Chew would have died of old age. Chirp Chirp didn't give up. He saw that people who couldn't walk could use crutches and wheelchairs. Then, could he make a walking assistance device for Chubby Chew? Chirp Chirp didn't need his father's help, but his brother could help him. They drew several sketches, discussed and modified it, and studied it repeatedly. Finally, they finalized a plan. Using the materials at home, Chirp Chirp dismantled his baby walker and used a wheeled foot that could be turned. The two of them hammered and hammered for more than a month before it was finally done. Most of the work was done by his brother. He had worked since he was a child and had to do everything by himself when he was homeless. His manual skills were much better than Chirp Chirp's. This device was like a small car with a coarse cloth rope tied around Chubby Chew's body. His lower body could be placed on the car, and there were wheels under the car. He only needed to use his forelimbs to turn and climb. Although he couldn't run as fast as when he still had his hind legs, it was much better than dragging his hind legs. Chubby Chew liked it very much. After putting it on, he could run faster. The disadvantage was that it was a little heavy. If the road was uneven or there were steps, it was easy to overturn. After putting it on for the first time, Chubby Chew happily ran in circles in the yard and was much more flexible. Chubby Chew ran back breathlessly and wanted to Chirp Chirp like before. He jumped but couldn't jump up. It was as if he just remembered that he was now a paralyzed dog. However, he wasn't sad. He rubbed against Chirp Chirp's leg and held, as if saying thank you Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp held back his tears. Chubby Chew couldn't jump up, so he squatted down and hugged Chubby Chew. He stroked his head and neck and said, "Are you happy? Chubby, you're super cool now." Chubby Chew licked his face. Woof 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 woof. He wanted to wag his tail, but he couldn't wag it now. After dinner, Chu Xuan called Xianxia to the study. The atmosphere was very serious. Xianxia didn't know what to do. Chu Xuan asked him to sit on the sofa. He sat up cautiously and was flustered. Chu Xuan said, "Xiao, we originally wanted to find a new family for you to take care of you, but we haven't found one yet." Xianxia found it hard to describe his feelings. It was expected. He had thought about it a long time ago, but when it came to it, he still felt very sad. He had stayed here for too long. He had clearly reminded himself that all of this wasn't his, but he still got greedy. Chu Xuan continued, "You're a good child." Xianxia replied with an mm. He had already packed his luggage. We also asked Chirp Chirp. I once asked him if he wanted a brother, and he said he wanted a big brother. I don't think you hate Chirp Chirp. Are you willing to be his brother? Xianxia was stunned. He didn't understand what this meant and said, "I'll be Chirp Chirp's brother?" Chu Xuan nodded. "Are you willing to live with us?" Xianxia seemed to be stiff all over. He couldn't speak or react. He wanted to say yes, but he didn't dare to. When his uncles and aunties first brought him home, they were also very good to him. The worst thing was not waiting in the orphanage, but being happy for nothing. He was afraid that this was another dream. Chu Xuan asked, "Do you not trust your uncle?" Xianxia quickly shook his head. Chu Xuan asked, "Then do you want to be our child?" Xianxia hesitated and nodded. His uncles went through the adoption procedures and officially adopted him as their son. His uncle was very good to him. He even hired tutors for him. Xianxia's foundation was too weak. Even Chirp Chirp could teach him how to solve problems. He really cherished this rare learning opportunity. After 2 months of tutoring, the new semester started. He entered the 5th grade of Chirp Chirp's primary school. On the first day of school, he was very nervous. Chirp Chirp calmly said to him, "Brother, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." 156N. Net Xianxia was speechless. His uncle asked me to protect you from being bullied at school. A few days later, Xuan asked him, "How is Chirp Chirp at school? Does anyone bully him?" Speaking of this, Xianxia was also a little confused. "No. But I saw Chirp Chirp instructing other children." Xuan? Should he say that he was indeed Shaolin's son? After Chirp Chirp pondered for a while, he realized that he still liked Go the most. He couldn't give up and continued to study Go. The family of 4, plus a cat and a dog, lived an ordinary and lively life. When Xianxia was first in the 1st grade, Qiyu was in the 5th grade. One day, Chirp Chirp suddenly threw a tantrum and refused to go to school. He even played truant and went home. Xuan was shocked and almost thought that the child was kidnapped again. Xuan was very angry. How old was Chirp Chirp? His rebellious period came too quickly, didn't it? He looked so young, but he was so bold. He actually dared to play truant. He pulled Chirp Chirp over and prepared to teach him a lesson. He put on a serious face and asked him why he was playing truant. This time, he had to be ruthless and teach this little bastard a lesson. If someone bullied him at school, he would tell them and his father would solve it. But he felt that this kind of situation wouldn't happen. Children at this age would start to be annoying. Xuan originally thought that Chirp Chirp might be an exception, but it turned out that there were quite a few situations. Xuan complained to Lin Yanchen, "He must have learned from you." "Lin Yanchen, don't accuse me. I only started to play truant when I was in university." Xuan asked for a long time before he finally pried open the little guy's mouth. Chirp Chirp lowered his head and said, "Chubby Chew has been getting weaker and weaker recently. The day before yesterday, when I was playing at school, Chubby Chew died at home. I only found out when I got home. How pitiful. I want to be by Chubby's side." Chirp Chirp's father understood that he was worried about Chubby Boy. But he still had to go to school. What should he do? Chirp Chirp begged his father, "Can I go to school then? Chubby Boy is so pitiful." His father couldn't bear it, but it was unrealistic to take a leave of absence for this. In the end, Mr. Chew heard about it and thought of a way to move him over. During the day, when Chirp Chirp went to school, he stayed at home with Chubby Boy. If anything happened, he would call the school and inform Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp's original intention was not to skip school, so he naturally agreed to his grandfather's suggestion. Speaking of which, Chubby Boy was first brought back by Mr. Chew. Mr. Chew saved many photos of Chubby Boy when he was a puppy. He took them out and showed them to Chirp Chirp. He said with nostalgia, "At that time, he was only a little more than a week old. I went to pick a puppy from the litter. He was very close to me and even took the initiative to lick my hand. Look, isn't he very cute?" Chirp Chirp said. He was lying in the kennel. Mr. Chew said, "Yes, he didn't know how to walk at that time. I waited for almost 2 months before I took him home. I should have waited a little longer, but his mother's owner asked me to take him away quickly. He was the fattest puppy in the litter, and he ate a lot." Ha ha ha. Chirp Chirp also laughed, but he couldn't laugh anymore. He sighed and said, "Chubby Boy was lying down and didn't walk at that time. It's still the same now. Life has circled around, but it's still the same posture. He was just a child." It was a little funny and sad for him to say such old-fashioned words. Chubby Boy was already 14 years old this year. Even if he was not injured, he was still an old dog. His hair became dull, his eyes became dull, his appetite became poor, he ate less, and he was not active. The thing he did most of the day was sleep. Even breathing when he slept sounded difficult, making people worry that he would take his last breath at any time. He was old and not as good-looking as before. Chirp Chirp would still caress him every day and praise him, "Fatty, you look so good." Little Fatty Chew had become very clingy. Although he had always been a clingy dog, he had been especially clingy recently. As soon as he woke up, he would look for someone. It would be best if it was Chirp Chirp or someone else. He wanted someone to accompany him, or else he would cry pitifully. He didn't know if it was because Big Head couldn't stand how annoying he was, but now he was always accompanying him. Big Head was also an old cat now, but he was much healthier than Little Fatty Chew. He had no illness or pain, so he should still have a few more years to live. With the company of this old friend, Little Fatty Chew would feel a little more at ease. Moreover, his old master had come to accompany him. Chubby Chew finally remembered that he used to be very close with Mr. Chew, but he liked Chirp Chirp more. He had watched Chirp Chirp grow up from a cub. Chirp Chirp. Now, the first thing she did when she returned home was to see Little Fatty Chew. She was restless in school because she was too worried about Chubby Chew. When he returned home one day, he saw his grandfather sitting on the tatami by the window. Little Fatty Chew rested his head on his grandfather's lap. When Chirp Chirp approached, Little Fatty Chew reacted and dragged his wheelchair to Chirp Chirp's side. He couldn't run now, and the sound of the wheels rolling had become dull. Chirp Chirp was a little jealous and squatted down to touch him. "With Grandpa here, you didn't even come to greet me after school." In the past, when he walked to the door and opened it, Chubby Chew would be waiting there to welcome him. Mr. Chew said, "No, he likes you the most. He didn't even bother to move when he saw me, but I walked over here." Little Fatty's ears are not good now, so he didn't hear you coming back. "Didn't he only notice you when you came closer?" Little Fatty Chew didn't have much strength, so he could only send himself into Chirp Chirp's arms. Chirp Chirp threw down his school bag, sat on the ground, and hugged Chubby Chew. Chirp Chirp stroked Little Fatty Chew. Little Fatty Chew closed his eyes to rest. His chest rose and fell intermittently, and he trembled. He was suffering a great deal of pain. Chirp Chirp said worriedly, "Chubby Chew is very uncomfortable." "Grandpa, is he sick? Let's take him to see a doctor." Mr. Chew sat down beside him and said, "Grandpa has seen a doctor." He looked out the window and saw that it was raining. He continued, "Because Chubby Chew was injured, when it rains, the injured part will feel uncomfortable. There's no other way. You can touch him." Chirp Chirp now placed Little Fatty Chew's kennel in his room and let Little Fatty Chew sleep by his bed every day. Because Little Fatty Chew's lower limbs were paralyzed, he couldn't control himself from peeing. Chirp Chirp didn't dislike him. Even if he was woken up by the smell in the middle of the night, he would only get up with a yawn and personally wipe Little Fatty Chew. He even knew how to use the dog's diaper skillfully. On an autumn morning, around 5 o'clock, Chirp Chirp was woken up by the sound of cats. It was still dark outside. He turned on the bedside lamp and rubbed his eyes. Big Head stood beside Little Fatty Chew. He raised his head and called out to Chirp Chirp twice, then lowered his head and rubbed Little Fatty Chew's head. Chirp Chirp felt like a basin of cold water was poured over his head. He instantly woke up. He saw Little Fatty Chew lying on his side in the kennel, motionless. Chirp Chirp got off the bed and knelt beside Little Fatty Chew. He reached out his hand to touch him, but he didn't dare. He held his breath to listen, but he couldn't hear Little Fatty Chew's breathing. He took a deep breath. Just as his hand was about to touch Little Fatty Chew, he saw Little Fatty Chew's ears move. Little Fatty Chew suddenly gasped and woke up. He weakly opened his eyes and looked at his little master. His eyes were confused, and his throat let out a soft and sad moan. "The point guard is here." Chirp Chirp gently stroked him. Little Fatty Chew licked his finger and rubbed it. Chirp Chirp hugged him and used the most comfortable position for Little Fatty Chew to scratch his head and ears. He then put his face on the dog's body. Chirp Chirp probably realized that the moment was coming. He said softly, "Sleep, Fatty. I'm here with you." He heard Little Fatty Chew's breathing become weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. Little Fatty Chew was dead. For a pet, this might be a good ending. But for Chirp Chirp, Fatty Chew should be his family. Little Fatty Chew experienced the first separation of life and death in his life. He became a lot calmer overnight. Originally, the fathers were prepared to cry nonstop when little Fatty Chew passed away. In the end, Chirp Chirp didn't cry. One morning, when he woke up, he found Chirp Chirp's room light on. He walked over to take a look. Chirp Chirp was combing little Fatty Chew's hair. Xianxia asked, "You woke up so early to play with little Fatty Chew?" Chirp Chirp suddenly said, "Fatty Chew passed away. I want to make him more beautiful." Xianxia, Chirp Chirp became unusually sensible and obedient. He freed up a lot of time and silently devoted himself to his hobby of Go. He was no longer the child who would come home from school with a big bowl of rice at the dining table and talk to his father with a smile. He was no longer the child who couldn't wait to tell his father every interesting bug he saw on the side of the road. Now, she was chatting more with her brother and discussing her homework. Little Fatty Chew was buried in the backyard, under a camphor tree. But since the burial, Chirp Chirp didn't go to the corner where Fatty was buried. He usually lived his life as usual, as if nothing had happened. But occasionally, when he came home from school, he would subconsciously walk straight to the corner of the house and see that it was empty. Only then would he realize that Fatty Chew was no longer there. Even the kennel that had been there all year round had long been put away. He was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and walked away as if nothing had happened. Chusun was very worried. Could it be that he has a psychological shadow? Sigh. But Lin Yanchen said, on the contrary, I think he is a very strong child. Winter vacation. The fathers took the children out to relax. It was also a good season to see the aurora. This time, they went to a small town in Canada in the far north. Compared to the Meng Lian Lake that the fathers had been to before, the probability of seeing the aurora here was higher. They saw the aurora the day after they arrived. The family of 4 sat in a cabin specially built for travelers in the polar region, drinking hot drinks, eating snacks, and watching the aurora. The gorgeous band of light draped over the river of stars. Lin Yanchen held Xianxia's hand. The two of them were close together, with a child on each side. Lin Yanchen hugged Chirp Chirp's shoulder and said, "Chirp Chirp, look, Fatty Chew isn't actually dead. He turned into the stars in the sky to protect you." Chirp Chirp said in disdain, "Dad, don't say such things. Are you lying to a child? I know that Fatty Chew is dead. You might as well say that Fatty Chew can't bear to part with me and will be my puppy in his next life. But I know that those are all fake. Life has an end. It's useless to be sad." Sigh. He raised his head and looked at the deep starry sky. He held his face that was red from the cold wind and said sadly, "My life also has an end." Father and brother, Xianxia said, "Chirp Chirp, do you know why you can see starlight?" Chirp Chirp shook his head. "I don't know." Xianxia said gently, "Look at that star. Isn't it especially bright? Maybe it's a collapsed star that's very, very far away from us. Didn't you learn about the propagation of light? After it exploded, the light that burst out traveled a long distance. Maybe it was 1,000 years, maybe 100 million years, maybe 10 billion years, and finally reached here and reflected in your eyes. I think, can this be counted as him existing for that long?" Little Hao was confused by his words and asked, "Then are we looking at the past or the present?" Chirp Chirp said, "Both." He said again, "Dad, I'm already 11 years old. Don't call me Chirp Chirp. What does it look like? It's too childish." Xianxia, he turned to look at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen stuck his tongue out at him. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yanchen took advantage of the fact that the children weren't paying attention and quickly kissed him. A child's life should be lived by himself. In the vast universe, every life was a 1 in a trillion miracle. But the most amazing miracle in the universe might not be these different life forms, or a beautiful planet or a beam of light. It was every moment in time, right here and now. Everyone was born a lonely individual. Every meeting in the world was a miracle. Parents were 1 step early, and children were 1 step late. It was also a miracle to meet a loved one in this life. There would be pain, sadness, and annoyance, but there would also be joy, laughter, and happiness. All these moments when they were together were incomparable treasures. End of article. The author has something to say. The story of Xianxia's family is almost over. Next, I'll write about Godfather and the others. I wrote this paragraph based on my impression. I probably saw it in a BBC astrology film. The original words are much better than mine. I only remember a vague idea. Chushuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He covered his mouth and said, "Kiss my head and brush your teeth." Lin Yanchen kissed his palm and Chushuan let go of him. Lin Yanchen was still very sleepy. His hair was like a chicken's nest, and he put on a silly smile. He was really carefree. Chushuan felt that his heart was lit up by his smile. Lin Yanchen obediently went to take a bath. He only had a bath towel wrapped around his waist and came out dripping wet. He looked at Lin Yanchen eagerly and said so earnestly, "Can you dry my hair?" He looked like a shameless young boyfriend. Chushuan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But he thought about it. He was here to enjoy this kind of love game. He agreed awkwardly, "Okay, sit down." He took a dry towel and dried Xiaolin's hair. He dried it halfway and then blew it dry. He said, "Are you the reincarnation of a hedgehog? Your hair is so hard. It's prickly." Lin Yanchen talked back to him, "Your hair is very soft. Your hair elsewhere is also soft. It's very nice to touch." Chushuan blushed and felt helpless. He became angry. "Can you speak more civilly?" Lin Yanchen said righteously, "What's wrong with that? When was my choice of words not civilly enough? With our current relationship, we should speak more intimately." Chushuan asked, "What kind of relationship do we have?" Lin Yanchen said, "I know your depth and you know my strengths and weaknesses. What's there to be shy about?" Chushuan glared at him and scolded him, "You really act like you grew up abroad. You dare to say anything." Chushuan was right. Lin Yanchen did grow up abroad. His startup company was also set up abroad. In fact, it was doing very well. But because it was in a different field from Chushuan and in different countries, Chushuan didn't know. Lin Yanchen told him the truth and applauded him, "You guessed it." Chushuan did not believe the words of this oily brat. If that was the case, why would he be reduced to selling his body? Lin Yanchen asked him, "Can I kiss you? If you stare at me like that, I'll want to kiss you again." Chushuan pressed down on his big head. "No, your hair is not dry yet." Lin Yanchen said, "Hair has nothing to do with kissing." Accompanied by the sound of the hairdryer, Lin Yanchen said reasonably, "Sometimes I feel like you're very conservative, but if you were, I wouldn't be here right now. I think you like me. Otherwise, why would a charming person like you spend money on me when you can bring a few handsome guys home from the bar? Anyway, I think I like you." At the very least, he liked it physically. He really thought highly of him. Chushuan was embarrassed to say that he had not had any suitors since he was 30 years old. He had been someone's spare tire for more than 10 years. He felt that he should be more open. Xiaolin's approach was not wrong. If he did not enjoy himself when he was young and beautiful, would he regret it when he was old? He was determined to get rid of this idea, but sometimes he was still influenced by his old thinking. Chushuan dried Lin Yanchen's hair and suddenly lowered his head to kiss him. Lin Yanchen was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. He rushed over and hugged him. He kissed his lips, cheeks, and nose. He kissed him randomly without any sexual feelings. The sweetness poured out like an overturned honey pot. Chushuan was stunned by his kiss. His face was covered in saliva. "Why do you like kissing like this so much?" Lin Yanchen smiled and said, "I like kissing like this." Chushuan patted his head and asked, "Is it really a small dog?" "No, it's a big dog." Lin Yanchen held his hands with both hands. He smiled and tilted his head. "Woof, woof." Chushuan could not help but laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha." After laughing, he said to him, okay, let's not play anymore. Hurry up and put on your clothes." Lin Yanchen said, "You dried my hair, so I want to repay you." "Repay what? What was that?" Chushuan wanted to touch his waist. He really wanted to abstain for 2 days. His but could not take it. He asked with lingering fear, "What? Tell me first." Lin Yanchen looked like he wanted to give him a surprise. "I'll take you there after I change." Lin Yanchen changed into casual clothes. He held Chushuan's hand and happily went out. There was another luxury car waiting outside. Chushuan, you rented the car in advance? Lin Yanchen nodded. Yes. Actually, another car came out of the garage. They went straight to the airport. Chushuan asked him, don't keep me in suspense. Why are you taking me to the airport? Lin Yanchen revealed the answer. You said you want to go to Las Vegas, so I'm taking you there now. Chushuan was stunned for a moment. He was a little angry and a little amused. You booked the plane tickets? What's there to keep me in suspense? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't even bring any luggage. Lin Yanchen said, isn't it fine as long as you bring all your documents and money? I hate to bring a big suitcase when I go out to play. Chusun was actually hit by his fallacious reasoning. What he said really made sense. Very good, very good. He would just treat it as if he had stuffed his past self into the old suitcase and left it in the old place. He would only bring his new self to a new place with this brand new young and handsome boy and live a carefree and happy life. Lin Yanchen added, I just happened to contact a private jet that was supposed to fly to Las Vegas today at a cheaper price. It can give us a ride. So lucky? Chushuan was quite happy. He was about to die, but his luck was getting better. He didn't expect it to be a good plane. It would be good if he could get to the destination a few days earlier. He didn't have that much time in his life to wait. He took the special passage and boarded the private jet. The interior of the private jet was dazzling. Chushuan was shocked. How did you contact them? Lin Yanchen coaxed him. I have a lot of connections, and we're lucky. Chushuan was puzzled. Xiao Lin was a little too resourceful. However, he was about to die. Why should he care so much? It was his fortune that Xiao Lin could take him to see things he had never seen before. It was his first time on a private jet. He sat down carefully, afraid of dirtying the place. Lin Yanchen pulled him up. Why are you sitting here? I'll take you to see the other rooms. Chushuan asked excitedly, can I see them? Lin Yanchen said, of course you can. This was his own plane. Why couldn't he? The interior of the plane was like a small apartment. There was a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. The decoration was luxurious and the furnishings were expensive. Chushuan opened his eyes and asked, Can I go to the captain's room to take a look? Just one look. I promise I'll watch from afar. I won't disturb the plane's normal operation. Lin Yanchen actually wanted to agree directly, but that would expose his authority. He pretended to ask the service staff and then told Chushuan that he could. Chushuan was led to the captain's room excitedly. He looked at the door. The pilot was a man in his 30s. He wasn't as handsome as Xiao Lin, but he was wearing a uniform and headset. His back was straight, and his gaze was firm. He had a unique charm. Chushuan's eyes lit up. He accidentally blurted out, so handsome. Lin Yanchen didn't expect this development. His heart skipped a beat. He half-hugged him and pulled him out. You've seen it. You can't look anymore. We can't disturb their work. Let's go back. Okay. Chushuan said so, but his eyes were reluctant to leave. He looked back reluctantly. Lin Yanchen regretted it. He really dug a hole for himself. Chushuan was led back to the bedroom. There was a big bed. Lin Yanchen hugged him from behind and kissed him on the back of his neck. We'll be flying for more than 10 hours. Why don't we sleep for a while? A foreign politician said this after he was blackmailed by Cactus Jump, who would really love a man like me. I can only hope to buy love with money. Chusun had the same feeling. At this point, it was already good to be able to buy a fake love with money. He didn't have time. People had to learn to be content. Chushuan remembered that on this day last year, he asked Ji Tianzi out for a meal. He didn't want to do anything else. He just wanted Ji Tianzi to accompany him for an hour as a friend and give him a smile. Ji Tianzi didn't come. He called and asked. Ji Tianzi said casually, I accidentally forgot. Sorry, my girlfriend wants me to go shopping with her. Let's meet another day. Chushuan said, today is my birthday. Ji Tianzi said, I'll give you a gift. You're already so old. Why are you still like a child and care so much about your birthday? Yes, no one cared about his birthday, so he shouldn't care about it. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Xiaolin didn't show his professionalism this time. Not only did he not smile, he even looked apologetic. Today is your birthday? Yes. Before he could say anything, Chu Xuan stopped him with a smile. Hey, hey. Today is my big day. I don't want to hear apologies. I want to hear congratulations. A smile appeared on Lin Yanchen's face. What gift do you want? He had asked a female companion before. She gave him perfume, jewelry, and beautiful clothes. They were the latest season and had to be expensive. You're the birthday gift I bought for myself. It was the first time in my life that I spent so much money on my birthday. Chu Xuan looked at him and shook his head. He lowered his head to eat the cake and commented, the cream is a little too thick. Lin Yanchen suddenly understood why he was so obsessed at that time. Chu Xuan was similar to him. He was lonely and needed someone to accompany him. After his mother passed away, his father was busy with work. Although he didn't forget his birthday, he couldn't come back to accompany him and compensate him with a sum of money. He could buy any gift he liked. When he was a child, his birthday was more important than the sky. After being disappointed, he no longer looked forward to it. He could even be praised as sensible. Lin Yanchen asked, then I'll call you a son from now on. Chu Xuan just raised his head when a soft kiss landed on his lips. He saw Xiaolin's burning gaze and said to him, a son, happy birthday. Chu Xuan's face was hot. This kid's acting was really good. Night fell. By the time he realized it, snow had already covered the treetops. Chu Xuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked into the distance in the warm room. It was really a cold winter. The doorbell rang. Xiaolin went to open the door. After a while, he returned to his side with a box of roses in his hand. Chu Xuan laughed at him. So old-fashioned. But it was the first time he received such an old-fashioned gift. He thought of himself and said, I don't understand why you give flowers. They'll wither sooner or later. If you give it to someone, no matter how much effort you put into it, you'll have to watch it rot before throwing it into the trash. Lin Yanchen passed the box to him and said, it won't wither. It's an everlasting flower. Chu Xuan looked carefully. It really was. Awkward. Lin Yanchen kissed him on the lips. Sometimes your mouth is really bad. Chu Xuan did as he said and said with a straight face, I like sleeping with you, but I don't like you kissing me. In the future, without my permission, you're not allowed to kiss me. Swords come. After saying that, he left. Lin Yanchen felt distressed. He had never met such a strange person. If you think he's loose, he'll be abstinent. If you think he's passionate, he'll turn cold. If you think he's frank, he'll immediately run away. He was neither friendly nor distant, making people unable to grasp him. Lin Yanchen's personality was focused and stubborn. When he was studying, he could be obsessed with solving a difficult problem for weeks. When he was working, he could work on a project for days and nights without sleep. He was now very interested in Chu Xuan. He wanted to understand this person. Lin Yanchen eagerly chased after him and pretended to be pitiful. I just want you to praise me. Since you said you're not allowed to kiss me, then I'll try my best to resist. I just think you're cute and can't help it. Chu Xuan was embarrassed and his face flushed red. How could he still be praised as cute? He stared at Lin Yanchen. Today is my 30th birthday. Lin Yanchen was shocked. He was really shocked. I thought you were 25 or 26 at most. Chu Xuan asked, how old are you this year? Lin Yanchen thought about it and said hesitantly, 27. Chu Xuan was even more shocked. He was actually that old? He was buying a young boy. Chu Xuan felt that he was at a disadvantage. He was actually a bit angry and said, what did you say? 20-something? 21 or 27? I told that person that I wanted a young boy. Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded and panicked. He didn't think that he would be disliked. He purposely added a fake age to get closer to Chu Xuan, but Chu Xuan turned hostile and said that he wanted to return the goods. He quickly confessed. I'm actually 25. It's true. You can see my ID. He looked at the date. He wasn't 25 yet, so he should be 24 and a half. Only then did Chu Xuan's anger dissipate and he was reluctantly satisfied. The subscription rate was less than 70%. For the latest 3-day chapters, one had to wait 3 days to read them or subscribe again. Chu Xuan had been missing for a whole week. Xianxia went from confusion to panic, and now he was almost driven crazy. He looked for Chu Xuan during the day and could not sleep at night. Chu Xuan had never left his life for such a long time. Would Chu Xuan come back? He even felt that it was a good thing if Chu Xuan was determined to cut ties with him. He called Chu Xuan's phone but could not get through. Was it necessary for him to not turn on his phone when he was traveling? He was really afraid that Chu Xuan had met with an accident. He had nightmares all night long. He dreamed that Chu Xuan was hit by a car and his cold and pale body was placed in a small freezer in the morgue. No parents or friends claimed his body, and it lay alone in a plastic bag. It was so pitiful. Humans were such creatures. They did not cherish what they had and would regret it when they lost it. Xianxia was the only child in his family. His father was a business executive. Although his mother was a housewife, she was quite educated. He grew up in a family that was envied by his classmates. Most of his uncles were successful people, but only his youngest uncle was particularly rebellious. That was the first time in Xianxia's life that he knew about homosexuality. When he was young, he would go back to his hometown with his parents every spring festival and spend the new year with his grandparents. The whole family would gather together. He had a vague impression of his youngest uncle. He seemed to be a gentle and handsome young man. His youngest uncle was the youngest of his generation. He was much younger than his father, only 10 years older than him. He remembered that his youngest uncle had a gentle smile. He even gave him a box of foreign chocolates and Transformers toys. At that time, it was still a rare thing. It was probably the New Year's Eve when he was 10 years old. He and his friends were tired from playing outside and went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by the noise outside. He ran out barefoot. The door of the old house was half open. The people inside were arguing fiercely. He secretly went to take a look. He saw his grandfather hitting his youngest uncle with a crutch. He could hear the horrible sound of flesh being hit. There was a big bruise on his cheek and his mouth was full of blood. He scolded him as he hit him. "Who told you to hit a chair? I might as well beat you to death so that you don't embarrass yourself when you go out." Xianxia was very scared. He wanted to run away, but because he was scared, his legs were weak, and he stood still. He was afraid that his uncle would be beaten to death. Little uncle knelt on the ground and raised his eyes. Like a cornered beast, he suddenly laughed and retorted sharply, "Dad, you don't understand. It's not that I didn't learn well. This is hereditary. The G family has the gene of liking men in their blood, and it was passed on to me. In the future, I may not be the only one in the G family who likes men. I'm a bastard, and you're an old bastard." Grandpa got even angrier and almost beat him half to death. Xianxia saw a pool of blood and was so scared that he cried. Then, his father found him. More than 10 years had passed, but he still remembered this incident. Later on, little uncle left. She heard that he went abroad and never came back. But whenever he thought of little uncle's words, he would still tremble in fear. Little uncle was a notorious negative example in the words of the elders. Every time little uncle was mentioned, his father and uncle would scold him several times, saying that he disobeyed his elders and was ignorant and incompetent. They wanted the younger generation to take warning from him. However, they did not mention that he was gay. Among the younger generation, only he knew, and he had never told anyone. Xianxia had another dream. He dreamed that he finally found Chu Xuan and brought Chu Xuan home. Little uncle was at his house. Little uncle and dad were quarreling. Suddenly, little uncle pointed at him and said to dad, "Haha, big brother, see? I told you that I'm not the only gay in our family. You hate me so much, but in the end, your precious son is also with a man." He clapped and laughed. Dad looked at him with hatred and disgust. Xianxia was awakened by the nightmare and broke out in cold sweat. What should he do? What could he do? He did not want to be gay, but he really could not let go of Chushuan. How could Chushuan be like this? He came into his life without permission, treated him well, and then ran away without permission. After work, Xianxia went to Chushuan's house again. The door was tightly shut, and there were no signs of anyone coming back. Xianxia sighed. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly smelled a faint stench coming from the house. He suddenly thought that Chushuan did not leave at all. Could it be that he was at home and something had happened to him? Xianxia quickly found the property management and told them that he was Chushuan's friend. He was worried that Chushuan had met with an accident at home. The property management was also afraid that someone might die, so they opened the door for them to go in and check. Chushuan's house was empty. It had not been cleaned for a week, and there was a thin layer of dust in the room. They found the source of the stench. It was not a corpse, but a piece of pork that was forgotten to be put in the fridge. They also searched his wardrobe and fridge, but there was no murder scene. However, Xianxia felt that it was strange. Chushuan was a cautious person. If he had gone out for a vacation, why did he not tidy up his room? There were a few pieces of his favorite clothes in the wardrobe that he did not take with him. Chushuan had left in a hurry. The property management was already suspicious of his intentions. He said politely, "Sir, since there is no problem, please leave." This person was really looking for trouble. If the owner of the house came back and found out, he might complain about them. Xianxia had no choice but to leave. Before he left, Xianxia saw a plastic bag under the coffee table. It was printed with the name of a certain hospital. He ignored the property management's urging and walked to the coffee table to take out the plastic bag. There was a thick stack of documents inside. There were CT scans, X-rays, various examination reports, and diagnosis results. The latest report was last Monday. He suddenly recalled that Tuesday morning when Chushuan lowered his head and said to him, "I have something to tell you." Suddenly, he understood everything. Why did Chushuan sound like he was about to cry? Why did he say so many hurtful words? He sat down, covered his face, pressed his forehead, and took a deep breath. How sad must Xiaosun be? Where would he be now? He must be very lonely. "Sir, please leave." The property management helplessly urged, "Sir, this is not your home. Please leave quickly." He locked the door and got off work. He went to tell the security not to let this lunatic into their neighborhood next time. The weather in Las Vegas was good today. Although the temperature was not high, the sun was bright. He only needed to wear a thin sweater and a windbreaker to keep warm. Chushuan looked up. The sky was blue and numbing. One look at it and he would be in a good mood. On the streets of this foreign country, all he saw were unfamiliar faces. However, even if Shaolin insisted on holding hands with him, no one would be surprised or look at them. Today's itinerary was to see the Cirque du Soleil performance. They had a good view from where they were sitting. The performer seemed to shrink into a small person. He threw himself up and down in the air. He was as agile as a little bird. He flipped up and down on the rapidly spinning giant iron wheel. It was extremely thrilling. From time to time, it would cause exclamations. The audience was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would witness death in the next second. Chushuan admired them. How courageous were they, he sighed and said, "I'm not as agile as him even on flat ground." Xianxia asked, "Are you interested? I practiced parkour before. I can take you to play." Chushuan hurriedly waved his hand, No, I'm old and can't stand the torment. I'll just watch." Chushuan thought about it and added, "You should play less of these dangerous activities in the future. Didn't the news say that thousands of people die in parkour every year? Before, I saw that it was popular for young people to not install safety devices and take selfies with one foot out of a tall building or cliff. A lot of people died. I really don't understand. It's fine if acrobats are forced by others, but why would someone risk their life for a photo? Don't do such a stupid thing." Xianxia said, "Okay, if you don't want me to do it, I won't do it." The performance ended and the audience dispersed. They were originally walking together, but Chu Xuan suddenly remembered that he had taken off his jacket and left it on a chair. He turned back to look for it and forgot to tell Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen let go of Chu Xuan for a few seconds. When he turned around, he found that he was gone. It took another 5 minutes to get from the Manor's villa to the horse farm. Lin Yanchen raised 4 horses. One was pure black, one was pure white, and the other 2 were piebald. Each of them was very handsome. They had well-proportioned bodies, slender and powerful limbs, lush and thick manes, elf-like ears, and almond-like watery eyes. Chu Xuan had only ridden 1 horse when he was traveling in a scenic area. Its fur was dark and its limbs were thick and short. When he saw these horses, he wondered if he had been tricked. Was it a donkey? The black horse's mane was carefully braided and it was wearing a gold-plated harness. It was particularly handsome. Chu Xuan wanted to touch it, but he didn't dare. He asked Lin Yanchen, "What horse is this?" Lin Yanchen introduced it to him. "Friesland's Black Pearl, Friesland's horse. You like this horse best? His name is Jay, and he's a boy. They're all very good-looking." "I don't know much about horses," Chu Xuan continued. "The white one is also good-looking. This is Labai's horse. Her name is Shirley, and she's a girl," Lin Yanchen said. Chu Xuan nodded. "I remember that in Water Margin, Song Jiang had a horse that was also Snow White. It had a nice name. I always remember that it was called the Jade Lion of the Night. Foreigners' names still lack charm." Lin Yanchen immediately said, "That's good. From now on, her English name will be Shirley, and her Chinese name will be Jade Lion of the Night." Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows. "You can change their names?" Lin Yanchen had a bad feeling in his heart. For a moment, he was too pleased with himself. He said with a cheeky smile, "I'll go and suggest it to her owner. He'll definitely agree to such a beautiful name." "Are you kidding me?" Chu Xuan reluctantly accepted his lie and looked at the 2 white and black spotted horses. He pointed at them and said, "Then were they sired by those 2 horses? One is black, and the other is white." Lin Yanchen couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, that's what Appaloosa looks like. They're all neutered. Which horse do you want to ride?" Such a tall horse was daunting. Chu Xuan asked, "Which one has the most docile personality?" Lin Yanchen said, "Then it's still Jay." Chu Xuan was surprised. "I thought the white horse would be the most gentle." Lin Yanchen said, "You can't judge a horse by its appearance. She's a girl with a bad temper. She loves freedom and hates people riding on her back." I was almost thrown off. Chu Xuan reached out and touched the black horse's smooth and neat mane. Jay obediently bent down and rubbed against his palm. It was really cute. Lin Yanchen taught him how to get on the horse, and Chu Xuan climbed up shakily. Lin Yanchen held the reins and led the horse for a leisurely stroll in the meadow. He chatted with Chu Xuan, who was sitting on the horse's back. "Don't worry, I'm next to you." He had personally ordered these horses, bought them home, named them, and then raised them. They were very precious. If his friends wanted to borrow them, it would depend on his mood and the horse's mood. Not to mention Chu Xuan, who could ride whichever one he wanted, he would personally hold the reins. The thin and warm winter sun fell on her body. The crisp and pleasant chirping of birds was like glass beads that occasionally fell from the treetops into their ears. Chu Xuan suddenly enjoyed this gentle atmosphere. There was no need for any sweet talk. Lin Yanchen just walked in front of him and held the horse for him, but he couldn't help but look back. He sat on the horse. Lin Yanchen had to raise his head slightly. The light sprinkled on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, making him look like he was glowing gently. He was dazzlingly handsome. Chu Xuan always knew that Lin Yanchen was good-looking, but today he was especially good-looking. He stared at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was embarrassed by his stare. "What are you looking at?" Chu Xuan said, "Come here." Lin Yanchen walked to his side. Chu Xuan leaned down from the horse's back. Lin Yanchen thought that he was going to kiss him. He was so expectant that his heart skipped a beat. Chu Xuan reached out and touched his left earlobe. "I just found out that you have a small mole behind your ear. It's so cute." Lin Yanchen's earlobe that was touched by Chu Xuan's finger seemed to have been burned. It instantly turned red. Chu Xuan withdrew his hand. He couldn't help but reach out and chase after Chu Xuan. He grabbed Chu Xuan's hand and held it. He couldn't help but kiss the back of Chu Xuan's hand and fingertips. Chu Xuan didn't know what was going on. He smiled. "What are you doing?" Lin Yanchen stared at him with bright eyes, unblinking, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start with the tenderness in his heart. After holding it in for a long time, he only said clumsily, "I like you." Stripped of the flowery words, the love of young people was always passionate and sincere. It was like a stream heated by the sun, clear and warm. It made Chu Xuan feel that his heart, which had been trampled on in every possible way, was much warmer and calmer. Chu Xuan suddenly understood why he liked Xiao Lin at first glance. He had a youthful aura and was clean. Lin Yanchen couldn't see Chu Xuan's expression clearly. The light swayed behind him. Chu Xuan said softly, "I know. You've said it so many times. Why do you keep saying it?" Lin Yanchen asked with dissatisfaction, "That's it? Love made people greedy. Give an inch and you want a mile." Chu Xuan avoided the topic and pretended not to hear it. He said, "Xiao Lin, didn't you want to teach me how to ride a horse? Are you going to teach me from under the horse, or do you want to get on as well?" Lin Yanchen was led astray by him. He also climbed onto the horse. He had specially asked someone to install a saddle for 2 people. He had originally planned to ride with Chu Xuan. YYXS. Lin Yanchen flipped onto the horse. He wrapped his arms around Chu Xuan from both sides and held the reins. He was already half a head taller than Chu Xuan. He wanted to hug Chu Xuan in his arms. As soon as he got on, the horse snorted. Chu Xuan stroked the horse's neck. "It's heavy, right? What a pitiful little thing." Lin Yanchen. He thought it would be very romantic. In the past, he had friends who went out to hook up with girls. They would take the girls on horseback rides. They told him that he could also take girls on horseback dates. Lin Yanchen always disliked it. He never thought that he would do such a stupid thing one day. Chu Xuan was eager to try. "Can you ride faster?" "Let him run faster." Lin Yanchen hesitated and said, "Yes, I can." Chu Xuan asked, "Is there a problem? Is it dangerous?" "You don't have to run too fast. Just a little jog. It's too boring to walk slowly like this." Lin Yanchen said, "No, you can sit in front. The wind will be very cold. Or you can sit in the back and hug me. I'll block the wind for you." Chu Xuan was surprised. He turned his head. Xiao Lin's handsome face was very close. He kissed that young cheek. "Xiao Lin, why are you so cute and considerate?" "It's okay. Just like this, your chest is also very warm." Lin Yanchen blushed and kissed him back. After kissing him, he became shy. When they first met, Xiao Lin had a glib tongue. After they became familiar, he became shy sometimes. Lin Yanchen thought of an English sentence, "Love is a touch and yet not a touch." Love is the hand that wants to touch but withdraws. Lin Yanchen urged the horse to trot. He didn't dare to run too fast. It was too dangerous. He didn't care if he fell himself, but he couldn't fall a son. Chu Xuan was anxious. "Hurry up. Does this count as passing?" Lin Yanchen had no choice but to let Jay run faster. The horse's hooves made a series of crisp dang 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 sounds as they stepped on the ground. Chu Xuan was finally satisfied. He laughed along and even commanded him as if his life depended on it, "Can we jump over that railing?" "Go jump. Jump over it." Since Chu Xuan had already said so, he couldn't lose face. Lin Yanchen held his breath and urged the horse to speed up, faster and faster. He frowned and stared intently at the railing that was half a person's height in front of him. Jay rushed to the railing without fear, jumped up, and flipped over easily and gracefully. Lin Yanchen let out a sigh of relief. He pulled on the reins and stopped. "Are you happy?" Chu Xuan happily replied, "I'm happy." He then said, "You're really good." Lin Yanchen modestly said, "I learned it before." Chu Xuan laughed and said, "Haha, I was praising the little black horse." Lin Yanchen, they ran 2 laps and returned to the stable. Lin Yanchen dismounted first. Chu Xuan took off his helmet and accidentally bumped his glasses. The glasses fell to the ground. Ah. What? Lin Yanchen asked. He moved half a step and felt that he stepped on something. There was a crisp sound. Chu Xuan said, "My glasses were broken by you." Lin Yanchen introduced him. The Black Pearl of Friesland and the Friesland horse. Do you like this horse best? His name is Jay. He's a boy. They're all very good looking. I don't know much about horses. Chu Xuan continued, the white one is also very good looking. This is Libby's Ama. Her name is Shirley. She's a girl. Lin Yanchen said. Chu Xuan nodded. I remember that in Water Margin, Song Jiang had a horse that was also Snow White. It had a nice name. I always remember that it was called the Jade Lion of the Night. The foreign name still lacks charm. Lin Yanchen immediately said, that's good. She'll be called Shirley in English and Jade Lion in Chinese. Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows. You can change their names? Lin Yanchen thought to himself that this was bad. He got carried away for a moment and said with a cheeky smile, I'll suggest it to her owner. He'll definitely agree to such a beautiful name. Are you kidding me? Chu Xuan reluctantly accepted his lie and looked at the two white and black spotted horses. He pointed at them and said, then are they sired by those two horses? One is black and the other is white. Lin Yanchen couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, that's what Appaloosa looks like. They're all neutered. Which horse do you want to ride? Such a tall horse was intimidating. Chu Xuan asked, which one is the most docile? Lin Yanchen said, then it's still Jay. Chu Xuan was surprised. I thought the white horse would be the most gentle. Lin Yanchen said, you can't judge a horse by its appearance. She's a bad-tempered girl. She loves freedom and hates people riding on her back. I almost fell off. Chu Xuan reached out to touch the black horse's smooth and neat mane. Jay obediently bent down and rubbed against his palm. It was really cute. Lin Yanchen taught him how to get on the horse. Chu Xuan climbed up shakily. The author has something to say, Xiao Zhuang is too pitiful. Write an extra for him. The subscription ratio was less than 70%. The newest chapters were only 3 days old, so he had to wait 3 days to read them or subscribe again. Chu Xuan sighed. My glasses are really plagued with misfortune. I just got a new one and now they're broken again. They had to pass through a rocky road in front of them. Lin Yanchen said, let me hold your hand and walk. Chu Xuan said resolutely, no. Lin Yanchen asked puzzledly, why not? You didn't reject holding hands before. Didn't we hold hands last night? Chu Xuan said, that's different. Yesterday, we were walking. Now, you think I need to be supported to walk. I don't think I'm crippled to that extent. Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded. What's there to be stubborn about? Chu Xuan walked forward carefully. The aura around him softened. Lin Yanchen looked at Chu Xuan's face. After taking off his glasses, Chu Xuan's face looked much more tender. The glasses made him look more serious. With his brows furrowed, he looked puzzled. He felt that Chu Xuan looked better like this. Chu Xuan was born with a pair of beautiful eyes. Usually, they were covered by the lenses. Lin Yanchen walked with him like an ant and said, son, I think you look better without glasses. Why don't you change to contact lenses? Chu Xuan shook his head. Glasses are better for glasses. He was distracted for a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, he almost fell. Chu Xuan wanted to pretend that nothing happened. Lin Yanchen stretched out his hand. Son, let's just take it as us taking a walk, okay? Chu Xuan coughed twice and said elegantly, all right then. Lin Yanchen held back his laughter. Chu Xuan put his hand in his palm. Lin Yanchen quietly slid his fingers through Chu Xuan's and intertwined their fingers. He raised his hand and kissed the back of Chu Xuan's hand. When he was close enough for Chu Xuan to see his face, he smiled brightly. Let's go. Without his glasses, Chu Xuan became weak. Although he didn't say anything, he relied on him to move. Lin Yanchen liked this feeling. Usually, Chushuan was like a gust of wind. He couldn't catch him at all. Chushuan was meticulous. Naturally, he also noticed Lin Yanchen's care. In his life, only Lin Yanchen treated him like this. Since he was young, everyone thought that he was strong and independent. He never cried, so everyone thought that he didn't need protection. Before, he thought that it was because of Shaolin's high professionalism. Now, he even suspected Shaolin's true identity. But if it wasn't for money, why was Shaolin so good to him? Lin Yanchen gently said to him, "Do you have any ideas? If not, there's a lake over there. Do you want to go boating? I'll take you to get a new pair of glasses tomorrow. I'll make do tonight." When he was in danger in the Snow Valley, his glasses were broken. After he was rescued, he got a new pair of glasses. Chushuan pulled Lin Yanchen's hand and frowned. "Can't we go today?" Lin Yanchen said, "It's already so late. People have already gotten off work." Chushuan was skeptical. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Lin Yanchen said righteously, "Of course not. Why would I do it on purpose?" Although he said that, he did it on purpose. It was just a pair of glasses. It wasn't as difficult as picking the stars and the moon. If he gave the order, it would definitely be done in an hour. But that would be boring. He planned to personally take Chushuan to the downtown optician shop tomorrow to order a pair of glasses. There were people and cars on the street. Chushuan would have to hold his hand tightly. That would be interesting. The next day, Lin Yanchen held Chushuan's hand and took him to get a pair of glasses. As expected, Chushuan didn't dare to walk around and obediently followed him. Lin Yanchen was secretly happy. He felt that he had been led by the nose by Chushuan for many days. Now, he could finally get back at him. Unfortunately, he could only drag it out for half a day. What a pity. Chushuan was so cute last night. His eyes were dazed and he even had to carefully feel his way to the toilet. Chushuan put on a new pair of glasses. The world instantly became clear. He finally came back to life. He called Lin Yanchen and prepared to leave. Lin Yanchen said, "Get a pair of contact lenses." Chushuan said, "I said I don't wear contact lenses." Lin Yanchen approached him. Chushuan quickly backed away. His face was red. "We're in public. You can't act recklessly." Lin Yanchen held his hand. "Chushuan, I'll compensate you with a new pair of glasses and a pair of contact lenses. It doesn't matter if you wear them or not. Just accept them first. They're not valuable anyway. They're just small things." As the two were talking, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Lin Yanchen? Is that you?" It was behind Lin Yanchen. Chushuan looked over and saw a girl walking over. She looked to be about the same age as Lin Yanchen. She had long wine-red hair, bright eyes, red lips, and a gorgeous face. Was she someone Lin Yanchen knew? Chushuan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly shook his hand away and turned his head away, pretending that he didn't know Lin Yanchen. The girl confirmed it when she saw Lin Yanchen's face. She started talking nonstop. "I haven't seen you in a long time. Aren't you in China? I was thinking of looking for you one day. Seriously, you disappeared suddenly. Wasn't it just because you were bought? We were all worried about you for a long time." Lin Yanchen was so anxious that he was about to explode. How could he be so unlucky? He really wanted to shut this woman up. He hurriedly said in French, "I have something to do. It's not convenient to talk to you now. I'll look for you next time." The girl was stunned when she heard him speak in French. However, she immediately followed up. "Okay, what's wrong? Are you angry? Why are you speaking in French all of a sudden?" Lin Yanchen said a little fiercely, "It's none of your business." The girl looked at Chushuan and then at Lin Yanchen. She understood and smiled mischievously. "Oh, I get it. You're afraid of being misunderstood by your new boyfriend? That's just a coincidence. I didn't do it on purpose." Lin Yanchen had been observing Chushuan's expression from the corner of his eyes. The more he looked, the more flustered he became. "Don't say any more. He's not my boyfriend yet." The girl said, "This is the first time I've seen you so anxious about someone. No wonder you didn't date any girls for long. So it turns out that your hobbies are different. You don't have to hide it from us. I understand and support you." Lin Yanchen could only say, "I really don't have time to talk to you. This matter, don't tell anyone else." "Why aren't you leaving?" The girl said yes repeatedly. After the girl was chased away by Lin Yanchen, Peace returned to the optician's shop. He had also obtained the contact lenses that were ready. Lin Yanchen was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that Chushuan would ask questions, but Chushuan only said, "Let's go back." Lin Yanchen thought about it and took the initiative to say, "You're not going to ask? She and I are just normal friends. We met when we were studying." Chushuan smiled and said, "Who you make friends with has nothing to do with me." Lin Yanchen inexplicably felt uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw Chushuan walking close to someone else. Chushuan didn't care at all. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he suddenly felt that the distance between them had grown further. Chushuan buried his emotions deep in his heart. Lin Yanchen didn't know that he roughly understood French. "He's not my boyfriend. Don't tell anyone else." It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He was disheartened. Speaking of which, he also felt that he was ridiculous. What was a person who was about to die still looking forward to? He was silent for a moment and quietly walked closer. He found that Chushuan was really sleeping peacefully. Was there a mistake? Lin Yanchen was convinced. He wasn't so impatient that he would make a move on a sleeping person. It was best if they were both willing. The turbulence of the air and the high pressure in the air made the sleep very restless. Chushuan had a dream. It was said that dreaming was a manifestation of shallow sleep, so the more one slept, the more tired they would be. He dreamed that when he was a teenager, he racked his brains to write a love letter to Xianxia. He wanted to dig out his heart, but no matter how he wrote, he wasn't satisfied. He was so anxious that he was sweating. Finally, he wrote a carefully worded confession, but he didn't remember the specific content. He only remembered that he secretly hid it in the inner pocket of his clothes near his heart and kept it warm before he gave it to Xianxia. After Xianxia read it, he laughed at him. "Chushuan, I treat you as a friend, but you're looking at me with dirty eyes? I didn't expect you to be a disgusting homosexual monster." Suddenly, many vague figures with blurry faces appeared around him. They giggled and echoed his words. "How disgusting. I didn't expect Chushuan to be such a person. I've heard that Manager Chu is gay. He can't be thinking of cheating on me, right? I have to be careful. Above the sky. He's a homosexual. His private life must be very messy. Maybe he has a sexual disease. Ha 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 ha, he has a terminal illness. Maybe it's because his private life is too messy." Chushuan couldn't defend himself. He just wanted to run home and find a place to hide. But his father didn't allow him to enter. "You unfilial son. You're so immoral. It's best if you die outside and end it all. Even if you die, don't expect me to bury you in our ancestral grave. How did I give birth to such an unfilial son like you? You've made me lose face." Chushuan was chased around. The world was so big, but there was no place for him to stand. He was anxious, confused, sad, and desperate. Why? What did he do wrong? Was it just because he was born a man and naturally liked men? Did he have to suffer and die a horrible death because of this? Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand and called his name. Asun, Chushuan finally woke up. He opened his eyes and Lin Yanchen's face came into view. It was a little blurry. He belatedly realized that his face was covered in tears. Lin Yanchen held his hand tightly and pressed it against his face to warm Chushuan's cold palm. "You had a nightmare. When you cried, you didn't make a sound. You just cried silently. I just saw that your pillow was wet from crying." He was careful and didn't dare to ask Chushuan what he dreamed of. He was afraid of touching Chushuan's sore spot. It was the first time in his life that someone cried and made his heart ache. Chushuan looked so weak and helpless. Chushuan sat up. He was very tired after having a nightmare. He said, "Shaolin, hug me." Lin Yanchen hugged him. Lin Yanchen's hot chest and broad chest seemed to give Chu Xuan a place to return to, allowing him to settle down his fluttering heart. At least at this moment, there was someone who was willing to hug him. He didn't say anything and just quietly hugged Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen stroked his back as if he was coaxing a baby. His breathing gradually stabilized. He felt cold all over and then realized that it was because of cold sweat. He said, "It's better if you don't hug me. I'm sweaty and dirty." Lin Yanchen refused to let go. "It's not dirty." Xiao Lin really did his duty as a lover. Chu Xuan was initially gratified, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt even more lonely. It was a pity that no matter how real his acting was, it wasn't real. He had spent money to buy it. There was no one in the world who loved him. He had seen people spend money to buy young bodies. In the end, they couldn't extricate themselves and begged their lovers to stay so that they could continue playing the role in the game of true love. It was probably because they met a master like Xiao Lin. Fortunately, he had one foot in the grave and was able to keep his mind clear. Otherwise, he might have spent a lot of money to please his lover. Chu Xuan gently patted him on the shoulder. "Let me change my clothes. My clothes are all wet. I'll catch a cold if I keep wearing them." Only then did Lin Yanchen let go of his hand. He looked at him with eyes full of worry. It seemed that he was sincere. Chu Xuan took off his shirt. When he was looked at like that, he suddenly felt like he was under a spell. He blurted out, "Let's do it." Little Lin's scorching hot body immediately stuck to him, and his cold body seemed to be hugging him on its own accord. Lin Yanchen whispered in his ear. "You're really thin. Did you eat well before?" Of course, not. He was busy with work and was under a lot of pressure. Sometimes he didn't have time to eat. Sometimes he was stuffed with greasy meat and wine. When he went home, he would vomit on the toilet. He had high self-esteem. No matter what, he couldn't indulge himself and become a bald old man with a protruding belly. It was better to be thin than fat. Lin Yanchen didn't say anything. He just hugged him and stroked his neck and back. After a long time, Lin Yanchen asked hesitantly, "Can I ask?" "I really want to ask you, but I don't know if I'm qualified." "What sad thing did you dream of? Maybe you can tell me about it." Chu Xuan felt that he was very embarrassed. He was crying at such an old age. Since he was young, his father taught him that a man shouldn't cry easily. If he cried, his parents would look at him with disappointment. They would tell him not to cry, but they wouldn't comfort him. If he was hurt, he would get up on his own. It was fine if Lin Yanchen didn't ask. Once he asked, Chu Xuan suddenly cried even harder. Chu Xuan never cried in front of people he knew. It was probably because Xiao Lin was half a stranger. It wasn't embarrassing to cry in front of him. He vented it all in one breath. Lin Yanchen didn't know what to do. Other than giving him a hug, he didn't know what else to do. Chu Xuan cried for a while and said, "I broke up with my parents because I liked men. We haven't seen each other in 5 years." Lin Yanchen's heart was filled with pity. He thought about it and said naturally, "My mother passed away when I was young. My father and I quarreled. Our relationship is very bad. We haven't seen each other in 3 years." Comforting other people's misfortune was showing off his own misfortune. These two pitiful people met by chance and sympathized with each other. Chu Xuan sighed. He wanted to talk about Xianxia, but for some reason, he couldn't say it in front of Lin Yanchen. Sigh, every family has its own difficulties. Lin Yanchen slowly came back to his senses. Chu Xuan said that he broke up with his parents because of a man. It definitely wasn't just because of his sexual orientation. Who was that man? What was their relationship? He couldn't think about it any further. Just thinking about it casually made Lin Yanchen feel that his heart was blocked and depressed. Xianxia said, "I'll give you a gift. You're already so old. Why are you still like a child and care so much about your birthday?" Yes, no one cared about his birthday, so he shouldn't care about it either. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Xiao Lin didn't show his professionalism this time. Not only did he not smile, but he also looked apologetic. "Today is your birthday?" "Yes." Before he could say anything, Chu Xuan smiled and stopped him. Sigh, today is my big day. I don't want to hear apologies. I want to hear congratulations. A smile appeared on Lin Yanquan's face. What gift do you want? He had asked a female companion before. She gave him perfume, jewelry, and beautiful clothes. They were the latest season and had to be expensive. You're the birthday gift I bought for myself. It's the first time in my life that I spent so much money on my birthday. Chu Xuan looked at him and shook his head. He lowered his head to eat the cake and commented, "The cream is a little too thick." Lin Yanquan suddenly understood why he was so obsessed at that time. Chu Xuan was similar to him. He was lonely and needed someone to accompany him. After his mother passed away, his father was busy with work. Although he didn't forget his birthday, he couldn't come back to accompany him and compensate him with a sum of money. He could buy any gift he liked. When he was a child, his birthday was more important than the sky. After being disappointed, he no longer looked forward to it. He could even be praised for being sensible. Lin Yanquan asked, "Then I'll call you Sun from now on." Chu Xuan just looked up when a soft kiss landed on his lips. He saw Shaolin's eyes burning. He said to him, "Sun, happy birthday." Chu Xuan's face was hot. This kid's acting was really good. By the time they discovered it, the fine snow had already covered the treetops. Chu Xuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked into the distance in the warm room. It was really a cold winter. The doorbell rang. Shaolin went to open the door. After a while, he returned to his side with a box of roses in his hand. Chu Xuan laughed at him, so old-fashioned. But it was the first time he received such an old-fashioned gift. He thought of himself and said, "I don't understand why you give flowers. They will wither sooner or later. If you give it to someone else, no matter how much effort you put into it, you will have to watch it rot and then throw it into the trash can." Lin Yanquan passed the box to him and said, "It won't wither. This is the everlasting flower." Chu Xuan looked carefully. It was really the everlasting flower. Awkward. Lin Yanquan kissed him on the lips. "Sometimes your mouth is really bad." Chu Xuan did as he said and said with a straight face, "I like sleeping with you, but I don't like you kissing me. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to kiss me." After saying that, he left. Lin Yanquan felt distressed. He had never met such a strange person. If you thought he was licentious, he would be abstinent. If you thought he was passionate, he would turn cold. If you thought he was frank, he would immediately run away. He was neither friendly nor distant. It was hard to predict. Lin Yanquan had a focused and stubborn personality. When he was studying, he could be obsessed with solving a difficult problem for weeks. When he was working, he could work on a project for days without sleep. He had to complete it. He was now very interested in Chu Xuan. He wanted to understand this person. His subscription rate was less than 70%. He had to wait for 3 days to read the latest chapters or resubscribe. Now that he was going to die, he had thought it through and slept well. Perhaps he had to thank Shaolin for being such a good bolster. Chu Xuan had a cold body. Even during the hottest days of summer, his hands and feet were cold. In winter, he was very cold. He hugged Lin Yanquan's warm and lively body under the blanket. It was like a furnace for him to draw warmth. Yesterday, Chu Xuan didn't have the energy to do anything, so he went to bed early. When he woke up today, he found his hand in Lin Yanquan's arms. Chu Xuan lay quietly and looked at Lin Yanquan's sleeping face. This boy was rebellious when he was awake, but he was much gentler when he was asleep. He looked really young with good facial features. His eyelashes were thick and dark, and his skin was smooth. It was obvious that he was full of collagen. He was really cute. Chu Xuan looked at him for a while. He didn't know that he was obsessed with looks, but he felt an inexplicable sense of superiority in his heart. He could actually sleep with such a young and handsome boy. How glorious! Chu Xuan didn't want to wake him up. He wanted to quietly pull his hand out of Lin Yanquan's arms. As soon as he moved, Lin Yanquan woke up. Lin Yanquan was sleepy. He looked at the time on his phone. It was almost 10 o'clock. He muttered, "It's so early." He reached out and hugged Chushuan. He was sleepy. "Can you sleep for a while more?" It was still early? Chushuan smiled. He was speechless. He patted his head. "Let go of me. I'll cook for you." Lin Yanchen rubbed against his arms. After a while, he reluctantly let go of his hand. Chushuan put on his clothes and rolled up his sleeves to cook. Lin Yanchen arranged to rent a seaside villa. It had all the necessary facilities. He rummaged through the refrigerator. There were not enough ingredients. There were only flour and eggs. He mixed the batter and made omelets. He mixed breakfast and lunch together. Lin Yanchen struggled to get up from the bed. His upper body was bare, and his feet were bare. Only his jeans were hanging around his waist, and his belt was not tied properly. If an ugly man dressed like this, it would be called sloppy. Because he had a good face and a good figure, he would look messy and wild in this way. He was still asleep. He hugged Chushuan's waist from behind and pressed his face against Chushuan's hair. "Where do you want to go today?" She then said, "You didn't even get close to me yesterday. Have you rested enough today?" Chushuan blushed. Was this an invitation? He said, "I'm not going anywhere today." "Hey, take your hand away. Don't touch me. After breakfast, accompany me to the market. I want to buy some ingredients to cook." Lin Yanchen was a little disappointed and disdainful. Why go through so much trouble? I'll shout. There's also this service in the advanced escort service. Tell me what you want to buy and someone will buy it and deliver it to you. Chushuan shook his head. That's not good. It's more fun to buy it yourself. Lin Yanchen readily agreed. Then I'll accompany you. Chushuan turned to look at him and nodded. Of course you have to accompany me. I'm spending so much money. You have to help me push the cart and carry the bags. Lin Yanchen said, I'm spending 15,000 yuan a night, but you're only spending 300,000 yuan a month on me. Do you think I'm bad at math? Chushuan said frankly, that's why I'm letting you rest. You work 5 days a week and 2 days a week for 4 weeks. Isn't it exactly 300,000 yuan? Look, I'm a rare good boss. How many bosses can take breaks on time and not work overtime? Lin Yanchen laughed and kissed him on the cheek. You're really interesting. But I'd rather you be a bad boss and make me work overtime every night. After the meal, Chushuan inquired and took him to the vegetable market here. Lin Yanchen had never been to such a chaotic place. The stench was overwhelming, the place was narrow and crowded. The cement floor was so dirty that there was nowhere to stand. He could only follow Chushuan closely. Chushuan went to the butcher's shop to buy meat. The bloody meat was placed on the chopping board and the boss waved a fly wand. Chushuan was familiar with the place. Is it fresh? The boss said, it was just slaughtered this morning. Look at the meat. Chushuan bought 3 beef ribs and some vegetables. Then he went to the supermarket to buy flour, butter, essence, seasoning, and cream. Lin Yanchen pushed the cart and asked, why don't you buy meat from the supermarket? The meat here looks so clean. Chushuan looked at him with disdain. You don't cook. The meat in the supermarket has no soul. Lin Yanchen burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the ingredients Chushuan bought, Lin Yanchen guessed. You want to make pastries? Chushuan nodded. As they walked, Lin Yanchen suddenly said, my mother loves to make pastries. She is very good at cooking. I like the apple pie she makes the most. Chushuan said, I knew it. Only a mother who is good at cooking can raise a son who doesn't cook. My mother doesn't cook at home. The kitchen is my father's territory. Since I was young, I thought that the kitchen was too dangerous for women to enter. Lin Yanchen laughed and stopped laughing. He sighed and said, my mother passed away when I was 8. After that, no one made apple pie for me. Chushuan was speechless. He didn't know if it was a real story or made up to coax him. Look, what a cunning boy. He looked unrestrained, but occasionally showed a hint of vulnerability and loneliness. Good boy. Chushuan raised his hand and patted his head. He added a bag of candy apples to the basket. I'll make it for you. But it won't be as good as your mother's. They bought the ingredients and went back to cook. Chu Xuan was empty-handed and asked Xiao Lin to carry everything by himself. Then he cooked in the kitchen. At first, he instructed Xiao Lin to help prepare the ingredients. Xiao Lin was very serious. However, Chu Xuan realized that he wasn't lying. He was indeed an idiot at cooking. It was as if he had never been in the kitchen before. Therefore, Chu Xuan chased him away. Go away, go away. Don't cause trouble. Xiao Lin didn't leave and circled around him like a dog. Teach me. Chu Xuan's heart softened when he saw his bright eyes. He let him stay and taught him step by step. Both of them wore aprons and their hands were covered in flour. It was also fun to play for the whole afternoon. In the evening, the dishes filled the small square table. This was the first time in his life that Lin Yanchen cooked with his own hands. He remembered that when he was 5 or 6 years old, his mother made apple pie. He ran to her and asked for help. His mother didn't mind and let him wash the apples. He stepped on a stool and barely reached the sink. After washing the apples, his sleeves were soaked and his hands were splashed on his collar and face. His mother gently wiped his face, patted his head and praised him for being a good boy. Lin Yanchen and Chu Xuan bragged about themselves. I'm so good. Half of the credit for this table is mine. Chu Xuan didn't tease him. He cut the apple pie and gave him a piece. Try it. Lin Yanchen took a bite. The sweetness overflowed from the tip of his heart. He felt really comfortable with Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan's dishes were all to his taste. Chu Xuan asked him, is it good? Lin Yanchen smiled brightly. It's good. Chu Xuan was infected by his smile. He smiled and said, I only want you to do one thing for me tonight. Lin Yanchen's heart was dirty. What? Chu Xuan smiled and said, you have to pretend to be my lover and wish me a happy birthday. If there was no miracle, this should be the last birthday of his life. He was still satisfied and had a good time. He wasn't so impatient that he would make a move on a sleeping person. It was best if they were both willing. The turbulence of the air and the pressure in the air made the sleep very restless. Chu Xuan had a dream. It was said that dreaming was a manifestation of shallow sleep, so the more one slept, the more tired they would be. He dreamed that when he was young, he racked his brains to write a love letter to Xianxia. He wanted to dig out his heart, but no matter how he wrote, he wasn't satisfied. He was so anxious that he was sweating. Finally, he wrote a carefully worded confession. However, he didn't remember the specific content. He only remembered that he secretly hid it in the inner pocket of his clothes near his heart and kept it warm before giving it to Xianxia. After Xianxia read it, he laughed at him. Chu Xuan, I treat you as a friend, but you're looking at me with dirty eyes? I didn't expect you to be a disgusting homosexual monster. Suddenly, many vague figures with blurry faces appeared around him. They giggled and echoed his words. How disgusting. I didn't expect Chu Xuan to be such a person. I've heard that Manager Chu is a homosexual. He can't be thinking of cheating on me, right? I have to be careful. He's a homosexual. His private life must be messy. Maybe he has a sexual disease. Ha 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 ha, he has a terminal illness. Maybe it's because his private life is too messy. Chu Xuan couldn't explain himself. He just wanted to run home and find a place to hide. However, his father didn't allow him to enter the house. You unfilial son. You're so immoral. It's best if you die outside and end all troubles. Even if you die, don't expect me to bury you in our ancestral grave. How did I give birth to such an unfilial son like you? You've made me lose face. Chu Xuan was chased around. The world was so big, but there was no place for him to stand. He was anxious, confused, sad, and desperate. Why? What did he do wrong? Was it just because he was born a man and naturally liked men? Did he have to suffer and die a horrible death because of this? Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand and called his name. Asun, Chu Xuan finally woke up. He opened his eyes and Lin Yanchen's face came into view. It was a little blurry. He then realized that his face was covered in tears. Lin Yanchen held his hand tightly and pressed it against his face to warm Chushuan's cold palm. You had a nightmare. When you cried, you didn't make a sound. You just cried silently. I just saw that your pillow was wet from crying. He was careful and didn't dare to ask Chushuan what he dreamed of. He was afraid of touching Chushuan's sore spot. It was the first time in his life that someone cried and made his heart ache. Chushuan looked so weak and helpless. Chushuan sat up. He was very tired after having a nightmare and said, Shaolin, hug me. Lin Yanchen hugged him. Lin Yanchen's warm chest and broad chest seemed to give Chushuan a place to return to, allowing him to settle down his floating heart. At least at this moment, there was someone who was willing to hug him. He didn't say anything and just quietly hugged Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen stroked his back as if he was coaxing a baby. His breathing gradually stabilized. He felt cold all over and then realized that it was because of cold sweat. He said, Don't hug me. I'm sweaty and dirty. Lin Yanchen refused to let go. It's not dirty. Shaolin really did his duty as a lover. Chushuan was initially gratified, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt even more lonely. Unfortunately, no matter how real his acting was, it wasn't real. He had spent money to buy it. There was no one in the world who loved him. He had seen people spend money to buy young bodies. In the end, they couldn't extricate themselves and begged their lovers to stay. They wanted to continue playing the role in the game of true love. It was probably because they met a master like Shaolin. Fortunately, he had one foot in the grave and was able to keep his mind clear. Otherwise, he might have spent a lot of money to please his lover. Chushuan gently patted him on the shoulder. Let me change my clothes. My clothes are all wet. I'll catch a cold if I keep wearing them. Only then did Lin Yanchen let go of his hand. He looked at him with eyes full of worry. It seemed that he was sincere. Chushuan took off his shirt. Being looked at like that, he suddenly felt like he was under a spell. He blurted out, Let's do it. Little Lin's scorching hot body immediately stuck to him, and his cold body seemed to be hugging him on its own accord. Lin Yanchen whispered in his ear. You're really thin. Did you eat well before? Of course, not. He was busy with work and was under a lot of pressure. Sometimes he didn't have time to eat. Sometimes he was stuffed with greasy meat and wine. When he went home, he would vomit on the toilet. He had high self-esteem. No matter what, he couldn't indulge himself and become a bald old man with a protruding belly. It was better to be thin than fat. Lin Yanchen didn't say anything. He just hugged him and stroked his neck and back. After a long time, Lin Yanchen asked hesitantly, Can I ask? I really want to ask you, but I don't know if I'm qualified. What sad thing did you dream of? Perhaps, you can tell me about it. Chushuan felt that he was very embarrassed. He was crying at such an old age. Since he was young, his father taught him that a man shouldn't cry easily. If he cried, his parents would look at him with disappointment. They would tell him not to cry, but they wouldn't comfort him. If he was hurt, he would get up on his own. It was fine if Lin Yanchen didn't ask. Once he asked, Chushuan suddenly cried even harder. Chushuan never cried in front of people he knew. It was probably because Shaolin was half a stranger. It wasn't embarrassing to cry in front of him. He vented it all in one breath. Romance novels are free to read. Lin Yanchen didn't know what to do. Other than giving him a hug, he didn't know what else to do. Chushuan cried for a while and said, I broke up with my parents because I like men. We haven't seen each other for 5 years. Lin Yanchen's heart was filled with pity. He thought for a while and said naturally. My mother passed away when I was young. My father and I quarreled. Our relationship is very bad. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. Comforting other people's misfortune was showing off his own misfortune. These two pitiful people met by chance and sympathized with each other. Chushuan sighed. He wanted to talk about Xianxia, but for some reason, he couldn't say it in front of Lin Yanchen. Sigh, every family has its own difficulties. Lin Yanchen slowly came back to his senses. Chushuan said that he broke up with his parents because of a man. It definitely wasn't just because of his sexual orientation. Who was that man? What was their relationship? He couldn't think about it any further. Just thinking about it casually made Lin Yanchen feel that his heart was blocked and depressed. How could a man in his 30s have a clean private life? Never touch women? Even his female colleagues were indifferent to his advances, they were all men. How could there be such a thing? If he wasn't impotent, then he was gay. Xianxia's mind suddenly lit up. He quickly let go of Chushuan's hand. Although he was hedonistic, he didn't want to be a third party in a gay couple. He repeatedly denied, "Sir, you've misunderstood. I'm just Chushuan's boss. He suddenly wants to resign. I'm very distressed, so I came to beg him to stay." Chushuan felt that it was ridiculous. Why would he talk to Xianxia like that? It was as if he was his boyfriend. Chushuan came back to his senses and looked at Xianxia. "What do you want to explain to him?" Xianxia realized that he had misunderstood Chushuan. He said awkwardly, "Can't you speak properly? It's my fault for misunderstanding you. If you speak better, I won't make a mistake." Author has something to say, the last chapter. I've finally settled the rankings. Please add the nutrient solution and author's column. Moi equals 3 equals I've finished writing. Let me summarize a little. Because I'm afraid of being scolded, I didn't dare to use too much melodrama. The writing is too plain. My daily life writing is really rubbish. Although everyone says that they don't like abuse, their subscriptions are very honest. P.S. I've made a traditional style purchase intention survey on WB. If you're interested, please vote for it. Thank you. Next month, on my birthday, November 19th, a new novel will be released. It will be a pure melodramatic novel. There's no prepaid address, so don't bother looking for it. I'm going to save the manuscript. I'm waiting for you guys to come and see House Sparrow. Recently, Cui Qingqing heard a new word called canary. It was called Little Beauties by a few young masters he knew. Some of them were famous actresses who sang songs, some were female university students with a belly full of foreign ink, and some were movie stars who appeared in pictorial magazines. Cui Qingqing looked back. His family's little Shirtu, who grew up with him, was at most a grey house sparrow. She was neither beautiful nor smart, stubborn and slow. How could she be worthy of him? How could he fall in love with such a silly thing? He just found it interesting and saw that this guy was deeply in love with him. He was also weak and incompetent. He couldn't live without him, so he had no choice but to raise him. Then, one day, his little house sparrow grew wings. She flew away. Cui Qingqing exploded with anger. "You, didn't you say that you love me? You're my person in life and my ghost in death?" Yu lowered her eyes. "Young master, that's because you grabbed my family jewels in bed and forced me to say it. It doesn't count." End of chapter 126. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.